Chapter 1. The Plague God of Holy Soul Village. In the Douluo Continent, located in the southwest of the Tiando Empire, lies the quaint Holy Soul Village, within the province of Fasnuo. As dawn breaks, the first crow of a rooster reverberates through the village, soon followed by a chorus of crows echoing from every corner, while the round moon in the sky gradually slips below the horizon. In a secluded area to the north of Holy Soul Village, there stands a modest courtyard. To the sound of the rooster's crow, a boy, approximately 5 or 6 years of age, slowly opens his eyes atop the roof of the courtyard. Should anyone witness this moment, they would be taken aback, for upon the instant the boy's eyes flutter open, his irises are entirely black, devoid of any hint of white. His eyes, as dark as ink, possess an eerie and unsettling quality, surrounded by a faint aura of black mist that swirls ominously. This bizarre spectacle lasts but a fleeting moment before returning to normal. The boy gazes at the sky, now tinged with the light of dawn, and rises to his feet. With a shock of short black hair, he presents a tidy appearance, dressed simply with a complexion slightly pale, yet his eyes are strikingly sharp, exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure. Suddenly, his keen gaze flickers as he spots a small figure darting out of the village, an agile child, making swift strides towards a distant hill. That rascal Tang San has gone up the mountain to train again. I wonder what level his Xiantian skill has reached. Considering the time, Su Yuntao should be arriving soon, the boy muses to himself. As he speaks, the sharpness in his eyes recedes, replaced by a spirited gleam. His name is Jiang Chen, a child of Holy Soul Village, yet his reputation among the villagers is far from favorable. He is regarded as a harbinger of misfortune, with all avoiding him as if he were a venomous serpent, earning him nicknames such as Broomstar and Plague God. Those who draw close to him, even the livestock, often meet grim fates. Withdraw. Jiang Chen stretches languidly, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air, a wicked smile creeping upon his lips as he leaps from the roof, descending several meters with an uncanny grace. Like a specter, he lands softly, wholly unscathed, leaving any onlookers astounded. For a 6-year-old, scaling a roof is already a remarkable feat, let alone leaping down from such heights. Dusting off his trousers, Jiang Chen, eager to hum a tune in triumph, suddenly notices in the corner of the courtyard that 2 plump mountain chickens confined in a coop are now lifeless. That my chickens, he exclaims in dismay. Quickly striding to the coop, he reaches out to prod the 2 birds, confirming their demise. They are utterly lifeless. What a waste, he laments, a look of anguish on his face as he touches the bodies of the chickens. Strangely, wisps of faint black mist begin to emanate from the chickens, coalescing towards his palm before merging with his being. As the mist flows out, the once robust mountain chickens rapidly wither away, resembling desiccated husks. Jiang Chen skillfully carried 2 corpses as he made his way outside, and behind him, the yard appeared profoundly eerie. Within the confines of the yard, not a single blade of grass grew. The soil had become so parched that it cracked open, revealing countless fissures. It stood in stark contrast to the vibrant life found in other parts of Shenghun Village. Whether it was the demise of the 2 mountain chickens or the unsettling state of the yard, both were the result of his own actions. Few things could withstand the aura he inadvertently exuded. The weaker ones perished outright, while the stronger ones fell gravely ill. Even the land bore the marks of his presence, developing cracks under his influence. Such was the origin of the monikers pestilence and harbinger of misfortune. Although he had lost 2 chickens, Jiang Chen, by nature an optimist, quickly dismissed his discontent and proceeded to give the birds a proper burial outside the village. After completing this task, he did not return home immediately, but instead headed toward the nearby river, resolved to catch a few fish since the 2 mountain chickens were gone. At his age, when his body was still developing, he would not follow in the footsteps of the foolish Tang San, who buried himself in relentless training to the detriment of his own health. In stark contrast to Tang San's frail physique, Jiang Chen was robust, his muscles well-defined and strong. He was already quite adept at fishing, and after half an hour, he returned with 3 sizable fish in hand. They were large and plump, strung together by their gills with straw, held up to his chest to prevent their tails from dragging on the ground. As he passed by the small hill where Tang San practiced, he paused and fortuitously encountered Tang San descending after finishing his training. "Hey, Tang San." Tang San, spotting Jiang Chen from a distance, mustered a strained smile upon hearing his name. "Jiang Chen, you're out early too." Jiang Chen approached, but to his surprise, Tang San's face twitched slightly, and he took several steps back in alarm. "Wait, don't come any closer," Tang San urged, waving his hands frantically, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. For it was not just the adults, children, and livestock of the village who had suffered from Jiang Chen's malevolence. Even he, protected by the authentic Xiantian technique, had nearly fallen victim to it himself. He had once felt the chilling aura that emanated from Jiang Chen, penetrating his very being. Had it not been for his protective technique, he likely would have fallen gravely ill. The most infuriating incident occurred one morning when he was about to ascend the mountain for training, only to find Jiang Chen stealthily descending. Upon reaching the summit, he was nearly incensed. The hill was barely 100 meters high, yet after Jiang Chen's descent, the peak and the vegetation down to 30 meters had all withered, as if drained of life itself. During that period, Tang San noticeably received much less spiritual energy while training atop the hill, only to see the area recover months later. Jiang Chen smirked. Knowing that Tang San was recalling that fateful incident atop the hill, he swore he had no malicious intent. He had merely wished to discover what secrets lay in Tang San's clandestine training spot. Unfortunately, in his attempt to cultivate there, his own energy had inadvertently spilled forth, leading to that unfortunate tragedy. He felt a twinge of guilt for having unwittingly destroyed someone else's sacred training ground. "Here, I caught a few fish, I'll give you one," he said, refraining from approaching Tang San any closer, and tossed a fish in his direction. With remarkable swiftness, Tang San extended his right hand, deftly and accurately grasping the fish, which weighed nearly 10 pounds, securing it with ease. "Thank you," Tang San replied. This moment, the two stood merely 5 meters apart, and Jiang Chen's eyes, resembling black gemstones, suddenly sparkled with an intense, predatory gleam as he fixated on the healthy hue of Tang San's neck. His throat involuntarily swallowed, a reflexive response to an overwhelming desire. He could distinctly hear the sound of blood coursing through Tang San's veins, and with focused attention, he seemed to perceive the rhythmic pulsing of the carotid artery in Tang San's neck. The flow of blood, the cadence of its beat, was nothing short of exquisite. Tang San, noticing the abrupt shift in Jiang Chen's gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine, a chill surging from his tailbone to the crown of his head, leaving him momentarily numb. "Jiang Chen, I need to return home to prepare breakfast. I must take my leave," he said, and before the words had fully escaped his lips, he had already leapt several meters away. Clutching the fish, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared back to Holy Soul Village. "Damn it! Why am I feeling this way again?" Jiang Chen muttered, wiping away the glistening drool that had involuntarily escaped from the corner of his mouth. He hastily began to channel his energy, repressing the desires that threatened to overwhelm him. If Tang San's father were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be met with a crushing blow. Chapter 2. The Forsaken Son. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen first set down one fish before making his way to the village elder, Old Jack's residence. It is worth mentioning that Old Jack was his savior in the past. He had lived with Old Jack until he turned 3 and began practicing the nefarious techniques, leading the entire village to regard him as a harbinger of calamity. Even Old Jack could not endure him, frequently falling ill, until eventually he could no longer tolerate his presence and assigned Jiang Chen to the most secluded courtyard, allowing him to live alone. Jiang Chen was aware of the harm he had caused the villagers, and thus bore no resentment towards their ostracism. Since mastering his cultivation and significantly enhancing his abilities, he had learned the art of hunting and had captured numerous game to offer to the villagers, all of which had been met with unrelenting rejection. The villagers' fear of him had escalated to an unimaginable degree. They not only dared not approach Jiang Chen, but also refrained from accepting the game he presented, terrified of inviting misfortune upon themselves. The only ones who were not as fearful were Old Jack and Tang San's family. Each time he caught wild game, he would bring some to Old Jack, who expressed great appreciation for Jiang Chen's gestures. Along his path, anyone who crossed Jiang Chen's way, be it women out to wash clothes, men carrying farming tools ready to work, or children gathered to play, would avert their gazes in terror, hastily avoiding him as if to escape impending doom. "He is nothing but a scourge, a star of misfortune," the women whispered among themselves. Some children even hurled stones from a distance, but they could hardly hope to strike Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly turned around, feigning a leap, which sent a group of children shrieking in terror, scattering like frightened birds and beasts. "Hey, with such meager courage, do you dare to confront me?" Jiang Chen chuckled, finding amusement in the occasional fright he instilled in these naive little ones. Old Jack's house was situated near the heart of the village, and it wasn't long before Jiang Chen arrived there. That moment, the morning sun had already risen. Old Jack, relishing the day, had set up a bamboo lounge chair and was reclining in the yard, basking in the sunlight. "Grandpa Jack," Jiang Chen called from a distance. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Old Jack's body quivered ever so slightly, and he promptly sprang to his feet, darting to the gate, and swiftly locked it with an agility that belied his 60-plus years. After securing the door, he took a few steps back and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Jiang Chen was already accustomed to this behavior and felt no anger. He briskly approached the gate and halted. "Grandpa Jack, I brought you some fish." "Ah, little Chen is such a good boy. Just hang the fish on the door, and I'll fetch it myself later," old Jack replied from 5 meters away, wary of getting too close. Jiang Chen deftly hung the fish on the doorknob, gazing nostalgically at the large courtyard where he had lived for 3 years. From the time he was an infant, swaddled and helpless, old Jack had taken him in, nurturing him for 3 years. It was said that he was an abandoned child, discarded outside the city of Notting. When old Jack found him, he was emaciated, no larger than a mouse, and barely clinging to life. Old Jack had once believed Jiang Chen would not survive, yet to his astonishment, the child persevered. Furthermore, according to the villagers, the day old Jack rescued him, the skies above the village were shrouded in ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled as if the heavens themselves were enraged, frightening many. Thus, when Jiang Chen later practiced the nefarious arts and caused harm to many, the villagers linked his malevolence to the tempestuous storm of that day, deeming him a forsaken child of the heavens, deserving of divine wrath. Jiang Chen, however, dismissed such legends. He was merely a child, and how could he possibly invoke heavenly fury? After hanging the fish, Jiang Chen turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something of great importance. "Grandpa Jack, when will Su Yuntao arrive? I've told you countless times, be more polite and address him as Lord Su Yuntao. Do you understand?" Old Jack admonished. He then added, "Lord Su Yuntao will arrive in our village the day after tomorrow. You should come for the awakening as well." Jiang Chen immediately sensed something amiss and queried suspiciously, "Grandpa, have you forgotten about me? If I hadn't asked today, would you have neglected to inform me that the awakening ceremony is the day after tomorrow?" Old Jack cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "I'm getting old, and my memory is a bit failing." Jiang Chen felt a bit speechless. "All right then, I'll take my leave. I will be present for the awakening ceremony on time the day after tomorrow. Go on, go on." Old Jack waved his hand repeatedly. Once Jiang Chen had departed, old Jack swiftly opened the door, joyfully bringing in the large fish. "Indeed, I did not misjudge him back then. Xiao Chen is truly a good child." Jiang Chen frequently delivered these nutritious wild delicacies, affirming old Jack's belief that bringing Jiang Chen into his life had been an exceedingly wise decision. In the distance, Jiang Chen's ears twitched as he caught old Jack's murmurs, a hint of a smile gracing his somewhat handsome face. The sound of hammering resonated through the air, prompting Jiang Chen to halt, his gaze drifting toward the village's entrance. There stood 3 humble adobe houses, and atop the central dwelling hung a wooden sign emblazoned with a rudimentary hammer. Jiang Chen recognized it as Tang San's home, where he presumed Tang San was practicing blacksmithing. After all, the disheveled blacksmith Tang How would not rise until well past noon. That he had never ventured close to that place, for he was the sole individual in the village privy to Tang Hao's true Naturia, formidable title Douluo. At the onset of his titled Douluo prowess, he had decisively defeated numerous titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall and had grievously wounded the former pope. If Tang Hao were to perceive him as a menace and strike him down with a single blow, it would indeed be a grave injustice. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen consumed the fish and promptly fell into a deep slumber. This was his routine. Daytime was not suitable for cultivation. Aside from attending to basic needs, he typically remained indoors, enveloped in sleep. It was not until dusk that he languidly awoke, prepared a simple dinner, and with a gentle leap, ascended to the rooftop, awaiting the arrival of night. At last, the sun dipped below the mountains, and the luminous moon peered from the horizon, heralding yet another enchanting night upon the earth. Jiang Chen began his cultivation beneath the rising moon, as the essence of the moonlight cascaded down, absorbed into his being as his technique unfolded. His pupils instantly darkened to an inky black, and his previously trimmed nails rapidly elongated to over an inch. Sharp as daggers point, 2 pristine little fangs eerily extended from his tightly shut lips, bestowing an added charm upon his handsome visage. A dark aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, enveloped his form, shrouding his slight frame in an ominous veil. As he absorbed the moon's essence, Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of tranquility, wholly immersed in his cultivation. Chapter 3. He must not awaken. With the crowing of roosters, a new day dawned, and Jiang Chen gradually concluded his practice. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Tang San swiftly departing from the village entrance. For 3 years, barring inclement weather, Tang San had unwaveringly ascended the small hill to train, day after day. What a peculiar little monster, Jiang Chen murmured, yet he held profound admiration for Tang San's tenacity. Reflecting on his own years of neglect, a bitter smile crept upon his face, all due to that malevolent technique that had brought him such misfortune at the tender age of over 1 year. He began to regain memories of his previous life, during which a peculiar cultivation technique, known as the heavenly corpse transformation, spontaneously emerged in his mind. The very name of this technique was somewhat ominous, and despite his awareness of having traversed into another realm, he dared not embark on its practice recklessly. After all, to engage in a method seemingly designed for the dead would be nothing short of absurd. Subsequently, he dedicated an entire year to mastering the language of this new world, ultimately discovering that he resided in Douluo Continent. A fervent admirer of novels in his past life, he had indeed encountered Douluo Continent, a fantastical realm brimming with the potential for divinity. How many could resist the allure of becoming a god? Jiang Chen was no exception, however. The thought of practicing that eerie technique still filled him with trepidation. It was only when he turned 3 and witnessed Tang San's unwavering commitment to daily ascents for training that enlightenment dawned upon him. As the fated child of Douluo Continent, Tang San diligently undertakes his cultivation. Yet, what does he possess? Aside from a peculiar martial arts technique, there are no other remarkable traits. As a student from Earth in the 21st century, he has perused countless novels and comprehends the significance of gaining an advantage from the very beginning. Having read Douluo Continent, he is acutely aware that had he cultivated from a young age, he might have awakened innate full soul power at the tender age of 6, thus securing his lead from the outset. Determined, he resolves to practice the heavenly corpse transformation, a formidable technique that bestows upon him immense power, yet also renders him a being neither fully human nor ghostly, viewed by others as an ominous presence. The miasma of death and poison within him remains beyond his control. Whenever a trace escapes, it incites panic within Holy Soul Village. Moreover, once this technique is initiated, it cannot be halted. Otherwise, he risks becoming an emotionless, bloodthirsty zombie. After surreptitiously consuming the blood of a few fowl, he became too afraid to cease his practice of the heavenly corpse transformation. Only through relentless cultivation can he continue to exist as a semblance of a normal human. During that period, he experienced a profound sense of despair. Yet he persevered in his training. Unlike others who traversed worlds with extraordinary systems, he had become a mere zombie, his future happiness shrouded in uncertainty. Eventually, he began to adopt a more open-minded perspective, realizing that cultivation could indeed be quite gratifying, and that as long as he could attain divinity, notions of happiness seemed less significant. Recently, his cultivation of the heavenly corpse transformation has reached an impasse. No matter how he trains, his internal strength fails to increase. Jiang Chen understands that perhaps his situation mirrors that of Tang San, necessitating the acquisition of his first soul ring to advance further in his cultivation. His foremost concern now lies in the awakening ceremony tomorrow. What kind of martial soul will he ultimately awaken? The formidable martial arts techniques are already at hand, and should he possess an extraordinary martial soul, he shall undoubtedly gain an insurmountable advantage from the very beginning. Even if he cannot rival the fabled child of destiny, Tang San, he would not fall far behind. All shall be revealed on the morrow. As time quietly slipped away amidst Jiang Chen's anticipations, dawn arrived once more in the blink of an eye. Tang San, as persistent as a recording machine, ascended the mountain for his training, while Jiang Chen exuberantly leapt down from the rooftop. Today promises to be a day brimming with hope. After hastily preparing a modest breakfast, Jiang Chen made his way toward the martial soul hall at the village's center. He did not await old Jack's summons, knowing well that old Jack had gone to fetch Tang San. Despite being referred to as the martial soul hall, it was merely a slightly larger wooden cabin. Over the past few years, he had observed the martial soul awakening ceremonies from a distance, filled with immense envy. Now, it was finally his turn. This day might very well be etched into the annals of the Douluo Continent. This year, 9 children from Holy Soul Village were set to awaken their martial souls. Upon Jiang Chen's arrival at the martial soul hall, 7 children were already present inside. Outside the grand doors, a throng of adults surrounded the entrance, their excitement palpable. These children represent the future of Holy Soul Village, and should one of them awaken a martial soul capable of evolving into a soul master, their village would gain renown. Jiang Chen found himself standing behind a group of adults, his expression tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Excuse me, could you please make some room?" he called out gently. A woman in her 30s, perplexed, turned to look at him. The moment she laid eyes on Jiang Chen, Positioned directly behind her, she let out an ear-piercing scream, the highest and most piercing sound she had ever produced in her life. In a remarkable display of agility, she leaped sideways, astonishingly propelling herself 3 meters away. Jiang Chen was utterly speechless. Was such a reaction truly necessary? He merely wished to enter. The women's screams were harrowing, as if they had endured inhuman treatment, instantly drawing the attention of many. Upon catching sight of the small figure standing behind them, everyone's response mirrored that of the woman. They all shrieked and recoiled, clearing the area in front of the Spirit Hall in an instant. Jiang Chen, what brings you here? A middle-aged man inquired, frowning after ensuring a safe distance. Jiang Chen displayed an innocent smile. Uncle, I am also 6 years old this year. I have come to participate in the martial soul awakening ceremony. The crowd appeared to have an epiphany, yet some voiced their objections. No, you cannot enter. Others are awakening inside. Wouldn't your presence cause chaos? What if you disrupt our village's awakening ceremony? Indeed, absolutely not. My son is still inside. We cannot allow him to ruin my child's awakening. What if he resorts to his sorcery again? It is possible that all the children may fail to awaken their martial souls because of him. The fortune teller said my son possesses the potential of a tidal Douluo. Even if I have to risk my life, I cannot allow this boy to sabotage it. Various cries of protest arose, with a few brave villagers even daring to block the entrance. Judging by their resolute expressions, they seemed determined to prevent Jiang Chen from entering at all costs. They would not permit him to harm their sons or daughters. Everything happening outside the door was observed by Su Yuntao, who was beginning to feel a tinge of impatience. He had already traversed 2 villages without encountering a single child capable of cultivation, which put him in a foul mood. Moreover, he had a heavy workload today. After completing the awakening in Saint Soul Village, there were still 5 more villages awaiting him. Seeing that the children had not yet gathered and one was being blocked at the entrance, his temper flared. Release that child and let him in, he commanded in a deep voice. Chapter 4. Su Yuntao's disappointment. Su Yuntao's commanding shout, infused with his soul power, roared like a furious lion, instantly intimidating the villagers at the door. The villagers, filled with trepidation at the sight of the enraged Su Yuntao, stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss, and dared not utter a sound. The world fell into silence. The 7 children inside the wooden house huddled together in fear, trembling as they gazed at Su Yuntao's furious countenance. The martial soul master was furious. What were they to do? As Su Yuntao observed the villagers still standing in his way, his displeasure deepened, and he was about to reprimand them again when old Jack's voice thundered. What are you all standing there for? The martial soul master has commanded you to step aside. Did you not hear? Old Jack hurriedly pulled Tang San along, resembling an enraged old lion, nearly raising his cane to strike at the villagers. They quickly moved aside, not daring to offend old Jack's authority. Old Jack continued to scold. Have you lost your minds? If the martial soul master becomes angry, who will awaken our children? Lord Su Yuntao is the most esteemed being. Do you understand? The villagers suddenly came to their senses, hastily exclaiming, Lord Su Yuntao, we understand our mistake. Su Yuntao's expression softened, and he was quite pleased with old Jack's flattery. Let the children in. I am pressed for time. Yet, there were still those who boldly spoke. Village Chief, Jiang Chen. Old Jack cast a fierce glare in his direction, choosing to ignore him as he directly addressed Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, proceed inside and remember to maintain a safe distance. No problem. Jiang Chen swiftly entered, his smile radiant. The so-called safe distance was defined as no less than 5 meters from others, ensuring that the crowd would not be endangered by his aura. You all stay outside and wait, old Jack commanded, leading Tang San inside. The heavy doors of the Spirit Hall slammed shut, leaving the adults of the village outside, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Master Su Yuntao, we are truly grateful for your assistance this time, old Jack said respectfully as he stood beside Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao was quite pleased with old Jack's demeanor. Let us begin at once. The children should line up. As his words fell, the 7 children hurriedly gathered at the front, with Tang San reluctantly pushed to the back. And behind him stood Jiang Chen. Due to possessing the mindset of an adult, Tang San found it quite natural that he could not connect with these children over the years, resulting in his exclusion from their ranks. Jiang Chen, without further ado, gracefully positioned himself at the rear, arms crossed, leaning against the wooden door, exuding an aura of nonchalance. Old Jack, noticing Jiang Chen's demeanor, became incensed, his beard bristling as he glared, attempting to convey his displeasure through furtive glances. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, straightened his posture in response. Meanwhile, 5 meters ahead, Tang San frequently glanced back, warily scrutinizing Jiang Chen, as if fearing he might suddenly leap forth to deliver a lethal blow. Observing Tang San's vigilant demeanor brought a smile to Jiang Chen's face. He raised his hands to his fair visage, grinning widely to reveal his adorable little tiger teeth. His eyes gleaming mischievously as he focused on Tang San. A shiver coursed through Tang San, prompting him to hastily turn away, unwilling to meet Jiang Chen's gaze again. Seeing that the children were all lined up, Su Yuntao addressed them. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 soul master, and your guide. Shortly, I shall awaken your martial souls. My transformation may appear somewhat terrifying, but there is no need for alarm. No need to fear. No need to fear. The repetition of this crucial reassurance was born out of exasperation, as he often faced children fleeing in terror, which severely impeded his progress. With that, he retrieved the tools for awakening martial souls from his satchel, 6 black stones and a blue crystal ball. Arranging the 6 dark stones into a star-shaped formation, he gestured for the first child to step inside. Close your eyes and focus intently. Do not open them without my command. Lone Wolf, possess. Su Yuntao transformed before the astonished eyes of the children, his form becoming enveloped in flowing fur. His physique expanding to the point where his garments seemed on the verge of bursting. Jiang Chen observed with curiosity as Su Yuntao transformed. At this moment, aside from his handsome visage, Su Yuntao bore a striking resemblance to the werewolves depicted in Western films from Jiang Chen's previous life. All the other children, save for Jiang Chen and Tang San, trembled in fear. The first child tightly shut his eyes, thus avoiding the horrific sight of Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao felt a sense of satisfaction. As long as the first child could successfully awaken, the remaining children would likely not succumb to fear. He did not cease his movements, activating the array beneath them, and instantly, a golden dome enveloped the boy. Countless golden specks emanated from the black stone, entering the boy's body, calming his previously trembling form. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao gently instructed. The boy instinctively reached out his right hand, and a scythe gradually materialized before him. Su Yuntao felt a twinge of disappointment. While a scythe could be used for offense, he had yet to hear of a powerful scythe soul master. Such a martial soul seemed suited solely for agriculture. He grasped the crystal ball to test the child's soul power, and the result deepened his disappointment. Not a trace of soul power was present, indicating that this child could not cultivate. After consecutively awakening 6 children, all of whom possessed agricultural martial souls, Su Yuntao found his spirits utterly crushed. The little girl before Tang San, however, was somewhat different. She awakened a blue silver grass. Yours is a useless martial soul, devoid of any capabilities. The blue silver grass is the most ineffectual martial soul in the Douluo Continent. As Su Yuntao's words echoed, tears brimmed in the girl's eyes, and she burst into sobs. Su Yuntao grasped her hand for a brief assessment, and indeed, the girl possessed not a trace of soul power. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. Without needing to be prompted by Su Yuntao, he stepped into the array. Go for it, Tang San, Jiang Chen shouted from behind. Tang San, his small face solemn, nodded. None of the previous 7 had awakened a cultivable martial soul, causing his heart to plummet. He realized that becoming a soul master was indeed a formidable challenge. Su Yuntao activated the array once more, and Tang San's right hand successfully coalesced a martial soul, a gently swaying blue-silver grass. Initially, upon witnessing the golden specks emerging from the array, surpassing the combined total of all previous children, Su Yuntao was elated. However, the appearance of Tang San's martial soul doused his excitement with cold water. His joy vanished, and Su Yuntao's expression turned impassive as he waved dismissively. Useless martial soul. Next, old Jack, watching from the side, felt his heart sink entirely. His weathered face displayed profound disappointment. This year, it was evident that things were not looking good. Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet, Tang San reminded him. Su Yuntao replied coolly, no need to test. Yours is a useless martial soul, and it is impossible for you to possess soul power. Please, just let me try. Tang San insisted. Jiang Chen also said, Master Soul Master, please help him with the test. It won't take much of your time. Very well, Su Yuntao replied, casually approaching Tang San with the crystal ball in hand. Observing Su Yuntao's nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, anticipating that Tang San's soul power would surely astonish him. Chapter 5. A powerful grudge, an evil aura. Su Yuntao, holding the crystal ball, stood before Tang San, displaying an air of impatience, barely glancing at the crystal ball. However, in the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from the crystal ball, illuminating the entire room in an instant. A smile finally appeared on old Jack's face as Su Yuntao, astonished, lowered his head, unable to believe the dazzling blue light emanating from the crystal ball. Full innate soul power. He stammered in disbelief. How is this possible? He exclaimed once more. Eventually, he withdrew the crystal ball and turned to Tang San, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Full innate soul power, what a pity it is wasted. Su Yuntao lamented, his heart aching. If only Tang San's martial soul were not the blue-silver grass, how wonderful it would be. Tang San, however, seized upon the term full innate soul power, swiftly inquiring further, perhaps out of sympathy for Tang San. Su Yuntao became more patient and began to explain some knowledge about soul masters. As he concluded, he shook his head repeatedly. What a shame. Full innate soul power is a once-in-a-century genius, yet you are burdened with such a useless martial soul. Otherwise, I could. Tang San did not feel disheartened by Su Yuntao's words. Instead, he stepped aside, gazing curiously at Jiang Chen, the person he found most enigmatic. Despite the passage of over a year, he still vividly recalled the chilling aura that Jiang Chen exuded, a memory seared into his mind. Had it not been for the faint trace of that cold energy infiltrating his body, he might have faced dire consequences. As a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, he had a profound understanding of poison. Yet he could not determine the nature of the toxic aura within Jiang Chen. It was overwhelmingly potent. Merely a hint had nearly depleted his Xintian Gong's internal energy. He had once speculated it could be corpse poison, but ultimately dismissed the idea, for corpse poison was legendary and he had never encountered it. Moreover, according to legend, corpse poison resided within zombies. Yet Jiang Chen bore no resemblance to the mythical undead. The enigma surrounding Jiang Chen had long since led Tang San to regard him as a figure of equal stature, or perhaps even a more formidable adversary. He was intensely curious about the nature of Jiang Chen's destined martial spirit. Would it, like his own, prove to be a worthless soul? Without the need for Su Yuntao's summons, Jiang Chen had already positioned himself within the awakening array. Observing Jiang Chen's earnest demeanor, Su Yuntao, who had initially felt a tinge of impatience, also adopted a serious demeanor. Awakening all the children was a duty he held dear. Closing his eyes, he began to attune himself to the profound sensations within. Jiang Chen obediently closed his eyes, beginning to attune to his surroundings. Su Yuntao activated the formation, and at its inception, a multitude of golden light points surged forth, densely filling the entire light barrier. This astonished Su Yuntao, whose eyes suddenly glimmered with a greenish hue. He had never witnessed anyone awakening with such an abundance of light points. It was indeed an anomaly. The golden light points continued to multiply, emerging at a pace far surpassing Jiang Chen's absorption rate. In the blink of an eye, the entire wooden cabin transformed into a dazzling spectacle of gold, blindingly bright. Yet, none dared to close their eyes. They endured the discomfort, fixated on Jiang Chen within the formation. Old Jack and Su Yuntao's eyes shone particularly brightly, their excitement barely contained. Such a grand display hinted at the potential emergence of an unprecedentedly powerful martial spirit. Do not falter. Immerse yourself in the experience. Su Yuntao urged loudly. The light points multiplied relentlessly, and the time elapsed had far exceeded that of any previous awakenings. Yet, they continued to manifest. While no sign of a martial spirit emerged from Jiang Chen, Su Yuntao, in his fervor, began to feel a twinge of anxiety. He had never heard of such a scenario. Among the many attendants at the martial Spirit Hall in Notting City, none had encountered this situation. Moreover, within the annals of peculiar awakening cases documented during their training, there was no mention of anything akin to Jiang Chen's condition. Could this herald the emergence of an entirely new and formidable martial spirit? Su Yuntao's complexion flushed with excitement, barely able to contain himself. If a powerful martial spirit were to awaken and Jiang Chen were to be absorbed into the martial Spirit Hall, his promotion, salary increase, and the adoration of a beautiful heiress would be virtually assured. However, moments passed, and still, Jiang Chen's martial spirit showed no signs of manifestation, intensifying Su Yuntao's anxiety. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Su Yuntao's expression shifted as he beheld cracks forming on the 6 black energy stones, followed by a massive surge of golden light that erupted forth, all flooding into Jiang Chen's being. In that instant, Jiang Chen underwent a transformation. An endless black mist began to materialize behind him, thick as ink, exuding a sinister and chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Yuntao's heart raced, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. What kind of martial spirit was this? Merely in the awakening phase, and yet it instilled a sense of danger even in him, a level 26 soul master. Everyone, evacuate, he suddenly bellowed. The children and old Jack, already petrified by the aura emanating from Jiang Chen, trembled in fear, now desperate to flee. In an instant, a frantic rush ensued, as though fleeing for their lives. Meanwhile, Tang San remained rooted to the spot, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the ominous aura emanating from behind Jiang Chen. This chilling presence felt as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld, imbued with a potent and domineering toxicity that vexed even him. A disciple of the Tang sect, in that moment, he comprehended the source of Jiang Chen's venom. It stemmed from his martial spirit. He was reluctant to retreat, yearning to discern the true nature of Jiang Chen's martial spirit, for perhaps it would unveil the secret behind that overwhelming poison. Xiao San, hurry out. Old Jack called anxiously from outside the door. Yet, the black mist behind Jiang Chen began to shift once more. The swirling darkness roiled, and gradually, a humanoid figure emerged within the shadowy veil, both elusive and indistinct. The onlookers could merely make out that the being was clad in an extraordinarily peculiar and archaic garb, its face obscured by thick black mist, rendering it indistinguishable. Suddenly, amidst the tumultuous black fog, the mist surrounding the figure's visage dissipated slightly, revealing two crimson beams of light that shot forth from its eyes, accompanied by the faint outline of fearsome fangs. In that fleeting moment, Tang San beheld the enigmatic silhouette, realizing it was a green-faced, fang-bearing zombie. The zombie tilted its head and emitted a silent shriek, unleashing a wave of overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down the spines of all present. At that moment, Tang San dared not linger any longer and bolted outside in a flash. Only Su Yuntao remained, stunned into silence, feeling an immense weight bearing down upon him despite his status as a great soul master. The oppressive sensation weighed heavily upon his heart. At that very instant, Tang Hao, seated in his home, suddenly lifted his gaze toward the center of the village, his murky eyes igniting with a terrifying brilliance. Such potent malice. Such an evil aura. What on earth is this? Though his words lingered in the air, Tang Hao's figure had already vanished, swiftly arriving outside the Spirit Hall, standing behind the crowd with his piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Chen within. Chapter 6. The Unforgivable Heavens and Earth. At that moment, Jiang Chen, standing within the hexagonal formation, was utterly bewildered. His martial spirit was, in fact, that of a zombie. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Was this zombie martial spirit a result of his cultivation of the heavenly corpse transformation? Or was it this very zombie martial spirit that had bestowed upon him the knowledge of the heavenly corpse transformation techniques? The truth remains elusive to him, yet fortunately, the dense black fog surrounding the zombie martial soul has not spread. Otherwise, the entire populace of Holy Soul Village would likely succumb to the poison of the undead. Such potent toxins can hardly be resisted by the majority, as most villagers are but ordinary folk. He attempts to retract the zombie martial soul with his mind, but finds it utterly ineffective. The zombie martial soul continues to howl at the heavens, though soundless. Jiang Chen perceives boundless hatred and unwillingness emanating from it. Outside, the villagers stare at Jiang Chen with terror in their eyes, murmuring, "Such a malevolent martial soul. He truly is a harbinger of disaster." At that moment, the previously clear sky erupted with a thunderous roar, abruptly darkening. The heavy black clouds loomed as if they might collapse, with numerous bolts of lightning as thick as barrels weaving through the swirling darkness, the thunderous claps nearly shattering eardrums. "Everyone, evacuate at once." A commanding voice boomed, momentarily overshadowing the cacophony of thunder, resonating in every ear. Tang San looked up in confusion, sensing a familiarity in the voice, yet unable to recall its origin. Old Jack, realizing the gravity of the situation, frantically ushered the crowd away, frequently glancing back at Jiang Chen within the martial soul hall, worry etched across his face. The clouds descended lower, and the lightning became increasingly menacing. The villagers had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Purple, black, red, and even golden bolts flickered ominously. However, it was Tang Hao who felt the most profound unease. While the ordinary villagers could only sense the overwhelming pressure, he perceived a palpable threat. A strong premonition gripped him. Should that terrifying lightning strike, he might be reduced to ashes. Fortunately, the wrath of the heavens seemed to target not him, but the dazed child within. At that moment, Su Yuntao stumbled out in a fluster, his face betraying his terror as he joined the villagers at a safe distance. Master Su Yuntao, what on earth is happening? Old Jack trembled as he inquired. Su Yuntao shook his head vigorously, utterly frightened by the spectacle, his legs quaking beneath him. Just moments ago, standing indoors beneath the roaring thunder, he felt as though he might collapse, overwhelmed by a profound sense of impending doom, escaping only by sheer will. Master Su Yuntao, you are the strongest. You must save little Chen. Old Jack implored anxiously. Silence. Su Yuntao barked back. To re-enter there would be tantamount to seeking death. The villagers, now enveloped in overwhelming panic, began to utter nonsensical fears. He must be a forsaken child of fate. The heavens are surely punishing him now. The awakening of such a martial soul could invoke divine wrath. May it not bring ruin upon Holy Soul Village. Even if he survives, he cannot remain among us, for we shall inevitably meet our doom at his hands. Why does Jiang Chen stand there in a daze, unable to flee? It is because he realizes that he is paralyzed in place. The entire Sacred Soul Village has transformed into an abyss of darkness, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. The resounding thunderclaps threaten to rupture his eardrums. He feels as though he is ensnared by the celestial thunder above. Confused, he wonders why, having merely awakened a martial soul, he has provoked such terrifying lightning. It seems as if it is the will of the heavens, intent on obliterating him. Even a zombie need not invoke such cosmic wrath upon its emergence, right? At that moment, Jiang Chen senses an unfamiliar force emanating from the zombie martial soul behind him. This power, in stark contrast to the miasma of death, radiates with an unbridled ferocity, its dreadful aura causing his very soul to tremble. He vaguely perceives this force as being pure and radiant, strikingly similar to the thunderous energy above. As he contemplates this, the lightning in the sky converges, forming a resplendent multicolored bolt that descends towards the wooden cabin amidst the swirling dark clouds. A chorus of terrified screams erupts as countless individuals collapse in fear. Tang Hao, standing beside Tang San, wears a face as stern as iron, his immense soul power surging within him, ready to envelop Tang San and flee at any moment. Just as the multicolored lightning strikes, a formidable golden bolt erupts from within the cabin, rising to meet its vibrant counterpart. Boom! In the heavens, the two bolts collide, creating a thunderous explosion that seems to rend the very sky. The point of their impact radiates blinding light, akin to a miniature sun, illuminating the entire pitch-black world as if it were day. An oppressive atmosphere envelopes the hearts of the onlookers. Su Yuntao, repeatedly attempting to flee, finds his legs weak and unable to respond to the overwhelming celestial might. The two bolts of lightning, akin to miniature suns, emit a terrifying aura. Tang Hao has no doubt that had he been present, he would have been reduced to ash in a mere breath. Suddenly, the miniature sun vanishes, and the multicolored lightning retreats back into the ominous clouds. The golden lightning returns to the wooden cabin, merging with the zombie martial soul, disappearing from sight. Aside from Tang Hao and Su Yuntao, all others have collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the dark clouds above begin to dissipate, vanishing as if they had never existed. Many find themselves rubbing their eyes, still haunted by the experience, overwhelmed by a sense of having narrowly escaped calamity. Xiao Chen, old Jack calls out, trembling as he rushes forward. Though he often harbors a fear of Jiang Chen, he has long regarded him as his own grandson. How could he not be concerned? Let us go see. Tang Hao spoke, his broad palm resting on Tang San's nape as they made their way towards the wooden cabin. Su Yuntao's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and determination. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to follow. The immediate danger seemed to have passed, and he still had his dining utensils inside. He felt compelled to discover the nature of the soul weapon that had caused such a commotion upon awakening. The other villagers dared not approach, their eyes still reflecting lingering fear as they observed the cabin from a distance. Inside, Jiang Chen's soul weapon had vanished, and his body regained its mobility. Sweat soaked his back, the prior experience having been nothing short of harrowing, akin to a brush with the brink of death. The 6 black stones on the ground had crumbled into dust, a sight that pained Su Yuntao greatly. He retrieved a notebook and, with a hint of irritation, inquired, "Young man, what kind of soul weapon do you possess?" Jiang Chen fell into a momentary silence, revealing without reservation, "My martial soul is known as zombie." Chapter 7. Will you join the martial soul hall? Initially feeling somewhat constrained, Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a novel and unprecedented martial soul. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, "Are you now capable of controlling it safely?" Jiang Chen nodded, affirming his readiness. After retracting his martial soul into his body, he had already acquired a wealth of information. He could now manipulate his martial soul at will. Remarkably, he had gained meticulous control over the once uncontrollable corpse poison, almost entirely eliminating the previous occurrences of its leakage. "Now, release your martial soul once more and let us see," Su Yuntao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In that moment, he had completely forgotten the sorrow of his broken tool, consumed by exhilaration. This was a brand new martial soul, awakened by his own hands. Regardless of whether he could recruit Jiang Chen into the martial soul hall, he would surely reap substantial rewards. By simply reporting Jiang Chen's zombie martial soul, the higher-ups of the martial soul hall would undoubtedly remember his contributions, and there was even a possibility that the name of this discoverer would be inscribed in the annals, ensuring eternal recognition. Jiang Chen nodded, and with a mere thought, effortlessly summoned his martial soul. This time, no thick black mist emerged. The true appearance of his zombie martial soul finally revealed itself to the onlookers. Clad in ancient attire, the skeletal figure was remarkably tall, devoid of any muscle, yet exuding an imposing presence. Its black claws, sharp as daggers, were surrounded by a terrifying aura, while its gaunt visage displayed two menacing fangs, evoking fear and unease. Su Yuntao, Tang San, Tang Hao, and Old Jack stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with wonder. They had never encountered a humanoid martial soul before. While Su Yuntao and Tang Hao were aware of a type of martial soul known as the body martial soul, which was derived from a specific part or organ of the human body, the zombie martial soul before them was a complete human form. Could it be an enhanced version of the body martial soul? Legends spoke of the body martial soul as an exceptionally formidable power. Just how powerful would Jiang Chen's martial soul be? Martial soul embodiment, Jiang Chen called out, and the towering zombie behind him transformed into a streak of black light, merging with his being. His body swiftly underwent a transformation, identical to the metamorphosis he experienced during previous training. Two fangs protruded, his pupils turned entirely black, and his nails became extraordinarily sharp. Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief. Had he transformed into a mere bag of bones like that zombie martial soul, thoughts of despair would have plagued him. What is the ability of your martial soul? Su Yutao had already taken out a small notebook, prepared to record the information. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, exclaiming with exhilaration, "After the manifestation of my martial spirit, my strength, speed, and defense have all been significantly enhanced, and my soul power now carries a potent toxicity. Originally, my soul power possessed a formidable venom, but now, following the manifestation of my martial spirit, its toxicity has escalated to a terrifying degree. I fear that a mere wisp of this toxin could instantly fell a fully grown water buffalo." Su Yuntao diligently recorded his observations, stating, "Excellent. You possess an entirely new and powerful martial spirit. Next, I shall assist you in testing your innate soul power." With palpable enthusiasm, he brought forth a crystal ball and presented it to Jiang Chen. Although he had never awakened a formidable martial spirit himself, based on the theoretical knowledge he acquired at the Martial Spirit Hall, he understood that the mightier the martial spirit, the higher the corresponding soul power. For instance, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, barring any mutations, could not possibly possess soul power of merely 1 or 2 levels. Jiang Chen's excitement was scarcely inferior to that of Su Yuntao. He reached out and pressed his hand against the crystal orb, immediately feeling a tremendous pull emanating from it, as his soul power surged wildly toward the sphere. Much like Tang San's earlier experience, the orb, upon absorbing the soul power, erupted in a dazzling brilliance, bathing the entire room in a resplendent azure glow. Ha ha ha, once again, innate full soul power. This is truly splendid. Today, I, Su Yuntao, have struck incredible luck. Su Yuntao laughed maniacally, nearly losing his sanity, for he had endured great hardships. At this moment, he finally glimpsed the hope of reaching the pinnacle of life. "Little one, would you be willing to join the formidable Spirit Hall?" Su Yuntao inquired gently, akin to a cunning wolf seeking to deceive an innocent little lamb. Jiang Chen had long anticipated such a moment, and with a smile, he replied, Lord Su Yuntao, I currently have no intention of joining the Spirit Hall. I wish to study at the Nodding Soul Master Academy. This was a plan he had meticulously crafted. Despite possessing formidable skills and innate talent, he did not believe he would experience the same fortuitous destiny as Tang San. After all, it is not uncommon for prodigies to meet untimely ends. To achieve divinity, remaining close to Tang San, the son of the plain, would undoubtedly be the most comfortable choice. After just a decade or so, he could secure a divine position with relative ease. To forego such an effortless path would be folly. I advise you to reconsider, Su Yuntao urged. You must understand that the Spirit Hall is currently the most powerful organization of soul masters on the Douluo Continent. Joining the Spirit Hall would guarantee you the finest training. With your innate full soul power, becoming a titled Douluo is certainly within your reach. His desire to recruit Jiang Chen was more fervent than ever. If he could draw him into the Spirit Hall, his own status would undoubtedly experience a monumental elevation. The prospect of promotion, increased salary, and the enchanting allure of beautiful companions stirred his excitement. Old Jack, with his failing eyesight, suddenly radiated an intense light. Disregarding everything else as he rushed to Jiang Chen's side, he smacked Jiang Chen on the head, exclaiming in anger, You foolish boy! How could you not see the benefits of joining the Spirit Hall? In a few decades, when you become a titled Douluo, we could rename Holy Soul Village to titled Douluo Village. Old Jack puffed up his cheeks and glared, embodying the frustration of a mentor who could not bear to witness such a missed opportunity. Jiang Chen found himself momentarily stunned. In all the years he had known Old Jack, he had never witnessed such ferocity. Su Yuntao gazed at Jiang Chen with a smile, eagerly awaiting his response. The title Douluo represented the most formidable existence in the world, and he could scarcely believe that any child could resist such temptation. Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, he continued, If you join the Spirit Hall, we can take you tomorrow to obtain your first spirit ring, allowing you to become a true spirit master. The allure of becoming a spirit master was equally compelling for a 6-year-old, especially since it was an opportunity that could be seized immediately. Unlike the abstract promise of becoming a titled Douluo, faced with the immediate prospect of becoming a spirit master, he could not fathom that this child would remain unaffected. Yet, Jiang Chen stubbornly shook his head, replying, I'm sorry, but I do not wish to join the Spirit Hall at this time. Su Yuntao's disappointment was palpable. It seemed impossible to win Jiang Chen over today. He turned his gaze to Old Jack, a thought flickering in his mind. If he were to sway Jiang Chen, he would need to devise a strategy involving Old Jack. Very well, you may return home for now. Villager Jack, please stay. I shall provide the spirit certificates for these 2 children. Old Jack shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare before turning his radiant, elderly face towards Su Yuntao. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Su Yuntao. Chapter 8. Do not harm my father. Finally free to leave, Jiang Chen eagerly exited, intent on returning home to thoroughly explore his zombie spirit. Tang San and his father had been watching quietly from the sidelines, and as Jiang Chen stepped out, they immediately followed. Wait a moment, young friend, Tang Hao called out, holding on to Tang San. Jiang Chen turned around in confusion, only to discover that the person calling him was none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao. He had previously observed Tang Hao from a distance, but today was the first time he found himself so close to a titled Douluo. Tang Hao appeared as disheveled as ever, his hair resembling a bird's nest, seemingly untouched by water for at least 10 days. His face bore the marks of time, and his imposing figure was clad in garments riddled with patches. As the sole blacksmith among the nearby villages, one would expect him to lead a more prosperous life. Regrettably, the earnings he made were squandered on alcohol. Uncle, what brings you to seek me? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity. He had now gained mastery over the corpse energy within him, thus no longer fearing Tang Hao, who he believed would not strike him mercilessly. Was it not you who gifted a fish to my little San the other day? How thoughtful of you. Do come over to my house today for a visit. You and little San are of similar age and could benefit from exchanging thoughts, Tang Hao said with a smile. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, Very well. Beside him, Tang San was taken aback. After all these years, he had never witnessed his father smile. And to think it was provoked by that insufferable Jiang Chen. Instantly, Tang San regarded Jiang Chen with the gaze one might reserve for a peculiar creature. Yet within his heart, he brimmed with gratitude. For years, his father had drowned his sorrows in drink, leading a disoriented existence. Now, however, Jiang Chen had brought forth a smile, which was undeniably a positive turn of events. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's affirmation, Tang Hao's smile grew even warmer as he reached out to grasp Jiang Chen's hand. Yet, he was firmly restrained by Tang San. With both hands tightly gripping his father's arm, Tang San exerted all his strength, employing the force of 1,000 pounds to prevent Tang Hao from approaching Jiang Chen. "Father, do not go near him. He is dangerous," Tang San urgently implored. He had narrowly escaped peril in the past, and his concern for his father was palpable. If Jiang Chen's corpse poison were to infiltrate him, it would surely lead to a grave illness. Moreover, the menacing aura that Jiang Chen had just awakened, emanating from the zombie martial spirit, contained a potency of corpse poison far surpassing what Jiang Chen originally possessed. In Tang San's mind, Jiang Chen's threat level had escalated significantly. Tang Hao exclaimed in surprise, glancing down. He was aware of Tang San's considerable strength, yet he was astonished that such a young child, merely 6 years of age, could exert so much force. With a slight flex of his arm, he effortlessly lifted Tang San, who had been using every ounce of his soul power, which amounted to several hundred pounds, yet his father easily hoisted him into the air. Tang Hao chuckled. What danger could a mere child pose? Suspended in midair by his father's strength, Tang San was astounded by Tang Hao's might. Reluctantly, he released his grip and fell to the ground. "Father, you do not understand. Jiang Chen is known as the plague god. He can easily poison those who approach him," Tang San expressed, filled with concern. With a playful smirk, Jiang Chen's eyes, as luminous as black jewels, rolled around before he dashed over and directly wrapped his arm around Tang San's shoulders. Caught off guard, Tang San stiffened, his body becoming as rigid as a startled hen. "Uncle, let us be on our way," Jiang Chen chuckled, his grip on Tang San's shoulder firm and his smile radiantly bright. Tang Hao, wearing a smile, nodded and led the way ahead. "Come on, Xiao San." Jiang Chen leaned closer to Tang San's ear, licking his lips as he spoke. Tang San gazed at Jiang Chen's exposed small canine teeth, situated near his neck, and a chill ran down his spine as he recalled Jiang Chen's transformation when his martial spirit took form. He was genuinely fearful that Jiang Chen's teeth might pierce his neck, rupture his veins, and draw forth his blood. While others in Douluo Continent were oblivious to the concept of zombies, he was acutely aware that they existed solely to consume human blood. Summoning all his inner strength, Tang San twisted his body and swiftly broke free from Jiang Chen's hold, darting a few steps to stand beside his father. Jiang Chen felt somewhat speechless. Tang San was exceedingly timid. He had merely bared his teeth, yet the reaction was disproportionate. However, that lad's neck appeared rather enticing. Jiang Chen could not help but swallow hard, for having never tasted human blood, being in such close proximity to Tang San had awakened a fatal temptation within him. In his eyes, Tang San's neck seemed to transform into a succulent chicken leg. Shaking his head, he suppressed that desire and hurried to catch up with Tang San and his father. He was perplexed by Tang Hao's sudden invitation. It seemed rather unusual. Could it be that Tang Hao recognized my extraordinary talent and wishes for Tang San and me to become allies? Jiang Chen mused silently. As they passed by the crowd of onlookers, the villagers fled in terror. Previously, they would dare to approach Jiang Chen within 5 meters. But now they wouldn't come within 50. How audacious Tang Hao was. Did he not fear for his life? Indeed. It appeared that we could no longer ask him to forge agricultural tools for us. Yes, I shall also advise my son to keep his distance from Tang San. While leading both Tang San and Jiang Chen towards his home, Tang Hao smiled and said, "Little Chen, is it? Please, make yourself comfortable and do not stand on ceremony." Jiang Chen sat down with a smile. Suddenly, Tang Hao recalled that he had invited Jiang Chen over but seemingly had nothing to offer him. "Ahem, Xiao San. Could you come in for a moment?" Tang Hao said as he walked into the inner room. Tang San hurriedly followed him inside. "Dad, what do you need?" he inquired. Tang Hao gestured for silence and whispered, "You can catch fish, right?" Tang San nodded, puzzled as to why his father was asking such a question. Although he had never caught fish before and lacked experience, he believed that, given his skills with hidden weapons, it would be a simple task. "You see, we have guests at home, so go catch a couple of fish to prepare for dinner," Tang Hao said, his face surprisingly flushed. Tang San finally understood. Casting a strange glance at his father, feeling bewildered as if his dad had transformed into a different person today. Despite his confusion, the feeling was rather pleasant. He had never seen his father so joyful before. Perhaps I should thank Jiang Chen, Tang San thought to himself. Emerging from the inner room, Tang San leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and threatened, "Do not harm my father, understand?" Jiang Chen nodded and assured, "Rest assured, I am a good person." Tang San cast a warning glance at Jiang Chen once more before departing through the door. Jiang Chen felt somewhat speechless. Your father is a concealed magnate. How audacious must I be to dare to provoke him? Isn't that akin to courting death? Chapter 9. This fish is truly delicious. Tang San moved swiftly, and before long, he returned with 2 fish in hand. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. It turned out that this boy Tang San had gone fishing. He cast a glance at the 2 fish in Tang San's hands and felt a surge of astonishment. Each fish bore 2 tiny punctures in its head, as if pierced by some concealed weapon. Jiang Chen mused silently, observing Tang San clumsily gutting the fish. Jiang Chen's curiosity drew him closer, startling the previously focused and perspiring Tang San. With a knife in hand, Tang San's dexterity resembled that of a clumsy hoof, prompting Jiang Chen to burst into laughter. "Let me take over," he said, swiftly snatching the knife from Tang San's grip. With deftness, he scaled the fish, opened its belly, removed the entrails, and cleaned it thoroughly. Within mere minutes, he had completed the task, leaving Tang San in a state of astonishment. "Are you dumbfounded?" Jiang Chen teased, observing Tang San's bewildered expression. Tang San nodded, but quickly shook his head, pursing his lips and silently thinking, "What is so impressive about that? Just leave it to me. You go gather the ingredients: scallions, ginger, garlic, chili, wine, and soy sauce." Jiang Chen, speaking, grasped another fish, while Tang San stood motionless. "Do we need so many? Can't we simply boil them?" Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. "What do you think? Hurry up and prepare," Jiang Chen urged, recognizing at a glance that Tang San was not one to possess culinary skills. If he were to attempt cooking, it would likely be unpalatable even for a dog. Tang Hao stood nearby, observing the 2 busy figures with great interest. Truth be told, he too was not adept at cooking. Otherwise, he would have taken matters into his own hands. Tang San gathered the ingredients, casting a skeptical glance at Jiang Chen as he inquired, "Can this actually be eaten?" Jiang Chen shook his head, smiling in silence. Half an hour later, Tang San stuffed a large piece of fish into his mouth. The rich aroma combined with the spiciness instantly invigorated him. How delectable! Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with surprise as he looked at Jiang Chen. "Little Chen, do come and play at Uncle's place more often. I shall teach you the art of ironworking. Let us craft an iron egg." Jiang Chen mused internally, recognizing that Tang Hao was likely craving his culinary skills. However, visiting frequently would be quite agreeable, as he had already resolved to follow Tang San and share in his fortune. It was prudent to cultivate this relationship in advance. Just then, the voice of old Jack resonated. "Little Chen, are you there?" As Jiang Chen's ears perked up, he dashed to the entrance and waved at the approaching old Jack. "Grandpa, over here." Old Jack pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard, grumbling, "You rascal, why have you come here? You made me make a trip to your house." As he drew near, his nose twitched vigorously, instantly catching the enticing aroma of the dishes. His old eyes sparkled with delight as he brushed past Jiang Chen at the entrance and stepped inside. "Hee, after a busy morning, I'm just in time to feel hungry." Old Jack, with his unapologetic demeanor, did not wait for the host to invite him. He grabbed a bowl and served himself a portion of rice before seating himself at the dining table. Jiang Chen took a seat as well. Old Jack stuffed a generous piece of meat into his mouth, offering incessant praise, only to suddenly notice the astonished expressions of Tang San and his father. "This fish is delightful. Do indulge. There is no need for formality," Old Jack remarked, showing no signs of embarrassment. "Grandfather, I prepared this," Jiang Chen said. Old Jack's eyes sparkled momentarily, but soon dimmed again as he sighed. "What a pity about your illness." Jiang Chen said, "Grandfather, the harm I caused in the past was due to the martial soul within me. Now that I have awakened my martial soul, I can control it freely. Therefore, you need not worry any longer." Old Jack burst into hearty laughter. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Move back in tomorrow, no tonight. From now on, the cooking will be entrusted to you." Noticing Tang Hao's envious gaze, Old Jack narrowed his eyes and warned, "Little Chen is mine. Do not entertain any ulterior motives." Tang Hao felt a bit awkward. Old Jack continued, "You sly one, Tang Hao. The moment you saw Little Chen awaken a formidable martial soul, you wasted no time in bringing him to your home. Are you seeking to forge a connection with a future title Douluo?" Jiang Chen was drenched in cold sweat, silently expressing concern for Old Jack. This individual was indeed a genuine title Douluo. Was he truly inviting trouble with such biting remarks? However, Tang Hao seemed to be struck by a sense of embarrassment, as if the words had pierced his innermost thoughts. leaving him at a loss for words. Jiang Chen promptly interjected, "Grandfather, I simply wish to visit the Tang family." Old Jack paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Both you and Xiao San represent the future hope of our village. It is indeed important for you to enjoy yourselves. However, Xiao Chen, you might want to contemplate joining the Spirit Hall, for it is a significant opportunity." "Uncle Tang, grandfather, Xiao San, I'm full now. You may continue your meal," Jiang Chen declared as he stood up and swiftly dashed outside. "Grandfather, I'll return home to gather my belongings, and we'll move back in with you tonight." Jiang Chen's voice echoed from afar, leaving the others in the room both amused and exasperated. Jiang Chen could hardly escape. He was well aware of old Jack's loquacious nature. Once he started talking, it would be an endless discourse. He understood that it was undoubtedly Su Yuntao who had persuaded old Jack to intercede. Inside the room, old Jack was voraciously devouring his meal while addressing Tang Hao. "Tang Hao, I intend to send Xiao San to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City." Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes brightened and his ears perked up. "No way." Tang Hao's response was resolute. Old Jack's anger flared. "Do you comprehend what it means for Xiao San to become a soul master?" A quarrel ensued in Tang San's household, culminating in old Jack storming out in a huff. Tang San felt a wave of despondency, grappling with his father's decision, yet he chose to accept it in silence, not wishing to cause his father any distress. After old Jack's departure, Tang Hao's fury dissipated, and his expression gradually softened. "Xiao San, let me see your martial soul." Jiang Chen, in a state of exhilaration, dashed back to his home. At last, he was granted his own time, allowing him to meticulously study his newly awakened martial soul. The allure of this newfound ability was irresistible, akin to a child who has just acquired a cherished toy, reluctant to part with it even for a moment. After dedicating an entire afternoon to his research, the novelty began to wane. Though his zombie martial soul had initially manifested with remarkable prowess, he soon realized that its strength was rather limited. Furthermore, since the awakening of his martial soul, an unsettling sensation had taken root within him. His right eyelid twitched incessantly, as if a great weight were pressing down upon his heart. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. It was reminiscent of the time when he had been targeted by the heaven's thunder during his martial soul awakening. "Goodness, if it failed to strike me last time, does it intend to make another attempt?" Jiang Chen found himself rather incensed at the heavens, questioning why he should be subjected to such a fate. After all, he was still but a child. Presently, the strength of his zombie martial spirit had evidently diminished significantly compared to its initial awakening. He was uncertain whether he could endure the onslaught of heavenly lightning should it descend upon him. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he recalled Tang Hao, the mightiest warrior of Sacred Soul Village. It seemed prudent to cultivate a good relationship with Tang Hao. If the storm were to return, he would have no choice but to seek refuge at Tang Hao's abode. Chapter 10. Is there a ball in my stomach? As dusk approached, Jiang Chen returned to old Jack's expansive courtyard. That very evening, he feasted upon a sumptuous dinner, much to old Jack's delight, who could hardly contain his joy. With great care, old Jack retrieved a bottle of his cherished aged wine, pouring a modest cup for himself and a small serving for Jiang Chen. In the end, old Jack's face was aglow with merriment as he succumbed to inebriation, collapsing onto the table. Jiang Chen gently placed old Jack upon the bed and tidied up before ascending to the rooftop. The night was his sacred time for cultivation. Although he had already awakened his innate full soul power, he remained vigilant and diligent. According to the teachings of Yu Shaojiang in the texts, once soul power reaches the threshold for upgrade, advancement becomes impossible without soul rings. Continued cultivation, though it may not visibly enhance soul power levels, will eventually reveal that portion of power once a soul ring is acquired. As was his usual practice, he activated his cultivation techniques without invoking his martial soul, allowing his body to enter a state akin to that of a corpse, the optimal condition for absorbing the essence of the moon's shadow. However, as he commenced his cultivation, he sensed something extraordinary. He discovered he could perceive his inner self. It was as though enlightenment had graced him. Upon beginning his practice, he realized his newfound ability to introspect within the realm of his spiritual perception. The internal energy from the heavenly corpse transformation, essentially the soul power of this world, flowed through his meridians, ultimately converging into his dantian, much like rivers merging into the sea. Upon reaching his dantian, he was momentarily awestruck by the sight within. There, nestled in his dantian, was a perfectly round object, akin to the size of a ping-pong ball, into which all the returning soul power from his meridians had accumulated. This orb was peculiar, one half as dark as ink and the other radiating a resplendent golden light. The aura emanating from it was remarkably familiar to Jiang Chen. The blackened side unmistakably bore the essence of his zombie martial soul, sharing a common origin with the internal energy he had cultivated previously. The golden side, however, exuded the essence of golden lightning, a phenomenon that had never manifested until today, when his martial soul awakened, banishing the five-colored thunder. What exactly is this entity? Why had I never sensed it before? Jiang Chen felt a profound shock, yet his mind was more filled with questions than answers. With such a sizable presence within him, it seemed logical that he should have felt its existence. Yet, he had never perceived any foreign object. Could this be an inner elixir? Jiang Chen could not contain his curiosity and directed his mental energy towards the past, hoping to glean some information. However, moments later, he regretted his decision. As his mental energy made contact with the orb, an overwhelming surge of memories flooded into his mind, a vast expanse of recollections that seemed to span millennia. Such an immense influx of memories, suddenly injected into his soul, was beyond Jiang Chen's capacity to endure. The moment the excruciating pain struck his spirit, he collapsed, his legs giving way and his eyes widening in shock. The impact on his soul was far too intense for an ordinary person to withstand. Even in unconsciousness, Jiang Chen's body continued to convulse, his cherubic face contorting to the point of resembling twisted dough. Ding! The host has initiated the inheritance. The super zombie evolution system is now activating, with the system loading in progress. Jiang Chen felt as though he had just emerged from a dream in which he observed, from a detached perspective, the evolution of a zombie. This creature, having absorbed blood and cultivated for a millennium, achieved the formidable state of a flying corpse, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, instilling terror in the hearts of powerful cultivators. After 10,000 years, the zombie reached an even more dreadful realm, becoming an existence that both immortals and demons alike feared. At that moment, this zombie faced the most formidable tribulation of its life, a cataclysm that heralded its transformation into a Ba. This tribulation was unparalleled in history, darkening the skies and causing all living beings to tremble, ultimately reducing the zombie to mere ashes, leaving behind only a corpse pill. This pill, pursued by celestial lightning, traversed dimensions and, upon reaching Earth, inadvertently turned an unfortunate young man to ash before finally arriving in the Douluo Continent, where it entered the lifeless body of an infant. The morning sun was not scorching, yet it was intensely bright. Jiang Chen lay on the rooftop, feeling a sense of discomfort. As his consciousness gradually returned, he sensed something pecking at his face. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered a small bird perched on his nose, pecking at him intermittently. "Stop it," he said, shooing the bird away as he sat up. "Who am I? Where am I?" His expression was one of confusion. After a considerable pause, he finally recalled his identity. Memories from his past life and the 6 years spent in the Douluo Continent flooded back to him, and he remembered his name, Jiang Chen. He recalled the previous night's cultivation, where his spiritual energy had touched the orb in his dantian, causing him to inexplicably faint and experience a bizarre dream. The dreamscape had grown hazy, yet he could vividly recall it whenever he focused his thoughts. Upon reflecting on the corpse pill that had ultimately arrived in the Douluo Continent, Jiang Chen was suddenly jolted. There was indeed an orb within him. Could it be that all of this was not merely a dream? Jiang Chen swiftly concentrated his mental energy within his dantian, once again beholding the orb that quietly absorbed and emitted soul energy. The orb was divided, one half black and the other half a radiant gold, with the golden portion seemingly enveloped in flickering arcs of lightning. In Jiang Chen's mind, the final fragments of that dream flashed once more, wherein golden lightning pursued the ebony corpse, arriving at the Douluo Continent. Like breaking through the clouds to reveal a clear sky, Jiang Chen felt an enlightening clarity within. He finally comprehended the reason for his arrival in the Douluo Continent. And that round object within him was indeed the corpse's core, seemingly fused with the terrifying heavenly thunder. Reflecting upon the life of that zombie still left Jiang Chen in awe. It was extraordinarily powerful, born from the resentment of heaven and earth, feeding on blood, evading reincarnation and the depths of hell, struck by divine retribution, soaring through the 9 heavens, and descending into the netherworld, embodying the utmost in darkness and malevolence. Ultimately, It perished beneath the tribulation on the path to a higher realm. Through the memories of that zombie, Jiang Chen gained some insight into that elevated state, known as Ba, or the drought demon. Wherever the drought demon roamed, desolation reigned, accompanied by a plague capable of annihilating worlds, feasting on dragons, and instilling fear in both gods and demons alike. In such a realm, there existed virtually no entity that could threaten its existence. Heaven could not extinguish it, nor could the earth bury it. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in contemplation, a childlike voice suddenly resonated in his mind, startling him to the brink of tumbling from the rooftop. Congratulations, host, on awakening your martial spirit. The Super Zombie Evolution System is now activated, and a beginner's gift pack has been bestowed upon you. Jiang Chen wore a dazed expression, and after a while, he suddenly burst into wild laughter, a sound filled with the exuberance of spring that anyone could discern. The little black sparrow perched on Jiang Chen's shoulder, seemingly delighted, though its eyes lacked a certain spark of vitality. Go on, play by yourself, Jiang Chen chuckled, for it was his corpse puppet, under his command, serving as his eyes, ensuring that nothing transpired in Sacred Soul Village escaped his notice. What treasures lie within the novice gift pack? Excitement flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Chapter 11. The infuriating novice gift pack. Over the span of 6 years, he possessed but a single cultivation technique, which he had once believed to be his golden key. Yet, to his astonishment, a monumental surprise awaited him. Upon the awakening of his martial soul, a system unexpectedly manifested. At that moment, a system interface materialized in his mind. Host, Jiang Chen Douluo level, 10 zombie level, 112 soul rings, none items. None. A message from the system appeared. Would you like to open the novice gift pack? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen replied affirmatively. Upon opening the novice gift pack, he received the following items. 1 divine gift soul ring. Generates the most suitable soul ring based on the host's attributes. The longevity of the soul ring relates to the host's physical strength and willpower. The longer the host endures while absorbing the soul ring, the greater its longevity. 1 soul ring upgrade voucher. Upon use, it allows for the enhancement of a soul ring's longevity, with the upgraded longevity being the maximum that the host can withstand, limited to level 1120. 1 bottle of Dark Blessing Elixir. Consuming this restores the host's current injuries, returning them to peak condition. Gazing at the novice items in the system inventory, Jiang Chen couldn't help but grin widely. It was as if a pillow had been offered just as he had begun to doze off, having just awakened his martial soul and possessing innate full soul power. He needed only to absorb a soul ring to ascend to the soul master realm and continue his cultivation. He had thought that he would have to wait until arriving at New Oding Academy to obtain his first soul ring, yet such delightful news had come so swiftly. The allure of becoming a soul master was irresistible to Jiang Chen. The mere thought of soon possessing remarkable abilities filled him with impatience. He leaped down and glanced into Old Jack's room, where Old Jack lay in a drunken stupor, still yet to awaken from the previous night's revelry. Jiang Chen swiftly returned to his chamber, seated himself cross-legged upon his bed, poised to assimilate his inaugural soul ring and ascend to the realm of Soul Master. He once again accessed the system interface, his thoughts converging upon the divine soul ring. Upon electing to utilize it, a notification emerged. It warned that following the absorption of the soul ring, the host must undergo their first tribulation within 3 days. It advised the host to endure until the very end during the absorption process to enhance the likelihood of transcending the tribulation. Please confirm whether to proceed with the absorption. Jiang Chen was already parched with impatience, but upon seeing this reminder, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. Heavenly tribulation? Was this a jest at his expense? An image involuntarily surfaced in his mind, the scene of that zombie being obliterated by the heavenly lightning, reduced to ashes, truly terrifying. Moreover, the 5-colored divine thunder that had manifested when he awakened his martial soul yesterday was presumably the heavenly tribulation spoken of by the system. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen felt a tightening in his chest and a chill run down his spine. He recalled the life of that zombie. It seemed that it had not encountered the heavenly tribulation when its power was feeble, only facing it at higher realms. System, why must I, being so weak, still endure the heavenly tribulation? Jiang Chen lamented internally. Regrettably, the system could not answer his queries, merely providing reminders. His small face scrunched in distress, the joy of acquiring the system dissipating in an instant. Although he possessed the memories of the zombie's tribulation, they were ultimately someone else's experiences. He had none of his own. Why must I suffer so? I am but a 6-year-old child. Tears of frustration threatened to spill forth. No wonder his eyelids had been twitching since awakening his martial soul. He had merely guessed at the time, not expecting his intuition to be correct, that he would indeed face the wrath of the heavens. It took him a considerable time to accept this harrowing reality before turning his gaze to the novice items before him. The God-given soul ring. The longer he persevered, the more formidable the soul ring he would obtain, thereby enhancing his strength and increasing his chances of surviving the tribulation. The dark blessing elixir appeared to be a life-saving potion for the tribulation, a crucial lifeline in a moment of peril. As for the soul ring upgrade ticket, using it post-breakthrough would likely yield minimal benefits. It would be best to wait until he reached level 20 to maximize its effectiveness. However, if the heavenly tribulation proved unbearable, he would have no choice but to use it, for even a slight enhancement could make a difference. Having regained his composure, Jiang Chen had arrived at a resolution. He must confront the tribulation, for otherwise, would he abandon the path of cultivation for the rest of his life? Yet, he needed to devise a meticulous plan for how to face it. Ultimately, he resolved that with 3 months remaining before the commencement of classes at Nuoding Academy, he would first cultivate for 3 months before absorbing the soul ring. Perhaps by then, upon absorbing the soul ring, his soul power would surge several levels, thereby increasing his odds of successfully navigating the tribulation. After all, it was a heavenly tribulation. Who wouldn't he be afraid? He was merely an ordinary individual. And upon arriving in this world, he was just a child who had practiced for a mere 3 years. In his heart, he felt a profound sense of uncertainty. The path to survival lay in steady development. Contemplating this, he forcibly suppressed the urge to immediately absorb a soul ring. As he leaped from his bed, Jiang Chen felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Where was the promised novice gift package? Now, none of it was available, and he had to wait 3 months, truly a cruel fate. The oppressive sensation of impending tribulation loomed over him, rendering him perpetually tense. No, I must strengthen my body, he resolved. Over the past few years, he had solely focused on cultivating the heavenly corpse transformation, neglecting physical training. Now, realizing that absorbing a soul ring required a robust physique, he felt an urgent need to act. Due to the presence of the Millennium Corpse Dan within him, the soul power he had cultivated over the last 3 years had been refined into a potent toxin. Moreover, owing to the characteristics of a zombie, his strength and physical resilience were extraordinarily heightened. Yet, he still felt it was insufficient. With this thought in mind, he dashed outside. The sun had only just risen, and the adage that the morning holds the essence of the day rang true. It was indeed an opportune time for exercise. The looming sense of crisis, akin to a sharp sword hanging above him, left Jiang Chen no choice but to remain vigilant. After running for a few minutes, he sensed something amiss. With his current abilities, running was far too effortless, yielding no real benefits in terms of training. To enhance his physical strength, he needed to engage in high-intensity workouts. Upon reaching the village entrance, his eyes suddenly brightened as he spotted a most suitable object for exercise. The men and women at the village edge, upon seeing Jiang Chen approach, hurriedly shouted and dashed back to their homes, securing their doors with utmost haste. Jiang Chen curled his lips in indifference. He had already returned to live with old Jack. He believed it would not be long before these individuals realized he had undergone a transformation. Before him stood a massive stone mill, utilized by the Sacred Soul Village for grinding grain. Jiang Chen ran over with great excitement and effortlessly lifted the stone mill, which was several times larger than his own body. Weighing approximately 700 to 800 Jin, it felt slightly heavy in his grasp. Haha, splendid. I shall use you for my training from now on. Jiang Chen clutched the enormous stone mill as he hurried away amidst peals of laughter. Tang Hao's home was situated at the entrance of the village, and at that moment, Tang San was training on the mountain, allowing Tang Hao the rare opportunity to rise early. Sitting at his doorstep with a bowl of porridge prepared by Tang San, he had just taken a sip when he caught sight of the little one sprinting away with the colossal stone mill in his arms. With wide eyes, he inadvertently spat out the mouthful of porridge. Chapter 12. Tang San takes action against the rabbit gulping. Tang Hao could hardly conceal the astonishment that adorned his face. He was well aware of the weight of that stone mill, an astounding 800 pounds. How could Jiang Chen, that young boy, carry it with such ease? Was he a monster? The shock within Tang Hao's heart was insatiable. In their sect, the Haoyan clan, they prided themselves on their physical strength. Yet, at the age of 6, 100 pounds was already considered extraordinary. He had never witnessed anyone of such tender age capable of running with an 800-pound burden. He acknowledged that his son, Tang San, possessed innate strength, but in the presence of Jiang Chen, it seemed utterly insufficient. Recalling the celestial phenomenon that accompanied Jiang Chen's awakening of his martial soul the day before, Tang Hao's conviction grew stronger. The Hao-Yin Hammer, their clan's martial soul, was among the most elite in the Douluo Continent, yet the spectacle of its awakening paled in comparison to that of Jiang Chen. A divine martial soul, indeed. It was nothing short of a divine martial soul. Only a divine martial soul could harbor such immense potential. Tang Hao possessed some knowledge of the secrets surrounding these extraordinary souls. Those blessed with divine martial souls exhibited terrifying talent and potential. He had heard of the angel family from the Spirit Hall, where exceptionally gifted individuals could even awaken with innate soul power at level 20. Now, before him stood a being with a divine martial soul. How could he not feel exhilarated? For so many years, he had languished in despair, burdened by the death of his wife and the futility of seeking vengeance. He had deeply experienced the might of the Spirit Hall. Despite having severely injured the perpetrator of his wife's death, Twinge, he bore irreversible wounds himself. As the Spirit Hall grew increasingly powerful, he found himself merely surviving, with the hope of obliterating the Spirit Hall dwindling. While he had avenged Ayin, the Spirit Hall had slaughtered countless members of the Hao-Yin clan, forcing the sect into seclusion for years. This debt could not go unpaid. Not long after Twinge returned home wounded, he met his demise, which alleviated some of Tang Hao's wrath. Yet the harm inflicted upon his sect remained a debt that he must have the Spirit Hall repay. The arrival of Jiang Chen instilled new hope within him. As long as Jiang Chen matured, there was indeed the possibility of toppling the Spirit Hall. This was the very reason he wished to cultivate a closer relationship with Jiang Chen. If the young lad wishes to attend school, let him do so. It conveniently allows him to accompany this boy, Tang Hao mused. During Tang Hao's contemplative reverie, Jiang Chen had already completed a circuit around the village, cradling a stone millstone. At this moment, Jiang Chen was drenched in sweat, yet his countenance radiated excitement, for he sensed his body beginning to tire. The small figure and the colossal millstone flashed past the village entrance, and Tang Hao finally comprehended Jiang Chen's intentions. This lad was, astonishingly, engaging in physical training. Tang Hao found himself both amused and bewildered. The villagers, who had been startled, gradually emerged from their homes. Those with keen eyes quickly noticed the previously vanished millstone. "Hey, where's that millstone?" one exclaimed. "Indeed, I was just sitting atop it. How could it disappear so swiftly?" Another chimed in. "Look there. The millstone has sprouted legs and is running." The crowd turned their gaze toward the direction indicated, and to their astonishment, they beheld 2 legs beneath the millstone, swiftly making its way towards the village entrance. Had the millstone come to life? They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own sight. As Jiang Chen approached, they finally discerned the figure behind the millstone, their jaws dropping in shock as they collectively recoiled. "How is this possible?" someone gasped. "That millstone weighs 800 pounds. Even 4 or 5 robust men would find it exceedingly challenging to lift, yet here it was, being carried and run with by a mere 6-year-old child. He is truly a freak," someone exclaimed in terror. "What kind of madness is this? Running about with a millstone? I can no longer dare to use it after he has carried it." Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, the terror he inspired within the hearts of the villagers had escalated several notches once more. Jiang Chen paid no heed to the opinions of those around him, for he was wholeheartedly engrossed in his vigorous training. "Hello, Tang San," he greeted as he passed by the village entrance once again, spotting Tang San returning from his cultivation. Tang San, clutching a struggling rabbit in his hands, was momentarily taken aback as he witnessed Jiang Chen hurtling past him with the enormous stone mill. It was as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind, and after a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter, "Freak." Jiang Chen did not cease his activity. He was running with great enthusiasm. After completing 2 more laps, he finally halted and returned the millstone to its original position. Breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, he experienced an exhilarating sensation. Throughout this exercise, he had refrained from utilizing the soul power within him, relying solely on his physical strength to carry the weighty millstone for 10 laps. Now, as he paused, he began to circulate his internal soul power, instantly feeling a profound sense of relief, with a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body, as if his physique was gradually strengthening. The corpse core within his dantian rotated slowly, absorbing the soul power flowing back from his meridians while simultaneously exuding energy to nourish Jiang Chen's body. Observing the half-black, half-golden orb, Jiang Chen felt a peculiar unease, questioning whether this thunder-infused orb could still be deemed a corpse core. He had previously attempted to manipulate this orb, but found himself incapable, relegated to passively allowing it to purify the soul power he had cultivated. Reflecting on the formidable cultivation of that zombie, he understood that this orb must be an extraordinary treasure, yet he was unable to wield it. As he pondered, he suddenly caught sight of Tang San's clumsy actions. At that moment, Tang San stood in his courtyard, holding a struggling rabbit in his left hand while brandishing a kitchen knife in his right, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing Jiang Chen's daily indulgence in lavish meals, Tang San had recently come to realize his own nutritional deficiencies. While he could not be described as emaciated, he was certainly close. Furthermore, as he now trained under his father in blacksmithing, his physical demands were particularly high, and with a diet of porridge and meager fare, he felt as though his body was on the verge of depletion. Given his skills, capturing animals was not particularly difficult. The gray rabbit in his grasp was the result of today's efforts. Tang Hao stood nearby, arms crossed, showing no inclination to assist. As a rough and burly man, he was adept at killing, but he had no experience in butchering a small rabbit. After much internal conflict, Tang San finally made up his mind to press the rabbit's head to the ground, ready to strike with the knife. Tang San, what are you doing? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity as he stepped closer. Tang San paused in his actions, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, I am attempting to kill a rabbit. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Tang San had not yet met Xiao Wu. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have faced a thorough beating from her. Look at you. Your hands resemble feet. Allow me to handle this, he remarked. Tang San's eyes lit up as he promptly handed over the rabbit and the kitchen knife. Having witnessed Jiang Chen's culinary skills the previous day, the thought of indulging in a delightful feast today made Tang San swallow hard in anticipation. What are you dawdling for? Help me secure its 4 legs, Jiang Chen commanded. Absolutely. Tang San eagerly assisted. Off to the side, Tang Hao observed the 2 busy figures with a sense of satisfaction. Little Chen, why not stay here for lunch? Tang Hao suggested. I would love to, but I must return to prepare a meal for my grandfather. Jiang Chen replied with a resigned blink. Tang Hao, somewhat exasperated, responded, then perhaps you should invite that old man. Cough, cough, your grandfather to join us. Let that old fellow enjoy some of your cooking. Chapter 13. The Sorrows of Su Yun Tao. After a hearty meal, Old Jack let out a satisfied burp and, patting his somewhat rounded belly, departed contentedly. During the meal, Tang Hao had relented, permitting Tang San to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. This lifted a significant burden from his heart, as he had always held a fondness for Tang San, who had been obedient and sensible since childhood. Thus, he sincerely hoped that Tang San could study at the academy, ensuring a brighter future, for following a disheartened father like Tang Hao would offer little promise. As for Jiang Chen, he could pursue his studies at the Spirit Hall, for the hall had expressed great sincerity. There, Jiang Chen would surely receive the finest training. The opportunity for a work-study student from Holy Spirit Village was limited to 1, which was perfectly suited for Tang San. Consequently, their village would soon boast 2 soul masters, one of whom would undoubtedly become a future title Douluo. Old Jack's ambitions rang clear in his mind, as he envisioned Holy Spirit Village flourishing under his leadership, with his name forever enshrined in the annals of generations to come. As Jiang Chen prepared to depart after the meal, he was called back by Tang Hao. Little Chen, I noticed you were carrying that stone mill this morning. Were you looking to strengthen your physique? Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed. I have heard that a robust physique facilitates the absorption of soul rings in the future. Tang Hao concurred. Yes. I too have heard that possessing good physical conditioning offers advantages when absorbing soul rings. How about this? You may come and learn blacksmithing with me. It is a labor-intensive craft that rivals the benefits of running in terms of physical training. Moreover, it will provide you with companionship alongside Xiao San. With a gleam in his eyes, Jiang Chen realized that blacksmithing might indeed serve as an excellent form of exercise. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to witness Tang Hao's erratic hammering techniques. However, lacking a hammer-type martial soul rendered this skill rather futile for him. The primary advantage lay in the prospect of forging a closer bond with Tang San. Although he could not claim to harbor profound admiration for Tang San in his previous life, His cautious nature led him to believe that relying on Tang San to attain divinity was the most prudent course of action. Very well, uncle, Jiang Chen replied with enthusiasm. Consequently, he resolved to engage in morning running sessions and dedicate his afternoons to learning the art of blacksmithing at Tang House Forge. Jiang Chen promptly resolved that the next 3 months would be spent in this manner, which promised to be exceedingly fulfilling. Through several encounters, Tang San's impression of Jiang Chen had significantly shifted, leading him to perceive Jiang Chen as a genuinely good person, especially in regard to his culinary skills, which were nothing short of exquisite. As long as Jiang Chen did not succumb to madness on any given day, Tang San considered him a commendable friend. Meanwhile, within the halls of the Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao burst into Master Masayuno's office, brandishing a report with palpable excitement. "Who is this? You can't even knock before entering?" Masayuno's displeased voice resonated as he lifted his gaze. "Ah, it's you again. You never bother to knock. Remember, the cultivation of a soul master requires utmost concentration. It is wise to cultivate a steadier disposition. Otherwise, you will find yourself, like me, unable to surpass the threshold of level 30. In the face of Masayuno's reprimand, Su Yuntao chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. He raised the report in his hand, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. "Master Masayuno, yesterday I awakened an extraordinary genius in the Holy Soul Village. I suspect his martial soul may be the legendary divine level martial soul. Look, I have already prepared the report. Please expedite its delivery to the Hall of the Pope." Su Yuntao's excitement rendered his face slightly flushed. Although he had yet to win over Jiang Chen, he anticipated that this report, once presented to the Hall of the Pope, would certainly capture the attention of His Holiness. Perhaps it would even lead to a personal visit from the Pope himself. As the architect of this significant achievement, rewards would undoubtedly come his way, promotions and raises were likely inevitable. Moreover, the enchanting Cici, who had always maintained a distant demeanor towards him, would surely consent to a relationship once the momentous news was revealed. He envisioned his life ascending towards its zenith. Upon hearing this, Master Masayuno's aged countenance darkened as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think divine-level martial souls grow on trees? According to our records at the Spirit Hall, only the family of the previous pope possessed a divine-level martial soul. You expect me to believe such a thing could emerge from that remote backwater? It seems your head has been kicked by a donkey." Stung by Masayuno's harsh reprimand, Su Yuntao grew anxious and quickly defended himself. "Master Masayuno, I swear everything I just said is true. The entire village of Holy Soul witnessed the phenomenon of that martial soul awakening. If you doubt me, you can send someone to investigate. In this report, I have detailed the entire awakening process, and once submitted, His Holiness will certainly take it seriously." Seeing Su Yuntao's earnest conviction, Masayuno's expression shifted to one of contemplation. He opened the lengthy report, and as he read further, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. After a prolonged silence, he closed the report with a firm thud and stated, "Well done. You have accomplished a great feat, however, given the gravity of the matter. I shall first send someone to confirm the details in Holy Soul Village before we submit your report. Rest assured, if the claims prove true, your reward will be substantial." "Thank you, Master Masayuno." Su Yuntao replied with heartfelt gratitude. Su Yuntao expressed his gratitude, his face brimming with excitement. Matthew put down the documents and inquired, "By the way, I heard you were still pursuing that girl, Cici?" Su Yuntao's face flushed, and he nodded. Matthew sighed. "Listen to me. Cici is not suited for you." Su Yuntao hurriedly replied, "Master Matthew, please do not concern yourself with my matters. I must take my leave. I am going to find Cici for dinner." With that, he rushed out. Matthew shook his head, watching Su Yuntao's retreating figure with eyes filled with pity and a sense of age. He then shifted his gaze back to the document belonging to Jiang Chen. As he reopened the report, his expression grew increasingly cold. Tearing sounds filled the air as Matthew abruptly shredded the report into pieces and discarded it into the wastebasket. "Ah, Su Yuntao, do not blame me for obstructing your future. As long as I am here, the affairs of the Nodding City branch are under my control. Jiang Chen, consider yourself unfortunate if you end up underground." "You may as well blame Su Yuntao." Matthew's voice dripped with an icy chill, sending shivers down one's spine, and his aged face was etched with murderous intent. After decades of arduous labor, he had finally attained the position of Grand Steward. Now that the branch leader's position was vacant, despite being 81 years old, he still desired to sit in that seat. If he were to submit this report, would he ever have the chance to claim that position? At that moment, A figure suddenly flashed at the door. A young girl, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old, entered. She was tall and curvaceous, nearly 6 feet in height, with striking features. Upon entering, she locked the door behind her. Master Matthew, her sweet voice resonated, melting the very marrow of one's bones. Matthew's eyes lit up, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Cece, what brings you here? Come closer and let me cherish you." Chapter 14. The Assassin. Gazing at Cece's alluring figure and revealing attire, Matthew's aged visage instantly radiated vitality. "What brings you here, my dear? Did not Su Yuntao just go looking for you?" Matthew inquired with a smile. Cece walked directly to Matthew's lap, snuggling into his embrace, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. "I do not wish to pay that foolish boy any mind," she pouted. A fire ignited within Matthew, yet he maintained a composed tone. "I have heard you have grown close to that lad recently. Where's the evidence?" "I am merely toying with him." "You are so annoying." Cece lightly punched Matthew's chest. "Sigh. I have advised that boy to give up on you. Yet he refuses to listen," Matthew lamented. "My dear, I am hungry." Cece's big eyes fixated intently on Matthew. Matthew's heart fluttered here. "Ah, my dear, what troubles you?" queried the enchanting Cece, her brow furrowing with concern. Matthew shook his head. How could he possibly articulate such an embarrassing matter? "You should return for now. I have some affairs to attend to this afternoon." "Very well," Cece replied, rising to her feet and adjusting her appearance. "Remember the promise you made to me." Matthew waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he reassured her. "Fear not. I shall reserve the position of the Lord for you." Cece beamed with satisfaction, swaying her alluring figure as she approached the door, casting a flirtatious glance back at Matthew. "Love you." Once Cece departed, Matthew's smile faded, and he murmured to himself, "What a Navi girl. I may have promised to assist you in attaining the lordship, but I never specified when. I shall relish my time in this position first." Closing the grand door behind him, Cece's seductive demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. "Humph, if it weren't for your status. Do you think I would deign to serve such a repugnant old man? Truly useless. That Su Yuntao is far more appealing, strong, and robust. Once I become the lord, I shall certainly give him a chance." In the hall, Su Yuntao paced anxiously until he caught sight of Cece descending the stairs, his eyes lighting up. "Cece, where have you been? We had arranged to dine together at noon." Cece approached him, her smile bright. "I was just consulting Master Matthew about some queries. I'm not particularly hungry, so I shall nibble on something." Su Yuntao gazed at Cece's captivating figure and the lingering blush on her cheeks, his excitement palpable. "Cece, you look stunning today." Cece shot him a playful glare, feigning annoyance. "Flatterer." He chuckled. "Cece, I am about to soar to great heights. I awakened a divine martial soul yesterday." "What?" Cece exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Su Yuntao nodded enthusiastically, recounting the details of his awakening and his request for Matthew to submit a report. He watched Cece eagerly, anticipating a shift in her attitude towards him. "You truly are impressive. I shall await your good news," Cece complimented him, her mind already racing with thoughts. She resolved to seize an opportunity to inquire with Master Matthew, for she certainly did not want the lordship to fall into Su Yuntao's hands. With her charm, she was confident that the old lecher would not hesitate to assist her. After Cece and Su Yuntao departed, Matthew stealthily emerged, donning a black cloak as he exited through the back door of the Martial Soul Hall. Half an hour later, he arrived at a seemingly ordinary little restaurant, approaching the front desk attendant. "Greetings. I hail from the mortal realm and wish to take a stroll through hell." Matthew's voice was somewhat hoarse. The attendant's expression changed immediately, and he hastily led him inside. "Please, esteemed guest, this way." Matthew nodded and followed the waiter into a private room. The waiter pressed a spot on the wall, and immediately, a concealed door appeared. They stepped inside. "I wish to meet your leader." Matthew's voice echoed in the dimly lit underground corridor as he produced a token. The waiter, displaying a hint of reverence, guided Matthew to a chamber. "Please wait here. I will inform the leader." Matthew took a seat with ease, for he was well acquainted with this place and felt no trepidation. Half an hour later, Matthew exited the restaurant. While within that subterranean room sat a tall, middle-aged man. He remained still, wearing a fearsome azure mask, an aura of crimson energy enveloping him, exuding an imposing presence. Before him lay a dossier. To eliminate a 6-year-old child? To stage an accidental death? Then let the copperplate messenger be dispatched to St. Soul Village. A copperplate messenger is more than capable of handling 100 ordinary adults, let alone a mere child. Unfathomable. The middle-aged man's voice resonated. Moments later, a slender young man with black hair and eyes entered. His appearance was unremarkable, his form gaunt, and his demeanor cold. His fingers were long and delicate, yet bore an air of strength. His eyes, devoid of emotion and life, were strikingly indifferent. Foster father, the youth's voice was icy, prompting the middle-aged man to furrow his brow. How many times must I remind you? While on a mission, you are an assassin. In everyday life, you are an ordinary person. You must learn to disguise your emotions. The young man remained silent, merely nodding faintly, which left the middle-aged man with a sense of helplessness. He tossed the dossier forward, stating, "This is your task. Complete it within 3 days." Without glancing at it, the youth effortlessly caught the swiftly flying document, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. The middle-aged man observed the departing figure, his gaze filled with admiration, affection, and a touch of guilt. In Tang Hao's blacksmith shop, the rhythmic sound of hammers striking metal filled the air as two small figures wielded their hammers, while Tang Hao occasionally offered guidance from the side. Tang San wielded a black hammer specifically crafted by Tang Hao for him, weighing a substantial 20 pounds. In contrast, Jiang Chen's forging hammer was significantly larger, one of those used by Tang Hao, weighing 100 pounds. Tang Hao had several forging hammers, and this was the lightest. Yet witnessing Jiang Chen wield it with such ease left both father and son astonished. This is nothing short of extraordinary. Jiang Chen appeared to be inexhaustible, continually raising the forging hammer high before bringing it down with great force. Tang San's indomitable spirit was stirred, and he felt compelled to compete with Jiang Chen in a test of endurance. However, after 10 minutes, Tang San was drenched in sweat and on the brink of exhaustion, while Jiang Chen only glistened with a light sheen of perspiration. Upon noticing Tang San's cessation, Jiang Chen too halted his forging and wiped his brow. Following Tang Hao's guidance in his forging technique had indeed engaged every part of his body, proving to be as effective as running while carrying a stone mill. Curiously, Tang San leaned closer to Jiang Chen, prying open his hand, only to discover that Jiang Chen's palms remained unblemished and soft, showing no signs of wear. What a freak! Tang San couldn't help but mutter. Chapter 15. The boy who drowned. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days had elapsed. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, a young boy, appearing to be around 11 or 12, stood beneath a large tree by the path outside Shenhan village. His features were unremarkable, but what set him apart were his cold, emotionless eyes and his long, powerful fingers. At that moment, he held a document in his hands, which contained various pieces of information. Jiang Chen, at the tender age of 6, has just awakened his martial soul, a zombie manifestation, possessing innate soul power. The entire populace of Holy Soul Village perceives him as an omen of misfortune. Endowed with extraordinary strength, he has a penchant for fishing in the river at dawn. The information compiled about him is exceedingly detailed, even featuring a likeness that bears a striking resemblance to him. This dossier was meticulously assembled by their organization after a full day of investigation, supplemented by intelligence provided by Matthew. The assassin organization employs specialists in intelligence gathering, rendering it relatively effortless to extract information regarding Jiang Chen from the villagers of Holy Soul Village without arousing suspicion. Matthew allocated a time frame of 3 days for this endeavor. And now, 1 day has elapsed, prompting the young assassin to prepare for action. A zombie martial soul? What exactly is that? The boy pondered, somewhat perplexed. As assassins, they frequently eliminate various targets and have cultivated their own understanding of martial souls, yet they had never encountered the notion of a zombie martial soul. Upon reading that Jiang Chen possessed innate strength, a flicker of disdain crossed his otherwise impassive features as he mused over the investigator's excessive caution in documenting even such seemingly trivial information. After all, what could a 6-year-old child, regardless of his innate power, possibly do to evade the grasp of a soul master of level 19? In his estimation, the so-called innate strength amounted to little more than 100 pounds, likely an exaggeration by the villagers of Holy Soul Village. Regrettably, that investigator did not witness Jiang Chen sprinting while carrying a millstone. Otherwise, he would surely have circled the phrase innate strength in red ink and provided a thorough explanation. In truth, the investigator had harbored thoughts akin to those of the young assassin, believing the villagers' claims of innate strength to be mere embellishments. Yet he ultimately recorded the information nonetheless, with a newfound glint of cold determination igniting in his otherwise lifeless eyes. The boy neatly folded the dossier and tucked it into his attire. Shadows. He let out a low hiss, and suddenly, a golden soul ring appeared around him. The ring glimmered briefly, and he seemed to dissolve into liquid, merging seamlessly with the shadow of the great tree, leaving no trace behind. His intention was to orchestrate Jiang Chen's untimely demise. It would be ideal if Jiang Chen ventured into the river to fish. However, if Jiang Chen remained indoors throughout the day, he would have to stealthily infiltrate the sacred soul village at night. Mastery of countless assassination techniques resided within him, sufficient to ensure Jiang Chen's accidental death, perhaps through fire, venomous snakes, or a fatal misstep into a well. The young assassin lay in wait, patiently biding his time. His mind a tranquil sea devoid of ripples. He had begun his journey of taking lives at the tender age of 6, and over the years, he had forged a heart of stone, feeling no remorse even when targeting a child of 6. Yet, a flicker of regret stirred within him, a naturally gifted soul power. An unparalleled prodigy, the hope of the entire village, such a pity. Before long, a small figure emerged from the entrance of Sacred Soul Village, striding purposefully towards the great tree. It was Tang San, who diligently practiced his cultivation every day. He moved with remarkable grace, each step spanning 3 meters with precision. Once he had distanced himself from the village, Tang San accelerated, sweeping past the tree like a gust of wind. The hidden assassin recognized that this was not his target. Yet Tang San's astonishing speed left him in awe. This diminutive boy, seemingly no older than 5 or 6, possessed an uncanny swiftness, truly a monster. His speed rivaled that of the assassin's own level 19 prowess. Had the assassin not been cloaked, he would have revealed the shock now flooding his usually calm eyes. However, his training prevented any fluctuation in his aura. Concealing one's presence was an essential skill for every assassin. Tang San zipped past the tree, detecting no anomalies, and continued up the distant mountain under the cold scrutiny of the young killer. The boy awaited patiently, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal precision. At last, another small figure emerged from within Sacred Soul Village. It was Jiang Chen, who had just concluded a night of cultivation. Unlike Tang San, Jiang Chen was unhurried, strolling leisurely towards the river. While cultivation brought him comfort, he understood the necessity of relaxation. In the early morning, when nature awakened, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, was the most delightful time to uplift one's spirit. The king summoned me to patrol the mountains, to catch a Tang San for breakfast. Jiang Chen hummed a melody, leisurely ambling past the grand old tree. Suddenly, his song ceased, and he halted, a look of perplexity crossing his face. His nostrils flared slightly as he sensed the presence of a living being nearby. However, after scanning his surroundings, he found no one else in sight apart from himself. Jiang Chen slowly approached the shade of the tree, pacing back and forth within its cool embrace. A strange thought crossed his mind. Could it be that my perception is faltering? He murmured to himself. Ultimately, he shook his head in resignation, his face a mask of confusion as he departed. Regardless of whether his senses had indeed betrayed him, the urgency of fishing took precedence. He still needed to return for training. As Jiang Chen's figure vanished, a shadow suddenly emerged from the depths of the tree's shade. Gradually, the shadow materialized into the form of a young man. His expression was one of uncertainty, for Jiang Chen's earlier behavior had genuinely startled him. The boy had managed to sense his presence. Yet, upon failing to locate him, he had ultimately left in puzzlement. Perhaps this was the capability of that zombie martial spirit. The youth mused, and he promptly began to follow in the direction where Jiang Chen had departed. The target had appeared. It was time for him to make his move. The drowning of a 6-year-old boy in the river was, unfortunately, an all too commonplace occurrence, and surely no one would suspect foul play. At this moment, Jiang Chen had stripped down completely and submerged himself at the riverbed. The water was deep and teeming with fish, making the act of fishing a simple endeavor for him. Just then, he faintly heard the sound of approaching footsteps, accompanied by the unmistakable aura of a living being. This presence was markedly stronger than before, and Jiang Chen understood that someone was indeed making their way toward the riverbank. The young assassin reached the river's edge, pausing beside the clothes Jiang Chen had left there, his gaze sweeping across the flowing waters and its surroundings. Jiang Chen gazed up at the figure that stood motionless upon the water's surface, a sense of perplexity washing over him as he emerged from the depths. He scrutinized the youth before him, noticing that the latter was regarding him with a peculiar intensity. "Are you Jiang Chen?" The boy's voice was somewhat frigid. Chapter 16. Marked by us. You can only await your demise. The boy loomed above, his expression devoid of emotion, the chilling tone of his voice resonating as if it were an accusation. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased by the unfamiliar youth's demeanor. I am Jiang Chen. Who are you? The boy's murderous intent began to surface as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Chen, declaring, I am the one who will send you to hell. Before Jiang Chen could react, the boy leaped into the river, swiftly swimming towards him. What the hell, you lunatic? Jiang Chen exclaimed, turning to flee. The icy malice emanating from the boy made him realize that this was no jest. If he did not escape, he would be a fool. At that moment, he was engulfed in confusion, pondering why this boy, merely 6 years of age like himself, harbored such violent intentions. Despite his questions, the urgency of the situation left him no time for reflection. Though he swam swiftly, the boy's speed was even greater, propelled by a formidable soul force that allowed him to close the distance in the blink of an eye. Being pursued for the first time instilled a sense of panic in Jiang Chen, and he could perceive that the boy was extraordinary. Beneath the murderous intent lay formidable strength. Suddenly, the boy caught up with Jiang Chen, seizing him with both hands and forcefully pushing him underwater. However, the boy had gravely misjudged Jiang Chen's strength. His carelessness would undoubtedly cost him dearly. In his struggle, Jiang Chen sputtered water but soon realized that the boy's strength was, in fact, inferior to his own. It was known that his physical power approached 1,000 pounds, and when harnessing his soul force, he could amplify that by several hundred more. In an instant, a spark ignited in Jiang Chen's eyes as he unleashed his immense strength, breaking free from the boy's grasp and turning the tables by pushing him down instead. At that moment, the assassin boy was rendered dumbfounded, his mind swirling with shock and bewilderment as he found himself firmly held at the bottom of the water, unable to escape. The overwhelming force above him filled him with dread. This child truly possessed innate divine strength. No, it was more than mere divine strength. He was a born monstrosity. At that moment, he cursed the investigator who had provided him with such critical intelligence without thorough investigation, reducing it to a mere phrase, innate divine strength, which felt like a cruel joke. In terms of power, even with all his soul force, he barely approached 1,000 pounds. Yet he could sense that this abnormal child's strength had already surpassed that. How could he possibly contend with such might? Had it not been for his formidable martial soul, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to the whims of this child today. The youth ceased his futile struggles. A surge of soul power coursed through him, and a gleaming sword materialized in his left hand, thrusting backward with precision. Without glancing back, his movements seemed rehearsed 1,000 times, striking true at Jiang Chen's heart, penetrating deeply. The notion of an unexpected demise was now overshadowed by the urgency of survival. Otherwise, it would have been his own end. Initially, witnessing the youth's apparent surrender, Jiang Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, in the next instant, a jolt of agonizing pain surged through his nerves. Looking down, he saw the sword had pierced his flesh, embedding itself within his heart. The boy emerged, gazing at the stunned Jiang Chen with a hint of malevolence. Why? Jiang Chen fixed his gaze on the youth, his voice laced with hatred. He is but a child. Why must this boy seek his death? The youth's eyes were devoid of warmth as he uttered, because there are those who desire your demise. Alas, such a prodigious talent shall perish at my hands. As he spoke, the sword was retracted, vanishing into thin air, while a torrent of blood gushed from Jiang Chen's wound. It should be you who dies. Jiang Chen's tone turned frigid, transforming into a zombie before the youth's horrified gaze. His eyes, dark and abyssal, seemed poised to consume the boy's very soul. In the moment of his transformation, the wounds on Jiang Chen's body vanished. His blackened nails became sharp and lethal, plunging into the youth's abdomen. A potent miasma of death erupted within the boy, and in an instant, he found himself bereft of resistance. Although his consciousness remained, his body was utterly ravaged by the toxic energy. How could this be? The youth gasped in terror, sensing the vitality within him rapidly dwindling. In his life, he had seldom experienced such fear. This child continuously shattered his understanding of the world. What he had presumed to be the simplest of tasks, dealing with an ordinary child, had turned into an encounter with a harbinger of death. Jiang Chen remained silent as he coldly dragged the boy ashore. The child's body had already succumbed to the venom of the dead, yet Jiang Chen had safeguarded his head, for he needed to extract vital information from the boy's lips. At merely 6 years old and having never ventured beyond the confines of Shahan village, who could possibly wish to take his life? Until this enigma was unraveled, he would find no peace. In the boy's terrified gaze, Jiang Chen calmly donned his garments, then turned his icy stare towards the child. A bitter sorrow filled the boy's heart. In his final moments, his animosity towards the investigator had reached an insurmountable peak. Typically, each assassination would involve a professional observer discreetly monitoring from a distance, meticulously recording the events. However, this time, believing the task to be overly simplistic, the boy had declined the observer's company. He had resigned himself to perish in silence. "Who seeks to end my life?" Jiang Chen inquired in a frigid tone. The boy stiffly shook his head, a growing numbness creeping into his neck. "I do not know." Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Then who are you?" "I am an assassin." At that moment, Jiang Chen was taken aback. The individual seeking his demise was indeed a hired killer. "Tell me who wishes to take my life, and I may spare yours." A glimmer of hope flickered in the boy's ashen eyes, only to swiftly extinguish. He could sense his body was beyond repair, and the prospect of recovery seemed bleak. Furthermore, he was entirely ignorant of his employer's identity. From the day he embraced the life of an assassin, he had resigned himself to the inevitability of death, yet he had never anticipated that this day would arrive so soon, nor that he would perish at the hands of a mere child. He shook his head defiantly and replied, "I have no access to my employer's information, so your efforts are in vain." Suddenly, a ferocious expression contorted his face. "Upon my demise, even more formidable assassins will come for you. There is no escape. Once we have set our sights on you, your fate is sealed, merely to await death." A surge of anger welled up within Jiang Chen. He scoffed at the notion of any formidable assassin. At worst, he could retreat to the sacred soul village, where Tang Hao could eliminate any threats. However, the sensation of having his life threatened was deeply unsettling. He was determined to unearth the malevolent mind behind this plot and repay them 100-fold. Gazing at the boy sprawled on the ground, his expression turned icy. "If you refuse to speak, I possess other means to uncover the truth." In the boy's horrified gaze, Jiang Chen transformed once more, his eyes becoming pitch black, revealing two sharp fangs as he approached menacingly. "What do you intend to do?" Regardless of how indifferent he had been toward life in the past, when faced with his own mortality, he could not escape the grip of fear that seized his heart. Jiang Chen fell silent, and under the fearful gaze of the youth, he opened his mouth and sank his teeth directly into the boy's neck. Chapter 17. The Talented Assassin Boy. This was his inaugural act of biting, yet there was no alternative to uncover the identity of those who sought his demise. He had to resort to such means. His corpse poison was not only lethally potent, but also possessed the ability to transform other beings into his puppets. The previous little black sparrow was a testament to this, albeit it was a rather rudimentary form of a corpse puppet. Although he lacked experience in biting, he was endowed with the memories of the previous generation of zombies, which enabled him to convert others into zombies. Given the bloodline hierarchy's constraints, as long as the opponent's strength did not vastly exceed his own, he still had the potential to exert control over them. His sharp teeth pierced the boy's skin, severing an artery. In that moment, Jiang Chen felt a sudden surge within his soul, as if something was awakening. Previously, when he had indulged in forbidden fruits, savoring the blood of poultry, he found it exquisitely delightful. Now, the copious blood gushing from the boy's neck was akin to an exhilarating stimulant. The taste of that blood, to him, was reminiscent of divine nectar, brimming with unparalleled temptation. Unable to restrain himself, he greedily drank, swallowing the blood into his belly. The warmth of the blood coursing through him felt like consuming an elixir of immortality, igniting a fervor within his veins, as if they were celebrating, leaving him in a euphoric state. Suddenly, amidst his rapture in the sanguine feast, Jiang Chen paused. He sensed a flood of memories surging into his mind, all pertaining to the boy. Every moment of the youth's life was transmitted through the blood, flooding Jiang Chen's consciousness. Jiang Chen gradually became more aware, having indulged for an extended period. At that moment, the boy's eyes widened in sheer terror, his complexion as pale as parchment, and the vitality within him was slowly dissipating. Jiang Chen hastily released his grip. He had come perilously close to ending the boy's life. A direct bite would have transformed him into a mere shell of a zombie, a soulless being devoid of purpose. This was not the kind of undead Jiang Chen sought. Fortunately, the boy was not entirely lost. As long as Jiang Chen's venom did not entirely consume his spirit, he would eventually become a zombie akin to Jiang Chen, possessing intellect and awareness. If the boy's strength did not significantly surpass that of Jiang Chen, he would fall completely under his dominion, a control that would deepen into his very essence, making escape nearly impossible. With the boy's memories now accessible in his mind, Jiang Chen was aware that the boy had not lied. He truly did not know the identity of his employer. Jiang Chen could only hope that the youth would be controllable after transforming into a zombie, thus enabling him to utilize this young man to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind it all. Having contemplated this, Jiang Chen released the zombie state and rose to his feet. Sensing something, Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards the direction of Shanghan village, where he spotted a small head peeking out from behind a large tree, about 100 meters away. Upon realizing that Jiang Chen had noticed him, the small head quickly withdrew, hiding behind the tree. Due to the considerable distance, Jiang Chen could not discern who it was. Just as he took a few steps forward, intending to investigate further, a small figure dashed out from behind the tree, recklessly sprinting towards Shanghan village. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. That diminutive figure was exceedingly familiar to him. It was Tang San. A wry smile crossed his lips as he realized the gravity of the misunderstanding. Having been witnessed by Tang San in the act of consuming blood, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a ferocious beast, prompting a reluctance to engage further. He shook his head and turned back to the youth, awaiting silently by his side. The heart that had previously been pierced had now mended. Zombies were notoriously resilient to death, unless confronted with specific countermeasures. As he meticulously sifted through the boy's memories, he discovered that there was indeed a pitiable aspect to this youth. The boy was named Jing Wuming, once a young master of a minor sect, only to have his family annihilated when he was merely 3 years old. He was rescued by a man named Jing Wuchang, who subsequently trained him to become an assassin. Since the age of 6, Jing Wuming had been learning the art of killing under the guidance of his adoptive father, and at the tender age of 10, he had already attained a soul power level of 19, marking him as a remarkable prodigy. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, Jing Wuming possessed a twin martial soul, his first being a shadow and the second a sword. In the original narrative, only 3 instances of twin martial souls had been documented, so it was unexpected to encounter another here. However, according to Jing Wuming's memories, he had never undergone certification at the Martial Soul Hall, which explained why the master was unaware of his existence. Even if he had sought certification, the master would remain oblivious, for his theories were primarily derived from the statistical advantages provided by the Martial Soul Hall during his tenure there. Having been away from the hall for such an extended period, any emergence of twin martial souls would likely evade his notice. Previously, Jing Wuming had utilized the first soul skill of his shadow martial soul, concealing himself within the shade of the tree. It then dawned on Jiang Chen that he had been hiding in the shadows. No wonder he had been unable to locate him. This martial soul was indeed extraordinary. It could conceal itself wherever shadows existed. Currently, Jing Wuming's soul power level stood at 19, having awakened with an innate soul power of 8, already placing him in the realm of genius compared to the majority. Having grasped Jing Wuming's circumstances, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. An innate level of 8 was remarkably talented, and coupled with a twin martial soul, he was only slightly inferior to Tang San. If he could harness such a genius, he would gain a formidable ally, and notably, Jing Wuming's adoptive father was the leader of the assassin organization in Nodding City, indicating that Jiang Chen might one day wield considerable influence over this faction. In Jing Wuming's perception, this assassin organization loomed as a colossal entity, yet he lacked a concrete understanding of its true magnitude. After approximately 10 minutes had passed, Jiang Chen suddenly sensed an inexplicable connection, a peculiar sensation emanating from Jing Wuming. Intertwining their fates in a mysterious manner, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy, understanding that circumstances were evolving favorably. In his gaze, he observed the wound on Jing Wuming's abdomen and the bite mark on his neck diminishing at a visibly rapid pace, vanishing in the blink of an eye and revealing smooth skin once more. Jing Wuming's eyes appeared somewhat dazed, but after a moment, clarity returned, and he rose to his feet. He regarded Jiang Chen with a complex expression, yet ultimately knelt respectfully on one knee. "Master." It was only at this moment that Jing Wuming fully succumbed to Jiang Chen's influence. This obedience emanated from the depths of his soul. Even if Jiang Chen commanded him to perish at once, he would likely not resist in the slightest. "I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my previous transgressions, master," Jing Wuming expressed with utmost reverence. "Rise, for you are now one of us. How could I possibly hold any grievances against you?" Jiang Chen replied with a smile, aiding Jing Wuming to his feet. Though Jing Wuming stood upright, his demeanor remained one of respect, awaiting Jiang Chen's guidance. He still possessed his own thoughts, yet there was an innate sense of submission to Jiang Chen woven into the fabric of his soul. Jiang Chen took a moment to ensure there were no oversights before speaking. I assign you your first task. Swiftly ascertain who wishes to take my life. Understood. Jing Wuming replied with a respectful bow. Furthermore, I have gleaned from your memories that you intend to bestow a soul ring upon your second martial spirit? Jing Wuming, unfazed by Jiang Chen's knowledge of his memories, nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Do not be hasty in attaching any soul rings to your second martial spirit, Jiang Chen advised. Jing Wuming was taken aback. I humbly request your guidance, Master. Jiang Chen remarked, the shadow martial soul is sufficient to sustain your cultivation. When you reach the rank of soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo, I shall bestow upon your sword the addition of soul rings. By then, the soul rings you can endure will surpass 10,000 years, perhaps even exceeding 100,000 years. Jing Wuming's eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance, and he promptly knelt, expressing with utmost reverence, thank you for your guidance, Master. However, Master, my offensive power primarily resides within my sword martial soul. Without the augmentation of soul rings, my strength would be significantly diminished. Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated that Jing Wuming would pose such a question, and he immediately responded with a smile. Take a moment to truly sense the changes within your body. Chapter 18. Confrontation with Tang San. Jing Wuming meticulously attuned himself to the transformations occurring within him, and after a brief moment, he could not help but exclaim with delight, Master, my soul power has astonishingly ascended to level 20. Moreover, I perceive a significant enhancement in all aspects of my physical capabilities. My strength has more than doubled compared to before. After all, he was still a youth. And despite being an assassin, Jing Wuming could not conceal his joy. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. This is the ability I bestow upon you. Moreover, do you recall the poison I possess? You now carry this toxin within you, and as your cultivation advances, it will grow increasingly ferocious. Even without a soul ring accompanying your sword martial spirit, it can unleash astonishing might. Jing Wuming finally grasped Jiang Chen's intent, and his heart swelled with gratitude. However, with such formidable power comes significant side effects. Jiang Chen's words left Jing Wuming momentarily stunned. Before long, you will find yourself beset by an intense craving for blood. You must indulge in the sanguine essence to alleviate it. You are no longer a typical individual, to be precise. You have transformed into a creature that requires blood to survive. While Jiang Chen was unaware of why he remained unaffected like an ordinary person, he understood that Jing Wuming had undeniably become a conventional vampire, for only through the consumption of blood could he sustain his existence. Jiang Chen's words left Jing Wuming utterly astonished. The notion of a blood-sucking monster was profoundly sinister and terrifying. Despite the fear that gripped his heart, his allegiance to Jiang Chen remained unshaken in the slightest. Jiang Chen continued, in the future, you may consume human blood or animal blood. Under no circumstances are you permitted to bite a living person without my command. He was acutely aware of the terror that zombies could evoke. Should the zombie virus erupt in this realm, it would herald an unprecedented calamity. If such an event were to transpire, the undead would undoubtedly become the abominable entities that all of Douluo Continent would seek to exterminate, and Jiang Chen himself would be unable to escape the ensuing chaos. Until he had fully fortified himself, he certainly hoped such an occurrence would not manifest, although he had yet to experience the thirst Jiang Chen described. Jing Wuming had engraved his master's command into his very soul, vowing never to bite another soul until his last breath. As he gazed at Jing Wuming before him, a thought flickered through Jiang Chen's mind. Perhaps, in the days to come, he could assemble an indomitable legion of undead, a force that would instill fear in the hearts of many. However, this remained a mere reverie. He would not engage in such a detestable act unless he were left with no alternatives. Lost in contemplation, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He might very well be the kindest zombie in history. By the way, he added, upon your return, first feign my demise. Then discreetly uncover the identity of those who wish to see me dead. A cold glimmer flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Those who sought to take his life must pay the price. Jing Wuming nodded and inquired, Master, shall I take care of him? Jiang Chen shook his head, saying, no need. You only need to uncover the truth. Return now. Jing Wuming nodded, and in a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Jiang Chen could no longer concern himself with fishing. He turned back towards Shahan village, his head throbbing with the thought of how to explain himself to Tang San. Lost in contemplation, he traversed the path back to the village without formulating a suitable explanation. A fleeting glance at Tang San's residence revealed the latter's head momentarily appearing at the door, only for it to slam shut with a resounding thud. How is it that Tang San, possessing such an array of formidable skills, would be so fearful of me, a mere zombie? Jiang Chen pondered in disbelief. Little did he know, Tang San was in a state of turmoil, acutely aware of how to counter the corpse poison, yet utterly perplexed on how to subdue a zombie. Moreover, he was apprehensive that if Jiang Chen were to lose control, he might inadvertently bite his father, Tang Hao. Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation and headed home, devoid of any motivation to exercise. Just after taking a few steps, Tang San's voice reached him, calling him to a halt. Jiang Chen turned around and saw Tang San stepping out. He could distinctly perceive a hint of apprehension in Tang San's gaze. Jiang Chen, shall we have a private conversation? Jiang Chen nodded. Where to? Tang San pointed towards the distant mountain. Let us ascend to the summit. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. It was indeed a fortunate circumstance that Tang San took the initiative to engage him in conversation. Atop the small mountain, Jiang Chen and Tang San stood facing each other, the mountain breeze stirring their garments, their breaths steady and unwavering, exuding an air of formidable prowess akin to that of a great hero. Tang San's countenance was grave, several steel needles poised for action, ready to deliver a lethal strike to Jiang Chen at any moment. Although the Tang clan lacked a formal mission to eradicate evil, their guiding principle in the Xiantian treasure record stated that if one was certain of an enemy's identity and had the means to eliminate them, there was no need to hold back. The two individuals Tang San cherished most were his father and old Jack. He would not allow Jiang Chen to endanger their lives. Thus, despite harboring profound apprehension towards Jiang Chen, he still chose to meet him alone in this secluded place. Why did you bite that person? Tang San inquired coldly. Jiang Chen gazed at Tang San, who appeared restless and felt a sense of helplessness. If I were to say that the youth intended to strike first and sought to take my life, would you believe me? Tang San slowly shook his head, regarding Jiang Chen with an expression that suggested he thought him a fool. What kind of absurdity is it for a young boy to want to murder a 6-year-old child without any reason? Jiang Chen helplessly shrugged. See, I speak the truth. Yet you refuse to believe me. Tang San's expression grew increasingly cold. If you do not clarify things for me today, do not even think about leaving this place. Jiang Chen retorted, I have already stated that I do not bite indiscriminately. Whether you choose to believe it or not is your decision. He was disinclined to offer further explanations. Regarding the matter of being hired to assassinate him, he preferred not to disclose it to Tang San, for without evidence, there was no way Tang San would take him seriously. Observing Tang San's gradually darkening demeanor, Jiang Chen simply descended the mountain, believing that time would provide the best justification for his actions, as he meant no harm to old Jack. You shall not leave, Tang San exclaimed fiercely, swiftly positioning himself behind Jiang Chen, placing a hand upon his shoulder. As Jiang Chen's soul force surged, he resolutely turned away, shaking off Tang San's grasp with a slight jerk of his shoulder. However, after taking 2 more steps forward, Tang San made another attempt, this time employing the technique of the Xianyu hand, delivering a powerful strike directly to Jiang Chen's shoulder. If Jiang Chen did not clarify the situation, Tang San was determined to keep him here, come what may. Aware of Jiang Chen's immense strength, he channeled his soul power into the blow, catching Jiang Chen off guard and nearly forcing him to his knees. Even a clay figure possesses a measure of indignation. How much more so for Jiang Chen? Faced with Tang San's persistence, even his usually amiable temperament began to fray. He abruptly turned around, fixing Tang San with a fierce gaze. Do you wish to fight me? If you do not clarify your intentions, you shan't leave. Tang San retorted coldly. Since you are convinced that I intentionally harmed that boy, does it even matter if I explain myself? Tang San was taken aback, realizing that he had indeed come to the conclusion that Jiang Chen was deliberately biting someone. The notion that someone wished to kill Jiang Chen seemed ludicrous. Not only would he not believe it, but even Jiang Chen would struggle to accept such an absurd reality if it weren't for the actions taken against him. Noticing Tang San's silence, Jiang Chen pressed on. So, you intend to kill me? In Chapter 19, Jiang Chen faced torment. Tang San's expression shifted, caught off guard by Jiang Chen's boldness in addressing the matter so directly. He had indeed entertained such thoughts. Then let me witness your capabilities. Before Jiang Chen's words had fully dissipated, he lunged at Tang San, eager to gauge his strength. In a foul mood, he sought a confrontation. Observing the ferocity of Jiang Chen's advance, Tang San summoned all his power into the Xianyu hand to counter the onslaught. This technique could withstand poisonous assaults, and he felt unperturbed by Jiang Chen's deadly toxin. In their initial clash, Jiang Chen held a decisive advantage, and in the ensuing collision, Tang San was sent flying. Jiang Chen remained motionless, for Tang San's strength paled in comparison. Tang San flipped twice in the air and, upon landing, staggered back a few steps before finally regaining his balance. Such formidable power left him secretly astonished, having previously observed Jiang Chen from the sidelines. He was aware of his immense strength, but experiencing it firsthand was still astonishing. Shaking his numbed hand, he regarded Jiang Chen with a grave expression. I concede that your strength is impressive, yet strength alone does not signify much. For one devoid of skill, even the mightiest force amounts to mere brute strength. As soon as Tang San's words left his lips, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. He recalled Tang San's various techniques, the purple extreme demon eye, the Xian Jade hand, the ghost shadow mysterious steps, each one formidable in its own right. In contrast, apart from his brute strength, he found himself lacking in other areas compared to Tang San, and he had never engaged in a proper fight. While he pondered these thoughts, Tang San had already closed the distance, employing the ghost shadow mysterious steps to conjure an array of illusory afterimages, leaving Jiang Chen momentarily dazed. To Tang San, Jiang Chen appeared riddled with vulnerabilities, and he seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen reacted swiftly, managing to block Tang San's assault just in time. However, by the time he sought to retaliate, Tang San had already vanished from sight. After several exchanges, Jiang Chen had endured numerous strikes, yet he could sense that Tang San was not unleashing his full potential. In truth, Jiang Chen's speed was not lacking. It simply paled in comparison to the peculiar agility displayed by Tang San, who moved in an almost unpredictable manner. It was no surprise that he struggled to keep pace with him. Despite his furious roars, he could not even graze the hem of Tang San's garment. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen's body was marred with footprints, and he found himself weary of the confrontation. Faced with Tang San's array of uncanny techniques, he felt utterly powerless to resist. This left him with a profound sense of frustration. He possessed strength yet could not utilize it, and though he had speed, he could not catch Tang San. The sensation was undeniably vexing. He even began to lament his own system, observing how others wielded formidable powers while he, in contrast, faced disastrous consequences merely for seeking rewards. Tang San eventually halted, his earlier inclination to eliminate Jiang Chen having been a fleeting thought. Reflecting on Jiang Chen's conduct over the years, it seemed he had never truly initiated an attack against anyone. Was it really that the young man wished to take his life? Jiang Chen reluctantly nodded, affirming the truth of his words with a solemn declaration that should he utter a falsehood, he would be struck down by divine wrath. The youth who fell victim to his bite was now under his dominion, if one were to doubt this. They need only wait a few days for him to summon the lad for proof. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang San, causing a change in his expression. He was uncertain whether Jiang Chen's zombie martial spirit bore the same characteristics as that of his previous life, prompting him to inquire, "Will the boy transform into a zombie after your bite?" "Indeed, but he is already under my control. Without my command, he would not dare to indiscriminately bite others." With that, the matter was temporarily settled. "Should I discover that you dare to harm Grandfather Jack, I will show you no mercy." With those words, Tang San disregarded Jiang Chen further and made his way down the mountain alone. Jiang Chen tapped his forehead and exclaimed with frustration, "What a miserly system! Couldn't he have bestowed upon me a graceful body technique or a formidable boxing skill? Instead, I find myself struck by lightning." He had believed that possessing innate full soul power and a powerful zombie martial spirit would render him comparable to Tang San. Yet he was unexpectedly subjected to such a humiliating defeat in their first encounter. At that moment, a powerful urge to absorb the divine soul ring surged within him. After all, acquiring an additional skill might just turn the tide in his favor and allow him to exact revenge on Tang San. However, after some reflection, he stifled the impulse. He could not afford to act recklessly. His life was far too precious. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he realized he had sustained no injuries. After all, Tang San had shown restraint and had not unleashed his full power. Even if he had, it was questionable whether he could have harmed Jiang Chen. Remember, previously, Jing Wuming's sword had pierced through Jiang Chen's heart, yet here he was, lively and well. With a fierce kick, he shattered a large stone. Gritting his teeth in determination, once he absorbed the soul ring, he would surely deliver a thorough thrashing to Tang San and avenge his grievances. At that moment, through his connection with Jing Wuming, he learned that Jing Wuming had returned to Notting City. Within the assassin organization in Notting, Jing Wuming held a position akin to that of a young master, so uncovering the identity of the employer who had ordered Jiang Chen's assassination would not take long. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Hall of Notting City, Master Matthew called Su Yuntao into his office. He had just received news from the assassin organization regarding Jiang Chen's demise and was eager to share this information with Su Yuntao. As Su Yuntao pushed open the door to Matthew's office, he was surprised to find CC present as well. At that moment, CC's complexion was rosy, her sparkling eyes captivating. The wolf's keen sense of smell detected something in the air, but he struggled to identify the scent. Master Matthew, CC, what brings you here? I've been searching for you all morning. CC replied with a smile. This morning, I ventured to St. Soul Village to carry out the task assigned to me by Master Matthew, which is why you couldn't find me. What task? Matthew's sorrowful voice broke through. Yuntao, I must convey some exceedingly unfortunate news regarding Jiang Chen. Su Yuntao froze momentarily, his anxiety palpable. Master Matthew, what has happened to Jiang Chen? He has perished. Matthew's head hung low, his tone heavy with regret. The revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, plunging Su Yuntao into darkness. He staggered and nearly fainted from the shock. Jiang Chen, his hopes for advancement have thus been extinguished. Su Yuntao's emotions suddenly spiraled into madness as he stepped forward, gripping Matthew's shoulders tightly and shaking him forcefully. He cried out, "Tell me, how did he perish?" In the river, while fishing, he drowned. Alas, what a brilliant child he was. It is truly a pity. Su Yuntao's hands weakly slipped from Matthew's shoulders, and he collapsed onto the table, weeping uncontrollably. He had toiled for years in the depths of the Spirit Hall, awakening countless children, and now, just as he was on the verge of achieving greatness, he found himself with nothing to show for his efforts. CC approached, gently patting Su Yuntao's back, offering words of comfort. Do not grieve. I witnessed Jiang Chen laid to rest. I believe in you. You shall surely awaken even more exceptional children in the future. Su Yuntao brushed aside CC's hand, walking away in a daze. He desired nothing more than to drown his sorrows in drink. Chapter 20. The Commencement of Soul Ring Absorption. Jiang Chen returned home, dejected and disheartened, having refrained from visiting Tang how to forge iron that afternoon. After enduring a beating from Tang San in the morning, he was further humiliated by being asked to grovel before him. He could not bring himself to do so, unless Tang San personally offered an apology. Lacking the rigorous exercise of forging, he decided to continue his training by carrying the stone mill up and down the mountain, significantly intensifying his regimen. After being brutally defeated by Tang San, his yearning for strength intensified. During his training, Jing Wuming conveyed encouraging news through their spiritual connection, revealing that their target had been identified as the Spirit Hall. Although Jing Wuming held a unique status, uncovering the identities of those who had arranged the assassination was no easy feat, as he lacked the authority to access certain records. Nevertheless, pinpointing the Spirit Hall as the target was a considerable advancement. The Spirit Hall? I have never provoked them. Why would they wish to take my life? Logically, they should seek to recruit me, so why resort to such lethal measures? Jiang Chen was utterly perplexed, for this did not align with the modus operandi of the Spirit Hall. After all, he had not yet completely severed ties with them. Logically, the Spirit Hall should have sought ways to win him over instead. A sudden thought crossed Jiang Chen's mind, recalling a certain individual, Su Yuntao. Surely, he must possess some insights, for it was he who aided in the awakening of his martial soul. Without delay, Jiang Chen conveyed his thoughts to Jing Wuming, urging him to conduct a thorough investigation into Su Yuntao. 2 days later, Jing Wuming returned with favorable news, having narrowed down the focus to 2 individuals, Matthew and Cici. Jiang Chen reflected for a moment, recalling these 2 inconsequential individuals from the original narrative. One was the girl pursued by Su Yuntao, and the other an esteemed elder from the Spirit Hall of Notting City. He found it utterly perplexing why these 2 would wish to take his life. A day later, Jing Wuming finally unraveled the entire situation, uncovering the motives behind the attempts on Jiang Chen's life. Early in the morning, Jiang Chen summoned Jing Wuming to Holy Soul Village to delve into the truth of the matter. By the riverbank outside the village, the 2 stood facing each other. Master, for the past few days, Su Yuntao has been drowning his sorrows in alcohol. From him, I managed to extract that he had relayed your information to Matthew Nua, intending to communicate with the Pope's palace. Subsequently, Matthew Nua approached our organization, hiring us to eliminate you. But what is Matthew Nua's true motive for wanting me dead? And what of that CC? Jiang Chen inquired. I infiltrated Matthew Nua's office using my soul skills, lurking there for a day and a night, and finally unearthed their secret. At this juncture, Jing Wuming's face suddenly flushed with color. Jiang Chen felt a sense of bewilderment and continued speaking. The old man Matthew and that young lady, CC, were secretly engaged in an illicit affair. At this point, Jing Wuming appeared to be lost in reminiscence, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. It was, after all, a vividly intimate tableau, and he had nearly been discovered while concealing himself there. This was his first encounter with such matters, and for a youth like him, the impact was overwhelmingly profound. Jiang Chen's mouth fell agape, his expression a vivid tapestry of astonishment. He was well aware that Matthew Nua was over 80 years old, while CC was merely in her 20s. The generational gap between them was sufficient to constitute a grandfather-granddaughter relationship, yet it was astonishing that they had become entangled romantically. Furthermore, what of Su Yuntao? Had he not been persistently pursuing CC? How could he remain oblivious to such a situation? Jiang Chen's curiosity was piqued. It has been over a month, came the reply. What about Su Yuntao? Is he aware of this affair? Jing Wuming shook his head. He has been kept in the dark, completely unaware of the circumstances. How intriguing, Jiang Chen mused. But why then do they wish to eliminate me? Jing Wuming gathered his thoughts and relayed the details of the transaction between Matthew Nua and CC to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen finally understood that the reason Matthew killed him was to obtain the position of Lord of Nottingham. Truly a pitiable situation for Tao Ge. Jiang Chen shook his head. Master, do you require me to eliminate them? Jing Wuming inquired. No need. Jiang Chen's voice grew cold. Wouldn't it be too lenient to simply kill them? Would it not be far better to see them utterly disgraced and stripped of everything? Jing Wuming nodded thoughtfully. Come with me to the village. I wish to introduce you to someone. Jiang Chen accompanied Jing Wuming on a pilgrimage to the Soul Village. Jing Wuming did not inquire about whom they were to meet. He simply followed Jiang Chen's orders. Upon reaching the village entrance, Jiang Chen instructed Jing Wuming to wait there while he went in to summon Tang San. With his purple extreme demon eye, Tang San perceived the events of that day with utmost clarity and, of course, recognized Jing Wuming. After a brief moment, Tang San looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of regret. Jiang Chen, I apologize, I misunderstood you. Witnessing Tang San's admittance of fault, the pent-up frustration that had clouded Jiang Chen's days began to dissipate. He was not a petty individual, and Tang San's previous actions stemmed from his concern for his father and old Jack's safety. Once everything was clarified, Jiang Chen led Jing Wuming out. When you return, make an effort to interact more with your peers. Learn how to engage with others. Do not remain perpetually aloof, understand? Jing Wuming was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Chen's words mirrored those of his adoptive father, both urging him to embrace a more ordinary existence. Previously, he had been reclusive and indifferent to his adoptive father's lessons. But now Jiang Chen's command was one he had to obey. Yes, master, he replied, committing Jiang Chen's admonishments to memory. There is no need to call me master from now on. Just refer to me as young master, Jiang Chen stated. Yes, young master. All right, you may return now. Focus on your training. I will reach out when your skills are required. With that, Jing Wuming acknowledged the command and made his way back to Notting City. The days of Jiang Chen have returned to tranquility. Each morning, he engages in a running regimen, spends his afternoons forging at Tang Hao's shop, and dedicates his evenings to the cultivation of martial arts. Since that incident when Tang San offered his apologies, the latter's demeanor towards Jiang Chen has markedly improved, even surpassing the cordiality present before the misunderstanding. Acknowledging Tang San's genuine remorse, Jiang Chen's previous discontent has somewhat dissipated. After all, Tang San's actions that day were motivated by a desire to protect Tang Hao and old Jack, and contemplating from his perspective, Jiang Chen would have made a similar choice. As for seeking vengeance against Matthew, Jiang Chen has yet to devise a suitable plan. However, a gentleman's retribution is never too late. When he eventually travels to Notting City, ample opportunities will arise to deal with Matthew. Time quietly slips away in this serene existence, and the villagers of Holy Soul Village have grown accustomed to Jiang Chen's extraordinary behavior, gradually losing their former trepidation towards him. On a night over 2 months later, with the bright moon hanging high, a hazy night envelopes the earth, and Jiang Chen finds himself inexplicably refraining from his usual training. The hour is late, and all have succumbed to slumber. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, he is filled with fervent anticipation. Tonight, he shall absorb his first soul ring and embark on the path of a soul master. He is curious to discover how far his physical prowess and willpower, honed over the past 2 months, can take him, and what kind of soul ring he will acquire. Chapter 21. Jiang Chen's ultimate challenge, the divinely bestowed soul ring, upon absorption, will grant him a skill of utmost necessity, and the longer he endures, the greater the age of the soul ring, thus amplifying the power of the soul skill he shall obtain. At this moment, the most critical task for Jiang Chen is to undergo the tribulation. He speculates that the first soul skill he is about to acquire will likely pertain to defense. Concentrating his mental energy upon the system, he opts to activate the divinely granted soul ring. The system promptly issues a reminder. Upon absorbing the soul ring, the host must endure their first heavenly tribulation within 3 days. It is advised that the host should strive to hold on until the end during the absorption to enhance the chances of successfully passing through the tribulation. Please confirm whether to absorb it. This time, Jiang Chen does not waver, and with a trembling heart, he selects confirm. Absorbing the first soul ring feels akin to a young man entering the bridal chamber for the first time, an experience that stirs profound excitement within him, especially considering he has yet to partake in such an event. At the moment he makes his selection, a golden orb materializes above his head. It shatters instantaneously, transforming into a rich cascade of golden light that merges into his crown. In that fleeting instant, his entire being radiates a brilliant golden glow, resembling a celestial Buddha, while an overwhelming, divine aura emanates from him, enveloping the area within several yards. At that moment, Tang Hao, who had been deeply inebriated and resting, is abruptly awakened. Without disturbing Tang San, he stealthily steps outside. Upon exiting, he gazes towards the village chief's courtyard, where he notices a faint golden light streaming through the cracks of one of the room's doors and windows. The aura that startled him emanates from that very room, which he recognizes as Jiang Chen's. Utilizing his formidable mental prowess, he senses the aura more acutely, and his expression shifts dramatically, revealing a look of incredulity. This is indeed the essence of absorbing a soul ring. Moreover, judging by the fluctuations in the aura, the quality of this soul ring is undoubtedly remarkable. Where could this young man have procured such a soul ring? Could he be the manifestation of a 100,000-year soul beast? It is inconceivable for soul beasts to roam in the vicinity of Holy Spirit Village, which implies that Jiang Chen's soul ring did not originate from hunting a soul beast. The only plausible explanation is that he has somehow generated his first soul ring through the transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang Hao's wife is a manifestation of a 100,000-year soul beast, making him thoroughly acquainted with such secrets. However, had Jiang Chen indeed transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, his title of Douluo would surely allow him to discern it. Yet, throughout his observations over time, he is convinced that Jiang Chen is not a transformed soul beast. This realization poses a perplexing question. From where did Jiang Chen's soul ring originate? Tang Hao stood there, utterly perplexed, gazing intently in the direction of Jiang Chen. As the golden light permeated Jiang Chen's body, he felt a warm sensation enveloping him. Yet, before he could savor this warmth, a tremendous surge of energy began to erupt within him. The energy bestowed by the divine soul ring was immensely powerful, akin to boundless and tumultuous waves crashing against his very being. Initially, he managed to cope with it, his robust physique allowing him to withstand the onslaught. However, as the energy's impact grew increasingly pronounced, he found himself expelling copious amounts of impurities from his pores after an hour. This was the soul ring's energy cleansing his sinews and marrow, purging his body of impurities. The energy within him surged with an overwhelming force, threatening to burst him apart. At that moment, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his face contorted, the chaotic energy within him visible through his skin. "I cannot endure this any longer," he roared, transforming into a zombie-like form, which alleviated the pressure within him. The technique of the heavenly corpse transformation was in constant operation, absorbing the energy from the soul ring, rapidly augmenting his soul power. After another 2 hours, he again reached his limit, the ever-mounting energy making him feel as though he might explode at any moment. Roar. Manifest my martial spirit. The zombie martial spirit emerged, swiftly merging with him, enhancing his physical prowess further and alleviating some of the agony he felt. Tang Hao had been standing at his doorstep for 3 hours, acutely aware of the increasingly formidable energy that had, over an hour ago, surpassed the absorption limit of a 10th-level soul master. Yet, even after another hour, Jiang Chen's absorption showed no signs of cessation. The energy fluctuations had reached a lethal level for a 10th-level soul master. It was likely that an ordinary 10th-level soul master would succumb to this energy's onslaught in less than 3 seconds, resulting in catastrophic failure. At this moment, a yellow energy circle had formed around Jiang Chen, deepening in hue as time progressed. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, Jiang Chen's physique had been enhanced. Yet the energy surging within him grew increasingly terrifying. In less than an hour, he reached his limit for the 3rd time. He felt as though his entire being was on the verge of being torn asunder, the excruciating pain penetrating his very soul. As he opened his eyes slightly, he noticed the yellow circle outside had begun to transform. The deep yellow was shifting towards a purple hue. Is this the attainment of 1,000 years? Jiang Chen's heart leaped with joy. 1,000-year soul ring far exceeded the theoretical research conducted by Yu Shaojiang, and he had not anticipated reaching such a pinnacle. No, the soul ring has not yet fully transformed into purple. I can endure. Jiang Chen once again closed his eyes, his body racked with pain to the point of convulsions. Filthy impurities mingled with copious amounts of sweat, creating a nauseating, greasy odor that permeated the entire room. His skin had begun to ooze blood, and the veins beneath the surface were engorged, threatening to burst at any moment. Jiang Chen's consciousness had become hazy, and he was unaware of how long he had persevered. Eventually, the surging energy gradually diminished and miraculously vanished. In a state of obscured awareness, after enduring over 4 hours of torment, Jiang Chen could no longer hold on. With his nerves finally relaxing, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Tang Hao, standing nearby, let out a long sigh of relief. He had waited for more than 4 hours. And soon, in another 2 or 3 hours, dawn would break. Returning to bed, Tang Hao found himself unable to sleep for a long time. His formidable mental energy, since that Jiang Chen's absorption of the soul ring had not failed. Astonishingly, the terrifying soul ring had been successfully absorbed. He was uncertain of the age of Jiang Chen's soul ring, but he surmised it must be truly remarkable. If Jiang Chen survives, he is destined to become renowned throughout the Douluo Continent. Xiao Chun, old Jack, perplexed, knocked on Jiang Chen's door. By now, the sun was already high in the sky, and according to Jiang Chen's usual habits, he should have risen by this time. Yet, the door remained unopened. After several knocks yielded no response, old Jack forcefully pushed the door open, only to be confronted by the sight of Jiang Chen, covered in blood and filth. An unbearable stench wafted out, far more repugnant than that of a latrine. Frowning deeply, old Jack rushed in. Xiao Chun, what has happened to you? Ignoring the foul odor and the dirt, he grasped Jiang Chen's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Jiang Chen finally awakened, slowly opening his eyes. At first, he was somewhat dazed by old Jack's shaking, but he quickly recalled that he had been absorbing a spirit ring. Grandpa, did you pass gas? It stinks. Jiang Chen pinched his nose, his face contorted in distaste. Old Jack, bristling with indignation, retorted, You are the one who stinks. Tell me, did you fall into a latrine last night? How could you come back without cleaning yourself? Do you expect me to wash your bedding? Faced with old Jack's scolding, Jiang Chen could only chuckle awkwardly. Grandpa, please leave. I will take a shower and wash the bedding myself later. You needn't worry. Old Jack shook his head, leaning on his cane, and was about to exit when he suddenly turned back, saying, I will go to the neighboring village to secure a spot for you as a working student. Make sure to prepare a meal for me when I return. Understood. Please hurry, Jiang Chen urged. Observing Jiang Chen's filthy state, old Jack shook his head and departed. Once old Jack left, Jiang Chen eagerly leaped out of bed. But upon seeing the layers of grime on himself, his brows knitted tightly. The odor was truly indescribable, far worse than that of a latrine. If Jiang Chen hadn't been utterly famished, he might have already retched. The layers of muck clung to him like sludge, foul-smelling, uncomfortable, and slightly itchy. Although he longed to examine his spirit abilities at that moment, he had no choice but to set that thought aside. Grasping his bedding, he stepped outside, taking with him soap for bathing and laundry, and made his way to the river. Residing in the heart of Holy Spirit Village, as soon as he stepped outside, he was engulfed by the stench. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the foul odor throughout the entire village. Damn, which family's latrine has exploded? Why is it so foul? Who is responsible for poisoning our village? Just wait until I deal with them. Dad, wake up and have some porridge. What is that smell? It's so awful. Jiang Chen clutched the blanket, his face tinged with crimson as he listened to the cacophony of curses directed at him. Feeling rather embarrassed, with his head bowed, His body was almost entirely concealed beneath the covers as he hurriedly fled towards the outskirts of the village. It turned out to be that little rascal, Jiang Chen. Good heavens! Had he truly fallen into the cesspit? Alas, it seems that he indeed had. Just observe how he was smeared with those unsightly, dark masses. I cannot bear it any longer. He has been discovered. Jiang Chen's small face flushed a deeper shade of crimson as he sprinted away, utterly mortified. This incident was so embarrassing that even plunging into the yellow river would not cleanse his shame. He pondered how, once he achieved fame and success, this debacle might forever remain a blemish on his life. The frustration was palpable. What transpired? Tang San looked on in astonishment at the sight of Jiang Chen, clutching a blanket and fleeing, while the villagers murmured around them. A look of bewilderment etched upon his face. An hour later, Jiang Chen had finally cleansed his body and washed the blanket. Yet the vast river was now teeming with fish, their bellies turned skyward. Such a waste. Regret lingered, but he remained largely indifferent. Where there were none in the water, there were certainly more upon the mountains. The thought of his soul skill reignited his excitement. He hung the blanket on a nearby branch, stripped bare, and began to practice his soul skill. Upon awakening, he had learned about his first soul skill. With practiced ease, he summoned his zombie martial spirit, and a holy purple soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, swirling gently around him. Indeed, it was a purple soul ring, a 1,000-year soul ring. Jiang Chen's heart soared with joy. According to Yu Shaojing's theory, the limit for a soul master's first soul ring was 423 years. Before absorbing it, he had harbored aspirations of surpassing this limit. Yet he never anticipated that he would not only surpass it, but exceed it by 2 or 3 times. This achievement was entirely his own, accomplished without any external assistance, relying solely on his zombie physique and the amplification of his martial spirit to successfully absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Had it not been for the looming threat of heavenly tribulation, he might not have been able to endure long enough for the soul ring to transform into a 1,000-year one. After all, heavenly tribulation was a perilous entity. Could he afford to be complacent while absorbing a soul ring? A satisfied smile graced his lips as he unleashed his first soul skill. A layer of inky substance enveloped his body, resembling liquid, before solidifying into a formidable and awe-inspiring armor. The armor was jet black and glossy, adorned with large, sharp spikes at the elbows, knees, and shoulders, rendering him exceptionally fearsome. He tapped the armor, feeling its texture akin to bone, though it resonated with a metallic sound. With a mere thought, the facial armor could obscure everything but his eyes, nose, and mouth, or it could be retracted entirely. After strolling to the riverbank and gazing at his reflection for several minutes, he nodded in satisfaction, a broad grin stretching across his face. If he were to describe this armor in just a few words, he would say, incredibly handsome. In addition to his satisfaction with the armor's appearance, he was pleasantly surprised by its remarkable effects. This skill, known as the Zombie God Armor, primarily enhances defensive capabilities. Once the divine armor envelopes him, his physical defense escalates by an astonishing 150%, effectively increasing it by a factor of 1.5. Furthermore, the divine armor also provides enhancements in other aspects, albeit to a lesser extent than the defensive boost. Both strength and speed are simultaneously augmented by a factor of 2. While this increase is somewhat less impressive than that of the defense, it remains a significant enhancement nonetheless. Generally, soul masters of over 30 levels who absorb Millennium Soul Rings can only achieve a doubling effect at best, even among the most exceptional. The enhancement effects of Jiang Chen's skill on these 3 abilities can be regarded as exceptional, even when compared to the third skills of other soul masters. His strength, speed, and defense were already astonishing, and once he activated the divine armor, the results would be formidable. It is likely that after he employs this skill, standing there, few soul masters of the same level would be able to breach his defenses. Indeed, it is a defensive skill. Jiang Chen mused to himself, having anticipated this even before absorbing the soul ring, for the divine soul ring is capable of manifesting the skills most needed by the absorber. However, this skill does possess certain shortcomings, namely its lack of duration and substantial soul power consumption. The skill can only be maintained for half an hour, and upon its activation, a third of Jiang Chen's soul power was immediately depleted. After 30 minutes, the skill will automatically dissipate, but it can be activated again, albeit at an additional cost of soul power. Unless Jiang Chen is able to conserve his soul power during battle, it is fair to say that the skill will rarely be usable a second time. Nonetheless, in light of the skill's advantages, Jiang Chen overlooked these drawbacks. Half an hour should suffice to resolve a battle, barring encounters with formidable opponents like Tang San, who possessed numerous trump cards. He struck his armor a few more times, producing a resounding clang. The armor emitted a sound reminiscent of metal. He pondered whether it could withstand lightning. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of doubt. However, it should be capable, as it was bestowed upon him for a reason, he reassured himself. Regardless of its capabilities, he must face this tribulation. With only 3 days to prepare, he had no choice but to confront it. Should he exceed the time limit, the lightning would undoubtedly strike. Chapter 23. The lightning tribulation emerges. Ever since successfully absorbing the soul ring, the sensation of being targeted by the heavenly tribulation had intensified. If he wished to endure it, he could summon the lightning tribulation immediately, yet he was not mentally prepared. Perhaps he could enlist Tang Hao's assistance? After all, he is a title Douluo and should have no difficulty withstanding the tribulation intended for a mere soul master like himself, he contemplated. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden alert from the system echoed. Requesting assistance for the tribulation will attract a lightning tribulation corresponding to the strength of the helper. Please consider this carefully. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. He had long intended to seek Tang Hao's aid, and his frequent visits to Tang Hao's blacksmith shop over the past 2 months were partly for this reason. Yet, he had not anticipated the system's abrupt warning against seeking help at this moment. Alas, it seems he must rely solely on himself. Jiang Chen sighed heavily. He glanced at the system, noting the changes in his profile. Host, Jiang Chen. Douluo level, 13. Zombie level, 112. Spirit ring, 1,100 years. Spirit skill, zombie god armor. Items. Dark blessing potion, spirit ring upgrade voucher, level 1120. The dark blessing potion is intended for healing injuries and should prove immensely beneficial when the time comes. Additionally, there is a spirit ring upgrade voucher, which can be utilized to enhance the level of his spirit ring. Furthermore, after absorbing the spirit ring, his physical attributes have significantly improved. Should he use this upgrade voucher now, he could potentially elevate the first spirit ring by 1 or 200 years, consequently amplifying the various effects of its skills. However, this upgrade voucher is only applicable at level 1120 and unless absolutely necessary. He would prefer not to squander it during tribulation. Previously, he could not ascertain his soul power level by mere intuition. Yet the system clearly indicated his current soul power grade. Evidently, his diligent training had borne fruit, as his soul power surged by 3 levels upon absorbing the spirit ring. Sighing once more, Jiang Chen trudged back to Holy Spirit Village, wrapped in his blanket. At noon, old Jack returned, his lips nearly worn raw, having finally secured a work-study position at Nodding Academy from a neighboring village. Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotion. Throughout his life, old Jack had treated him as if he were his own beloved grandson. He dared not share the news of his impending tribulation with anyone, for if he were to fail and perish, it would surely grieve old Jack deeply. Unable to seek assistance, he resolved to venture into the depths of the forest 2 days hence to discreetly confront his trial. He had no worries regarding old Jack's well-being in his twilight years, especially with Tang San by his side, yet he was troubled by the thought of old Jack's lingering concern for him after his departure. As time passed, the 3rd day arrived, and it was imperative that he find a suitable location to undergo his tribulation. Over the preceding days, he had lavished old Jack with sumptuous meals, bringing smiles and praise for his filial piety, unaware that today might mark Jiang Chen's permanent absence. Early in the morning, he met with Tang San, urging him to take good care of old Jack in his stead, leaving Tang San in a state of bewilderment. Under Tang San's persistent inquiries, Jiang Chen refrained from divulging his plans, recognizing that such knowledge would offer no assistance. At noon, after sharing one final meal with old Jack, he meticulously tidied his room, folding his bedding and casting a lingering gaze upon the familiar surroundings. With a heavy heart, he could not bear to meet old Jack's eyes again and quietly slipped away from the village. He had long heard of a vast expanse of forest to the south, a place where human presence was scarce, making it an ideal setting for his impending trial. Jiang Chen moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching his destination within a mere 2 hours and entering the heart of the forest. This woodland was devoid of soul beasts, inhabited solely by ordinary wildlife, as it lay in close proximity to several villages. The presence of soul beasts would pose a significant threat to the safety of these settlements. Beyond the expansive Star Doe Forest, the Frozen Forest, and the Sunset Forest, Most soul beasts have been contained within the various soul-hunting forests managed by the Heaven-Do Empire. Should any soul beast venture near a village, it is customary to report the sighting to the city-state, prompting military intervention to either eliminate or capture the creature for relocation to a soul-hunting forest. Although devoid of soul beasts, the wild animals within this forest are formidable and fearsome to the average person, apart from soul masters and a select few hunters. Very few dare to traverse these woods. Jiang Chen traversed through the mountainous terrain, where undulating peaks were shrouded in dense forests. As he advanced, the surrounding trees grew increasingly towering, gradually erasing the traces of human activity. Occasionally, the resonant roar of a tiger echoed through the wilderness, a realm seldom ventured by even the most intrepid hunters. Jiang Chen came to a halt, gazing ahead at a towering mountain, a smile gracing his lips. "It is you," he mused. This mountain appeared to be the heart of the forest, impervious to the clamor of a thunderstorm even on the sunniest of days. Lacking a discernible path, the ascent posed little challenge for Jiang Chen, given his formidable strength. The thorny vines, with their sharp barbs, tore at his garments but could not pierce his skin. After 10 minutes, he reached the summit. The trees atop the mountain were sparse, and the earth was scant, revealing vast expanses of imposing gray stone. Jiang Chen cast his gaze around and selected a relatively flat and spacious stone, upon which he seated himself in a meditative posture. At this hour, around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the sun blazed with its utmost intensity, and the massive stone beneath him radiated a warm heat. The air was still, with scarcely a bird in sight. All flora and fauna appeared to have wilted under the relentless glare of the sun. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, his mind wandering back to the earlier scene of the zombie undergoing its tribulation. That particular zombie had only triggered the thunderous tribulation when it had already attained formidable power, certainly not comparable to the paltry tribulation Jiang Chen was about to face. Nevertheless, he could glean some insights from the experience. After a moment, he withdrew his thoughts and let out a bitter smile, realizing that aside from enduring the trial head-on, there appeared to be no alternative. Let it come, he encouraged himself. After all, having traversed to the Douluo Continent, possessing his own martial arts and system, he should not simply perish, should he? Moreover, he recalled the golden thunderbolt still residing within him. Perhaps it would emerge once more to assist him in withstanding the heavenly tribulation. He sat there, gradually channeling the celestial corpse transformation technique, emptying his mind and adjusting his state. Half an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing deep, dark orbs and 2 sharp fangs, having transformed into his zombie state. Shortly thereafter, his zombie martial spirit was unleashed, merging with him and enhancing his defensive capabilities and strength once more. "It is coming." He raised his gaze toward the azure sky, his pitch-black eyes shimmering with a ghostly light, as if sensing his intent. The sensation of being targeted by the heavenly tribulation intensified. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the clear expanse, as a massive dark cloud inexplicably coalesced above Jiang Chen, exuding a terrifying aura. Chapter 24. The initial taste of the pain of tribulation. Jiang Chen's brow twitched uncontrollably, his heart feeling as though a colossal weight pressed upon it, nearly robbing him of breath. The thunderous roar of the storm sent shivers down his spine, amplifying the sense of impending danger that clung to him 100-fold. Thunder, the embodiment of both strength and brightness, was the most formidable adversary to malevolent entities such as zombies. Even those who had cultivated for millennia would find it nearly impossible to endure the tribulations of lightning. Although Jiang Chen believed himself to be no ordinary zombie, he still felt as though he stood on the precipice of a formidable threat. In tales of immortal cultivators braving heavenly tribulations, they often wielded various treasures or formations to shield themselves, yet he found himself forced to withstand the onslaught with nothing but his own flesh. Fortuitously, he was ensconced in this desolate forest, for otherwise, he would surely attract the attention of the excessively curious. The ominous clouds of tribulation looming above Jiang Chen were not particularly vast, merely shrouding the summit of a small hill. Yet, against the backdrop of an otherwise clear sky, they appeared strikingly surreal. Thunder rolled within the darkened mass, and an overwhelming sense of trepidation filled Jiang Chen's heart. He was acutely aware that the fateful moment was drawing near. At last, it seemed the clouds had amassed sufficient energy, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, surged downward towards Jiang Chen, piercing directly into the crown of his head. He remained oblivious to the total number of lightning strikes he would endure or how long they would persist. Hence, he refrained from unleashing his initial soul skill. After all, he understood that with each subsequent strike, the potency of the tribulation would only intensify. Even before the lightning made contact, a prickling sensation coursed through his scalp, and his hair stood on end. Upon the lightning entering his body, his diligently circulating celestial corpse transformation technique came to an abrupt halt. He lay there as if suspended, initially seated but suddenly thrusting his legs out, his body lying rigidly on the ground. His black eyes widened in terror, his form ensnared by the lightnings, trembling with an astonishing intensity. The pain was excruciating, an agony that pierced to the very core of his being. Jiang Chen felt as though his very flesh and bones were placed upon a grinding stone, being crushed little by little. The soul power within him dissipated the moment the lightning coursed through his body, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Although this bolt of lightning only lingered on him for a few fleeting minutes, Jiang Chen perceived it as an eternity. Had he not previously endured torment from the soul rings, he likely would have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. After a few minutes, the lightning ceased, and the pain gradually faded, giving way to a distinct sensation of numbness and tingling. Jiang Chen sat up, his heart still trembling from the remnants of fear. The experience had been utterly terrifying. Merely a flash of lightning had inflicted upon him a torment surpassing that of absorbing a soul ring. The ominous clouds above had yet to disperse, seemingly gathering strength for a second strike of thunder, and Jiang Chen's heart had sunk to the depths of despair. He was oblivious to how many more thunderbolts awaited him, and he feared that each subsequent strike would be more horrifying than the last. At that moment, his attire lay in tatters, his hair singed and reeking of charred remnants. After a thorough examination of his body, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, grateful that he had not lost any vital parts. However, upon introspection, he was taken aback. While his internal structure remained unscathed, a significant third of his robust soul power had dissipated. Damn it, and this is only the first strike? My soul power is nearly depleted already? Although his soul power had abruptly shattered, it had spread throughout his body, shielding him from the onslaught of lightning. Without the presence of this power, the agony he would have endured might have been multiplied several times over. The fluctuations of the lightning within the clouds above grew increasingly intense, and it would not be long before the second bolt would descend. He channeled all his energy into his techniques, striving to restore his soul power, hoping to regain even a fraction of it. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the second bolt of lightning struck down. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen unleashed his first soul skill, instantly enveloping himself in the armor of the undead god. A bolt of lightning consumed a third of his soul power. To refrain from utilizing this skill would be sheer folly. At this juncture, neglecting to activate it would lead to dire consequences when his soul power dwindled. To his astonishment, the lightning that descended was effectively thwarted by the armor, which truly demonstrated its capability to insulate against electrical strikes. Nevertheless, a considerable amount of electricity still seeped through the seams of the armor, as well as through his eyes, nose, and mouth. The excruciating pain surged once more, however. It was not as intense as the first encounter. This was primarily due to the armor's obstruction of the majority of the electrical energy, unlike the initial onslaught that had overwhelmed his body entirely. At that moment, it felt as though his body had constructed a formidable dam, with the turbulent lightning confined outside, entering only through a few outlets. The lightning outside the armor remained, yet the pressure experienced by Jiang Chen had significantly diminished. Within him, the raging thunder, akin to the soul ring he had absorbed from the heavens, refined his physique, expelling additional impurities that had resurfaced despite previous cleansing. After several minutes of futile attempts to assail Jiang Chen, the lightning began to dissipate. However, at that precise moment, a powerful suction emanated from within Jiang Chen, drawing the dispersed lightning back into him. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly turned his attention inward. He discovered that the bolts of lightning had been drawn into his inner elixir, merging with the golden half. Previously, when the first bolt of lightning rampaged within him, he had not observed how it vanished, but this time, he witnessed the phenomenon unfold before his very eyes. Jiang Chen was suddenly overwhelmed with frustration. He had been struck by lightning twice, yet the dormant golden lightning within him remained unresponsive. After enduring the baptism of electricity, it seemed to relish the remaining lightning as if it were a feast, which left Jiang Chen quite displeased. However, there was little he could do but silently grumble. As the third bolt of lightning began to gather, he hastily focused on replenishing his soul power. After the second strike, the residual soul power within him had dwindled to less than one-third. Approximately 10 minutes later, the third bolt descended. Although much of its ferocity was mitigated by his armor, its strength was considerably more formidable than the previous strike, leaving Jiang Chen in excruciating agony. The fourth, fifth, and sixth bolts followed. With each successive strike, the power of the lightning grew increasingly terrifying. Even the slightest penetration into his body caused Jiang Chen to convulse uncontrollably, a sensation beyond description. Despite the torment, he found himself strangely drawn to the feeling of being struck by lightning, particularly the few moments of relief that followed. Could it be that he harbored masochistic tendencies? Jiang Chen chuckled at the absurdity. By the time the seventh bolt dissipated, his soul power had been completely drained, leaving him utterly spent. Yet the ominous storm clouds above showed no sign of dispersing, and Jiang Chen's heart grew heavier. Just as misfortune tends to compound. While he was striving to restore his soul power, the protective armor that had enveloped him suddenly vanished, exposing his body completely. It was over. A sense of impending doom washed over him. In that moment of panic, the eighth bolt of lightning crashed down mercilessly. The meager soul power he had just regained was rendered insignificant in an instant. The excruciating pain of the lightning coursing through him nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Without the armor's protection, the amplified force of the thunderstorm wreaked havoc within him. In less than a moment, the lightning obliterated his meridians, and his body erupted with countless wounds, blood gushing from his charred flesh. His eyes bulged, and had he not been in his transformed state, his eyeballs would likely have rolled back completely. His body was no longer upright, but hunched over tightly, the ground beneath him stained crimson. At that moment, Jiang Chen could not even muster a scream. His throat only emitted raspy sounds. It was not until the intensity of the lightning began to wane that the corpse Dan stirred to action, absorbing the remaining electricity. After this lightning subsided, the sensation was no longer one of tingling. The tearing pain persisted strongly, and not only his garments but his very flesh had become tattered and unrecognizable. Jiang Chen found it arduous even to move his fingers as he lay there, his gaze fixed upon the ominous clouds that lingered in the sky. With circumstances having escalated to such a critical juncture, he had no alternative but to resort to the blessing elixir within the system. In an instant, a refreshing sensation enveloped his entire being, as he was nourished by a mysterious energy. The multitude of wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace, while the damaged meridians within him were restored in the blink of an eye. The agonizing torment that once plagued him vanished, and even his soul felt a profound sense of relief. Jiang Chen felt as though he had ascended from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise, waves of pleasure compelling him to emit peculiar sounds. In mere seconds, his body had returned to its peak condition, aside from the absence of soul power. Everything else remained unchanged. While Jiang Chen lingered in the throes of ecstasy, the resounding thunder from above jolted him back to reality. Massive bolts of lightning danced and twisted through the ominous clouds, the atmosphere in this realm growing increasingly oppressive. A chill enveloped Jiang Chen's heart as he contemplated the devastation wrought by the eighth bolt of lightning. What terrors could the ninth unleash? His sole recourse lay in the soul ring upgrade voucher, yet not a trace of soul power remained within him. What purpose would it serve to upgrade the soul ring now? Even if granted a soul ring of 100,000 years, devoid of soul power, he could not wield its abilities. Regret began to gnaw at him. Perhaps he should have utilized the upgrade voucher at the outset. Had he done so, the potency of his skills might have increased, potentially slowing the depletion of his soul power. Perhaps he would still possess some remnants of it now. Yet, the world offers no remedy for regret. He remained oblivious to the number of lightning strikes that lay ahead. The ninth could very well be his end. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and dashed toward the opposite side of the mountain peak, but the ominous storm clouds seemed to have affixed a tracking device to him, relentlessly pursuing his every movement. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Chen halted in frustration. Since escape was futile, what further use was there in wasting time? He settled down, reflecting on the fleeting moments of his 2 lifetimes. Vivid scenes flashed through his mind, ultimately resting upon the gentle, wrinkled face of old Jack. If he were to perish here, it was likely that no one would discover his fate. Old Jack might simply assume he had gone missing. Perhaps he would wait by the village entrance for his return, steadfast until the end of his days. The thunder above rumbled ominously, offering little chance for Jiang Chen to indulge in sorrow, as the 9th bolt of lightning descended with a deafening crash. A column of lightning, as thick as a man's thigh, engulfed him entirely. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the splintering of rocks, all that remained visible was a heap of tattered remnants atop the debris. Minutes later, as the lightning dissipated, Jiang Chen's form emerged, a gruesome sight. As if crushed beneath the weight of a heavy truck, with only patches of skin clinging tenuously to his body. Jiang Chen's mind succumbed to a momentary paralysis, taking several minutes to emerge from the overwhelming agony. By the time he regained his senses, the ominous clouds of tribulation had dissipated. With great effort, he lifted his head to behold his shattered form, a wave of profound bitterness washing over him. He had not succumbed to death, yet what distinction was there? His legs lay broken, his waist shattered. He could scarcely muster the strength to sit upright. A resigned smile of despair crept across his face. Indeed, the tribulation was terrifying, and he could scarcely fathom that his fate would culminate in such a manner. Just as he began to sink into despondency, the system's sweet, childlike voice chimed once more. Congratulations, host, on successfully overcoming your first tribulation. You have been awarded a tribulation gift package. Please check your inventory. Jiang Chen's eyes, once dull and lifeless, suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, akin to a drowning man grasping desperately at the last straw. This grand gift package might very well be the key to his revival. He fervently shouted in his heart, "Open, open, open," with bated breath. He watched as the recently acquired tribulation gift package unfurled before him, revealing several items. His excited gaze scanned each one in turn. A single drop of thunder calamity liquid, capable of mending any wound. At the mere sight of this, Jiang Chen's heart trembled with exhilaration. Indeed, within this treasure lay something that could restore him. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to utilize the precious drop of thunder calamity liquid. A drop of shimmering, multicolored liquid materialized above him, floating gracefully over his form. The viscous liquid resembled a jade-like nectar, exuding an astonishing fragrance. In an instant, the mountaintop erupted in a riot of blossoms, and the flora surged forth with wild growth. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, and in an instant, the agony that plagued him vanished without a trace. The liquid cascaded down slowly, and Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide to receive the five-colored thunder tribulation liquid. Upon tasting this elixir, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, and at that moment, his body radiated a resplendent light. Shattered bones reformed, becoming even more resilient. His meridians restructured and widened, flesh regenerated, and even his previously vanished member reemerged, glistening brilliantly. The charred skin and scalp split open, revealing newly grown skin beneath, fair and rosy, yet remarkably tenacious. Lush, dark locks sprouted forth, cascading down onto the stone beneath him. With just a single drop of this liquid, Jiang Chen was reborn. As the divine light dissipated, he rose to his feet, shedding a layer of tattered dead skin from beneath him. Completely bare, he stood tall, his magnificent long hair still trailing on the ground. Savoring the sensations coursing through his body, Jiang Chen broke into a radiant smile. The formidable strength had returned, and his physique felt even more formidable. The soul power within him surged, surpassing levels he had known before the tribulation. He glanced at the system interface once more, noting that his soul power had now reached level 14. He smirked, reflecting on the harrowing experience of surviving the heavenly tribulation. And although the thunder tribulation liquid appeared so extraordinary, it had merely enhanced his soul power by a fraction. Yet, he quickly found solace in the fact that he had reclaimed his life. To be alive was paramount above all else. At that moment, he finally felt inclined to peruse the contents of the tribulation reward package. Fist Technique, Lightning Fist Body Technique, 3000 Thunder Movements, Chapter 26. The Frustrating Body and Fist Techniques? Body Techniques? Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Apart from his formidable cultivation and brute strength, he possessed no practical combat experience. Otherwise, he would not have been so thoroughly defeated by Tang San last time. Previously, he had contemplated seeking vengeance against Tang San after absorbing the soul ring, yet the soul skill, while enhancing his speed, still might not suffice to catch the agile Tang San. Thus, he refrained from challenging him. To suffer another defeat at Tang San's hands would be an embarrassment. Unexpectedly, a previously unattainable wish seemed to be on the verge of realization. The system's offerings were invariably exceptional. The technique known as 3000 Thunder Movements should be at least as proficient as Tang San's Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. As long as he could match Tang San's agility, he was confident he could overpower him without even employing any martial techniques. In his ordinary state, his strength already approached approximately 650 kilograms. And with the activation of his first soul skill, it could double, exceeding 1,000 kilograms, all without utilizing any soul power. Certainly, he believed that if he could keep pace with Tang San, he could inflict considerable damage even without resorting to soul techniques. Looking at his long hair cascading to the ground, Jiang Chen felt a pang of frustration. After a moment's thought, he wrapped his hair around his neck several times, allowing it to drape over his chest like a dark scarf. The sun had begun its descent in the west, and casting a glance at the disheveled mountaintop, he opted to depart. On the winding country path, Jiang Chen ran with abandon, his lengthy black hair swirling behind him like a youthful spirit chasing the wind. His return was significantly swifter than his journey to the mountaintop, as he traversed less frequented paths, unbothered by the prospect of being seen. However, upon nearing the outskirts of Shahan village, he found himself in a predicament. Though his body was merely 6 years old, he was not bold enough to enter the village in such a state of undress. At last, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night enveloped the land, with nearly everyone retreating to their homes. Old Jack, leaning on his cane, inquired from door to door about Jiang Chen's whereabouts, his aged face growing increasingly anxious. Hearing old Jack's hoarse and weary calls, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Seizing the cover of darkness, he swiftly darted home, grabbed a pair of scissors, and hastily trimmed his hair before donning his clothes and rushing back out. "Grandfather," he shouted, but received no reply. As he reached the village entrance, he faintly heard old Jack's voice along with the voices of Tang San and Tang Hao, emanating from beyond the village. Jiang Chen dashed towards the source of the voice and soon spotted old Jack and the other two by the riverbank. At that moment, old Jack and Tang Hao, father and son, were both holding oil lamps, searching anxiously along the water's edge. The elderly man's voice was tinged with a hint of sorrow. Tang Hao reassured him, "Village chief, please remain calm. I shall wade into the water to investigate." "Indeed, Grandpa Jack, do not fret." Tang San quietly employed his purple extreme demon eye, but alas, the water was too deep to discern its depths. Swiftly, Tang Hao shed his garments, revealing his robust, muscular physique, preparing to plunge into the water. Suddenly, his ears perked up as he caught the sound of Jiang Chen's voice. Relieved, he reclothed himself and declared, "Village chief, Xiao Chen is here." The three turned to see Jiang Chen sprinting towards them. "Grandpa." Jiang Chen ran all the way up to old Jack before coming to a halt. The urgency that had previously etched itself on old Jack's face vanished, and he instantly assumed a stern demeanor, raising his cane to swat at Jiang Chen's backside. "Where on earth have you been, you little rascal? Just wait until I deal with you." Jiang Chen remained motionless, enduring old Jack's feeble strike. His heart brimmed with emotion. For in old Jack's eyes, he could still discern glimmers of tears. Although old Jack concealed them well, he could not mask them from Jiang Chen. "You rascal. Why didn't you dodge? Did I hurt you, my dear boy?" Old Jack lamented after the blow, hastily reaching out to pat Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "It doesn't hurt. Grandpa, I am hungry. Let's return home to prepare a meal." All right, let us go home and cook." Jiang Chen assisted old Jack in returning home. As old Jack turned back, he remarked, "Tang Hao, Tang San, you have worked hard." Tang Hao and Tang San followed behind, feeling unburdened. "Xiao Chen, where did you wander off to all afternoon?" Old Jack inquired once more. "Grandfather, I accidentally fell asleep on the mountain and only woke when it grew dark. Alas, you truly caused us all quite a scare." "I'm sorry, Grandfather." This minor upheaval had finally subsided. After accompanying old Jack for dinner, Jiang Chen settled beside him, delving into the intricacies of the system. Host, Jiang Chen Douluo level, 14 zombie level, 112 soul ring, 100 years soul skill, zombie god armor items, soul ring upgrade voucher, level 1, 120, martial arts, lightning fist movement technique, 3,000 thunder movements. Having transcended a tribulation, his soul power had ascended to the 14th level, while his zombie level remained at 1, showing no advancement. His gaze swiftly gravitated toward the last two items, lightning fist and 3,000 thunder movements. The latter particularly captivated him, prompting an immediate investigation. Upon selecting to view it, the information regarding 3,000 thunder movements flooded his mind. 3,000 thunder movements. The body moves like thunder, transforming in myriad ways, capable of evolving into unparalleled speed. This succinct line, though simple, ignited a surge of excitement within Jiang Chen, and soon, his mind was inundated with countless vivid scenes of lightning. There were no step-by-step instructions, nor any corresponding pathways of cultivation, merely a spectacle of flashing and rumbling electricity. Jiang Chen was bewildered. What happened to the promised agility? Where were the myriad transformations and the rapid evolution? All he encountered was a singular, lightning-filled scene. What was that about? Unwilling to concede, he repeatedly immersed himself in the 3,000 thunder movements. Yet each time he was met with the same intricate web of lightning. Was this multitude of flashes truly the 3,000 thunder movements? After a prolonged moment of confusion, Jiang Chen finally extricated himself from his stupor, wearing a wry smile. This system's interpretation of agility was rather deceptive. Lacking a specific cultivation method, the lightning appeared as an inscrutable script, leaving him at a loss for how to practice. With an overwhelming sense of frustration, he could only shake his head, temporarily abandoning the thought of immediately cultivating the 3,000 thunder movements. His gaze shifted once more to the lightning fist, and he silently prayed that it would not present him with another perplexing challenge akin to the troublesome 3,000 thunder movements, for that would surely drive him to madness. The lightning fist, though a rather ordinary name devoid of any grandeur, filled Jiang Chen with anticipation. Upon opening the description of the fist technique, the details flooded his mind. Lightning fist. Its speed is akin to the flash of lightning, resplendent as the blazing sun traversing the sky, overflowing with yang energy, and possessing unmatched power. Following this, a scene of cultivation for the fist technique appeared in his mind, bringing him a sense of relief. Indeed, this technique was not as deceptive within the cultivation scene. A figure radiating brilliance was demonstrating the fist technique, and the movements were not overly complex. Was it truly this simple? Jiang Chen once again exhibited a peculiar expression. This martial technique appeared somewhat overly simplistic. The name itself sounded rather mundane. Could it be that the system was deceiving him, bestowing upon him a set of commonplace martial arts? Chapter 27. A terrifying martial art, purely a cultivation chapter, nevertheless, reflecting upon the other rewards previously granted by the system, which, although acquired at a painful cost, proved to be extraordinarily remarkable. He pondered whether there might indeed be some hidden profundity. The thrill of excitement had waned, and he had no intention of immediately practicing this martial art, for it was nighttime, a more opportune moment to engage in his cultivation. After closing the door, he stealthily ascended to the rooftop, commencing his practice of absorbing the essence of moonlight. Ever since he had absorbed the soul ring, the sensation of being perpetually hindered by a bottleneck during cultivation had vanished, rendering him as if he were imbued with clarity. Each night as cultivation had become his most cherished time, free from the need for rest, his entire being comfortably bathed in the moonlight. The following morning, after breakfast, Jiang Chen concluded his 2-month-long running training and began to contemplate the martial art and footwork provided by the system in his own courtyard. He set aside the seemingly inscrutable 3,000 thunder movement technique and focused on the seemingly straightforward boxing technique first. His memory was quite commendable. After reviewing it several times in his mind and practicing a few iterations, he finally memorized all the moves. Soon, he was able to execute the entire sequence from memory, his fists slicing through the air with formidable force, creating a gust that resonated with power. Old Jack, reclined on a nearby chair, continuously applauded and cheered. After performing the sequence 3 times, Jiang Chen ultimately discerned something amiss. This martial art was too ordinary, evoking a sensation akin to the calisthenics of his past life. Utterly devoid of any majestic or imposing demeanor, even the wind generated by his punches relied solely on his strength. Jiang Chen, undeterred by skepticism, persistently attempted the technique 10 times, yet he failed to discern any remarkable nuances. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him. What indeed was the caliber of this martial art? Doubting his own memory, he scrutinized it once more, and at last, he perceived a distinction. This time, the silhouette of the practitioner began to transform under his gaze, as numerous luminous points ignited within its form. As these points emerged, they swiftly intertwined through beams of light, crafting a complex trajectory, while an epiphany blossomed within Jiang Chen's heart. This was the path of energy circulation, imbued with an enigmatic essence that defied articulation. Suddenly, what appeared to be a simple martial technique took on an air of profound mystery in Jiang Chen's eyes. Exiting the system, the sensation lingered in his heart. Reflecting silently on the path of energy circulation and confirming its accuracy, he unleashed a punch into the air before him. This was the first maneuver of the lightning fist. Previously, during his practice, he had felt nothing, as if merely executing an ordinary strike. Yet this time, he experienced an immediate and striking effect. With just a single punch, arcs of electricity coiled around his fist, and an immense force surged forth. Jiang Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of power coursing through his fist, propelling him forward with an astonishing force. In a state of bewilderment, he was abruptly released from this force, causing him to tumble to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Thud! His delicate face met the earth with an intimate embrace. Old Jack, who had been reclining in his chair and watching Jiang Chen's fervent attempts at punching with great interest, burst into laughter upon witnessing this spectacle. Little Chun, he chuckled. Every soul master possesses their own unique skills. You will too, in due time. What are you practicing aimlessly for now? I've yet to hear of anyone who could grow stronger merely by flailing their fists about. Jiang Chen's face collided directly with the earth, momentarily stunning him, and it took a while before he managed to rise. He gazed intently at his own fist, as if contemplating an unfamiliar object. It was truly bizarre. In that fleeting moment, he doubted that this fist belonged to him. The fist propelled him forward, and it felt exceedingly strange. Regaining his composure, he harbored a suspicion. Could this be the power of the lightning fist? With this thought, excitement surged within him, and he assumed a stance, eager to attempt it once more. Old Jack shook his head, continuing to rock in his lounge chair, observing Jiang Chen's antics. Subsequently, a series of peculiar scenarios unfolded. Each time Jiang Chen unleashed a punch, an immense force would propel him into various unexpected tumbles. When he kicked, his foot equally rebelled, causing him to split into a straddle, much to his discomfort. Occasionally, when he exerted too much force, he found himself uncontrollably crashing into the wall. Before long, he was covered in dirt and grime, yet his enthusiasm only grew. Unlike the initial disappointment, he now felt exhilarated. This martial art was truly extraordinary. Each punch unleashed a surge of power, and the speed was astonishing, propelling him forward. At that moment, it seemed not he who governed the technique, but rather the technique that governed him. As Jiang Chen once again collided headfirst with the wall, Old Jack could no longer contain himself. You child, cease this nonsense. You've cracked the wall. Do you have a head of iron? Jiang Chen glanced at the fissures in the wall and the various dents on the ground, suddenly feeling quite sheepish. Yet, his heart brimmed with excitement. If he could master this technique, wouldn't his strength multiply several-fold? Suddenly, he recalled the 3,000 thunderclaps. Since the lightning fist was so remarkable, surely the 3,000 thunderclaps must be extraordinary as well. Grandpa, I'm going out to play, Jiang Chen declared, disregarding the dust on his clothes, and he bounded outside. To avoid anyone witnessing his awkward training, he decided to practice in a secluded area by the river. At the riverbank, he stared at the flashes of lightning from the 3,000 thunderclaps for quite some time, and indeed, he began to grasp certain insights. Immediately, he commenced his enthusiastic attempts. The lightning, agile and capricious, could extend in any direction. When applied to his footwork, it was imbued with an uncanny quality. As Jiang Chen made his initial attempt, he encountered a considerable challenge. Following the instinctive impulses of his heart, his body surged forward, only to execute a sudden 90-degree turn without any deceleration, nearly straining his lower back. Rather than being frightened by this peculiar phenomenon, Jiang Chen felt invigorated. He finally grasped the profound essence of the 3,000 thunder movements, that under any circumstances, one can alter their trajectory of motion at astonishing angles. Jiang Chen was utterly astonished. The phenomenon of the 3,000 thunder movement bore an uncanny resemblance to the lightning fist, appearing almost unscientific in nature. Thus, emboldened by his audacity, he endeavored to explore this perplexing skill further, resulting in a series of astonishing spectacles. He collided with trees and dashed into rivers. Yet with his current speed, he could effortlessly glide across the water's surface for several meters. It was not until noon that he returned home, still yearning for more. To prepare a meal, he had begun to grasp the enigmatic transformations of the 3,000 thunder movement, yet the intricacies of speed eluded him for the time being. However, he remained unperturbed. His original velocity was already commendable, and he was confident that mastering the nuances of this footwork would significantly elevate his prowess. Tang San, just wait a few days until I've perfected this. It will be a day of lamentation for you, Jiang Chen mused with a devilish smirk. Chapter 28. A resounding defeat of Tang San. For over 2 months, Old Jack had persistently urged Jiang Chen to join the Spirit Hall for training. Yet Jiang Chen steadfastly refused. Consequently, Old Jack had no choice but to shamelessly seek a work-study position from neighboring villages. Jiang Chen still yearned to adhere to his original intention of teaming up with Tang San, envisioning that after a decade or so, they might seize the opportunity to attain divinity. Moreover, the most critical aspect was his own safety. If he were to recklessly venture into the Spirit Hall, would the formidable figure of Tang Hao truly spare him? Jiang Chen found it hard to believe that he could truly join the Spirit Hall. Even if Tang Hao did not kill him, he would undoubtedly be apprehended and confined to a dark room. Thus, in his estimation, aligning himself with the Spirit Hall was an impossibility, unless, of course, there were no exceptions. 3 days passed, leaving but a single day before their journey to Nodding City. On that morning, Jiang Chen surmised that Tang San's training atop the mountain was nearing its conclusion, prompting him to ascend the peak. With their departure for Nodding City imminent, Jiang Chen yearned to deliver a just retribution to Tang San for the grievances he had previously endured. In the days following his tribulation, he had refrained from visiting Tang San's residence, dedicating himself instead to mastering the enigmatic fist technique and body movement. After 3 days of rigorous practice, he had gained substantial control over the peculiar force of his punches, nearly eliminating the risk of stumbling. However, the 3,000 thunderclaps technique proved exceedingly difficult to learn. Its bewildering twists and turns had nearly resulted in severe injury. Yet, after 3 days of perseverance, he had made some progress. With slight adjustments to his speed, he could now execute most directional changes with relative ease. To him, this was already sufficient. The 3,000 thunderclaps lacked fixed steps, allowing for spontaneous changes in direction once the underlying principles were grasped. This ability should be more than adequate to contend with Tang San's ethereal movements. He ascended the mountain with remarkable speed, reaching the summit in mere minutes, just in time to witness Tang San concluding his practice. Tang San's greatest fear was having his training exposed. Even his father remained oblivious to his secrets. Thus, Jiang Chen's sudden appearance sparked his displeasure. The purple extreme demon eye and the Xiantian skill were his most guarded secrets, and he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who might reveal them. However, upon realizing that Jiang Chen had arrived only after he had finished, his irritation began to dissipate. "What brings you here so early?" Tang San inquired warily. "You aren't planning to wreak havoc again, are you?" His suspicion was not unfounded. He vividly recalled the last time Jiang Chen had stealthily ascended the mountain so early, nearly causing the entire peak to wither. Jiang Chen revealed a pair of pristine white teeth and straightforwardly declared, "Having lost to you last time, I wish to challenge you once more." "Oh, are you quite certain?" Tang San scrutinized Jiang Chen from head to toe, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, the blatant disdain provoking a sense of irritation in Jiang Chen. "Hee, this time, I shall make you weep and wail." Tang San furrowed his brow. Sensing a peculiar shift in Jiang Chen today, he emanated an aura of formidable confidence, a hallmark of absolute self-assurance. He too smiled. "Very well. Let me witness how much you have progressed these days. Do not find yourself once again sprawled upon the ground in defeat. I guarantee your satisfaction." Before his words had fully escaped, Jiang Chen had already dashed forth, reaching Tang San in the blink of an eye. Tang San shook his head and unleashed the ghostly shadow steps. "You cannot touch me. No matter how swift your speed, a lack of adaptability renders you merely a fool." Bang! Before Tang San could finish his sentence, he felt a tremendous force strike his rear, propelling him forward. "What was that?" Jiang Chen asked with a tilted head, a smirk gracing his face. Tang San, airborne, exerted himself to stabilize his form, yet upon landing, he was still forced to stagger back several steps from the sheer impact. "How could you possibly keep up with me?" he blurted out, disbelief etched across his features. He clutched his rear, where he had been forcefully kicked, still feeling a lingering sting. "There is nothing impossible. Would you care for another kick?" Jiang Chen taunted, drawing nearer to Tang San. Tang San, unwilling to concede, dismissed Jiang Chen's previous success as mere coincidence. After all, he had lived 2 lives, accumulating over 30 years of experience. If he could not best this young brat, then all his years of training would be in vain. As he observed Jiang Chen's rapid approach, Tang San smirked with confidence and activated the ghostly shadow steps once more, his exquisite footwork dazzling the eye and leaving a series of afterimages atop the mountain. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Chen followed closely behind, appearing utterly at ease. "Your fancy footwork is merely a show, lacking substance," Jiang Chen remarked from behind, and with a swift kick, struck Tang San squarely on the rear once again. Tang San's heart raced, and he tightened in alarm as he was propelled into the air once more. Yet before he could touch down, Jiang Chen was already poised to greet him. With eager anticipation in his eyes, Jiang Chen unleashed a powerful punch as Tang San descended. "Control the crane, capture the dragon." Tang San shouted, deftly redirecting Jiang Chen's fist to the side. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback and swiftly evaded with a shift of his foot. Tang San landed steadily, gazing at Jiang Chen in the distance, his heart now a tumult of emotions. He conceded that, in terms of linear speed, Jiang Chen surpassed him slightly. However, he possessed the ghost shadow mystique. This was a technique refined by the Tang sect over centuries, capable of evading even the most relentless rain of hidden weapons. Yet now, he found himself unable to evade the pursuit of a mere 6-year-old child. During the earlier chase, he had scrutinized Jiang Chen's movements closely. There was no semblance of sophisticated technique, just rudimentary, forceful turns. No matter how intricately he attempted to maneuver, Jiang Chen would always manage to turn abruptly, closing the distance with the shortest trajectory. To Tang San, this was utterly astonishing. How could a human being execute such exaggerated angular changes at high speeds? Wouldn't he stumble? Wouldn't his waist snap? Yet, Jiang Chen had achieved it. Little did Tang San know the hardships Jiang Chen had endured to cultivate this skill. He was merely beginning to see results. How did you accomplish this? Tang San finally could not restrain his curiosity. This is a technique I created myself, Jiang Chen replied, bursting into hearty laughter, unabashed, relishing the moment as he watched Tang San's vexation. Tang San, stung by Jiang Chen's laughter, felt his temper flare. Very well. Let me see if you can evade me, he declared, charging towards Jiang Chen. After a brief interval, Tang San despondently came to a halt. Jiang Chen was truly enigmatic, his unpredictable movements leaving Tang San in a cloud of dust, unable even to brush against the hem of Jiang Chen's garment. Now, let us engage in a contest of fists and feet. You cannot escape, Jiang Chen chuckled. 10 minutes later, Tang San lay on the ground, battered and bruised, his vacant gaze reflecting a deep existential doubt. The most gifted disciple of the Tang sect in a century had been defeated by a mere 6-year-old, and the most pressing concern was how he would return home in such a state. Chapter 29. Journey to Nodding City. Although Jiang Chen had already absolved Tang San of blame, the bitterness of being struck by him lingered. Having triumphed over Tang San at last, Jiang Chen felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. I shall take my leave now. You should hasten home as well. Your father is waiting for you to call him for breakfast, he sang as he descended the mountain, leaving Tang San in a state of disarray. Half an hour later, Tang San returned home, his face still marked with bruises, his eyes swollen and darkened. Jiang Chen had struck with such ferocity. Tang San winced as he touched his swollen lip, drawing in a sharp breath. In the midst of such close combat, he had had no opportunity to use his hidden weapons. Having lost his speed advantage, he was no match for Jiang Chen, and it was not long before he was disoriented by that strange strength. After the battle, he had attempted to cultivate and heal his injuries for a while, but to little avail. Reluctantly, he had to return home. Father, it's time for breakfast, he called out, inadvertently pulling at his lip once more. Tang Hao emerged from the inner room, yawning, and immediately noticed Tang San's battered visage. What happened to you? Tang Hao inquired, frowning. Oh, it's nothing. Just a little fall, Tang San replied, his gaze evasive. After all, in his eyes, being defeated by Jiang Chen was an incredibly humiliating affair. How could he possibly admit it? Tang Hao took a sip of porridge, shaking his head. Such a feeble deception was hardly sufficient to fool someone as seasoned as he. The injuries on Tang San's face were clearly the result of a fist. Did you get into a fight? Tang San fell silent. Was it Jiang Chen? Tang San continued to look down, speechless. Tang Hao finished his porridge in a few bites, setting down the bowl. Losing a fight is nothing to be ashamed of. You can always win next time. A hint of nostalgia crossed his face. He himself had been the king of children in the Hao-Yin sect during his youth, having bested every child in his generation. He had not anticipated that his son would be bested by a peer, but upon recalling Jiang Chen, he felt a sense of acceptance. That boy was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Not only was he remarkably strong, but he also possessed the first spirit ring. It was no wonder that Tang San found it difficult to prevail. Tang San was taken aback by Tang Hao's words. He had expected his father to scold him. Understood. Father. Tang San nodded. Committing Tang Hao's words to memory, he was determined to reclaim his honor in this arena. Next time, he would undoubtedly employ hidden weapons, ensuring that his opponent would not have the chance to approach. He silently vowed, You needn't forge today. Tidy up your clothes, rest a while, and prepare for school tomorrow, Tang Hao said as he stepped into the bedroom, intending to catch up on some sleep. Watching Tang Hao's departing figure, Tang San felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. The following morning, at dawn, Jiang Chen rose early to prepare breakfast. After they had eaten, he and old Jack made their way to Tang San's residence. Since they were heading into the city today, old Jack had even donned a new outfit, looking considerably more vibrant and rejuvenated. At the request of old Jack, Jiang Chen donned a new set of attire. "Little three, let us depart. Your slothful father will not rise to bid you farewell," old Jack called out as he entered. Tang San made a gesture for silence and inscribed a few words in the dirt with a piece of charcoal before reluctantly picking up his bundle and stepping outside. Upon noticing the bruises on Tang San's face, old Jack could not help but inquire, "What has happened to you, my child?" Tang San glanced at Jiang Chen and subtly shook his head, replying, "It is nothing. I merely had a small mishap." "You must be more careful," old Jack admonished. "Now, let us be on our way." Indeed. Inside, Tang Hao rushed out, gazing at the three departing figures with a twinge of reluctance. He wrote a message on the ground. "Father, I am leaving. Please take care of yourself, drink less alcohol, and do not forget to have the porridge in the pot." "That boy," Tang Hao chuckled, shaking his head, his eyes slightly misty. The elderly man and the two youngsters tread the path towards Nodding City. Bathed in the warm embrace of the morning sun, the sorrow of parting gradually faded from Tang San's heart as he, like Jiang Chen, brimmed with anticipation for life at the academy. His curiosity regarding soul masters and the academy itself led him to incessantly inquire of old Jack throughout their journey. Jiang Chen had recently watched the Douluo Continent before his arrival in this realm, and he was already well aware of the words spoken by old Jack. "Little San, Little Chen, we are but humble villagers. Once we arrive at the academy, we must dedicate ourselves to our studies and ensure that others do not underestimate us. Do you understand?" Old Jack imparted with earnestness. "Understood, Grandpa," the two replied in unison. "Especially you, Little Chen. Your talent surpasses that of Little San. You must take good care of him at the academy and ensure he is not bullied by others. Do you comprehend?" Jiang Chen was somewhat at a loss for words. With Tang San's capabilities, it was only he who bullied others who could possibly dare to bully him. "All right, Grandpa. No one would dare to bully Xiao San." Old Jack nodded in satisfaction and looked up, already catching sight of the broad city walls of Nodding City. "We have arrived," old Jack remarked with a smile. Jiang Chen and Tang San gazed in astonishment at the city before them. It was their inaugural visit to Nodding City. "Matthew, you never anticipated that I, Jiang Chen, would still be alive, did you? I have come to claim your life." A surge of murderous intent welled up within Jiang Chen. After passing through the scrutiny of the city gate guards, the trio successfully entered the city. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was located in the western part of Nodding City. After inquiring several times along the way, old Jack finally led the two children to the entrance of the academy. Though merely a junior academy in a small city, Nodding Academy was impressively constructed, as evidenced by its grand entrance. The main gate spanned a width of 20 meters and soared to a height of 10 meters, crafted from sturdy granite, while the iron gate, exceeding 20 meters in width, was forged from superior iron. Through the iron bars, one could glimpse the towering trees and the faint outlines of magnificent buildings within. Above the entrance, for prominent characters read, "Nodding Academy." Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback as he discovered that Jing Wuming's presence lingered within the confines of Nodding Academy. Could it be that the assassin organization was concealed within this very institution? He pondered silently, yet from his recollections of Jing Wuming, he had not gleaned any information regarding such matters. Over 2 months ago, Jing Wuming had already reached the 20th level, and by now, he must have acquired his second soul ring, ascending to the status of a Grand Soul Master. With this thought, a smile crept across Jiang Chen's face. Perhaps life at Nodding Academy would prove to be quite intriguing. However, he was aware that Jing Wuming was present, yet Jing Wuming seemed oblivious to his arrival. As old Jack and Jiang Chen approached the gates, they were halted by a young guard. "What brings you here?" "This is Nodding Academy. Not a place for country folk like you." The young man's gaze was rife with disdain, yet a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. It seemed that these simpletons were easy prey, and he might even profit from this encounter. Old Jack hastily engaged in a subservient negotiation with the young man, but the latter's tone grew increasingly arrogant. Observing this familiar scene, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. While he had previously encountered such narratives in literature, witnessing the young man's grotesque demeanor firsthand ignited a flame of indignation within him. Furthermore, that so-called master should be arriving soon, he thought as he glanced back over his shoulder. Chapter 30. Are you certain your theory is invincible? Jiang Chen glanced back several times, yet he saw no sign of a masterly figure. At that moment, the words of the young doorkeeper became increasingly scornful. Blue-silver grass, inherently full of soul power? Huh, that is laughable. A zombie martial soul? Is that merely a stiff corpse? Ha ha, you crack me up. The youth laughed derisively, throwing Tang San and Jiang Chen's martial soul certificates to the ground. St. Spirit Village, huh? I think it would be more fittingly named Beggar Village, as it perfectly matches your pitiful appearance, he mocked. He had hinted at this many times, but old Jack remained oblivious. He had no doubts about the two certificates, merely seeking to profit from the situation. Upon hearing the youth insult St. Spirit Village, old Jack's fury ignited. What did you say? His stooped back suddenly straightened, glaring fiercely at the young man. St. Spirit Village was his pride. Being born there was his honor, and he could not bear to see others belittle it. What? Do you wish to fight me? Come on, strike me. I'll give you a water tank to use as courage. Do you dare? The young man continued to sneer, but he was already provoked by old Jack's stubbornness. As he spoke, he extended his palm, preparing to shove old Jack in the chest. Given the elder's frail state, such a push would surely send him sprawling to the ground. Both Tang San and Jiang Chen felt a surge of anger and acted simultaneously. But Jiang Chen was a fraction quicker, seizing the young man's hand first. Tang San recognized the impending trouble for the youth and stepped back. Due to the height difference, Jiang Chen yanked the young man's arm down. The youth was violently pulled, nearly dislocating his shoulder, pain coursing through him. You little brat, you seek death. The young man fumed. Enough. A deep, authoritative voice resonated from behind, laced with a hint of authority. The young man's fury evaporated instantly, replaced by a forced smile. Oh no, he exclaimed as he was sent flying back, crashing against the iron gate. Jiang Chen turned to see a middle-aged man, around 40 or 50 years of age, approaching him. His appearance was rather unremarkable, and he exuded an air of despondency. This must be the master, Jiang Chen mused silently. The middle-aged man directly took the certificate from old Jack's hand, scrutinized Jiang Chen and Tang San with care, and then said, Elder, I shall take these two children under my wing. I will escort them inside to register. Ah, that would be greatly appreciated, old Jack replied with surprise. You two must be obedient within the academy, do you understand? I shall return to fetch you once the semester concludes. Xiao Chen, you must look after Xiao San, understood? Yes, we understand, Jiang Chen replied, and old Jack departed with a satisfied demeanor. The middle-aged man cast a nonchalant glance at the doorman, contemplating that this was the last time he would witness such a scene. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily speechless as he noticed a dark, grayish hue creeping up the young man's neck. Before long, it had enveloped the entirety of the youth's visage. The young man sat rigidly, rendered immobile, unable to utter a sound, save for the rolling of his eyes, which reflected an abyss of terror. What is happening? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, abruptly turning his gaze towards Jiang Chen. Youngster, you. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen stepped forward, grasping the young man's hand, extracting the minuscule trace of necrotic poison that lingered within. In a moment of rage earlier, he had infused a slight amount of corpse poison into the youth. While not lethal, it would certainly incapacitate him for several months. Even now, having drawn out that trace of poison, the young man's bodily functions had already suffered considerable damage, and he would require no less than a month to recover fully. The dark hue receded from the young man's face, yet his complexion remained as pale as parchment. He looked at Jiang Chen, recoiling in fear. The middle-aged man, meanwhile, was holding Tang San's hand, gazing at Jiang Chen with a look of astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Shall we proceed inside? He smiled at Jiang Chen, leading Tang San through the entrance. Jiang Chen followed closely behind. Having nearly confirmed that this was indeed the renowned master Yu Shaojiang, he felt no particular affection for the character, and his cultivation had already surpassed the theoretical teachings of Yu Shaojiang by leaps and bounds. With a system in place, why would he need to ingratiate himself with the master? The answer was a resounding no. Since the master could not offer him any assistance, there was no need for him to become a disciple. Particularly, the master's timidity in matters of the heart left Jiang Chen with a sense of discontent. Just call me master. That is how everyone addresses me, the master chuckled, before revealing the secret of Tang San's twin martial souls. Tang San's expression shifted in surprise, and he readied his hidden weapon, for the secret of his martial soul was known only to himself and his father. Observing Tang San's tense demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for the master. If that hidden weapon were to misfire, it would surely lead to an amusing situation. The master then employed his extensive theoretical knowledge and the 10 core competencies of martial souls to substantiate the existence of Tang San's twin martial souls from various angles. Tang San, with a solemn countenance, suddenly retreated a few steps and knelt before the master, bowing 3 times in reverence. "Master, please accept me as your disciple," he implored respectfully. The master promptly helped him to his feet, saying, "Silly boy, why must you bow to become my disciple? I am not your parent. Once a teacher, forever a father," Tang San declared gravely. The master was moved and laughed heartily. "Excellent, splendid. My judgment has proven correct." He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Chen. In truth, he found Jiang Chen more intriguing than Tang San. With innate full soul power and possessing a zombie martial soul he had never encountered before, alongside the recent display of poison, each aspect piqued his interest profoundly. As a fervent researcher, equipped with a wealth of theoretical knowledge, how could he possibly overlook such novel phenomena? "You must be Jiang Chen. Are you also willing to become my disciple?" the master inquired eagerly. He had just presented an impressive array of theories and had easily discerned Tang San's twin martial souls. Any child lacking insight would undoubtedly be captivated by his vast knowledge. Indeed, one disciple had successfully pledged himself already. Surely, the other would soon follow suit. Jiang Chen shook his head. The master's theories were indeed profound, yet they were primarily suited for the majority, and Jiang Chen could hardly be classified as an ordinary individual. Moreover, he possessed a system that the master could never comprehend. Was there still a need for him to seek apprenticeship? "I apologize, master, but I am not currently inclined to take on a mentor," Jiang Chen politely declined. The master was taken aback, his gaze filled with confusion as he regarded Jiang Chen, pondering inwardly. Could it be that this young boy is not as astute? Unlike the other, does he not recognize the depth of my knowledge? "Jiang Chen, the teacher is immensely learned and can surely provide us with the finest guidance," Tang San interjected, aware of Jiang Chen's considerable talent and wishing to prevent him from straying down a misguided path in the future. Jiang Chen continued to shake his head, insisting that it was truly unnecessary, as he could cultivate on his own. The master furrowed his brow, addressing the young boy. "Every student is expected to select a mentor. In this academy, my knowledge is second to none. No one dares to claim the top position. I do not take on disciples lightly, yet seeing your promising talent, I wish to prevent any potential waste of your abilities. Should you come to regret this decision in the future, it will be too late." He gazed at Jiang Chen with anticipation, believing that after such clear words, even a child as naive as he should understand how to make a wise choice. Jiang Chen shook his head, yet a hint of a smile graced his face. "Master, are you certain that your theory is absolutely correct?" Chapter 31. Yu Shaojiang's loss of composure. The master was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Jiang Chen's intent, yet he nodded affirmatively, declaring, "They all deem my theory invincible. While I hesitate to boast so grandly, I am confident that no teacher in this academy can surpass me." The confidence emanating from the master's words was palpable, even affecting Tang San, who stood beside him. "What if your theory does not apply to me?" Jiang Chen countered. The master vehemently shook his head. "Impossible. My research encompasses a vast range and has examined nearly a century's worth of cases. The data is highly authoritative. My 10 core competencies of martial souls are infallible." "Very well. Allow me to pose a question. What is the maximum age limit for a soul master to absorb their first soul ring?" Jiang Chen inquired. The master was somewhat astonished that Jiang Chen would articulate such a specialized question, and his perception of Jiang Chen began to shift. Without hesitation, he replied, "Based on nearly a century of cases I have studied, each level of soul master has a maximum limit for absorbing soul rings. And the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. Let us make a wager. If I can prove your theory incorrect, I shall not take you as my master." "Agreed?" "Agreed." The master responded eagerly, intrigued to see how Jiang Chen would endeavor to demonstrate the fallacy of his theory. This disciple, he had resolved to accept. Jiang Chen retreated a couple of steps, urging you to observe closely. As his words faded, a purple soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, gently swirling around him. "How is this possible?" exclaimed the master, his face a mask of astonishment. Tang San gazed at the purple soul ring enveloping Jiang Chen. Filled with wonder, he realized that this was the true nature of a soul ring. However, he remained somewhat perplexed about the significance of the purple soul ring, for had he fully comprehended its meaning, his reaction would likely have rivaled that of the master. Jiang Chen retracted his soul ring and gazed at the master, who was still in a state of shock. He spoke calmly thus. I have no need to regard you as my mentor. Furthermore, not only this soul ring, but I am confident that I shall surpass the so-called limits of every soul ring in the future. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, even Tang San's glance towards the master held a hint of peculiar significance. The master suddenly charged forward in a frenzy, grasping Jiang Chen's shoulders and shaking him. Quickly, tell me how you achieved this. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, observing the master's fervent expression, as if the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Ahem. I have lost my composure, the master realized, promptly releasing Jiang Chen's shoulder. Allow me to escort you to the academic office for registration. Recalling the wager he had made with Jiang Chen earlier, the master understood that it would be quite challenging to accept this boy as his disciple. Yet, he was determined to uncover the secret behind how Jiang Chen managed to attain a 1,000-year soul ring as his first, surpassing his own arduous research of 423 years by 2 or 3 times. He genuinely questioned whether Jiang Chen was indeed human. As the master departed, Tang San exhibited a fleeting hesitation, which Jiang Chen noticed and grasped him. What are you still standing there for? Have you begun to regret your decision to become my disciple? The master ahead noticeably paused for a moment before resuming his stride. Tang San hesitated briefly, then suddenly regained his resolve. Once a teacher, forever a father. The master walking in front revealed a smile of satisfaction. Jiang Chen was indeed somewhat speechless. Tang San was rather rigid in his ways. Nevertheless, master was an immensely significant figure in Tang San's growth. And thus Jiang Chen sincerely hoped that Tang San would become a disciple under his guidance. In truth, I believe the master's theories are not flawed, rather. It is I who am excessively extraordinary. There should be no one else in this world capable of reaching my level, Jiang Chen asserted with a touch of bravado. Tang San, glancing at Jiang Chen beside him, silently acknowledged that this indeed seemed accurate. Jiang Chen had never been ordinary in his life. He was undeniably exceptional. With this thought, Tang San felt a slight sense of reassurance. By the way, what is the matter with your soul ring? Was it not said that one must slay a soul beast to acquire a soul ring? When did you go and kill a soul beast? Tang San inquired, bombarding Jiang Chen with a flurry of questions. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head, saying it was not to be spoken of. The master led Jiang Chen and his companion to the academic affairs office before taking his leave. Upon inadvertently learning that Tang San's teacher was the master, several teachers in the academic affairs office could not help but indulge in a bout of sarcastic ridicule. Unconcerned with matters that do not pertain to him, Jiang Chen proceeded towards the dormitory building after completing the necessary formalities with Tang San. However, midway, he abruptly halted. You go ahead to the dormitory. I'll attend to a matter first, he said. What matter? Tang San inquired, puzzled, as it was their first visit to this place. And he wondered what Jiang Chen could possibly have to address. It's nothing for you to worry about. I'll join you shortly, Jiang Chen reassured him, nodding in understanding. Tang San chose not to press further and continued on his way to the dormitory. Jiang Chen revealed a smile and, guided by an instinct deep within his heart, ventured into a small grove. He sensed that Jing Wuming was present in this very place. As soon as he entered, a series of piercing sounds assailed his ears, as if the air itself had been rent asunder. Not far ahead, Jing Wuming was fervently repeating the motion of thrusting his sword, akin to an indefatigable machine. Sweat had already soaked through his garments, yet each of his strikes was executed with remarkable steadiness, and the angle of every thrust was nearly identical. Jiang Chen deliberately made a sound with his footsteps. Jing Wuming abruptly turned around, his cold and piercing gaze striking Jiang Chen like 2 sharp swords. Upon realizing it was Jiang Chen, he immediately relaxed, expressing surprise as he said, Young master, what brings you to Nodding Academy? I have come here to study. Jiang Chen replied. By the way, how did you end up here? In Jiang Chen's presence, Jing Wuming transformed into a typical youth, stating, Young master, you advised me to interact more with my peers, so I decided to come to Nodding Academy. Jiang Chen realized that it was indeed his own words from the past that had led to this moment. With Jing Wuming's formidable strength, he undoubtedly ranked as the foremost among all the students at Nodding Academy, for in a primary academy, merely obtaining the first soul ring suffices for graduation. Jiang Chen found a spot to sit down and patted the space beside him, gesturing for Jing Wuming to take a seat. Now, let us discuss the recent affairs of the Spirit Hall. Over the past 2 months, he had been engrossed in his cultivation, neglecting the matters of the Spirit Hall, and was unaware of the current situation in the Nodding City Spirit Hall. Out of respect for Jiang Chen, Jing Wuming hesitated to sit. Sit. Jiang Chen commanded directly. Only then did Jing Wuming take his seat. Young master, the position of the branch master in the Nodding City Spirit Hall has been vacant for several months. But it is finally about to be filled. Oh, is it Matthew Nuo? Jing Wuming nodded. Indeed, this matter should have been resolved long ago. But the higher-level sub-branch was preoccupied with other affairs, which delayed the process until now. In 3 days, the envoy from the sub-branch of the Spirit Hall will arrive in Nodding City to conduct the election ceremony for the branch master. Matthew Nuo, being the most senior member in the Nodding City branch, had taught nearly all the other deacons, making him the undisputed choice for this election. It is unfortunate for that young lady, who naively believed that she had captivated Matthew Nuo, unaware that she was merely a plaything in his eyes. Jiang Chen sighed, lamenting that the most unfortunate of all was still Brother Tao. By the way, you have been visiting the Mathuno office frequently, haven't you? Jing Wuming nodded, affirming that he went there daily to monitor Mathuno's every move on behalf of the young master. Jiang Chen suddenly displayed a meaningful smile. Was Matthew and Cece's performance captivating? Jing Wuming paused for a moment, then quickly realized the implication, his face flushing a deep crimson, yet he still respectfully replied, "It was indeed splendid." Jiang Chen rose to his feet, gently patting Jing Wuming on the shoulder, and spoke with earnest sincerity, "Young man, one must learn the virtue of moderation." Chapter 32. Little Dance. A newcomer arrives though Jing Wuming's face retained a youthful innocence. His physique bore the semblance of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. At that moment, Jiang Chen stood only a fraction taller than him. As Jiang Chen's weighty words resonated in the air, they seemed laden with implications, causing Jing Wuming to cast his gaze downward. Could it be that my little secret has been uncovered by the young master? He pondered silently, observing Jing Wuming's demeanor. Jiang Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. Some things are not forbidden, yet they must be approached with discretion. Youth often lacks the wisdom to discern this. Do you understand? Understood, Jing Wuming replied as he stood up. Young master, have you decided how to deal with Matthew? Would you like me to demonstrate a throat-slitting gesture? He proposed. He was merely an assassin, well-versed only in the art of killing, and the only service he could offer Jiang Chen was through such means. Jiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at Jing Wuming and remarked, "Why is it that all you see is the act of killing? I already have some thoughts on how to deal with him. However, I require your assistance in monitoring his every move. Perhaps once he ascends to the position of Hall Master, it will be the moment of his utter despair." Rest assured, young master, Jing Wuming replied. Matthew almost invariably spends every morning in the company of Miss Cece. Any secrets he harbors will likely be revealed during those moments. I shall keep a vigilant watch. Jiang Chen nodded. Young master, you haven't dined yet, have you? Allow me to escort you to a restaurant outside for a meal. Jiang Chen gently patted his stomach and replied, Not yet, then I must trouble you. Young master, please do not say such things. I cannot bear the weight of your kindness. Jing Wuming responded, visibly taken aback. Please follow me. Jiang Chen followed Jing Wuming out of the academy. Initially, he contemplated inviting Tang San to join them, but upon realizing that Jing Wuming was his clandestine subordinate, he deemed it unwise to allow Tang San excessive contact and thus relinquish the notion. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen found that it was already afternoon. Jing Wuming proved to be quite commendable, as he took him to savor a renowned dish from Nodding City. The chef's culinary skills surpassed his own by a considerable margin, leaving him with lingering memories of the delightful experience. Jiang Chen returned alone to Nottingham Academy, while Jing Wuming returned to the assassin organization. Jing Wuming now spends most of his time at Nottingham Academy, occasionally returning to the organization to check in and undertake tasks from time to time. Jiang Chen carried a large bundle in his hand as he made his way towards the student dormitory. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy housed only a single dormitory building, which accommodated both male and female students. All the work-study students resided in the 7th dormitory, the sole residence that did not categorize its occupants by grade, thus encompassing students from nearly every year. Jiang Chen, carrying his belongings, approached the door marked with a number and finally arrived at the entrance of the 7th dormitory. Peering inside, he was unable to spot Tang San. Is this truly the 7th dormitory? He inquired, glancing once more at the number on the door. Indeed, it was unmistakably marked as the 7th dormitory. Yet, why was Tang San absent? A sense of bewilderment washed over him. The once tranquil atmosphere of the dormitory erupted into chaos the moment Jiang Chen spoke. A dozen boys rose to their feet, blocking the entrance to the room. Among them, an older boy stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Jiang Chen and inquiring, Are you the new work-study student? Jiang Chen nodded. Is this indeed the 7th dormitory? The boy conversing with Jiang Chen was notably tall, towering over him by at least 2 heads. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, he immediately erupted with enthusiasm. Indeed, this is the 7th dormitory. Xiaowu, we have a newcomer. Come out and welcome him. As Jiang Chen's smile began to form upon receiving confirmation, he was abruptly taken aback by the boy's call for Xiaowu. In his astonishment, a petite girl emerged from the crowd, positioning herself before all the boys. The young girl was approximately Jiang Chen's height, her round face resembling a ripe, rosy peach. A long braid cascaded down her back, reaching her waist, and she gazed at Jiang Chen with an expression of keen curiosity. Are you also a newcomer to our dormitory? Xiaowu exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Chen nodded, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. Could it be that Tang San had not conveyed the message he requested to these roommates? Excellent. Step back, everyone. Come forth, newcomer. If you can defeat me, you shall become the leader of this dormitory. Xiaowu already wore an eager expression, brimming with anticipation. Jiang Chen felt somewhat speechless, as he did not expect to face this challenge, particularly against his opponent, Xiaowu. He gazed at the petite girl before him. While undeniably charming, she was rather diminutive. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen declared, "There's no need to fight. I concede. I am not cut out to be a leader." Humph, another coward. A chorus of disdainful jeers erupted, causing the boys who had eagerly anticipated the spectacle to disperse in disappointment. Jiang Chen, carrying his belongings, intended to bypass Xiaowu to find a bed. "No, you are the first newcomer I have encountered since becoming the leader, and you must face me in a duel," Xiaowu asserted, blocking his path with a defiant stance, hands firmly planted on her hips, her expression brimming with indignation. "Is it not enough for me to concede? I am utterly incapable," Jiang Chen replied with a sense of resignation. While he held a modicum of interest in sparring with Tang San, the prospect of engaging in combat with a mere girl failed to ignite any enthusiasm within him. Absolutely not. Do you even consider yourself a man if you cannot accept a challenge from a girl like me? Xiaowu obstinately refused to yield. Jiang Chen was unceremonious, forcefully pushing Xiaowu aside with a flick of his hand. "You coward!" Xiaowu exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration. Having just been appointed as the dorm leader, she intended to showcase her authority, but instead encountered a timid opponent. With a toss of her head, her long braided hair shot towards Jiang Chen, instantly ensnaring his neck from behind. "Come back here," she commanded, yanking with all her strength. Yet Jiang Chen remained steadfast, advancing forward. Initially, she aimed to pull him back, but to her astonishment, Jiang Chen's strength was overwhelming, yanking her towards him and nearly causing her to collide with his back. Reacting swiftly, she propelled herself upward, wrapping her delicate feet around his neck. At that moment, Jiang Chen found himself ensnared by both Xiaowu's braid and her feet. A wry smile gracing his lips as he realized escape was futile. "Very well, let me see just how much strength this little rabbit possesses," he thought, remaining still yet summoning all his strength to withstand her impending assault. With her feet entwined around Jiang Chen's neck, Xiaowu wasted no time. She leaned back against him, her hands pressing against the ground, resembling a coiled spring. Utilizing her legs and waist, she attempted to throw Jiang Chen backward. A victorious smile spread across her face. Recalling how Tang San had fallen victim to this very technique earlier that morning, unable to resist her formidable power, she was confident that no peer could withstand her onslaught. However, her expression soon shifted. Chapter 33. This goose is truly delightful. Her technique relied on her body's flexibility and resilience to maximize her strength. The primary flaw of this skill lay in its susceptibility to overpowering force, although that applied only when facing an opponent significantly stronger than herself. Otherwise, even a slight superiority in strength would yield to her maneuver. Yet, she had underestimated Jiang Chen. Despite not transforming or utilizing his martial spirit, his physical strength, augmented by the soul power within him, was beyond what Xiaowu could fathom. With her feet wrapped around his neck and her hands braced against the ground, she exerted every ounce of her energy, but could not budge him. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as immovable as a mountain, and she, a mere rabbit, could hardly hope to dislodge such a formidable force. Xiaowu's face flushed crimson from exertion, but Jiang Chen stood there, unwavering. After a moment's struggle, she finally conceded, loosening her legs and tumbling down. "Are you even human?" She glared at Jiang Chen, her face still burning with embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating for her, the dorm leader, to lose face in front of her subordinates. Jiang Chen turned around and smiled at her, noting her graceful waist and the delightful elasticity of her form. Yet he found her strength somewhat lacking. "You scoundrel!" Xiaowu had never been so playfully teased before, and in an instant, her cheeks flushed with indignation, wishing fervently to tear Jiang Chen apart. However, having unleashed her most formidable move to no avail against him, she couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and desperation. Jiang Chen chose to ignore Xiaowu and found a bed at the far end of the dormitory, setting down his belongings. The dormitory was replete with numerous beds. Most occupants had chosen the front positions, while he opted for a secluded spot at the back, distanced from others. Just like in Holy Soul Village. He found it improbable to bond with these children, so he preferred the tranquility of the rear. As he reclined on the bed, Xiaowu suddenly appeared before him, exclaiming, "Hey, you are now the leader of our dormitory." Observing her pouting expression, filled with indignation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "You didn't defeat me earlier. Nor did I defeat you. We are at an impasse. Besides, I have no desire to be the leader, so you shall remain the leader." "Really?" The previously sulky Xiaowu's face transformed with surprise. "Indeed, you may return now, leader." Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, another person entered the dormitory. It was Tang San, who had just returned from the master's quarters. Upon entering, he spotted Jiang Chen and Xiaowu. "Jiang Chen, you are here," Tang San exclaimed as he quickly approached. "Yes, I just arrived." "You two know each other?" Xiaowu asked, astonished. Tang San nodded. "Yes, we are from the same village." He then retrieved a paper package from his belongings and handed it to Jiang Chen. "This is for you." "What is it?" Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity as he opened the package. To his astonishment, he discovered a chicken leg inside. "This was given to me by the teacher. I saved one for you," Tang San explained. Jiang Chen was somewhat moved. He remained silent and reached behind him to present a large cardboard box to Tang San. "What is this?" Tang San inquired as he opened the box, and an intense aroma wafted forth. It was, astonishingly, a massive roast goose. "I had lunch outside and brought this for you," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Tang San stared at the roast goose in a daze, an unusual sparkle flickering in his eyes. His heart in a state of turmoil. Jiang Chen, unreservedly, seized a chicken leg and began to feast upon it. "Why are you in a daze? Hurry and eat. If you cannot finish, you can share with others," he urged. Tang San nodded. With such a large goose, he certainly could not consume it all. So he took it to the front. Xiaowu covertly cast a glance at Jiang Chen, licked her lips, and hurriedly pursued Tang San. Moments later, delightful aromas wafted from the front of the dormitory, accompanied by voices exclaiming, "Jiang Chen, thank you for your goose." Jiang Chen merely smiled and nodded. Within less than 10 minutes, the goose had been devoured by a group of children, and the gazes directed at Jiang Chen were now filled with genuine goodwill. Moments later, Tang San approached him, stating, "I need to go out tomorrow. The teacher is taking me to obtain my first spirit ring." Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and responded nonchalantly. Tang San continued, "So for the next few days, I'll need to trouble you and Xiaowu with the work of the labor students. I've already spoken with Xiaowu about this." With a reassuring tone, Jiang Chen replied, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." Yawning, he added, "I'm off to sleep now." Tang San looked at Jiang Chen, somewhat speechless, as it was still afternoon, with several hours remaining before nightfall. He chose not to disturb Jiang Chen further and returned to his own bed. In the evening, Jiang Chen woke up on time, and the others in the dormitory had already begun meditating to cultivate their spirit power. Tang San was munching on some coarse cakes brought from home. Jiang Chen also had some in his pack, from which he took out 2 pieces, eating them as he left the dormitory. As darkness approached, he sought a secluded place to practice. His cultivation was somewhat unique, and he preferred not to be observed. After wandering around the school, he finally arrived at a small grove, the quietest and most secluded spot on campus, rarely visited by others. After searching for a moment, he slightly bent his legs and leaped onto a large tree, settling onto a thick branch. Here, he could unobstructedly gaze at the moon overhead. In truth, he could also cultivate in his room, but he found it stifling, which was quite displeasing. He cherished the freedom of being unencumbered, basking in the warm moonlight. At dawn, Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory only to find that Tang San had already left. Today marked the opening ceremony of Nodding Academy, and he refrained from wandering about. After the ceremony concluded, he returned to the grove to practice his lightning fist and 3,000 thunder movements. He had nearly mastered the lightning fist, no longer frequently stumbling. And when executed, it wielded tremendous power, rivaling the might of his first spirit skill. Additionally, arcs of electricity would emerge during its execution, seemingly originating from the corpse core within him, possessing a paralyzing effect. Regarding the variations of 3,000 thunder movements, he was becoming increasingly proficient. However, he still had not grasped any semblance of speed, which caused him considerable frustration. Despite possessing the millennia-old memories of a zombie, they proved largely unhelpful, as the cultivation methods of that zombie were fundamentally different, primarily centered on bloodsucking. Moreover, as the zombie's cultivation deepened, it naturally developed some formidable supernatural abilities, which were instinctual and beyond Jiang Chen's capability to learn. Thus, aside from his spirit skills, his greatest reliance now lay in the lightning fist and 3,000 thunder movements. Jing Wuming was not present at the academy. He was likely monitoring that fellow, Ma Xinyuo. Jiang Chen gazed intently in a particular direction, sensing Jing Wuming's presence, which coincided with the location of the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, a small black sparrow flitted by and landed on his shoulder. This lowly corpse puppet, devoid of a soul and merely driven by instinct, provided Jiang Chen with a clear view of his surroundings through its eyes. "Go," he commanded. The little black sparrow took flight towards the Spirit Hall, as Jiang Chen was curious to discover what the old man, Ma Xinyuo, was up to. Chapter 34. Su Yuntao Goes Mad. Thank you for your support. Third update. The small black sparrow flew swiftly, its vision mirroring Jiang Chen's own. Numerous sights of Nodding City flashed rapidly through Jiang Chen's mind. Following his instinct, he guided the little sparrow's flight until it finally alighted atop a grand edifice. He sensed that Jing Wuming was within. Circling the structure, the sparrow paused at a window. By heavens, this is truly explosive. Jiang Chen, currently within Nodding Academy, could not help but exclaim, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Meanwhile, inside the Spirit Hall, within the Grand Hall on the first floor, Su Yuntao's expression was one of turmoil. With CC in Ma Xinyuo's office, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, as if a colossal weight had settled upon his chest, suffocating him and rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. Ma Xinyuo frequently praised CC for her beauty and competence, hinting at ulterior motives. Just moments ago, he had intended to invite CC to lunch, hoping to subtly inquire if the situation was indeed as he suspected. However, before he could seek her out, he caught sight of CC entering Ma Xinyuo's office. This was the crux of his dilemma. One was a respected elder who had guided him upon his arrival at the Spirit Hall, while the other was a girl he had pursued for over 2 years. The disparity in their ages, 81 and 18, made matters even more complicated. Sighing, he reassured himself, perhaps I am overthinking this, as he ascended the stairs. Yet, another voice within him whispered, what would I do if it were indeed the case? As he approached Ma Xinyuo's door, his heart raced with increasing intensity, nearly leaping from his throat. When he was merely a few meters away from the entrance, despair engulfed him. The girl who had always smiled at him and often engaged in playful flirtation was secretly reveling with another, disregarding his feelings entirely. And Ma Xinyuo, the two-faced elder who appeared benevolent on the surface, was secretly entangled with the girl he cherished. How could he possibly come to terms with such betrayal? At this moment, Su Yuntao felt a surge of blood rush to his brain, as if he were on the verge of exploding. His mind was engulfed in a fiery rage. Leaving no room for contemplation of the consequences, and with a swift kick, he propelled himself forward. The iron door buckled and crumpled under the force of his strike, a testament to the magnitude of his fury. As the door vanished, Su Yuntao beheld the entangled pair, his eyes bloodshot and nearly bursting with intensity. In that instant, Matthew and Cece stood frozen in shock. With a pop akin to a cork being pulled from a bottle, Matthew shoved Cece aside. Su Yuntao erupted into maniacal laughter, his martial spirit spiraling out of control, the essence of the lone wolf manifesting as an overwhelming and ferocious aura radiated from him. Matthew shuddered. Despite being several ranks above Su Yuntao, he was still merely a great soul master, and with age weighing upon him, he knew the young and vigorous Su Yuntao could easily bring him to ruin. Yuntao, things are not as you perceive, Matthew hastily interjected, genuinely fearful of Su Yuntao's wrath. Su Yuntao, as blood-red wolf eyes fixated on Matthew, then darted toward the evasive Cece. He then pivoted and, to Matthew's astonishment, charged out, leaping from the first floor. The commotion had already attracted the attention of others within the Spirit Hall. As they approached to investigate, they witnessed Su Yuntao bursting forth from the building, dashing out into the open. Mind your own business. Continue with your tasks. Matthew's authoritative voice rang out, instantly quelling any curiosity among the onlookers. What should we do? Cece's delicate face turned pale, her panic palpable. She feared that this incident might tarnish her future prospects, especially with the Hall Master elections looming in just a couple of days. If the emissaries from above caught wind of any unfavorable news, it would spell disaster. We cannot allow that boy to spread rumors, Matthew declared grimly. His concerns mirrored Cece's. At such a critical moment, any negative reputation could jeopardize his ambitions. In that fleeting instant, he even entertained the thought of eliminating Su Yuntao, but after a moment's reflection, he suppressed the notion. You must go to him now and play the victim. I know him well. That boy is infatuated with you and will surely keep your secret. Once you ascend to the position of Hall Master, you can wield that authority to expel him from the Spirit Hall, and by then, no one will believe a word he says, Matthew instructed. But what if he refuses to keep my secret? Cece voiced her apprehensions. If he proves to be ungrateful, he will forfeit any loyalty I have shown him over the years, Matthew replied coldly. I grant you permission to employ any means necessary. Remember, any means. If he declines, return to me immediately. Understood, I will seek him out at once. Silk hurriedly rushed outside. In a dim corner of the room, a pair of eyes quietly observed everything. Unnoticed by anyone, Matthew slammed his palm on the desk, causing a splash of water, and coldly remarked, Su Yuntao, I hope you are wise enough not to force my hand against you. Amidst the curious gazes of her colleagues at the Spirit Hall, Silk hastily left, embarking on a search for Su Yuntao. The onlookers were perplexed, unable to comprehend why Su Yuntao had suddenly gone mad, and why Silk had followed suit. An elder caretaker, appearing to be in his 50s, wore a knowing smile. I believe I understand the situation, he murmured. What do you know? Speak up. A group of gossipers gathered around him. The middle-aged man glanced at Matthew's office and, noting that Matthew had not emerged, quietly shared his speculation. No way. Master Matthew is far too old. Can he still manage? A young man in his 20s exclaimed. And it's Silk. She's my goddess. Keep your voice down. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The middle-aged man smacked the young man's head. He continued, those of you who came late are unaware. Master Matthew once held a remarkable reputation. What reputation? Master Matthew's martial spirit is a dog. What do you think his title is? He inquired. The crowd shook their heads in ignorance. Satisfied, the middle-aged man proudly declared, his nickname is the dog. Ah, so now he's an old dog? The young man exclaimed in surprise. Shoo. If you wish to live, refrain from speaking carelessly, understood? Chapter 35. A change in attitude. Silk's first destination was Su Yuntao's residence. Having worked at the Spirit Hall for many years, Su Yuntao had accumulated a fair amount of savings and purchased a house in the heart of Notting City. Silk had visited a few times. If Su Yuntao was not home now, she would have to search the entire city. Su Yuntao's abode was a standalone building, and upon her arrival, she noticed the courtyard gate had been forcefully broken open. Indeed, he is here, she thought, her heart lifting with hope. Ascending the stairs, she quickly spotted Su Yuntao, who was frantically consuming alcohol. Yuntao? She called out. Su Yuntao turned abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, and the profound sorrow etched on his face caused Silk's heart to tremble. What do you want from me? Why not seek that old dog and continue your revelry? Su Yuntao continued to drink, his gaze towards Silk now devoid of warmth, utterly indifferent. Silk rushed to him, wrapping her arms around his. Yuntao, I have my reasons. For the first time encountering such intimate gestures from CC, Su Yuntao became indifferent. His heart had already perished. Yuntao, I grew up in the slums, enduring a life of poverty. I merely wish for a better existence, CC sobbed. So, you resorted to seducing him? Su Yuntao replied coldly. He promised to elevate me to the position of the sect master. Yet, I still harbor feelings for you. Each moment spent with him brings me silent tears, for I feel I have betrayed you. However, becoming the sect master is my dream, and I am compelled to endure his beastly advances. Yuntao, please promise me you won't disclose this matter. I truly love you. Were it not for my ambition to become sect master, I would have accepted your pursuit long ago. Just grant me this one request. Once I ascend to the position, I shall cast aside that old man Matthew, and you will be my chief deacon. We shall soar together, and the Spirit Hall of Notting City will belong to us. CC spoke with a heart-wrenching sincerity, and her final words were not mere fabrications. She genuinely harbored such aspirations. Su Yuntao ceased drinking, remaining silent as he sat there, while CC leaned on his shoulder, weeping incessantly. Observing her tear-streaked face, He sighed deeply. How could years of affection be severed in an instant? His love for C remained unwavering. He pushed her away and coldly stated, "Leave. We shall have no further connections, and I shall not divulge your secrets." "Yintao, thank you for your understanding," Cici said. Moved to tears, never expecting Su Yuntao would truly grant her this wish. In that moment, she felt something within her shatter, and her love for Su Yuntao surged forth, growing ever more intense. A bitter expression clouded Su Yuntao's face. "The youth I devoted to you over the years has culminated in a mere thank you for your understanding, which has enabled your carefreeness and adventure while constraining my aspirations. You were promised vows of eternal love and sweet whispers, yet all I possess is a single, regret-free blessing, one that has shaped your present and future while leaving me with a solitary summer ahead." With a wave of his hand, Su Yuntao spoke despondently, "You may go." However, before he could finish, Cici leaned closer. Overwhelmed, Su Yuntao found himself at a loss for words. His eyes wide with astonishment as a tumultuous wave of blood surged within him, nearly drowning his reason. Perhaps due to the influence of his martial spirit, he had never experienced love before at his age, making such matters feel like a maiden's first journey in a bridal sedan. Faced with such intense temptation, how could he resist? With his dwindling sanity, he attempted to push away CC, a rational voice urging him to cease any further advances. Yet, before he could muster the strength, CC took the next step. Su Yuntao's pupils dilated sharply as he beheld her alluring visage, succumbing completely to her charm. An hour later, CC emerged, satisfaction radiating from her. Her smile was as bright as the sun, dispelling the shadows that had lingered in her heart for years. She had never felt such joy before. She finally recognized her true feelings. She genuinely adored Su Yuntao, having been blinded by her own ambitions all along. "Matthew, you wretched cur. May you wallow in your own filth. After the election, it is time for you to face the consequences of your actions." At that moment, perched upon the eaves behind CC, a small black bird sat with a vacant gaze. Suddenly, it took flight, flapping its wings as it soared towards Nottingham Academy. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze with a sigh, truly deserving of the title Brother Tao, for he could so easily forgive. And the poor Cici, unaware that Matthew had already ensnared her. Just as he let out his sigh, Jing Wuming returned, and upon entering the grove, he spotted Jiang Chen. "Young master, I bear grave news. Su Yuntao has gone mad." Jiang Chen waved his hand, indicating that he was already aware. At that moment, a small black bird flew over and perched on Jiang Chen's shoulder, to which he gently caressed it. "This will serve as my eyes. There will be no need for you to visit the Spirit Hall any longer. Instead, devote more time to your cultivation. Young master, do you no longer require my assistance? I am more than willing to continue aiding you." Jing Wuming exclaimed anxiously. Jiang Chen smiled gently and said, "No, in my view. Your cultivation is far more significant than keeping an eye on Matthew. I am already aware of the location of the Spirit Hall. I shall monitor it myself from now on. Focus on your training, as you will undoubtedly be needed in the future." "Very well," Jing Wuming replied, not daring to defy Jiang Chen's command and acquiescing to his wishes. He then added, "Young master, could you perhaps grant Miss CC a chance at life? I find her plight rather pitiable, having been deceived." Jiang Chen looked at Jing Wuming with great surprise. "Aren't you the one who kills without a second thought? How can you feel pity for a woman?" "I merely think she is somewhat pitiable," Jing Wuming replied, his face turning crimson as he lowered his gaze. "Indeed, after all, she has been your instructor for over 2 months, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, causing Jing Wuming's cheeks to redden even further. "Do not worry. She is merely a greedy and foolish woman. I promise you, I shall not take her life." "Thank you, young master," Jing Wuming expressed his gratitude. "Well then, continue your training. I shall go have my meal," Jiang Chen said, stepping outside. After respectfully seeing Jiang Chen off, Jing Wuming began his practice. "Alas, man is made of iron, and food is like steel. Missing a meal makes me feel quite famished," Jiang Chen sighed. He found himself enviously contemplating Jing Wuming's ability to sustain himself without food, surviving on a mere sip of blood for several days, which also enhanced his strength. However, he quickly shook his head. He, too, could partake in blood consumption, and there was a certain allure to it. Yet, the moral convictions from his past life made him feel that such actions were reprehensible. Although the taste of blood was exquisite, he still preferred the delightful flavors of gourmet cuisine. Given the choice, he would rather embrace a normal human existence. After finishing his meal, He continued his training in the woods, where the mysterious martial techniques and movements astonished Jing, yet he dared not inquire further. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 36. The election begins within the Spirit Hall, in the office of Matthew. He was in a state of disarray as he sifted through documents. Suddenly, he threw down his pen, standing up in agitation. The day before yesterday afternoon, Cece had returned to report that she had persuaded Su Yuntao, but since then, Cece had not set foot in his office. Having not been close to Cece for 2 days, he felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. He stepped out of his office and called out to Cece, who was handling business in the lobby on the first floor. Cece, could you come up for a moment? Matthew's expression was inscrutable, devoid of joy or sorrow, making it difficult for others to discern his thoughts. After speaking, he retreated into his office. Beside him, Su Yuntao's forehead was lined with prominent veins, anger surging within him once more. Cece quickly shot him a reassuring glance and softly said, I'll just take a quick look and come back down. Since that day, she had secretly moved into Su Yuntao's residence, and no one had noticed. Upon Cece's entrance, Matthew promptly stood up, ready to take action. Cece quickly pushed him away, reproaching, Someone has come for that. Which one? Matthew paused momentarily, then realized, frowning, the date is incorrect. Cece shot him an annoyed glance. I've been quite busy lately. Hence I moved it up a few days. With no other option, Matthew slumped back down, disheartened. My dear, the election is tomorrow. Have you made the necessary arrangements? Cece inquired. Matthew nodded. Rest assured, I will ardently support your candidacy for the new hall master. No one shall oppose it. Love you. Cece cast a flirtatious glance. By the way, this afternoon, the messenger is arriving in Nodding City. You and that young man, Su Yuntao, should go to greet him and arrange accommodations at the Nodding Grand Hotel, suggested Matthew Nua. Cece, the flower of the Spirit Hall, and Su Yuntao, the most radiant and charming youth among the young men, were the ideal pair for this task, and thus Matthew Nua had no choice but to assign them. All right, rest assured, I shall attend to my business now, Cece replied. Go ahead. Matthew Nua waved his hand dismissively. Once Cece departed, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Tomorrow, he would ascend to the position of the branch master of Nodding City, a lifelong dream finally on the verge of realization after so many years. Moreover, he intended to nominate Cece as the new chief deacon, for she had accompanied him for several months, and he would need to interact with her in the future. As for Su Yuntao, his presence in the Spirit Hall would only be a nuisance. He would exercise his authority as branch master to facilitate Su Yuntao's early retirement. Outside the office window, a small black bird perched quietly, its dull eyes momentarily flickering. The grand performance was about to commence. Jiang Chen lifted his head and stretched leisurely. Jiang Chen, are you bullying me? Hurry up and sweep. This vast garden is nearly done, and I'm almost finished. Xiao Wu exclaimed, hands on her hips, clearly dissatisfied. I'll sweep it right away. You may take a rest. I will handle the rest. Jiang Chen hastily gestured for Xiao Wu to leave. With Tang San having departed several days prior without return, the workload that was once shared by 3 had now fallen solely on him and Xiao Wu. A smile finally graced Xiao Wu's face. Then take your time. I shall return to rest. Jiang Chen waved his hand once more, urging them to depart. Moments later, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Xiao Wu had only swept a small corner, leaving the majority untouched, and a single remark had led him astray. After completing the sweeping, he retreated to the grove to cultivate. Not long after, Jing Wuming appeared before him. Young master, I have prepared the items you requested. Is this perhaps intended for Matthew? Jing Wuming inquired. Jiang Chen waved his hand, assuring that in due time, the truth would unveil itself, and at that moment, the other would undoubtedly experience a fate worse than death. Listening to Jiang Chen's laughter, Jing Wuming suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and a pang of pity for Matthew arose within him. Time passed swiftly, and as dawn broke, the Spirit Hall commenced its bustling activities. For today marked the arrival of the esteemed envoy. The floors, windows, and walls of the Spirit Hall gleamed, meticulously polished in preparation. Matthew, accompanied by a group of attendants, had already positioned himself at the entrance, eagerly anticipating the envoy's arrival. The esteemed envoy was reported to be a stunning beauty, as whispered among the crowd. How do you know? Several curious eyes lit up in response. Didn't T. Su Yuntao and Cece go to receive her yesterday? I overheard them discussing the envoy upon their return. Is she more beautiful than Cece? A young man of slight stature inquired. Far more beautiful. Her figure, her visage, Remarkable. Cut it out, as if you've actually seen her. At that moment, a carriage slowly approached the Spirit Hall's entrance. Su Yuntao and CC walked ahead. And as the carriage halted, Su Yuntao promptly drew back the curtain. Esteemed envoy, we have arrived. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, a voluptuous, luminous leg emerged, instantly captivating everyone's gaze. Matthew could barely suppress a gulp. Following that, a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, alighted from the carriage. She donned a knee-length skirt that accentuated her fair, delicate feet, complemented by the standardized uniform of the Spirit Hall. Her waist was cinched, enhancing her alluring silhouette, which elicited astonished reactions from the many male attendants present. Her figure surpassed even CC, who was already considered mature in her appeal. Her face, however, was in a league of its own compared to CC's, with finely sculpted features, a round visage, and golden locks neatly tied up. She wore a pair of red-framed glasses that exuded an air of sophistication, maturity, and grace, leaving the crowd breathless. She is stunning. Gasps of admiration echoed among the onlookers. Matthew could hardly contain his drool. Master Matthew, the envoy has arrived, CC gently reminded him. Oh right. Esteemed envoy, greetings. I am Matthew, the chief steward of the Spirit Hall in Noting City, he said with an ingratiating smile. The woman nodded lightly, seemingly unfazed by the crowd's reaction, as if accustomed to such admiration. I am the chief steward of the sub-hall, surnamed Zhou. You may call me Steward Zhou. Steward Zhou. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Please, do come in. Matthew hurriedly led the way, while the woman, exuding an air of authority, commanded him to take her directly to the council hall. As the oval table filled with attendees, she surveyed the room, her invisible presence commanding respect, causing all eyes to avert in deference. I am quite occupied with official duties. I shall depart after attending to matters here in the morning. Let us commence now, she declared. The voting process is rather simple. Each individual casts a single ballot. Raising her chin, she adjusted her spectacles. Now, let the voting begin. Matthew and Cece exchanged smiles. The awaited moment had finally arrived. Chapter 37. The plan commences. I support Master Matthew. I support Master Matthew. I vote for Cece. I support Deacon Wang. Soon, it was Su Yuntao's turn, and without hesitation, he declared, I support Cece. Ultimately, only Matthew and Cece remained. Cece, now smiling, proclaimed, I vote for myself. There were a total of 15 voters. Matthew had secured 7 votes, she had 4, and Deacon Wang managed a mere 3. Matthew had promised her that upon his election, he would graciously step aside and endorse her as the next hall master. Unbeknownst to her, nearly all the deacons had received directives from Matthew. Even Deacon Wang's candidacy was orchestrated by him to lend an air of authenticity to the proceedings. At that moment, Matthew stood, smiling as he addressed the assembly. I am grateful for your trust and unwavering support throughout the years. I shall, with some audacity, continue to shine for a few more years, contributing further to the nodding Spirit Hall. I vote for myself. Enthusiastic applause erupted, leaving Cece in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't he supposed to endorse her? Why was he advocating for himself? Su Yuntao's face darkened with indignation as he stood, exclaiming, I object. Oh, do you have any objections? Came the melodious voice of Deacon Zhou, who was intrigued by the young man who had escorted her. She was keen to hear his perspective. Su Yuntao opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Indeed, would he dare to expose Cece and Matthew's embarrassing secrets? Such revelations would surely render Cece incapable of remaining in the Spirit Hall. Cece, pale-faced, tugged at Su Yuntao's sleeve, her eyes pleading. It's nothing, he replied darkly, taking his seat once more. Deacon Zhou nodded, sensing that there were underlying issues but lacking the time to delve into such trivialities. She turned her attention to Matthew. Master Matthew, you currently possess the highest number of votes, yet your age is considerable. Are you certain you wish to assume the role of Hallmaster? Matthew immediately straightened, his voice filled with fervor as he replied, Deacon Zhou, my health is robust, and I am more than capable of serving the Spirit Hall for another decade without issue. Zhou, the steward, nodded and refrained from further inquiries, as her presence was merely to witness the election. She promptly presented Matthew with the Lord's token, officially declaring him the new Lord. In a hurry, Zhou took her leave. After bidding farewell to Zhou, Matthew was filled with elation, his aged visage seemingly rejuvenated by a decade. He did not return to the conference hall, but instead addressed the crowd directly. I am deeply grateful for your support and honored to have been appointed as the Lord. You may refer to me as Lord without reservation. Furthermore, with a vacancy in the position of Grand Steward, I intend to appoint Cece. Do any of you have objections? The crowd was taken aback. Matthew had not previously discussed this matter with them, and the expression of the royal steward darkened. Matthew had promised him that the position would be his, yet it was now bestowed upon that young girl, Cece. However, he dared not voice his displeasure. Matthew was now the Lord, and any dissent would surely lead to dire consequences. No objections. No objections. The assembly concurred, though Cece's countenance was less than pleased, remaining silent. Matthew, you scoundrel! How dare you exhibit such audacity? Su Yuntao could no longer contain his fury, erupting in a public tirade. Matthew's smile faltered, as he had intended to deal with Su Yuntao more delicately, but the latter had instigated the confrontation. What should be done with someone who insults the Lord in public? Matthew bellowed. Immediately, someone sycophantically suggested he should be stripped of his steward position and expelled from the Spirit Hall, never to return. Matthew smirked and nodded. Excellent. Carry it out. Su Yuntao, enraged, transformed and attempted to strike Matthew, seeking justice for Cece. Yuntao, no? Cece screamed. Matthew, feeling anxious, stepped back, waving his hands and shouting, expel him at once. Before long, Su Yuntao, bruised and battered, was thrown out, and Cece rushed to his side. Yuntao, are you all right? Matthew emerged, frowning. Cece, as the Grand Steward, how can you associate with someone who has insulted me? Matthew, I do not value this position of Grand Steward. Cece retorted angrily, supporting Su Yuntao as they departed. At that moment, a crowd had gathered rapidly at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Matthew glared darkly at the retreating figures of Cece and Su Yuntao, his heart ablaze with rage. He could hardly believe that the power-hungry Cece would choose Su Yuntao. The only young and beautiful female spirit master had left, leaving Matthew feeling a deep sense of resentment, even stirring a hint of murderous intent within him. Within the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Jiang Chen wore a smile. Observing this, Jing Wuming inquired, Young Master, has that old fellow Matthew indeed ascended to the position of Lord? Jiang Chen nodded. The situation unfolded as anticipated. Matthew Nua ascended to the position of Lord of the Palace. What surprised me was that Cece chose to relinquish the esteemed position of Grand Steward for the sake of Su Yuntao. Immediately, he conveyed the circumstances to Jing Wuming. Jing Wuming, who had never harbored any notions of right or wrong, felt a certain fondness for Cece and indignantly exclaimed, that old scoundrel deserves to perish. Jiang Chen remarked, there is no rush. It is not so easy for him to meet his demise. Do you recall the items I previously instructed you to prepare? Seize an opportunity to draw Cece out alone. Jing Wuming's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, and upon hearing Jiang Chen's plan, he applauded enthusiastically. Young Master, this stratagem of yours is truly remarkable. Matthew will undoubtedly find himself in a living hell. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's ears perked up, and he smiled. It seems there is a scuffle occurring. Let us go and investigate. The sound originated from the direction of the back gate of the academy, not far from their current location. Upon exiting the back gate, they encountered a small hillock and a grove of trees. As Jiang Chen and Jing Wuming exited through the back door, a furious roar echoed. If you dare, just wait. I'll summon my boss. Immediately, a disdainful voice from Xiao Wu retorted, go ahead and call him. Do we, the work-study students, fear you? A shocked voice interjected. Isn't Xiao Lao the strongest in our academy? Does he actually have a boss? Is there someone even more formidable than him? A chorus of derisive responses followed. You work-study students are doomed. Our boss's intervention will render you utterly powerless. Suddenly, Wang Sheng, one of the work-study students, seemed to recall something and gasped anxiously. Tang San, Sister Xiao Wu, we must leave at once. If we delay any longer, it will be our end. Why are you so timid? Neither Tang San nor I are afraid. What are you frightened of? Xiao Wu expressed her displeasure. Wang Sheng grew increasingly frantic. Sister Xiao Wu, they speak the truth. Once that person arrives, none of us will be able to escape. How could that person possess such strength? Tang San and I are both level 11 soul masters. Should we truly fear him? Xiao Wu responded with dissatisfaction. It is rumored that he has already reached the great soul master realm. Wang Sheng's face turned pale. If that person were to arrive, they would undoubtedly face a severe beating. Is that true? Xiao Wu's expression shifted as she urged, Tang San, let us leave quickly. We definitely cannot contend with a great soul master. Haha, are you afraid now? It's too late. Just obediently become my pet rabbit." A booming laugh resonated as the recently fled Xiao Qinyu returned, flanked by two others, one being Jing Wuming, of similar stature, and the other Jiang Chen. "Boss Jing, it's this group of oblivious work-study students who dared to offend us. Please show them their place." Xiao Qinyu bowed and nodded incessantly before Jing Wuming. Having witnessed his subordinates defeated by Tang San, and having suffered a beating himself, he would have yielded in the past. However, now with the backing of this influential acquaintance, he was confident that they could make those insufferable work-study students tremble in fear, especially that little rabbit girl, whom he envisioned cuddling and teasing in the future. Igniting excitement within him, Xiao Wu's expression darkened significantly. She realized she could not perceive Jing Wuming's true strength, only sensing an unfathomable depth, indicating he might indeed be a great soul master. Though she was puzzled as to why Jiang Chen was with him, avoiding conflict was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Noticing Jing Wuming refraining from taking action and seemingly seeking the opinion of the young child beside him, Xiao Qinyu was perplexed. "Boss Jing, those two children have only just broken through to the soul master level. You could easily dispatch them with a mere wave of your hand," Xiao Laoda urged once more. And finally, Jing Wuming turned to face him. Without uttering a word, he delivered a resounding slap, imbued with tremendous force, sending Xiao Qinyu hurtling through the air. Blood and teeth erupted from his mouth, and upon hitting the ground, one side of his face swelled rapidly, rendering him unconscious. The raucous crowd fell into a hushed silence, and Xiao Qinyu's subordinates were left in a state of bewilderment. What was Jing Wuming doing? Then, amidst their astonished gazes, Jing Wuming and the young boy beside him approached the group of work-study students. "Jiang Chen, it turns out you know this person. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" "You made me worry for nothing," complained Xiao Wu. After speaking, her charming eyes curiously scrutinized Jing Wuming, pondering inwardly. This individual is not much older, yet he has already become a grand soul master. Is the cultivation of humanity truly so effortless? "Let us depart," Jiang Chen declared. Wang Sheng, who had initially harbored great trepidation towards Jing Wuming, now felt elated and bellowed, "From now on, let us see who dares to bully our work-study students." Under the humiliating gazes of the formal students, the work-study students strode away with their heads held high. Upon returning to the academy, Tang San took his leave hurriedly, stating his intention to go to the Spirit Hall for Soul Master Advancement certification. Jiang Chen shook his head. This time, when Tang San went to assist him with the authentication, it was likely still Matthew Nua, but the one receiving him was no longer Su Yuntao. As for Matthew Nua, his time to flaunt his status would soon come to an end. Jiang Chen addressed Jing Wuming, instructing him to proceed according to his plan. Jing Wuming responded respectfully and departed swiftly. Xiao Wu, along with Wang Sheng and the other interns, stood in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Jiang Chen, how could he possibly refer to you as young master? He is a grand soul master." Xiao Wu could not contain her curiosity and inquired. Jiang Chen felt a sense of helplessness, as if he had inadvertently revealed himself. He confessed, "I am indeed the scion of a wealthy family." "Impossible," Tang San exclaimed. "You and he are from the same village." Xiao Wu clearly did not believe him. "If you doubt me, you may inquire with Tang San. He is aware of my background." Jiang Chen spoke without hesitation. For Tang San knew that Jing Wuming was also a zombie and would certainly not divulge Jiang Chen's secret. At this moment, within Su Yuntao's abode, Su Yuntao tenderly caressed the girl in his arms, "Cici," expressing with heartfelt emotion, "Cici, you have been exceedingly kind to me, and I vow to cherish you for a lifetime." Cici embraced Su Yuntao's robust form, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, her face radiating happiness as she replied, "Yuntao, I've committed so many foolish acts in the past. Can you ever forgive me? Meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life." Upon hearing her words, Su Yuntao tightened his embrace, as if wishing to merge their beings completely. "Yuntao, you are unaware of the malice harbored by that old wretch, Matthew. He fears that you might vie for the position of the temple master and has thus sabotaged your future, deliberately causing the death of the child who awakened in Sacred Soul Village." "What?" Su Yuntao suddenly sat upright, his expression one of shock. "Are you referring to Jiang Chen?" he asked, his voice trembling. The news of Jiang Chen's demise had left him despondent for several days, making it impossible for him to forget. Cici nodded. "Indeed. That child. Matthew employed some nefarious means to take his life and compelled me to lie to you, claiming I witnessed the child's death. In truth, I was not even in Sacred Soul Village that day." Su Yuntao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly collapsed into tears, lamenting, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't submitted that report to Matthew, that child would still be alive. I am the one who caused his demise." CC, filled with compassion, cradled his head and reassured him, "You are not to blame. The true villain is that old dog, whose wickedness will surely bring him retribution." Abruptly, Su Yuntao rose from the bed, hastily donning his clothing. "I must return to Sacred Soul Village. After all, I am responsible for Jiang Chen's death. I must pay my respects at his grave and offer some form of consolation to his family." As he spoke, he gathered his savings, taking along a substantial amount of gold soul coins. "I shall accompany you," CC declared, descending as well. "No, you should remain at home and await my return. Then be cautious on your journey and stay safe." Once outside, Su Yuntao eschewed the carriage and sprinted directly toward the city gate. His urgency to reach Sacred Soul Village and seek redemption at Jiang Chen's grave palpable. Furthermore, he felt the need to console Jiang Chen's grandfather, old Jack. After bidding farewell to Su Yuntao, CC intended to ascend the stairs, but as she turned, a shadow suddenly leapt over the outer wall. It was a young man clad in black, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, with an unremarkable appearance and a somewhat aloof demeanor. "Who are you?" Silk could not help but take a few steps back, her vigilance apparent as she questioned him, secretly channeling her soul power, ready to summon her martial spirit at any moment. Jing Wuming grinned, saying, "Miss Silk, there is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions. If you truly mean no harm, why would you intrude upon my home?" Silk retorted with a cold sneer. Jing Wuming, undeterred, got straight to the point. "Do you wish to take revenge on Matthew Nuo? I possess a means to make his existence a living torment." Chapter 39. Collaboration. "Who exactly are you?" Silk's expression shifted. How could this youth possibly know of her enmity with Matthew Nuo? Her soul power surged, ready to unleash her martial spirit. Jing Wuming quickly gestured for her to calm down, stepping back a pace. "My identity is of little significance. What matters is that I too have a vendetta against him. We share a common adversary, which is why I sought you out for your cooperation." Silk ceased the summoning of her martial spirit, but remained on guard. "Why should I trust you? What compels me to ally with you?" Jing Wuming replied. "Though Matthew Nuo appears to be a benign figure, he is, in truth, more ruthless than anyone. He would not hesitate to murder an innocent child. Do you think he would spare you and Su Yuntao, whom he perceives as traitors? I assure you, it won't be long before his retribution arrives. By then, it will be too late for regrets." Silk's complexion paled, and she retreated several steps in alarm. Jing Wuming's words rang true. Would Matthew Nuo allow her and Su Yuntao to live in peace? Sensing his words had struck a chord, Jing Wuming stepped forward, continuing, "You harbor a grudge against him, and he will not overlook your existence. If you desire a tranquil life with Su Yuntao, you must strike first. Collaborating with me will undoubtedly render that old wretched pariah a fate worse than death." Silk lifted her gaze and found the youth standing directly before her. At that moment, she noticed the sincerity in his eyes, as if he genuinely meant what he said. She admitted to herself that she was swayed. "Can you divulge your identity? How do you know my secret?" Jing Wuming shook his head. "Such details are unnecessary for you to know. What is essential is that we both wish for his demise. Now, are you willing to join forces with me?" Silk found herself in turmoil, unable to make a decision. Jing Wuming shook his head once more. "If you decline my offer of goodwill, prepare to face Matthew Nuo's vengeance." With that, he turned to leave. Silk's expression turned desperate as she called out, "Wait, what do you need me to do?" Jing Wuming, having already turned his back, allowed a slight smile to curve his lips before returning. "The plan is somewhat intricate. Would you mind if we discussed it upstairs?" Silk nodded. "Follow me, then." Half an hour later, CC stared blankly at a small vial of powder on the table, her heart in turmoil. How ruthless. If this scheme were to succeed, Matthew would undoubtedly be disgraced, becoming a laughingstock on the Douluo Continent. Remembering all that Matthew had done to her, CC's expression turned bitter with resentment. This time, Matthew was as good as dead. With this thought, CC promptly set off, donning the attire of the Spirit Hall and heading towards it. She needed to regain Matthew's trust to have a chance at delivering a fatal blow. Moreover, she feared that if she hesitated any longer, Matthew might take action against her and Su Yuntao. That afternoon, the stewards within the Spirit Hall were astonished to see CC returning to work. Matthew, in particular, was elated. For him, it was sufficient that CC was back in the Spirit Hall, regardless of her developments with Su Yuntao. CC was officially appointed as the Grand Steward. Su Yuntao raced to Holy Soul Village, directly seeking out Old Jack. Upon seeing Su Yuntao approach, Old Jack's tension escalated. 3 months prior, during the awakening, Su Yuntao had entrusted him with a task, to persuade Jiang Chen to study at the Spirit Hall. A task he had failed to accomplish. Before Su Yuntao could utter a word, Old Jack exclaimed, "Master Su Yuntao, I have not fulfilled your request. That lad Jiang Chen refuses to come to the Spirit Hall." Su Yuntao paused momentarily, then replied, "Old Jack, none of that matters now. Where is Jiang Chen's grave? I wish to pay my respects." "Master Su Yuntao, you jest." Old Jack replied in astonishment. Had it not been for the fact that this man was Su Yuntao, he would have struck him with his cane. "Old Jack, I am at fault." Jiang Chen was, in fact, a victim of my actions, Su Yuntao said, his face etched with regret. "What?" Old Jack's vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. Su Yuntao quickly supported him, saying, "Village Chief Jack, please do not grieve. Had it not been for me, that boy Jiang Chen would not have perished." Old Jack suddenly struggled, seizing Su Yuntao's collar and shouting, "You must explain this. When did Xiao Chen die, and how did it happen?" Now it was Su Yuntao's turn to be perplexed. Had Jiang Chen not drowned days after his awakening? In truth, he could have been murdered. Old Jack could no longer contain his anger and struck Su Yuntao with his cane, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Just a few days ago, I sent him to the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy. You tell me he died 3 months ago? You traveled this far just to make a fool of me?" Old Jack's words left Su Yuntao bewildered, but soon, he grasped Old Jack's shoulders in excitement, asking, "So you're saying Jiang Chen is alive?" "Of course." Old Jack, still fuming, replied, "The entire village can attest to it. You can even go to the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy to verify." Su Yuntao finally had an epiphany. He realized that there must have been events transpiring that both he and Cici were oblivious to. Could it be that Mithuno did not come to kill Jiang Chen, but merely deceived Cici, compelling her to mislead me? This thought surged within him. "Now, tell me, what exactly is your purpose for coming to our Sacred Soul Village today?" Old Jack's cane thudded emphatically against the ground as he glared at Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao's reckless jest regarding Jiang Chen's life had provoked Old Jack's ire, causing him to disregard Su Yuntao's status entirely. "Actually, I merely came to share a jest," Su Yuntao awkwardly uttered before swiftly turning to flee. The embarrassment was overwhelming. He had inadvertently created a significant blunder. Had he lingered, Old Jack might have brandished his cane to prod him. Having barely arrived in Sacred Soul Village, Su Yuntao dashed out once more, this time devoid of any feelings of guilt, replaced instead by exhilaration. He was eager to share this exhilarating news with Cici. Perhaps he could leverage Jiang Chen's influence to turn the tide and seek vengeance against Mithuno. Jiang Chen never anticipated that Su Yuntao would make a special trip to Sacred Soul Village upon discovering Matthew's nefarious scheme. He had presumed that the secret of his survival could be concealed indefinitely. Meanwhile, at Nodding Academy, Jing Wuming had resolved the matters at hand and returned to Jiang Chen's presence. "Young master, I have accomplished the tasks you entrusted to me. Miss Cici will make her move the day after tomorrow. As that day coincides with the rest day of the Martial Soul Hall, it is assured to be a flawless execution." Jiang Chen leapt down from a stone, laughing as he remarked, "You have done splendidly. The day after tomorrow, we shall venture to the Spirit Hall to witness a thrilling spectacle." Chapter 40. The spectacle commences. This small grove within the academy could be considered the exclusive domain of Jiang Chen and Jing Wuming. The instructors seldom ventured here, and the students were well aware that this place belonged to Jing Wuming. Thus, they dared not approach. During his days at the academy, Jiang Chen scarcely returned to his dormitory. He dedicated his time to training here, both by day and by night. As they engaged in casual conversation, darkness enveloped the sky, and Su Yuntao had already returned to Nodding City. Upon arriving home, he found Cici had returned from work. "Cici, I bring good news," Su Yuntao exclaimed joyfully upon entering. "What good news?" Cici responded, her surprise evident. Today, they had been unceremoniously dismissed. So how could Su Yuntao suddenly be in such high spirits? "Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen is alive. The village chief of Sacred Soul Village personally informed me that Jiang Chen is currently studying at the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy. Is that true?" Cici found it hard to believe. She vividly recalled how Matthew had assured her of Jiang Chen's demise. Indeed, the village chief brought him to Nodding Academy a few days ago, along with another child named Tang San. "Tang San? I hosted a child for Spirit Master certification today, also named Tang San," Cici noted. Su Yuntao paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you returned to work at the Spirit Hall?" Cici shook her head and recounted Jing Wuming's visit and the plan for revenge against Matthew. After a brief moment, Su Yuntao erupted into hearty laughter, his joy uncontainable. Ever since Matthew had toyed with CC, Su Yuntao had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. Today, Matthew had once again broken his promise to CC and had cast her aside, intensifying Su Yuntao's animosity. From CC's plan, he could foresee Matthew's grim fate. "CC, do you not know who that youth was that sought you out?" Su Yuntao asked. CC shook her head. "I do not." He was unwilling to reveal his identity. Perhaps he is someone who has offended Matthew over the years. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yuntao continued. "I am contemplating whether to submit the report regarding Jiang Chen's awakening to the higher authorities. Once your plan succeeds, Matthew's position will undoubtedly be jeopardized. If we leverage Jiang Chen's merits, we may truly seize control of the Spirit Hall in Notting City." CC pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us wait until Matthew's end is assured. There is no rush, as he currently wields the greatest power, and all documents must pass through his hands." Su Yuntao nodded. "Then I shall await the moment to witness how that old rascal meets his demise." Jiang Chen initially believed there were no significant matters requiring his vigilance. Thus he recalled the little black sparrow, oblivious to the schemes devised by Su Yuntao and CC. Time swiftly passed, and soon another day dawned. Early in the morning, CC arrived at the Spirit Hall, whose doors were firmly shut, as it was a designated day of rest. She chose not to enter through the main entrance, opting instead to stealthily slip in through the back door. Following CC was a plump middle-aged woman, approximately 40 years of age, her face heavily coated in foundation, with vividly painted lips that appeared somewhat intimidating. Not only did this sight unsettle ordinary men, but even CC, herself a woman, felt a wave of nausea at the sight of her. This woman was a courtesan CC had procured specifically for Matthew, due to her advanced age and a dreadful affliction. She had been cast aside, fortuitously chosen by CC. Tempted by CC's monetary allure, she, on the brink of starvation, readily acquiesced to CC's demands. Having received a deposit of 5 gold spirit coins, with the promise of another 5 upon completion of her task, she recognized this sum far exceeded her monthly earnings from diligent labor in the past. After ensuring the woman was well hidden, CC quietly awaited Matthew in his chamber. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the doors of the Spirit Hall swung open, and Matthew, radiating enthusiasm, strode in, casually closing the door behind him. Hearing the sound of the door, CC added a bit more hot water to her cup. "CC, I'm here." Matthew's excited voice rang out as he hurried upstairs. Upon seeing CC's enticing posture, his eyes nearly sparkled with fervor. As Matthew lunged toward her, CC gestured for him to pause and picked up the cup of water. "My dear, have a sip of water to quench your thirst first." Having come from home, Matthew felt parched and readily accepted the cup, downing it in one go. Eager to proceed. "Wait, shall we try a different location this time?" CC pouted playfully. "Where?" Matthew's breath quickened. A fierce desire ignited within him, more intense than any feeling he had experienced even in his youth. "Let us go to the reception hall on the first floor," CC suggested. Matthew's eyes lit up, and with a smirk, he replied, "You certainly know how to play this game. I'll indulge you just this once. Just think. Amidst the bustling streets and throngs of people, we shall be in the hall together. How exhilarating." In the midst of his words, CC had already dashed downstairs, prompting Matthew to hastily pursue her. By the time he reached the bottom, CC had vanished, and his desire surged even higher, feeling as though he might burst. CC, he called out incessantly. Suddenly, the plump woman brought forth by CC emerged, laughing charmingly as she approached Masayuno. Hidden in the shadows, CC witnessed this scene and nearly retched. However, Masayuno, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "CC, where have you been?" As he spoke, he embraced the overweight woman, becoming utterly frenzied. Seeing the situation escalate to this extent, CC quietly slipped out the back door and made her way to a tea house opposite the entrance of the Spirit Hall. Ascending the stairs, she found Su Yuntao already waiting for her. "CC, did everything go smoothly?" Su Yuntao inquired eagerly upon her arrival. CC smiled and nodded. "No unexpected occurrences. Let us wait here and enjoy the spectacle." Su Yuntao gazed expectantly at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, eagerly anticipating the thrilling scene that would soon unfold. At a nearby restaurant, seated by a window on the second floor, a young man and a 6-year-old boy were fixated on the door of the Spirit Hall. These two were none other than Jing Wuming and Jiang Chen, who had just arrived. By 10 in the morning, the streets had begun to bustle, particularly the one where the Spirit Hall was located, now a prime thoroughfare in Notting City, teeming with crowds. Almost everyone who passed by the entrance of the Spirit Hall displayed a solemn and respectful demeanor. In the eyes of the majority, the Spirit Hall was a sacred place, revered by both ordinary folk and most spirit masters, deemed inviolable. Yet today, the dignity of the Spirit Hall would be utterly trampled upon, and perhaps the entire establishment would become a laughingstock of the Douluo Continent. As the passers-by regarded the Spirit Hall with reverence, the doors swung open from within. Immediately, an elderly man, over 80 years of age, and an ugly woman, grotesquely overweight, tumbled out without a care. In less than half a minute, the once lively and bustling street fell into complete silence. Carriages halted, vendors ceased their sales, pedestrians stopped in their tracks, and those dining forgot to chew, all wide-eyed and spellbound by the absurd scene unfolding before the Spirit Hall. The area was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and many minds seemed to pause, utterly stunned by this incredible spectacle. "Is that Master Masayuno?" someone shouted, and instantly the street erupted into uproar, with the focus of discussion now entirely shifted to Masayuno. The kindly old man they knew was now implicated in such a disgraceful act against the Spirit Hall. Some remained incredulous. Who knows what madness has taken hold of him? Perhaps he has always been this way. I have seen many who masquerade as virtuous yet are truly beasts in disguise. I remember he is over 80 years old. He truly defies age. How terrifying. My vision is fading, and as the sound of retching erupted, it triggered a chain reaction, causing nearly every man on the street to succumb to nausea. Even the women were rolling their throats, their faces reflecting profound distress. Jiang Chen, who was sipping tea, inadvertently sprayed it all over Jing Wuming, his expression a delightful spectacle. Cece's actions were truly masterful, leaving Matthew Nuo utterly devastated. Such a scandal that tarnishes the reputation of the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly spread throughout the Tiando Empire within days, and further across the continent. Cece, are we perhaps going too far? This could inflict tremendous damage on the Spirit Hall's reputation, Su Yuntao remarked, unable to suppress his concern. Cece shook her head, asserting that the Spirit Hall's formidable strength was paramount. This farce would not last long. As time passed, many had already shaken their heads and departed. Yet crowds continued to surge toward the scene. Numerous informants from various factions had disseminated the news shortly after the incident occurred. At that moment, a deacon from the Spirit Hall suddenly appeared, rushing forward in a state of agitation. "Master Matthew Nuo, what are you doing?" He attempted to intervene. However, Matthew Nuo bellowed, striking the unsuspecting deacon with a forceful blow that sent him flying. Moments later, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, Matthew Nuo stood up, facing the street, and stretched his body vigorously. "Life is truly wonderful," he exclaimed with unrestrained joy. "Why has it suddenly become so noisy?" He pondered, and in an instant, his surroundings transformed from the first-floor hall of the Spirit Hall to the bustling street. Gazing at the throngs of onlookers, he was momentarily dazed, his head buzzing as if it might explode. His frail body trembled uncontrollably, and he nearly spewed blood, forcing himself to swallow it back down. Wasn't I inside the Spirit Hall? How did I end up on the street? Can someone explain what has transpired? Countless questions surged within Matthew Nuo as he turned to search for Cece. However, upon spotting the woman nearby, her eyes rolled back and on the brink of unconsciousness. His heart jolted violently. Unable to bear it any longer, he let out a tremendous cough, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. "Master Matthew Nuo." The deacon rushed over, cradling him and hurriedly closing the doors of the Spirit Hall behind them. A cacophony erupted, and the atmosphere among the crowd grew increasingly charged as they discussed the dramatic events that had just unfolded. "Hey, why isn't that person moving?" someone inquired. "Indeed. Why is she so still? Urguzi, go check on her." A scrawny man, resembling a monkey, was kicked forward and, undeterred, approached the woman. Upon examining her closely, a sense of dread gripped Urguzi as he reached to check her nostrils. "She is dead," the astonished Urguzi exclaimed, and the crowd erupted once more in fervent chatter. "Goodness, she actually has that illness." Terrified, Urguzi recoiled, inadvertently tumbling down the steps. "What illness? Please, do tell." "It's that one. Oh my, it frightens me to death." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as they collectively retreated. Who wouldn't fear such a disease? Aside from a few soul masters skilled in its restrained treatment, it is almost untreatable. For an ordinary person, contracting it would mean a grim wait for death. The body would gradually decay, a torment that is undoubtedly the most horrifying in existence. Get away from me, Erguzi. With 1,000 individuals fleeing in terror, this farce finally came to a close. Jiang Chen had lost his appetite entirely, following Jing Wuming through the crowd towards Nodding Academy. Cici, that woman is dead, Su Yuntao remarked. Cici sighed. I never anticipated that the outcome would be this grim. I had initially intended for her to retreat to another city. Yet fate had other plans, leading to her demise here. However, perhaps it is for the best. She was already teetering on the brink of death, and this could be seen as a form of liberation for her. Let us wait. This news will soon reach the papal palace, and perhaps enforcers will arrive. Have you completed your report concerning Jiang Chen? Once submitted, given your merits, you are certain to ascend as the new hall master. Cici, I never aspired to be hall master. I fear I may not be fit for such a role, Su Yuntao replied. With a gentle touch, Cici pressed her delicate fingers against Su Yuntao's lips, insisting, I will not allow you to undermine yourself. You are exceptional. Young master, did you not personally eliminate Matthew? Jing Wuming inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Jiang Chen shook his head and remarked, let it be, for what transpired today, he deserves 100 deaths. The Spirit Hall shall not let him escape. With this matter finally concluded, I could now devote myself to my cultivation at the academy in peace. That afternoon, the esteemed steward Zhou from the upper sub-hall made another visit, this time accompanied by several other stewards. Aside from steward Zhou, who possessed the strength of a soul zone, the others had all attained the realm of soul respect. Upon their arrival in Nodding City, they promptly detained Matthew Nuo at the Spirit Hall. They lacked the authority to handle Matthew Nuo directly and would keep him under strict surveillance, awaiting the arrival of the enforcement team from the Papal Hall. As Matthew Nuo regained consciousness, he was met with this alarming situation, nearly succumbing to shock. Fortunately, among Steward Zhou's entourage was a healing soul master, who managed to preserve his life in the nick of time. Meanwhile, CC, as the chief steward of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, naturally took over Matthew Nuo's responsibilities. That very evening, a confidential document was dispatched via the Spirit Hall's unique communication method, targeting the Papal Hall. By noon the following day, the Matthew Nuo incident had finally caught the attention of the Papal Hall, inciting the Pope's wrath. He immediately ordered the enforcement team to proceed to Nodding City and escort Matthew Nuo to Spirit City to face retribution. Chapter 42, A Divine Spirit? At this moment, in the Spirit City, within the highest governing body of the Spirit Hall, the Pope's chamber, a woman sat gracefully upon the imperial throne. Adorned in a resplendent black robe embellished with golden patterns, she wore a crown of intricate purple gold and held a scepter encrusted with countless gems. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage emanated an ethereal aura of divine nobility, evoking an involuntary reverence in all who beheld her. She was Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, hailed as the most formidable leader in its history, her prowess unfathomable. In the Grand Hall, she was alone. Despite the formidable presence she exuded, a subtle melancholy clouded her brow. This sorrow was not spurred by the recent incident involving Matthew, which, though it marred the reputation of the Spirit Hall, was easily resolvable. In the stillness of the night, or in moments of solitude, she often found herself reflecting on the poignant memories of her past. The teacher she had revered had, one day, inexplicably transformed into a beast, ruthlessly claiming her. The man she had loved most dearly had been forced to abandon the Spirit Hall under her teacher's coercion, and when she finally escaped the clutches of that beast, she discovered he had fallen in love with another woman. Furthermore, due to her teacher's violation, she bore a child who should never have graced this world. Though she cherished her daughter deeply, every glance at her reminded her of that beastly teacher, and the torment of her past rendered her incapable of facing her daughter normally. Her life had been marked by profound suffering. Even as she now held the title of Pope, the haunting memories of her tragic experiences lingered. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the hall, and the sorrow etched upon Bibi Dong's features vanished, her demeanor regaining its formidable authority. As the footsteps drew nearer, a young girl entered. With cascading black hair and a delicately shaped face, she appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, yet her figure was already remarkably developed, long, straight legs and a waist that could be clasped with a single hand, standing at an impressive height of 1.70 meters. As she moved, her waist swayed gently, exuding an alluring charm. She approached Bibi Dong, stopping directly before her and gazing up at the throne with profound respect. "Teacher," she said softly, performing a graceful bow. The moment she entered, The air of authority surrounding Bibi Dong dissipated, replaced by warmth. Upon hearing the girl's greeting, a kind smile graced her nearly perfect face, casting a gentle glow that seemed to dim the resplendence of the grand hall. The young girl stood entranced, captivated by her teacher. "Nana, have you been adjusting well to your days at the Spirit Hall?" Bibi Dong inquired gently. "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I am managing quite well," the girl replied. Despite her response, a hint of unease flickered across Hulaina's face. Bibi Dong nodded and remarked, "It is entirely natural to feel unaccustomed to life outside after just graduating from that place. From now on, you shall cultivate by my side." "Thank you, teacher," Hulaina replied, touched. Apart from her brother in Yan, it was the first time someone had shown her such kindness. Having lost her mother at a young age, she felt a maternal warmth from Bibi Dong. At that moment, a platinum bishop adorned with a 5-pointed platinum crown hurriedly entered. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. Tall and slender, resembling a mere stick. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, emanating an air of authority as she inquired, "Saras, what has caused you to rush in such a manner?" Sensing the Pope's slight dissatisfaction, Saras felt a surge of anxiety and promptly presented a document. "Your Holiness, this is a message transmitted from the branch in Notting City. Please take a look." Bibi Dong replied, "Did I not dispatch a law enforcement team there at noon? Has something gone awry?" Saras hastily responded, "Your Holiness, this document does not pertain to Matthew No, but rather to a 6-year-old child. A steward named Su Yuntao from Notting City personally awakened this child and suspects that the child possesses a divine martial soul." "Oh." Bibi Dong's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Hulaina quickly took the document and handed it to Bibi Dong. Naturally, Bibi Dong was skeptical about the notion of a divine martial soul, as she knew that on the Douluo Continent, only the angel martial soul was recognized as such. It was inconceivable for any other place to awaken a divine martial soul. Moreover, it is a rather remote locale like Nottingham. Though skeptical, she felt compelled to open the document out of curiosity. All correspondence from various regions of the continent is managed by the Platinum Bishop, with the most classified documents directly presented to the Pope, while those of lesser importance are reviewed by the bishop. Given the insignificance of a place like Nottingham, it was deemed suitable for Sarath to review this particular document. Bibi Dong trusted that Sarath would not overlook any details, and thus, even if the child described within did not possess a divine martial soul, their innate talent must be extraordinary, leading that attendant to mistakenly believe it to be divine. The influence of the martial soul hall spans the entire continent, aiding countless individuals in awakening their martial souls free of charge, thereby continually drawing in prodigious talents. Anyone with exceptional gifts is welcomed into the hall for cultivation, and those with remarkable potential are often sent directly to the headquarters for focused training. Hulaina is currently one such individual receiving special attention. As Bibi Dong delicately perused the document, her initial curiosity transformed into earnest concentration. After reading it once, she felt compelled to read it again, her smile growing ever more radiant. Sarath, standing respectfully below, noticed Bibi Dong's expression and promptly lowered his head, fearing that continuing to observe might provoke the Pope's authority. Bibi Dong closed the document and handed it to Hulaina beside her, turning to Sarath and saying, "You have accomplished a significant feat this time. You may leave now. I shall reward you later." "Thank you, Your Holiness. It is my duty," Sarath replied, his aged face breaking into a smile as he respectfully departed. "Master, does the document truly suggest that the child possesses a divine martial soul?" Hulaina could not help but inquire, having been puzzled by Bibi Dong's reaction. "You may take a look for yourself," Bibi Dong replied with a smile. If that attendant named Su Yuntao did not exaggerate, it is indeed possible that this child possesses a divine martial soul. Hulaina quickly scanned the document and exclaimed in shock, "How could such a terrifying phenomenon occur during an awakening? Surely, that Su Yuntao is exaggerating." Observing her incredulous expression, Bibi Dong replied with amusement, "If it were you, would you dare to intentionally deceive the Pope in a letter?" Hulaina paused, shaking her head. "I would not. Thus, what is written here must be true. Prepare yourself. You have just returned from that place, and I will take you out tomorrow for a brief respite to adjust your mindset." Chapter 43. Tang San's Challenge. "Master, what do you mean?" Hulaina inquired, puzzled. "We shall visit that Nottingham tomorrow," Bibi Dong replied with a smile. "Ah, must you personally make the journey for the sake of a mere child?" Hulaina was taken aback. "A divine-level martial soul is no trifling matter. I must personally verify this. If it is indeed true, I must ensure it remains in my grasp without any unforeseen incidents. Hulaina nodded. Meanwhile, at the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Jiang Chen was leisurely engaged in his cultivation. Why so leisurely? Because he had avenged Matthew Nua and was no longer threatened by the tribulations of heaven. His spirits had lifted considerably. Each day was spent studying martial techniques and agility, followed by diligent practice of his cultivation methods at night. He intended to continue this way of life at the Nodding Academy. Since yesterday, the little black sparrow had been monitoring the situation at the Spirit Hall. In the afternoon, Matthew Nua had been apprehended by the servant team from the nearest sub-hall, awaiting the arrival of the enforcement squad from the Pope's Hall for escort. He surmised that Matthew Nua would be taken to Spirit City for public execution. As he pondered over his techniques, Jing Wuming suddenly rushed into the grove. "Young master," he said, approaching Jiang Chen, hesitating as he struggled to find the right words. "What is it?" Jiang Chen asked, surprised. "Young master, I may have to leave you," Jing Wuming said, his expression tinged with melancholy. "Leave? Where to?" Jing Wuming shook his head. "I do not know. My adoptive father said he would send me to the assassin headquarters for hellish training. I might be gone for several years." Jiang Chen fell into silence. Indeed, Jing Wuming was an invaluable ally. In recent days, he had grown accustomed to Jing Wuming's presence, and the thought of parting evoked a sense of reluctance within him. After a brief moment, he smiled and said, "Then you shall go, but remember to devote yourself to your training and never grow complacent. Furthermore, keep in mind my previous admonition, unless absolutely necessary, do not bite indiscriminately." Jing Wuming nodded, yet replied, "Young master, without me by your side, who will assist you?" Jiang Chen leapt onto a nearby stone, gently patting Jing Wuming's shoulder. "Enough of the idle chatter. If I instruct you to go, you must comply. Dedicate yourself to your training. I am already at the 14th level. Do not let several years pass only to find yourself surpassed by me." Jing Wuming nodded vigorously, his eyes surprisingly moist. He harbored nothing but respect and gratitude for his adoptive father, yet he felt an inexplicable kinship with Jiang Chen on a soulful level. Throughout their recent interactions, he realized that his once icy demeanor had been subtly transformed. All of this was attributable to Jiang Chen. "When will you depart?" Jing Wuming inquired. "This afternoon," he replied. "I am uncertain of the exact location of that place." Jiang Chen waved his hand calmly and said, "Return now, swiftly gather your belongings. There is no need to see me again before you depart." In truth, he was not at all tranquil. It could be said that Jing Wuming was the one person with whom he could freely share his innermost thoughts without reservation. The sudden departure of Jing Wuming left a palpable emptiness within him. Jing Wuming took 2 steps back and suddenly knelt down, bowing his head several times before Jiang Chen. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen asked, helping him to his feet. "I am eternally grateful for your mercy and the gift of a second chance, young master." Jing Wuming replied, his expression sincere. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now. I must resume my cultivation," Jiang Chen reiterated, waving his hand once more. Jing Wuming nodded, no longer lingering, and turned to depart. Jiang Chen let out a sigh, sensing that something essential was amiss. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days had elapsed. Jing Wuming had departed for 2 days, and in Jiang Chen's perception, the distance between them grew ever wider, their connection increasingly tenuous, until it ultimately vanished entirely. Jiang Chen, feeling a sense of helplessness, realized that the distance between himself and Jing Wuming had surpassed his current range of perception. Meanwhile, under his vigilant watch, the Spirit Hall had finally stirred, as the enforcers from Spirit City had arrived in Nodding City. Upon reaching Nodding City, the menacing enforcers wasted no time, immediately escorting Ma Shunhua back on their return journey. The overseers from the higher sub-temple also departed. Before leaving, Chief Steward Zhou vowed that once the matter concerning Ma Shunhua had settled, a new election ceremony for the temple master would be held in Nodding City. With the situation having unfolded thus, Jiang Chen believed that the matter of Ma Shunhua was finally concluded, and the affairs of the Spirit Hall were no longer his concern, prompting him to withdraw Xiao Heek. Just then, Tang San's voice unexpectedly resonated. "Jiang Chen, are you there?" "Yes, what is it?" Jiang Chen replied, standing atop a stone. "My master has recovered from his injuries over the past few days. He wishes to meet with you for an in-depth conversation," Tang San stated. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "Very well. Regardless of the circumstances, the master is, after all, Tang San's mentor, and it is only fitting to extend this courtesy. Furthermore, the master's dedication to research is truly commendable." Jiang Chen accompanied Tang San on a journey. Spending over an hour in the master's chamber, he refrained from elaborating on the origins of his soul rings, merely stating that his physique was considerably more robust than that of the average person. He also elucidated the characteristics of his martial soul, which elicited the master's admiration, who declared that the zombie martial soul was undoubtedly on par with the finest martial souls of the era. Ultimately, the master concluded that Jiang Chen's constitution significantly surpassed the numerous cases he had studied, which enabled him to transcend the theoretical limits and absorb a millennium-old soul ring. Therefore, his theory remains invincible to a certain extent, with Jiang Chen's situation being an exceedingly rare exception. As Jiang Chen and Tang San exited the master's dormitory, the hour for midday repast had yet to arrive. Suddenly, Tang San came to a halt. "Jiang Chen, I wish to engage in another duel with you," he declared. "I am more than willing to oblige," Jiang Chen replied with a hearty laugh, for he had longed for another bout with Tang San. With the acquisition of his soul ring, Tang San's soul power had reached the 13th level, and he had also gained the entanglement skill of the blue-silver grass, significantly enhancing his prowess. In the secluded area behind the nodding academy, Jiang Chen and Tang San positioned themselves 10 meters apart, readying themselves for yet another contest. This location was seldom frequented by anyone other than students who occasionally engaged in brawls. "Blue-silver grass," Tang San called out, and the blue-silver grass manifested in his grasp, markedly transformed from its appearance at the time of awakening. Now, it had thickened considerably, with leaves almost as wide as a palm, adorned with intricate patterns resembling the serpentine form of mandala snakes. A yellow 100-year soul ring floated above and below him, centered around Tang San's form. "Jiang Chen, unleash your martial soul. This time, I shall hold nothing back." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, displaying neither arrogance nor overconfidence. As he unleashed his martial spirit, a vibrant purple soul ring pulsating around his form. "I am about to strike," Tang San cautioned, as robust strands of blue-silver grass surged forth from all directions, fiercely entwining around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not shy away, nor did he unleash his first soul skill. He yearned to personally experience the potency of Tang San's initial soul ring. Dozens of blue-silver grasses coiled around him like venomous serpents, confining him tightly in the blink of an eye. In Jiang Chen's perception, the power of the blue-silver grass was indeed formidable. For any other soul master of Tang San's caliber, it would be exceedingly challenging to break free solely based on strength. The blue-silver grass was also adorned with sharp thorns, and if Jiang Chen recalled correctly, these thorns could penetrate the target's body, releasing the toxic essence inherent to the blue-silver grass. The effect of this initial toxin was to induce paralysis. Jiang Chen's garments were immediately pierced by the sharp thorns, yet his skin proved remarkably resilient, rendering those spikes ineffective. Indeed, his strength was commendable, but it remained insufficient for my purposes. A grin spread across Jiang Chen's face as he began to unleash his full potential. At that moment, he had not yet employed his soul techniques, but with the augmentation from his zombie physique and martial soul, his power was already formidable. The blue-silver grass was swiftly stretched apart, and numerous cracks began to appear along the tendrils. Tang San's expression shifted. Previously, the formidable Xiao Laoda had deployed his soul techniques, yet under the onslaught of his blue-silver grass, he had posed no defense whatsoever. Yet here was Jiang Chen, who had not even activated his soul techniques, nearly causing Tang San's blue-silver grass to shatter. "Impressive tenacity," Jiang Chen remarked, and with that, he surged forth, amplifying his strength further. With a resounding crash, the blue-silver grass entwined around him disintegrated into fragments, scattering in all directions. "Still far from enough," Jiang Chen declared, laughing maniacally as he charged toward Tang San. Having already experienced the might of Tang San's soul techniques, he now relished the prospect of delivering a thorough beating to him. The ability to suppress Tang San, the protagonist of the original narrative, filled Jiang Chen with a profound sense of accomplishment, an idea he had never dared to entertain until he awakened his zombie martial soul and activated his system's extraordinary capabilities, gradually inflating his confidence. While Tang San possessed advantages, so too did Jiang Chen, and his were even more formidable. His initial inclination to follow Tang San had begun to shift. Perhaps having Tang San as a subordinate would be a more appealing option. The failure of the blue-silver grass to bind Jiang Chen was an outcome Tang San had anticipated. Yet he had not foreseen that not even Jiang Chen's soul techniques had been compelled to manifest. Could it be that the gap between us was truly this vast? He pondered internally. Despite feeling a twinge of disappointment, his movements remained swift. As Jiang Chen approached, he acted without hesitation. For this duel, he had prepared over 1,000 pebbles within his belt specifically for Jiang Chen. These pebbles, also known as flying locust stones in the martial world, were commonly utilized as concealed weapons, their thrown projectiles resembling locusts soaring through the air, thus earning their name. With deft motions, he unleashed a barrage of pebbles toward Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen possessed significantly greater strength, Tang San's hidden weapons could unleash a force several times more potent than their innate power. Thus, Tang San was confident that this time he would not easily be defeated by Jiang Chen. Upon witnessing the multitude of stones hurtling towards him, Jiang Chen silently acknowledged his suspicions. He had surmised that, having learned from their previous encounter, Tang San would not allow him to approach so readily again. By employing stones as his concealed weapons, Tang San was, in effect, showing restraint. Jiang Chen's fists moved swiftly, knocking down stones one after another. However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, especially when the stones came from all directions. In just a brief encounter, he was struck 7 or 8 times. If it were Tang San's fists, he would have felt no hesitation, as they would inflict minimal pain. Yet, these pebbles caused him immense suffering in an instant. It is akin to the comparison between fists and firearms. The disparity in damage is unmistakable. Tang San's hidden weapons seemed to bestow upon him the power of firearms, amplifying his offensive capability several times over. Each hard pebble that struck Jiang Chen's body inflicted unbearable pain, and upon colliding with him, some stones shattered into fragments. Jiang Chen could not help but be astonished by the formidable power of Tang San's hidden weapons. Indeed, the Tang sect was not to be underestimated. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San was even more taken aback. At that moment, Tang San had exerted all his strength, yet it merely caused Jiang Chen discomfort, failing to inflict any substantial harm. With a furious roar, Jiang Chen sought to break through from the side, yet Tang San's projectiles were dispatched with astonishing speed. Under the gaze of the purple extreme demon eye, Jiang Chen found his own speed rendered futile. In desperation, he resorted to his first soul skill, the stiff god armor, which augmented his defense by 1.5 times, while simultaneously doubling his strength and speed. Tang San merely witnessed the brief flicker of Jiang Chen's purple soul ring, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen underwent a remarkable transformation. His entire being was enveloped in a coat of black armor, leaving only his eyes and nose exposed, rendering the rest of his form impenetrable. The menacing visage of the armor created a striking visual impact, sending a shiver down Tang San's spine. Jiang Chen came to a halt as the pain from the stone that had struck him moments ago diminished significantly. The impact now merely elicited a slight tingle across his body. Under the influence of his first soul skill, Tang San's stones posed no threat to him whatsoever. Jiang Chen erupted into a hearty laugh, his figure darting forward with remarkable speed, completely disregarding the hidden weapons aimed at him. As he swiftly closed the distance to Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently shouted, "Stop, stop, I concede." The moment his words left his lips, Jiang Chen's fist had already halted mere centimeters from his face. Tang San exhaled in relief and promptly executed a swift retreat, employing his ghostly shadow technique. Jiang Chen no longer feared his hidden weapons. If he continued to refuse surrender, he would be a fool. Did he really want to end up like last time, bruised and battered? In truth, his belt concealed other instruments of stealth, such as penetrating spikes, willow leaf knives, and money darts, each possessing significantly greater lethality than mere pebbles. Although uncertain if they could harm Jiang Chen, there was no need for such severity in a simple sparring match. After retreating, Tang San did not linger, unleashing his full speed as he swiftly returned to the academy. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Tang San's unexpected concession. By the time he regained his composure, Tang San had already fled the scene. Damn it, what a loss. He removed his armor, his expression clouded with frustration. It was Tang San who initially proposed the sparring session, yet in the end, it was he who conceded and ran away. What does this even mean? Jiang Chen touched his face, feeling several large bumps, and even his eye sockets had darkened, causing him to gasp in pain. Enduring such an unjust beating was truly a blood loss. Little did he know that his situation was actually quite fortunate. Tang San had gradually increased the potency of the hidden weapons based on his condition, ultimately unleashing his full power. Had it been any other child, numerous bones would have surely been broken by now. At that moment, Jiang Chen was racked with unbearable pain, which which only slightly subsided under the operation of his cultivation technique. He dared not return to the dormitory, instead retreating into a small grove, unwilling to show his face until the swelling subsided. Who would have thought that just a few days later, he would be avenged by Tang San for the grievances at the mountaintop, while Jiang Chen was recuperating? A group of significant figures arrived in Nodding City, individuals capable of shaking this small town to its core. Yet, Jiang Chen remained oblivious, engrossed in his solitude and healing, knowing that his facial injuries would take considerable time to mend. The visitors included Bibi Dong and Hulaina, accompanied by several titled Douluo, who arrived quietly at the Spirit Hall in Nodding City without fanfare. Chapter 45. Hulaina takes action after the execution of Matthew Nuo. Cece brought Su Yuntao back to the Spirit Hall, and none dared to voice any objections. At the moment Bibi Dong and her entourage entered the Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao and Cece immediately sensed something amiss. No words were exchanged, yet an invisible pressure materialized, pervading the vast space of the hall. The leading woman appeared to be around 30 years old, her nearly flawless beauty causing Cece to feel a sense of inadequacy after just one glance. A formidable aura radiated from her, and no one dared to meet her gaze. Upon Bibi Dong revealing her identity, Su Yuntao and Cece grew even more anxious. As the incident involving Matthew Nuo was primarily instigated by Cece, they had already felt uneasy when the enforcers arrived in the morning. Fortunately, the enforcers had not delved deeply into the matter, simply taking Matthew Nuo away, which had allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, they were taken aback when, just a few hours later, the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall, His Holiness the Pope, personally arrived in such a small place as Nodding City. Cece hurriedly invited Bibi Dong and her companions to sit in the most sacred chamber of the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting the branch in Nodding City? Cece asked, mustering her courage. Bibi Dong smiled charmingly, instantly alleviating the overwhelming pressure that enveloped everyone. There is no need for you to be anxious. I am not here to seek retribution, but merely wish to meet the child named Jiang Chen. Finally, Su Yuntao and the other officials felt a sense of relief. Who among you is Su Yuntao? Bibi Dong's gaze swept across the officials. Su Yuntao's heart leapt with joy as he stepped forward, respectfully stating, Your Holiness, I am Su Yuntao. Please recount the circumstances of that child's awakening to me again, and do not omit a single detail. Bibi Dong's voice was soft and melodious, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Su Yuntao's previously anxious demeanor swiftly calmed as he began recounting the extraordinary events surrounding Jiang Chen's awakening. The elders accompanying Bibi Dong had not perused the document prior. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's narrative, they instantly grasped the purpose of her visit. One elder could not contain himself, exclaiming, Your Highness, the account provided by this steward is too bizarre to be credible. I believe he must be exaggerating. Faced with such skepticism, Su Yuntao felt a surge of panic and hastily clarified, Your Holiness, what I have stated is absolutely true. If you doubt my words, you may send someone to Holy Soul Village for verification. Do not be anxious, Bibi Dong reassured, placing a calming hand upon him, which steadied his nerves. Where is the child now? She inquired. Your Holiness, the child is currently in Nodding City, studying at the Junior Soul Master Academy, he replied. Excellent. Nana, accompany steward Su Yuntao to retrieve the child. Bibi Dong instructed her newly accepted disciple, Hulaina, whom she cherished and intended to cultivate further. Understood, Master. Hulaina respectfully responded, following Su Yuntao as they departed. Your Holiness, do you truly believe that child possesses a divine martial soul? The elder inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Whether it is true or not, we shall soon find out, won't we? Bibi Dong replied with a smile. Ghost Elder, follow Nana discreetly to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Indeed, another elder affirmed. As Su Yuntao and Hulaina traversed the bustling streets towards the Junior Soul Master Academy, Hulaina led the way while Su Yuntao lagged slightly behind, having just heard her refer to the Pope as her master. Such a title bestowed upon her indicated a status of immense nobility, and he dared not offend her. Despite Hulaina's stunning beauty, which radiated an enchanting aura, Su Yuntao resolutely dismissed any inappropriate thoughts, compelling himself to envision only Cece. Suddenly, Hulaina turned to him, smiling, and asked, Are you afraid of me? Su Yuntao, momentarily taken aback, quickly shook his head vigorously, too timid to respond. You are quite an interesting person, she laughed playfully, then returned her attention elsewhere. After a brief while, they finally arrived at the Nodding Academy. Miss Hu-Laina, we have arrived, Su Yuntao announced, hastening forward to present his Spirit Hall steward's token. Upon inspecting the token, the doorkeeper respectfully opened the gate, allowing both to enter. It was afternoon, and the students were likely in their dormitories. Su Yu now spoke. Having once been a student at Nodding Academy, he was naturally well acquainted with the circumstances of the institution. There were a total of 7 student dormitories, and for many years, the working students had consistently resided in the 7th dormitory. With familiarity, Su Yuntao arrived at the entrance of the 7th dormitory and knocked on the door. May I inquire if Jiang Chen is present? He politely asked. It's Lord Su Yuntao. What brings you here? Exclaimed a chorus of delighted voices, with many children eagerly gazing at Su Yuntao. They were all working students who had come from the village, most of whom had been awakened by Su Yuntao, and thus recognized him. Tang San also stepped forward, astonished. Lord Su Yuntao, do you seek Jiang Chen for some purpose? Despite the passage of several months, Su Yuntao still recognized Tang San. I need to discuss a matter with him. Do you know where he might be? Su Yuntao inquired. Having scanned the dormitory without spotting Jiang Chen, Tang San nodded, replying, he should be in the small grove near the back gate of the academy. Thank you, Su Yuntao said, hastening away. In his heart, Tang San mused, has Lord Su Yuntao not yet relinquished his efforts to recruit Jiang Chen into the Spirit Hall? At this moment, the area beneath the dormitory was crowded with students, their eyes gleaming as they fixated on the enchanting figure of Hu-Laina standing at the door. She was truly exquisite. Within the entire academy, none could rival her beauty. These students, unaccustomed to such stunning girls, were reluctant to blink, their gaze fixed intently on Hu-Laina. Su Yuntao emerged, escorting Hu-Laina away. In the small grove, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged upon a large stone, cultivating to heal the injuries on his body. While the wounds elsewhere were not of great concern, the most significant issue was his face. Once priding himself on being the most handsome young lad, he now bore a visage marred by unsightly blemishes, filling him with immense frustration. Just then, footsteps approached, prompting Jiang Chen to open his eyes warily. 2 figures came into view. One was the familiar Su Yuntao, and the other was an exceedingly beautiful girl. Jiang Chen acknowledged that, whether in his past life or this one, he had never encountered a girl as extraordinarily beautiful as she. This was not solely in reference to her appearance. Rather, it was also her unique aura that captivated him. A sudden thought struck him. Had Su Yuntao already discovered that he was still alive? While he pondered this, Su Yuntao approached him, observing the child before him, whose face was marred with numerous green and purple bruises. Su Yuntao expressed a hint of surprise, but still smiled and inquired, Little one, do you happen to know where Jiang Chen is? Chapter 46, The Perfect Woman. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a flicker of understanding, he touched the several large bumps on his face. I do not know, he replied directly. It was evident that Su Yuntao had discovered he was still alive, which was somewhat troubling. He recalled that Su Yuntao had once intended to relay his information to the Papal Hall. Regardless of how Su Yuntao had come to learn of his existence, he needed to devise a strategy to dissuade Su Yuntao from the notion of reporting his information. What brings you to seek Jiang Chen? He inquired, aiming to clarify Su Yuntao's intentions. Su Yuntao's expression was one of profound disappointment. He did not respond to Jiang Chen's question, but instead turned to Hu-Laina and said, Miss Hu-Laina, Jiang Chen is not here. Let us search elsewhere. Hu-Laina? A tempest of astonishment surged within Jiang Chen. How could Hu-Laina possibly appear at Nodding Academy? This scenario was absent from the original narrative. His gaze flickered, contemplating myriad possibilities. Su Yuntao had already begun to stride outside, yet Hu-Laina remained stationary, fixated on Jiang Chen. Miss Hu-Laina, why do you not depart? Su Yuntao inquired, perplexed. Jiang Chen was taken aback, lifting his gaze to Hu-Laina, only to find her captivating fox-like eyes fixed upon him, as if attempting to see through his very soul. No, there is something amiss with this young man, Hu-Laina suddenly remarked. Jiang Chen silently cursed his misfortune, his feet instinctively retreating. Although he was unaware of how Hu-Laina had discerned his predicament, nor how she had materialized in this location, he understood he had to escape. Due to his association with Tang San, he had always sought to avoid entanglements with the Spirit Hall. Staying put now would only invite capture. Hu-Laina's enchanting eyes gleamed with determination as she pursued Jiang Chen, leaving Su Yuntao standing there in a state of bewilderment. His mind had yet to process the unfolding events. What exactly had transpired? Jiang Chen's speed was remarkably swift, even surpassing that of Tang San by a considerable margin. However, when compared to Hu, he appeared significantly slower. Nevertheless, his velocity was sufficient to astonish Hu. This child seemed merely 6 years of age, and yet he emitted no sign of a martial spirit. How could he possibly be so fast? As she pondered this, she unleashed her martial spirit without reservation. Her ears elongated and became pointed, covered in soft, fluffy fur, while a bushy tail sprouted from behind her, enhancing her beauty. In that fleeting moment, her speed surged dramatically, and she swiftly seized the collar of Jiang Chen's garment, lifting him off the ground. Jiang Chen's feet left the ground, and he kicked several times before finally coming to a halt. Hu Lai's eyes radiated a pinkish glow as she gazed at Jiang Chen, inquiring, "Who are you? Why did you run?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse, yet both the pink light in her eyes and the gravelly tone possessed a unique allure that ensnared the inexperienced Jiang Chen in an instant. "I am Jiang Chen," he stammered, shaking his head as clarity returned, a wave of fear washing over him. Indeed, the fox martial soul was formidable. Its charm was nothing short of terrifying. Had he not endured the trials of absorbing spirit rings and the tribulations of heavenly calamities, his willpower might not have been so robust, and he would have likely succumbed to Hu Lai's enchantment. Hu Lai was taken aback once again. In the past, she would have never believed that a 6-year-old child could escape her allure, yet now she found it credible. Su Yuntao, who had just caught up, overheard Jiang Chen's words and was momentarily stunned. He approached Hu Lai, scrutinizing Jiang Chen, who was still suspended in the air. "It truly is you, kid. What were you running from just now?" Su Yuntao couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen forced a smile, realizing that he was now ensnared, unable to flee. Confronted by a formidable level 26 Su Yuntao, he harbored little confidence, especially as he felt the weight of 2 yellow soul rings attached to Hu Lai. Perhaps he could unexpectedly eliminate one, but the other would undoubtedly prove more challenging. Moreover, he was reluctant to take a life. After all, while a monk might escape, the temple would remain. Such an act would surely bring repercussions upon the Holy Spirit village. It seemed that fleeing was futile unless he forsook the academy and the village entirely. With this thought, Jiang Chen felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. "Put me down," he said to Hu Lai, who held him as if he were a mere chick. With a frosty tone, she replied, "Do not even think about running away again," and proceeded to set Jiang Chen down. At this moment, Jiang Chen surmised that it was undoubtedly Su Yuntao who had reported his information, which explained Hu Lai's presence here. It was likely that she was not the only one who had come. A chill settled in his heart, with the Spirit Hall now focused on him. Could he still remain at Tang San's side in peace? Hu Lai withdrew her martial spirit and addressed Su Yuntao, instructing him to take Jiang Chen. Su Yuntao nodded, grasped Jiang Chen's hand, and said, "Come, I shall escort you to meet His Holiness the Pope at the Spirit Hall. There is no need to be anxious." In an instant, Jiang Chen's body stiffened, and the remaining fragment of his heart turned cold. To his astonishment, Bai Dong had actually arrived in Nodding City. Moreover, it was specifically for him. Jiang Chen felt on the brink of madness. He could not comprehend what Su Yuntao had written that would compel the lofty Bai Dong to come to such a humble place to meet someone as insignificant as himself. Su Yuntao clutched Jiang Chen firmly, fearful that he might suddenly flee once more. Hu Lai walked ahead, utterly indifferent to the attention she attracted from passers-by. The people of Nodding City were generally familiar with Su Yuntao. Had it not been for his presence following the young woman, many would have shamelessly approached her for conversation. Truly, she embodied the allure of a fox spirit, her innate charm beyond the resistance of ordinary individuals, Jiang Chen mused. He gazed at Hu Lai ahead. Although her features appeared youthful, her figure was strikingly exceptional, perhaps a testament to the influence of her fox spirit. Suddenly, Hu Lai turned around and asked, "Why did you lie just now, kid? Why did you flee?" Jiang Chen's mind raced as he feigned helplessness, saying, "Having been beaten to a pulp in a duel with others, I certainly would not wish for anyone else to find out. If I were to flee, it would only reveal my predicament." Hu Lai cast a glance at Jiang Chen, then suddenly burst into a playful laugh, exclaiming, "You? With such a trivial stature, you aspire to challenge others in a duel?" Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, this girl had donned a frigid demeanor. Yet now she radiated warmth with a smile that could rival the most beautiful flowers, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. "How did you discern my deception?" He could not help but inquire. Hu Lai did not turn back, stating with a knowing glance, "With experience, One can easily see through such facades. Before long, they returned to the Spirit Hall. Jiang Chen had observed this grand edifice countless times, yet it was his first occasion entering its hallowed halls. He was led directly into the Great Hall, where he beheld the exalted figure of Bibi Dong for the first time, staring in awe at her. It took quite a while for him to draw his gaze away. At that moment, two words echoed in his mind: perfection. Chapter 47, May I Decline? Part 3. If one were to inquire about the woman Jiang Chen most admired throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, it would undoubtedly be Bibi Dong, along with Qianren. Both were women of extraordinary talent and undeniable prowess, commanding respect and admiration. He had often contemplated that had he not wished to effortlessly ascend to divinity alongside Tang San, he would have joined the Spirit Hall long ago. Bibi Dong waved her hand, instructing, "You may all take your leave." CC, Su Yuntao, and the others respectfully retreated, leaving only Bibi Dong and her entourage. She descended, standing at a short distance opposite Jiang Chen, her curious gaze fixed upon the young boy. Jiang Chen's composure left her somewhat astonished. Faced with such a formidable situation, a typical child would likely be trembling in fear. Yet, aside from an initial dazed expression directed at her, Jiang Chen exhibited not a hint of trepidation. If this child were not a fool, he must possess some extraordinary qualities. "You are Jiang Chen?" Bibi Dong inquired, observing his pockmarked face with a peculiar expression. "I am indeed Jiang Chen. What business do you have with me?" Jiang Chen replied, his large panda-like eyes wide with curiosity. "Young man, this lady is the Pope of our Spirit Hall," someone interjected, displeased with Jiang Chen's demeanor. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's of no consequence." She then turned her attention back to Jiang Chen, asking, "What happened to your face?" Jiang Chen touched his body, still feeling some pain from the recent altercation. Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly as she beckoned one of her companions to provide treatment. A middle-aged woman emerged, a healing soul master of the soul Douluo level, effortlessly tending to Jiang Chen's superficial wounds. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen regained his original appearance, the speed of recovery astonishing him as it was his first experience with a healing soul master. His fair skin, delicate nose, and bright, expressive eyes were truly striking. Bibi Dong nodded and gently inquired, "May we see your martial soul?" Jiang Chen, recognizing the moment, decided to comply without hesitation. At this juncture, what could he possibly use to refuse? The formidable zombie with its green face and sharp fangs stood behind him, though it lacked the grandeur of its awakenings. Its aura remained imposing. The onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment, scrutinizing Jiang Chen's martial soul, a humanoid form they had never encountered before. Despite the vast history of the Spirit Hall and the countless martial souls documented over the years, none resembled Jiang Chen's. While the zombie's presence was indeed formidable, to the observers, it merely matched the top martial souls currently known on the continent, such as the Haotian Hammer and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. To label this zombie martial soul as divine would indeed be an exaggeration. Many elders shook their heads discreetly, believing Bibi Dong's grand expedition was in vain. They had witnessed the might of angelic martial souls, and this peculiar zombie martial soul seemed far from being in the same league. Even Hulina felt a tinge of disappointment. She had believed Bibi Dong's claims, thinking Jiang Chen possessed a divine martial soul, only to find it was merely a top-tier martial soul. The strength comparison with her fox martial soul remained uncertain. As the saying goes, higher expectations lead to greater disappointment, and this aptly described the sentiments of those present. The Pope, this child's martial soul cannot even be compared to a divine martial soul. One elder expressed his dissatisfaction. He had been on the verge of a breakthrough, diligently practicing, only to be summoned by Bibi Dong. The so-called divine martial soul turned out to be just a top-tier one. It seemed excessive to send a soul Douluo level attendant for such a martial soul. Yet Bibi Dong had insisted on bringing several elders along. Jiang Chen observed the disappointed expressions of those around him, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Nevertheless, perhaps it was for the best. His refusal to join the Spirit Hall meant that these individuals would not press him further. However, Bibi Dong displayed no signs of disappointment. Instead, her smile grew increasingly radiant. Her perception diverged from that of the others. Although she felt a modicum of disappointment that Jiang Chen did not possess a divine spirit, the aura of his zombie spirit struck her with a sense of revelation. It exuded an insatiable bloodlust, malevolence, and a deep-seated resentment towards the heavens and the earth, which resonated with her profoundly, eliciting a peculiar fondness within her. Both of her spirits were exceedingly wicked spider spirits. making it nearly impossible to find a spirit on the Douluo Continent that surpassed their malevolence. Yet today, she beheld one that matched the evilness of her own, Jiang Chen's spirit, which, with each passing moment, astonished her further, hinting at terrifying secrets she had yet to comprehend. In fact, she had an instinctive feeling that Jiang Chen's spirit was even more suited to the mysterious legacy she had encountered. "Withdraw your spirit," Bibi Dong softly urged. Jiang Chen retracted his martial soul and innocently inquired, "Am I allowed to leave?" Bibi Dong paused for a moment, then revealed a smile. "Not so fast. I still have a few matters to discuss with you. You may leave for now." She cast a glance at the elders. Soon, the grand hall was left with only Bibi Dong, Hulaina, and Jiang Chen. What could she possibly want from me? Jiang Chen pondered, perplexed by the dismissal of the others. Hulaina, equally uncertain of her teacher's intentions, was taken aback in the next instant. To her astonishment, Bibi Dong approached Jiang Chen, crouched before him, and gently caressed his hair with a tender and affectionate smile. Hulaina covered her red lips with her delicate hand. Her enchanting fox-like eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the formidable, iron-willed Pope, revered by countless individuals? Even with her as a disciple, such intimate gestures had never been bestowed upon her. Jiang Chen trembled slightly, gazing at the enchanting Bibi Dong, whose smile was so gentle and genuine that it nearly took his breath away. "I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Would you care to learn from me?" Upon hearing these words, Hulaina beside him was taken aback, almost exclaiming in surprise. Even she had undergone the brutal trials in the death camp before emerging as Bibidong's disciple. Yet this child, upon their very first encounter, had already captured Bibidong's favor. At that moment, Hulaina felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. How fortunate this child seemed. However, it was Jiang Chen who remained in a state of shock. To study under Bibi Dong meant to take her as a master, a prospect he had never dared to consider before. If one were to discuss the resources for nurturing soul masters, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly claim the top spot. Yet, to become Bibidong's disciple would irrevocably place him at odds with Tang San. Unless Jiang Chen possessed extraordinary strength, he risked facing a fate akin to that of Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue in the original tale. Amidst Hulaina's astonishment and Bibidong's anticipation, Jiang Chen cautiously spoke up. "May I refuse?" Chapter 48. Farewell to Nodding City. "May I refuse?" As these words left his lips, Hulaina was momentarily stunned, gazing at Jiang Chen in confusion, pondering whether the child was unaware of the Spirit Hall's significance. Bibidong's gentle smile faltered for a moment before she inquired, "Why?" Jiang Chen's delicate face contorted momentarily as he said, "I do not wish to leave my hometown. Is that permissible?" He dared not reveal his true motivations, resorting instead to a rather juvenile excuse. Bibi Dong let out a soft laugh, radiant and enchanting. "If you grow stronger, you will bring honor to your homeland, and it shall take pride in you. Follow me, and you shall soon realize this ambition. I truly do not wish to depart." Suddenly, Bibi Dong's expression turned icy, a flicker of murderous intent enveloping Jiang Chen. "If you do not acquiesce, I shall end your life this very moment." Jiang Chen felt an icy chill enveloping him, as if he had descended into an abyss of frost. Beneath the weight of such murderous intent, an inescapable fear gripped him. He could scarcely fathom that Bibi Dong could be so merciless, sparing not even a mere child. What options did he truly have? Even if he were to escort these individuals to Holy Spirit Village, there was no guarantee that Tang Hao could rescue him. After all, Tang Hao's old injuries rendered him incapable of enduring a prolonged battle, and should a conflict erupt within Holy Spirit Village, all would inevitably suffer. Moreover, with Tang San as an encumbrance, Tang Hao would be most reluctant to confront the Spirit Hall directly. Even if by some stroke of luck Tang Hao managed to save him, it was certain that they would flee far away, transforming the Douluo Continent into a realm unrecognizable from its former self. Straying from the original narrative, Tang San might never achieve his destined greatness, and his association with Tang San would lose all significance. Jiang Chen's heart had grown utterly cold, leaving him with no choice but to obediently follow Bibi Dong away. Should he choose to accompany Bibi Dong, he must be prepared to stand against Tang San in the future. Tang San. In that fleeting moment, a sudden thought of wanting to take ruthless action against Tang San crossed Jiang Chen's mind. Observing Jiang Chen's silence, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and inquired, "Will you choose death, or will you choose to follow me?" Jiang Chen was abruptly awakened, suppressing the myriad of chaotic thoughts swirling within him, resolute and devoid of hesitation. He respectfully called out, "Master." Recognizing the futility of resistance, he relinquished his doubts. Bibidong's cool, enchanting visage blossomed like a myriad of flowers. "You shall henceforth accompany me," she declared, taking Jiang Chen's hand and leading him outside, while Hulaina followed with a complex expression. To her surprise, she had gained a little junior disciple on this outing. Bibidong's hand was soft and warm, which was Jiang Chen's immediate impression. Upon stepping outside, they found everyone silently awaiting them. Bibidong surveyed the gathering and calmly announced, "Jiang Chen will be my second disciple." The elders remained largely unfazed, as it was not unusual for the Pope to take on disciples. However, CC and Su Yuntao were a different matter altogether. At the moment of Bibidong's declaration, their excitement nearly drove them to madness. The prospect of the Pope's disciple was something they had never dared to dream of. Su Yuntao had initially only hoped for some recognition upon discovering a new martial soul, but the outcome far exceeded his expectations. The child he awakened had become the Pope's disciple, and the magnitude of his accomplishment was beyond imagination. Observing the exhilarated Su Yuntao, Bibidong inquired, "What reward do you seek, Su Yuntao?" Suppressing his excitement, Su Yuntao replied, "Your Holiness, may I take a few moments to consider?" "Certainly." Overjoyed, Su Yuntao turned to CC, and the two engaged in a hushed conversation. A few minutes later, Su Yuntao lifted his head, respectfully addressing Bibidong, "Your Holiness, I wish to become the master of the Nodding City branch." "Is that all?" Everyone, including the elders and Bibidong herself, was somewhat taken aback. Su Yuntao's request seemed remarkably modest. "You could opt for a more substantial reward," Bibidong remarked. "No, thank you." Su Yuntao smiled nonchalantly. "My talents are not exceptional, and my innate soul power is merely at level 2. I am destined to never become a powerful soul master. So I am already quite content to serve as the master of Nodding City. I will continue to dedicate myself to the Spirit Hall, seeking out more promising children." Bibidong expressed her satisfaction. "Excellent. We at the Spirit Hall require loyal individuals like you. I hereby declare you the master of the Nodding City branch." "Thank you, Your Holiness." Su Yuntao replied with utmost reverence. "Very well, I must take my leave for Spirit City now." Bibidong, holding Jiang Chen's hand, proceeded onward. As they passed by Su Yuntao, Jiang Chen paused momentarily, saying, "Su Yuntao, I truly appreciate your assistance." Not grasping the full meaning behind Jiang Chen's words, Su Yuntao quickly responded, "It is what my subordinate ought to do." As they watched the Pope depart, Cici nestled against Su Yuntao, her face alight with joy. "Tao Gu, you are truly amazing." Within the spacious and opulent carriage, Bibidong turned to Jiang Chen and inquired, "Are you inclined to bid farewell to your family before we head to Spirit City?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "I have a friend from my village at the Nodding Academy. I would like to ask him to inform my grandfather that I have begun my studies at the Spirit Hall." "Certainly," Bibidong replied. "Nana, please accompany him on this journey." Hulaina led Jiang Chen to another carriage, setting off towards the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, while Bibidong and the others awaited outside the city gates. Inside the carriage, Hulaina observed Jiang Chen's somewhat conflicted expression and remarked with a smile, "Little junior brother, it seems you are not very pleased about apprenticing under the master." Jiang Chen forced a smile that was more ghastly than tears. "Not at all. I am quite pleased. I hope you will take good care of me in the future." "It remains to be seen who will take care of whom," Hulaina muttered under her breath. Bibidong appeared to favor Jiang Chen even more, which stirred a sense of discomfort within her. Upon arriving at Nodding Academy, Jiang Chen leaped from the carriage. "Sister, I can manage on my own." However, Hulaina followed suit, insisting, "No, what if you run off again? I cannot bear the wrath of our teacher." With a sense of resignation, Jiang Chen allowed her to accompany him inside. Hulaina did not ascend to the dormitory building, and Jiang Chen returned to the 7th dormitory alone. "Congratulations, Jiang Chen. Attending the Spirit Hall for your studies is indeed a commendable path, one that Grandpa Jack would have wished for," Tang San remarked. Jiang Chen refrained from disclosing to him the matter of Bibidong accepting disciples. Otherwise, Tang San would not have been able to maintain his composure and would likely have been taken aback. Meanwhile, Xiaowu cast a glance at Jiang Chen, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, for the Spirit Hall was the very force she despised the most. After Jiang Chen meticulously organized the belongings he had brought from home, he once again stood before Tang San. "Tang San, if there ever comes a day when we find ourselves as sworn enemies, what would you do?" Jiang Chen asked solemnly. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "How could that possibly happen?" I am merely speculating, Jiang Chen replied. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San said, if you were to become irredeemably wicked, I would show you no mercy. Jiang Chen smiled as well, hoping that such a day would never come, for he feared it would lead to your despair. Upon reaching the door, Jiang Chen turned back once more, reminding me to tell my grandfather that I would certainly return to see him. Tang San waved his hand, reassuringly bidding him farewell, promising that upon returning home for the holidays, he would convey the message. Jiang Chen departed, ultimately refraining from taking action against Tang San. It is only now that he comprehends that, in his heart, he has already regarded Tang San as a friend. However, should Tang San truly prove to be unyielding in the future, would there still be a need for him to show mercy? Jiang Chen shook his head, observing how Tang San would make his choice. Chapter 49. Bibi Dong was taken aback. Outside the city of Notting, a luxurious convoy gradually made its way. Accompanied by a small black bird soaring high above, Jiang Chen leaned against the car window, observing the diminishing figure of Notting City, his mind awash with countless thoughts. After a prolonged moment, he let out a faint sigh, contemplating that since he had arrived, he might as well make peace with it. Joining the Spirit Hall might not be a misfortune after all. The Spirit Hall would undoubtedly provide him with the finest resources, enabling him to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. He recalled his own cultivation, realizing that each time he absorbed a spirit ring, he had to endure a tribulation, an endeavor that defied the heavens. Even if it meant standing against Tang San, what was there to fear? With this thought, some of the gloom in his heart began to dissipate. Now, he should focus on how to rapidly enhance his strength within the Spirit Hall. Noticing Jiang Chen lost in thought against the window, Hulaina gently nudged him and inquired, little junior brother, do you find it hard to part with your hometown? Jiang Chen averted his gaze and turned to take a seat. Do not be sorrowful, sister, from now on, you shall be family. Hulaina gently reassured him while stroking his head. Jiang Chen felt a sense of discomfort within. The adult sensibilities he possessed rendered it somewhat awkward for him to allow a girl of merely 11 or 12 to ruffle his hair. Yet, he hesitated to withdraw. For Hulaina was his senior, and one could never predict when he might need to rely on her in the future at the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong, noticing Jiang Chen's reaction with a hint of satisfaction, smiled and remarked, Chen'er, I have heard that you awakened with innate full spirit power. Have you acquired a spirit ring yet? If not, upon our return to Spirit City, I shall arrange for some formidable individuals to assist you in hunting spirit beasts. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, Master, I have already acquired my first spirit ring. Bibi Dong, taken aback, quickly inquired, given your talent, it must be a century-old spirit ring, correct? A twinge of concern crept into her thoughts as she pondered the limitations of a small place like Notting City. What kind of esteemed mentor could there be? If her disciple were to be misguided and absorb a decade-old spirit ring, it would be utterly regrettable. Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, it is not a century-old soul ring. The smile on Bibi Dong's face faded, revealing a rare expression of disappointment. Hulaina gazed at Jiang Chen with a tinge of pity and sympathy. Allow me to see your soul ring, Bibi Dong said. Jiang Chen's martial soul is commendable. Even though his first soul ring may be slightly inferior to others, under her guidance, it could very well surpass the talents of his peers. Furthermore, the age of a soul ring is not immutable. It can indeed be enhanced, albeit under exceedingly stringent conditions. Noticing Jiang Chen's momentary hesitation, Bibi Dong reassured him. Do not fret. Although your soul ring is a mere decade old, with diligent training in the future, I shall find a way to assist you in extending its age. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong harbored such thoughts. With a wry smile, he released his soul ring. His zombie martial spirit would only manifest the soul ring upon attachment. Previously, during his time in the Spirit Hall, he had not summoned his martial spirit. Hence, Bibi Dong had yet to witness his soul ring. Of course, a soul ring could also be released independently without summoning the martial spirit. Under Jiang Chen's mental invocation, a purple soul ring emerged at his feet, gently rising and falling around him. In that instant, the formidable ruler of the Spirit Hall was rendered speechless, her exquisite visage displaying a look of astonishment. Beside her, Hulaina's eyes widened in disbelief, her fingers instinctively covering her ruby lips, nearly gasping aloud. This was utterly astonishing. The first soul ring was a millennium old. How was this possible? Bibi Dong possessed a deeper understanding. She knew that once a soul master with twin martial spirits attained considerable prowess, The second martial spirit could potentially have its first soul ring be 10,000 or even 100,000 years old. Furthermore, certain external trials could enhance the inherent age of one's soul ring. Yet, at the time Jiang Chen absorbed his soul ring, he could only have been at level 10. She had never heard of anyone capable of absorbing a millennium soul ring at such a nascent stage. Unless, of course, he was not human. Teacher, my soul ring is indeed a millennium old, not merely a decade, Jiang Chen stated. Observing the usually imposing figure of the Pope, now displaying a look of bewilderment, he felt an unexpected urge to laugh, though he stifled it. He was still unfamiliar with Bibi Dong's temperament. Should he provoke her ire, it would surely not bode well for him. Bibi Dong soon recognized her lapse in composure, quickly regaining her solemnity. Exhibiting such a demeanor before her two disciples would tarnish her image. Yet, her heart remained unsettled. This occurrence was truly beyond comprehension. Chenner, please tell me how you absorbed this soul ring, she inquired. Having already contemplated his response prior to releasing the soul ring, Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Teacher, I possess a naturally robust physique. Even before absorbing the soul ring, my physical strength reached 1,000 pounds. The process of absorption was excruciating, yet I succeeded. Did the Academy's instructors not prevent you from recklessly absorbing a millennium soul ring? Bibi Dong's expression darkened slightly with anger. What kind of teachers would allow a 6-year-old child to undertake such a perilous endeavor? It is utterly irresponsible. One misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Seeing Bibi Dong's vexation, Jiang Chen felt a flicker of fondness for her. I had become separated and happened upon a dying soul beast. I was unaware of its age and inadvertently absorbed it in a daze. Jiang Chen's face flushed slightly. This fabrication was hardly convincing. However, both Bibi Dong and Hulaina seemed to accept it, as there appeared to be no alternative explanation. Bibi Dong drew Jiang Chen closer, scrutinizing him earnestly, and with each passing moment, her satisfaction grew. She truly felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. With innate full soul power and a physique more robust than that of his peers, he was able to absorb a millennium-old soul ring at the tender age of 6. Such talent eclipsed even her own dual martial souls in certain respects. She flipped her palm, revealing a delicately crafted ring adorned with golden edges, a gift from her teacher. Jiang Chen, filled with curiosity, took it into his hands, pondering whether this was a soul guide device akin to Tang San's famed 24 bridges under the moonlight. This was a sophisticated soul guide, containing a spatial capacity of 30 cubic meters. One could access its contents merely through the communion of thought and soul power. Bibi Dong chuckled. Jiang Chen was moved, unable to conceal the excitement radiating from his countenance. He promptly adorned his right index finger with the ring and began to experiment with it. After several attempts, he quickly mastered the technique, placing some of his garments within. Thank you, teacher, Jiang Chen expressed sincerely. Your diligent practice will be my greatest reward, Bibi Dong replied, gently ruffling Jiang Chen's hair. Hulaina, observing from the side, gazed with envy. The ring was truly exquisite, and she yearned for one as well. Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at her before smilingly producing a necklace. Laina, this is for you. It possesses the same functionality as Chen's. Hulaina's eyes sparkled with delight as she beheld the necklace, as exquisite as crystal, and she eagerly accepted it. Thank you, teacher, Hulaina expressed with satisfaction, finding herself more enamored with the shimmering necklace than Jiang Chen's golden ring. Both of you are my disciples. Henceforth, you must look after one another, understood? Understood, they replied in unison. Laina, let Chen stay with you for now. Guide him in acclimating to the Spirit Hall, and ensure he is not bullied by others. Of course. Teacher, I shall take good care of my junior brother. Chapter 50. Arrival at Spirit City. Jiang Chen felt somewhat awkward at the thought of having to share living quarters with Hulaina. He was no mere child. Teacher, may I reside on my own? He inquired cautiously. Bibi Dong chuckled. You are still quite young. It would be beneficial for you to live with your elder sister Nana, as she can look after you. However, observing Jiang Chen's apprehensive demeanor, Hulaina found it rather amusing and playfully pulled him into an embrace. Fear not. Do you truly think your senior sister would devour you? She teased, her charming laughter enhancing an invisible allure that made Jiang Chen blush. He quickly extricated himself, muttering inwardly, I genuinely fear that this vixen might consume me. Regrettably, no matter how he protested, Bibi Dong and Hulaina remained steadfast, leaving him rather vexed. The journey to Notting City took 2 days, and the return to Wuhuan City was slightly slower, taking 3 days in total. Wuhuan City. while not as expansive as the capitals of the two great empires, boasted an architectural grandeur that was truly awe-inspiring. The city walls alone left Jiang Chen astounded. Standing over 80 meters high and more than 30 meters thick, constructed entirely from resilient granite. Upon entering Wuhuan City, Hulaina began to provide Jiang Chen with an introduction. The entire city was hexagonal, featuring 6 gates, with soul masters patrolling the walls at all times. The streets within the city were remarkably wide, with scant foot traffic, and even the few shops present catered to the needs of soul masters. Once inside the city, Jiang Chen leaned out of the carriage window, discovering that Wuhuan City was built around a hillside. Atop this hill stood 2 striking edifices. One, magnificently located halfway up, was the Papal Palace, where the Pope resided. As disciples of the Pope, both he and Hulaina lived within its confines. The other, a smaller structure perched atop the hill, gleamed with a lustrous whiteness akin to jade. This was the Douluo Hall, the spiritual heart of the soul masters, accessible only to deceased titled Douluos, essentially their final resting place. Even the Pope lacked the privilege to enter, permitted only to pay homage before its entrance. The soul masters on the streets exhibited profound reverence, and Jiang Chen sensed an extraordinary aura permeating the area, perhaps due to the presence of the Douluo Hall, which served as the faith of the soul masters. Hulaina continued, "Little Chen, within our Papal Palace, there exists an Elders' Hall, where the elders reside. They are all formidable titled Douluo-level experts. Some of the elders possess rather peculiar temperaments, so be cautious not to wander in there recklessly in the future. Do you understand?" Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Understood." However, he pondered within. The Grand Elder should be Qian Daolu. I wonder if he is present in the Elder Hall. As for Qian Renxue, I am curious if she still resides in the Spirit Hall. If so, she would likely be living in the Elder Hall as well. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Hulaina and Jiang Chen alighted from the carriage, while Bai Dong instructed Hulaina to procure some daily necessities for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attire was remarkably shabby. He was still clad in the uniform of Nodding Academy, which bore numerous tears inflicted by Tang San's blue-silver grass. Even the garments stored within his ring were in a dilapidated state, some adorned with patches, remnants of what old Jack had once procured for him. He found it difficult to part with them, for in a foreign land, these clothes served as a poignant reminder of home. Upon emerging from the changing room, he exuded an entirely different aura. Despite his youth, his features were strikingly handsome, and the previously tattered clothing had obscured his allure. Now, dressed in resplendent robes, he captured even the discerning eye of Hulaina, who was visibly impressed. "Not bad, not bad," she exclaimed, nodding approvingly as she generously purchased him more than a dozen outfits. After leaving the boutique, Hulaina took a moment to examine him, shook her head, and promptly led him to a hair salon. Jiang Chen felt helpless, akin to a marionette, entirely at the mercy of Hulaina's whims. After 2 hours, Hulaina finally nodded in satisfaction, her gaze upon Jiang Chen reminiscent of an artist admiring her own masterpiece. Jiang Chen forced a smile, realizing that with such a perfectionist senior sister, his future days would be anything but easy. At that moment, he had transformed entirely. His jet-black hair danced in the air, and his eyes sparkled like black gemstones. Though small, his face had begun to take on a defined angularity, and he was adorned in opulent attire. In just 2 hours, he seemed like a completely different person. Hulaina nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining brightly as she grasped Jiang Chen's arm and said, "From now on, you must dress like this. Do you understand?" Jiang Chen nodded helplessly, relieved that Hulaina had not dressed him in women's clothing. Otherwise, it would have been a dire situation. "Let us proceed," Hulaina urged, leading Jiang Chen up the mountain. A staircase, 30 meters wide, extended majestically from the Pope's palace halfway up the slope, resembling a celestial ladder when viewed from below. The area was heavily guarded, each sentinel exuding an aura of formidable strength that left Jiang Chen feeling as though he were facing an unfathomable depth. These guards recognized Hulaina and did not impede their passage. As they ascended the stone steps, both were soul masters, feeling no fatigue. "Senior sister, does our Spirit Hall have an academy?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "Our Spirit Hall's academy is the most prestigious on the continent. Every champion of the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition hails from our Spirit Hall Academy. I, too, shall be attending there for my studies in due time." "And what of me? How will the teacher arrange my studies?" Jiang Chen asked. Hulaina pondered briefly before responding, "After I depart, You will likely follow the teacher for your studies, as you have yet to meet the enrollment requirements for the Spirit Hall Academy. What are those requirements? Jiang Chen asked, intrigued. After all, being hailed as the strongest academy, the admission criteria must be exceedingly stringent. Before the age of 13, one must achieve a level of at least 20. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. The admission requirements were surprisingly akin to those of Shrek Academy. Such standards were rather high. One might wonder if they could attract students. Undoubtedly, Hulaina replied with a smile. As the most formidable institution, the Wuhuan Temple Academy consistently enrolls a plethora of prodigious talents each year. Even I, your senior sister, would not dare claim to be the most gifted upon my arrival at the Wuhuan Temple Academy. I have faith in you. After several years of cultivation under our teacher's guidance, you too shall gain entry into the Wuhuan Temple Academy. After a brief interval, they finally ascended the staircase and entered the majestic and magnificent Papal Hall. Within the Papal Hall, numerous areas were delineated: a grand assembly hall, the Pope's private quarters, and deeper still, the Elder's Hall, alongside various training facilities. Senior sister, where shall we reside? Jiang Chen inquired, puzzled, as he noticed Hulaina had not introduced her living arrangements. As the teacher's disciples, we shall, of course, dwell within the Pope's quarters, Hulaina replied with a grin. Moments later, upon gazing at the dreamlike pink chamber, Jiang Chen was rendered speechless. Chapter 51, Qian Renxue, with some adjustments to the narrative. Do not be surprised, observing Jiang Chen, who stood dazed at the door. Hulaina promptly pulled him inside. The room was adorned with pink decorations, a grand pink bed, plush sofas, and curtains. Numerous roses graced the space, enveloped in a fragrant aroma reminiscent of Hulaina herself. Sister, where shall I sleep? Jiang Chen stammered in astonishment. Hulaina pointed to the large pink bed, saying, you shall sleep on the inside. I will take the outside. Isn't that a bit much? I am a male. Jiang Chen protested, instinctively tightening his clothing. Hulaina cast him a sidelong glance, then suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Chen, her breath fragrant as she said, you are so small. Do you truly fear that I might devour you? The warmth of her breath brushed against his face, causing Jiang Chen to swiftly turn his head away. His cheeks flushed as he inwardly cursed the temptress. However, upon remembering that he would not need to sleep at night, he breathed a sigh of relief. He generally sought a spacious place to cultivate at night, only requiring a brief nap during the day. Junior brother, you are quite amusing. Hulaina giggled. Jiang Chen was seized by a chilling realization. The gaze directed at him felt akin to that of a child observing a mere toy. An ominous premonition stirred within him, and his intuition proved accurate, for in the days that followed, he would endure relentless torment at the hands of Hulaina, a tale for another time. Hulaina, dismissing Jiang Chen, shed her outer garments. I haven't bathed in days. I shall indulge myself now. Do not dare to steal a glance, she teased. Jiang Chen could only scoff inwardly. As he listened to the melodious sounds emanating from the bathroom, he found himself at a loss for activity. Suddenly struck by a thought, he decided to explore the Pope's palace. The palace was adorned with numerous small palaces, pavilions, and flowing streams, creating a picturesque environment. However, as he wandered, he soon found himself lost. The path that had seemed familiar began to diverge, and before long, he was disoriented, unsure of his whereabouts. Remembering Hulaina's words about the peculiar elder residing in the depths of the Elder Hall, a wave of unease washed over him. What if this eccentric elder harbored sinister intentions? He dared not dwell on such thoughts and quickly summoned the little black sparrow. The sparrow, perched outside the city gates, swiftly flew towards the Pope's palace at his call. Just then, a series of rhythmic breaths reached his ears, startling him. Was someone training? Realizing that the Pope's palace housed several training grounds, he concluded that it was not unusual for someone to be in the midst of practice. Initially, he intended to wait in place for the little black sparrow to arrive before departing. Yet, the sound of a tender feminine voice beckoned him. Go and take a look. Although spying on others during their training was a grave offense, the thought took root in his mind, compelling him forward. The one training could very well be among those he admired most. Following the pull of his curiosity, he could not resist the urge to move towards the source of the voice. Passing through an archway, he entered a training arena, where he quietly observed a girl honing her soul skills. She appeared to be of a similar age to Hulaina, her short golden hair framing her delicate visage, which seemed even more exquisite than Hulaina's. Her figure, though still blossoming, contrasted with Hulaina's more developed form. Clad in form-fitting golden attire, Jiang Chen was astonished to see that the girl bore 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, indicating 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring. Although she seemed roughly the same age as Hu-Laina, he recalled that Hu-Laina was only 11 years old and had yet to reach the 30th level of cultivation. In contrast, the girl before him had already surpassed that milestone. As she trained, her attire split at the back, revealing a pair of pristine white wings that unfurled majestically. Behind her, a grand ethereal silhouette emerged, its face obscured, but unlike the girl, the phantom boasted 6 pairs of wings. Indeed, it was her, the 6-winged angel, Qianrenxue. Jiang Chen's heart was tumultuous. "Who are you?" the girl cried out, and upon turning, she caught sight of Jiang Chen standing at the edge of the training ground. The instant she recognized him as an unfamiliar young boy, a flicker of anger ignited in her eyes. With a powerful flap of her wings, she surged towards him. Her first soul ring shimmered momentarily, a brilliant golden light coalescing around her right fist, transforming it into a radiant golden hue, enveloped in a terrifying aura of sanctity, as if it could purify and dissolve all in its path. Witnessing the formidable presence of Qianrenxue, Jiang Chen realized that remaining still would be nothing short of foolish. The overwhelming force emanating from her fist instilled a deep sense of dread within him, compounded by the significant disparity in their levels. The poison he bore might not even affect Qianrenxue. As Jiang Chen darted towards the archway, Qianrenxue's golden gaze intensified. Her second soul ring illuminating as a pair of ethereal wings manifested beside her pristine feathers, rendering her figure somewhat illusory, and her speed surged once more. Sensing the potent energy trailing behind him, and noticing the archway still several meters away, Jiang Chen understood that escape was futile. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly veered to the right. Qianrenxue, observing the sudden disappearance of the boy ahead, was momentarily taken aback. She had no intention of truly harming him. Her initial aim was merely to intimidate, but she had not anticipated that he would unexpectedly change direction. Halting, the brilliance around her fist dissipated as she turned to face Jiang Chen, who was not far off, and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" Initially, she had perceived him as just an ordinary child, intending only to frighten him, but it appeared this boy was far from simple. Jiang Chen, however, was oblivious to the fact that Qianrenxue merely intended to frighten him momentarily. Observing the frigid expression on her face, he felt a pang of anxiety within. His eyes darted around, and with a look of innocent vulnerability, he implored, "Sister, where am I? I seem to have lost my way and cannot find an exit. Could you kindly guide me on which direction to take?" Jiang Chen's acting is remarkably proficient. His charming demeanor and pitiable expression are sufficient to evoke a nurturing instinct in many maternal beings. Yet, he inadvertently exposes a flaw. Just moments ago, he had skillfully evaded Qianrenxue's pursuit with composure and poise, but now, it seems as though he has undergone a transformation, resembling an innocuous child. Were it anyone else, Jiang Chen might have successfully deceived them, but standing before him is none other than Qianrenxue, the astute and perceptive individual who misses no detail in his every expression and movement. The golden light once again emanates from Qianrenxue's fist, resembling flames of gold, exuding an aura that sends shivers down Jiang Chen's spine. "As far as I am aware, there is no child of your stature within the Pope's palace. Who exactly are you? How did you gain entry? Should you refuse to speak, you shall face death." With the finality of her words, Qianrenxue, ablaze with golden light, advances step by step towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression shifted, unable to suppress his retreat. Ultimately gritting his teeth and declaring, "I am a newly accepted disciple of the Pope." Qianrenxue paused momentarily, then responded with a chilling smile, "Very well. Since you are her disciple, your fate is sealed." In an instant, her speed surged, propelling her toward Jiang Chen with alarming velocity. "What on earth is happening?" Jiang Chen exclaimed in dismay as he turned to flee. Chapter 52. Once again transformed into a fool. Why did Qianrenxue seem to go mad at the mere mention of the Pope? Jiang Chen was aware of the strained relationship between Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong, but he never anticipated it to reach such an extreme. He glanced back to see Qianrenxue approaching him with a face full of fury, her fists radiating a golden light. The brilliance of that light evoked a sensation reminiscent of facing the heavenly thunder, leaving him to doubt whether he could withstand a single blow from Qianrenxue. The ominous presence behind him drew nearer, sending shivers down his spine, and his entire body felt as if it were ablaze with unbearable pain. I must change direction. He swiftly altered his course, narrowly evading Qian Renxue's punch. Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback. This boy had astonishingly dodged her strike once again. In truth, the force of her punch was not particularly formidable. The dazzling golden glow was merely a facade, yet it seemed to have frightened the child considerably. Intriguing. Let me see what unique qualities your disciple possesses. The golden light in Qian Renxue's eyes intensified as she locked her gaze onto Jiang Chen, almost blinding him with its brilliance. Jiang Chen evaded several attacks, drawing closer to the archway. However, Qian Renxue had already discerned his intentions. Jiang Chen lamentably discovered that he was once again obstructed. Moreover, he realized that Qian Renxue's speed seemed to be increasingly swift, as if her flying skills had become remarkably more adept. Bang! Jiang Chen was caught off guard, receiving a powerful punch to his shoulder from Qian Renxue, causing him to stagger uncontrollably and roll several times upon the ground. He let out a muffled groan, realizing that Qian Renxue's soul skill had the effect of eroding his soul power, invading his body and swiftly diminishing his energy while inflicting tremendous pain. Qian Renxue paused, concerned that she might inadvertently harm Jiang Chen. However, in her moment of distraction, he swiftly scrambled to his feet and darted toward the exit. This cunning fellow was attempting to deceive her, Qian Renxue concluded with indignation. You shan't escape. With a powerful flap of her wings, she propelled herself forward with even greater speed, her fists radiating with a more intense golden light. Believing that her previous assault had inflicted no harm upon Jiang Chen, she unabashedly amplified her strength, vowing to demonstrate her prowess, partly as a means to vent her emotions toward Bibi Dong. Jiang Chen remained oblivious to Qian Renxue's hidden intentions. When he realized that her speed had intensified and her energy fluctuations became increasingly formidable, a chill gripped his heart. The force that had invaded his body earlier had already caused him considerable suffering. If she were to land a few more blows, his soul power would likely be completely annihilated. Why are you relentlessly pursuing me when I have done nothing to provoke you? He bellowed in desperation. However, Qian Renxue remained silent, her fists unyielding. Amidst Jiang Chen's anguished cries, he found himself struck several more times. Infuriatingly, Qian Renxue had chosen to target his face, directing her strikes at his handsome visage with unabated fervor. The soul power within Jiang Chen swiftly dissipated, and the pain etched across his face became unbearable, igniting a surge of anger within him. Is Qian Renxue truly such a tyrannical individual? Disappointment flooded his heart. In his wrath, he ceased to evade and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Qian Renxue's fist. The lightning fist. An arc of electricity enveloped his hand, exuding an imposing presence. Qian Renxue, taken aback, instinctively added more force to her strike. With a resounding bang, both of them were sent flying. Qian Renxue was profoundly astonished. Although she had not exerted her full strength, the power unleashed was beyond what an ordinary soul master could withstand. She had not anticipated Jiang Chen's strength to be so formidable that it could propel her backward, leaving her fists tingling. Truly, he is her disciple. At that moment, her evaluation of Jiang Chen soared to great heights. Yet, the more impressive he appeared, the stronger her desire to teach him a lesson became. She had long harbored disdain for Bibi Dong's lofty demeanor, which disregarded her completely. Now, encountering the disciple of that woman, how could she not unleash her frustrations? From childhood, she yearned for that woman's affection and protection, yet was met only with disdainful glances, leaving her perplexed by such treatment. She needed to vent her pent-up dissatisfaction. She aimed to demonstrate her prowess and ascertain whether that woman could feel anything beyond contempt, whether she would be incensed by the mistreatment of her disciple. Poor Jiang Chen remained oblivious to the fact that he had become Qian Renxue's outlet for venting her frustrations, awaiting nothing but a merciless beating. After delivering a punch, Jiang Chen continued his desperate flight across the vast training ground. Qian Renxue guarded the entrance with unwavering vigilance, and the towering walls reaching over 10 meters high filled him with despair. Just as he prepared to unleash his martial soul, Qian Renxue launched another punch toward him. In an instant, Jiang Chen's speed surged dramatically, far exceeding his previous pace. Unable to turn in time, he collided directly with the formidable wall. The structure, forged from an unknown stone, proved as hard as iron, nearly causing him a concussion. Qian Renxue halted, observing the dazed Jiang Chen, who lay on the ground clutching his forehead. What could have caused his speed to increase so drastically? And why did he so foolishly charge into the wall? Did he believe he could break through to escape? That wall was impenetrable, even for me. Countless questions swirled in her mind as she gazed at the pitiful state of Jiang Chen, ultimately deciding to relent. In a parallel state of confusion, Jiang Chen was equally perplexed. Moments earlier, under Qian Rinxue's relentless pursuit, a vision of a thunderous tempest flashed through his mind, propelling his speed to unprecedented levels, leading him to collide intimately with the wall. Damn this wretched technique. He stood up, cradling his forehead. Is the beating over now? Can I leave? His heart was filled with indignation. Alas, he found himself unable to best Qian Rinxue. Otherwise, he would have certainly pressed her to the ground and given her a thorough scolding. Qian Rinxue gazed at Jiang Chen's face, which had swollen significantly, and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Her stunning visage suddenly illuminated with a radiant smile, which, had it been in the past, Jiang Chen would have admired wholeheartedly. Yet now, he found that smile utterly detestable. Realizing her inappropriate reaction, Qian Rinxue immediately suppressed her laughter, adopting a stern expression and reverting to her icy demeanor. Go back and inform your teacher. If she seeks vengeance, let her come find me personally. Seething with suppressed anger, Jiang Chen departed. And with the keen eyesight of the little black bird, he quickly discerned the direction and made his way back to the Pope's quarters. It dawned upon him that it was all due to Bibi Dong that Qian Rinxue had dealt with him so harshly. What concern is your mother-daughter feud to me? He thought, feeling somewhat aggrieved. In a direct confrontation, he was currently no match for Qian Rinxue, but in a life-and-death struggle, the outcome was uncertain. He was, after all, toxic, deadly toxic. However, within the confines of the Pope's palace, he truly dared not take Qian Rinxue's life. How could he return to face others in his current state? His visage was more grotesque than the time Tang San had bested him. Furthermore, the flow of his soul power to his face yielded a woefully inadequate recovery. He lingered outside the palace, reluctant to enter. It was far too humiliating to have arrived only to be beaten into such a sorry state. Junior brother, where are you? Hu emerged from the palace, instantly spotting Jiang Chen, who was preparing to evade. Chapter 53. Bibi Dong's attitude. Hu swiftly approached, her eyes widening in astonishment at Jiang Chen's swollen face. Is that you, junior brother? She inquired uncertainly. Jiang Chen's condition had transformed beyond recognition, making it entirely understandable that Hu could not discern his identity. However, upon noticing his clothing, she was instantly certain of who he was. An overwhelming fury surged within her. It was merely a bath, yet Jiang Chen had been so brutally beaten. How could she possibly explain this to her teacher? Previously, Bibi Dong had instructed her to take good care of Jiang Chen and to ensure he was not bullied. Yet now, having just arrived at the Spirit Hall, he had been reduced to such a state. How could this not incite her wrath? Tell me, senior sister, who did this to you? I will help you seek retribution. She fumed, her body trembling with indignation. Actually, I was stung by a wasp, Jiang Chen admitted sheepishly. Though Qian Rinxue had urged him to return and seek out the teacher, he felt too ashamed to do so. He had been running about carelessly and ended up taking a beating, resigning himself to misfortune. Really? Hu inquired, skepticism lacing her voice. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded. The wasps were enormous, a whole swarm was chasing after me. His face was swollen, leaving Hu unable to ascertain the truth from his expression. Very well. Let me help you heal, she said softly, placing her gentle palm against Jiang Chen's face, her soul power gradually flowing into him in an attempt to mend his injuries. However, to her astonishment, there seemed to be an exceptionally stubborn force beneath his skin, one that her current level of soul power could hardly dissipate in a short time. This wasp is likely a type of soul beast, Hu concluded. She took Jiang Chen by the hand and led him inside. Let us seek out the teacher. She will surely have a solution. Jiang Chen smiled wryly, fully aware that Bibi Dong would likely discern at a glance who had left him in such a state. Hu taking hold of Jiang Chen, led him directly to Bibi Dong's study. Bibi Dong appeared to have just emerged from a bath. Her golden hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she was clad in loose, lightweight attire, having shed the imposing and regal garb of the Pope. Her mature and alluring figure could no longer be concealed, revealing itself before her two disciples. Observing Bibi Dong's magnificent presence, Hu felt a pang of envy. Although her own physique was already remarkable, it paled in comparison to Bibi Dong's grandeur. Teacher, she called out. Bibi Dong, who had been diligently reviewing the accumulated memorials, lifted her gaze and immediately spotted Hu and Jiang Chen. Chinner, what has happened to you? She inquired, swiftly approaching and bending down to caress Jiang Chen's face. Teacher, my junior brother said he was stung by a wasp, Hulaina interjected, her heart racing with trepidation, fearing that Bibi Dong might cast blame upon her. Jiang Chen's injury is a reflection of her failure as a senior sister to provide adequate protection. Should Bibi Dong choose to reprimand her, she would harbor no grievances. Jiang Chen averted his gaze, unable to meet Bibi Dong's eyes, for he was acutely aware that she had undoubtedly recognized him. Did you go to the Elder's Hall? Bibi Dong inquired softly. Jiang Chen nodded gently. Please recount the events to me. Jiang Chen divulged everything without reservation, ultimately reiterating the words of Qian Renxue. It was excessively arrogant, an utter display of bullying. Junior brother, take me there. I shall avenge you, Hulaina declared. Her face etched with fury as she attempted to drag Jiang Chen outside. Jiang Chen firmly grasped her. Senior sister, stop. That elder sister has already attained the soul sovereign level. Hulaina's expression shifted as she gritted her teeth and retorted, what of the soul sovereign? A soul sovereign cannot assault others recklessly. We are not to be trifled with. All right, Nana, this matter does not concern you. Please remain calm. I shall assist Chun with his healing, Bibi Dong said. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, he continued to observe Bibi Dong, whose demeanor remained remarkably calm, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The soul power from Bibi Dong surged into Jiang Chen's skin, swiftly expelling the residual soul power left by Qian Renxue. With her title of Douluo, it was a trivial matter for her to eliminate such energies. Moments later, she withdrew her hand, producing a vial of ointment, and began to apply it to Jiang Chen. This ointment possessed extraordinary properties, penetrating his skin and immediately alleviating the pain while significantly reducing the swelling, leaving a refreshing sensation in its wake. After completing the application, Bibi Dong rose to her feet, confident that he would return to his original state by the following day. Thank you, Master, Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude, recognizing that without Bibi Dong's assistance, his recovery would have taken considerably longer. Master, you must seek justice for junior brother, Hulaina urged. Bibi Dong cast her a sidelong glance, retorting, are you suggesting that a titled Douluo should bully a soul master? Hulaina opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, her expression hardened with determination as she turned to Jiang Chen. Junior brother Chen, you shall take me there tomorrow. I will seek justice for you. With Bibi Dong unable to intervene, it fell upon her, as his senior sister, to take action. Should she remain indifferent? It was likely that both Jiang Chen and Bibi Dong would be disappointed in her. Jiang Chen, moved, said, Senior sister, there's no need for concern. I merely sustained some superficial injuries, and she did not strike with great force. Nana, you need not involve yourself in this matter, and you must not venture inside, understood? Commanded Bibi Dong. Yes, teacher, Hulaina could only comply. Bibi Dong then turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen, stating, as for you, my child, that girl is merely 11 years old, yet possesses a cultivation level of 38. It is no shame to be bested by her. Tomorrow, I suggest you pay another visit there. Jiang Chen was utterly astonished, although he was aware that Qian Renxue possessed an extraordinary talent. Reaching near soul sect level at merely 11 years of age was simply beyond comprehension. Hulaina was similarly struck with a profound sense of shock. Acutely aware of the disparity between herself and that girl, Bibi Dong continued, your martial spirit belongs to the assault category. As a formidable assault-type soul master, it is inevitable that you will endure blows. For the time being, focus on mastering the art of resilience. Remember to attend daily, and upon your return, I shall tend to your injuries. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Being instructed to seek out battles daily was quite an unconventional training method. If it were another soul respect, he might have accepted it, but the reality was that it was Qian Renxue. Her extraordinary talent had already propelled her to the 38th level, creating a significant disparity of over 20 levels. In their sparring sessions, he would only find himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Teacher, could you allow my senior sister to practice with me? Jiang Chen suggested earnestly. Indeed, teacher, I am more than willing. That person is exceptionally ruthless. Having reduced our junior brother to this state, Hulaina added. Bibi Dong shook her head, stating, Nana, as a control-type soul master, you are not suited to spar with Chun'er. A different girl would be more appropriate. She then turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen. Do you understand? As Bibi Dong's expression gradually grew more serious, Jiang Chen could only nod helplessly. The profound truth remained, to grow stronger, one must first learn to endure hardship. How wise that adage was. Chun'er, you may return for now, Bibi Dong instructed. After Jiang Chen's departure, Bibi Dong turned to Hulaina. Nana, In a few days you will be heading to the Wuhuan Palace Academy. I now assign you a task during this time. Endeavor to impart the principles of survival to Chin'er, enabling him to understand how to endure in the death concentration camp. Hulaina was taken aback and exclaimed, Master, are you truly sending junior brother into that place? Chapter 54. The death concentration camp. Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged. My disciple is destined for greatness, both in strength and character. Just like you, although you possess remarkable talent, if you cannot endure the trials of the death concentration camp, I would never accept you as my disciple. The mere thought of that place filled Hulaina with dread. It was her recurring nightmare. Despite having left for some time, she still occasionally awoke in terror from dreams of it. But he is only 6 years old. I was 8 when I entered, and I had my brother to look after me. At his age, he might not survive 3 days in there. Bibi Dong responded resolutely. Thus, whether he survives depends on you. In these days, you can share your experiences with him, preparing his mind for what lies ahead. Hulaina understood that she could not change Bibi Dong's mind and reluctantly agreed. Once Hulaina departed, Bibi Dong revealed a complex expression. That place was the ultimate crucible for forging strength, as her disciple, Jiang Chen, had to enter. Without the heart of a true warrior, how could he ever become one? Even Hulaina had spent 3 years there, emerging by treading upon the corpses of others. Although she cherished Jiang Chen, if he merely possessed the talent for cultivation without the requisite fortitude, she would not hesitate to abandon him in the future. Thus, she arranged for Hulaina to impart her knowledge and ensured that Jiang Chen would learn some combat experience from Qianrenxue. Jiang Chen wore a look of deep dejection. Being sent to spar with Qianrenxue felt more like a chore than a form of cultivation. However, he could not refuse Bibi Dong's command. After some contemplation, he realized that Qianrenxue had not truly sought to harm him, which alleviated some of his gloom. I suppose I can endure this. It will only be slightly uncomfortable, and I can utilize Qianrenxue to refine my 3,000 thunder movements. Upon my return, I shall also benefit from Bibi Dong's gentle ministrations of ointment. It seems I have little to lose. With this thought, Jiang Chen's discontent vanished. He recalled the moment when he had been pursued by Qianrenxue, her sudden burst of speed igniting a spark of inspiration within him. I must have gained a new understanding of the 3,000 thunder movements at that moment, he mused. Resolute, he decided not to return and instead began to practice outside. Alas, despite his efforts, he could not replicate the circumstances of that exhilarating chase. Disappointment washed over him, and he found himself regretting not allowing Qianrenxue to pursue him a while longer. Very well, I shall request another chase tomorrow, perhaps with a few more attempts. I can grasp that sensation. Upon returning to his room, he found Hulaina had already returned. Observing Jiang Chen's disheveled appearance, she wrinkled her nose in disdain and promptly ushered him into the bathroom. You shall not set foot in bed tonight unless you are clean. Hulaina's threatening voice echoed from the bathroom, eliciting a bemused smile from Jiang Chen, who had no intention of going to bed just yet. After a thorough wash, he emerged to find Hulaina had prepared a meal. Here, the servants delivered 3 meals a day, a fact Hulaina had previously mentioned, so he was not surprised. The delectable dishes were a testament to Hulaina's exquisite culinary skills, prompting Jiang Chen to praise her cooking profusely. Is the teacher really sending me to a death camp? What sort of place is that? He inquired, astonished. Hulaina set down her chopsticks, her expression grave. This is the place where the Spirit Hall trains its prodigies. To emerge alive from there is to become one of the most valued talents of the Spirit Hall. However, surviving is no easy feat. With your current strength, you would likely be eliminated in moments. Isn't the Spirit Hall Academy the place for nurturing prodigies? Why is there a death camp as well? Jiang Chen questioned, perplexed. Hulaina shook her head. It is not the same. The death camp's primary focus is on forging the temperament of its prodigies. Those who emerge from there are invariably decisive and resilient, each one worth 3 of those trained in the academy. Jiang Chen, filled with curiosity, inquired, Senior sister, did you also take many lives during your time inside? Hulaina nodded solemnly. I spent 3 arduous years within those confines, facing death 9 times, and ultimately took the lives of 20 peers. In my cohort, only 3 of us emerged victorious, and I was among them. Thus, entering that place is truly a perilous endeavor, akin to walking a tightrope between life and death, especially considering your tender age. Her expression was one of deep concern. She held a fondness for her junior disciple and wished to shield Jiang Chen from a tragic fate. Jiang Chen was remarkably untroubled, for he had never feared anyone of his own age. Observing Jiang Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Hulaina couldn't help but exclaim, "Aren't you the least bit frightened?" "I am terrified. Worried that I might inadvertently eliminate everyone inside." Jiang Chen replied with a playful grin. Hulaina rolled her eyes in response, stating, "If you enter with such a mindset, I assure you, you will not survive beyond 3 days." Jiang Chen retracted his smile and said, "Then, senior sister, would you kindly impart a bit of your wisdom to me?" Hulaina replied, "My experience can be distilled into a single phrase. Trust no one and always remain vigilant." Jiang Chen silently etched this in his heart. Although he possessed confidence in his own abilities, he was far from arrogant, having witnessed numerous instances of downfall from overconfidence. After finishing their meal, Hulaina began to meditate and cultivate her skills. Xiao Chun, to become a formidable force, diligence is indispensable. "Come, let us practice together," she urged. Already seated on the bed, as she crossed her legs, the delicate fabric of her trousers gathered, revealing her fair calves, with hints of allure subtly apparent, exuding a more potent charm than ever before. "Ahem, senior sister, I prefer to cultivate in more spacious surroundings," Jiang Chen replied, swiftly retreating to the balcony. Their room was on the 2nd floor, and stepping outside the balcony led to the rooftop of another building. Jiang Chen settled down and glanced back at the balcony not far away, releasing a long sigh of relief. Truly, she possessed an innate charm that captivated all ages. Even he, a mere child, found it nearly irresistible. He understood that Hulaina's allure was not intentional, it was simply her nature. Hulaina stepped out beside Jiang Chen. Her brow furrowed in curiosity as she remarked, "This is the first time I have encountered someone who is accustomed to cultivating outside." As Jiang Chen turned around, his appearance startled Hulaina. 2 pristine fangs were bared, and his eyes were as dark as ink, with sharp nails glinting ominously. "Sister, I truly am not afraid of you. My martial spirit is suited for cultivation under the moonlight." Curiously, Hulaina leaned closer, reaching out to touch Jiang Chen's fangs, exclaiming in surprise, "So it's true. Little Chen, those teeth of yours are not meant for biting, are they?" "They are indeed for biting. And they contain a potent venom," Jiang Chen replied. Hulaina instinctively recoiled a few steps, recalling Jiang Chen's earlier words about his martial spirit being venomous, never realizing it was released through his fangs. "Then I shall not disturb your cultivation, but remember to return and rest when you are weary," Hulaina said, before gracefully leaping onto the balcony and returning to her bed to continue her own practice. In the dead of night, Jiang Chen awoke suddenly, driven by the urge to relieve himself. As he turned to head to the restroom, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Chapter 55, Sister S Experiment. The room was dimly lit, yet Jiang Chen's eyes could discern shapes in the darkness. At that moment, Hulaina had concluded her cultivation and was fast asleep on the bed. She lay on her side, curled up, her legs tucked close, and her rounded form was striking. A pink pair of shorts bore a hole from which a fluffy tail emerged, weaving between her legs and curling around her, cradled in her embrace. Her brows were furrowed, and her body quivered slightly, as if she were trapped in a terrifying nightmare. She seemed so pitiful, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy. He surmised that Hulaina had recently emerged from that death camp and was yet to shake off the haunting memories of her harrowing experiences. Just how terrifying was that death camp? A heaviness settled in Jiang Chen's heart. He had never taken a life, yet since arriving in this world, he had come to the grim realization that survival often necessitated such actions. Thus, while he was not particularly concerned upon hearing tales of the camp's horrors, he knew he could endure unless faced with something exceedingly formidable or utterly obliterated. Choosing not to awaken Hulaina, he addressed his own matters before returning outside to continue his cultivation. He believed that with time, her nightmares would gradually fade away. As dawn broke, Jiang Chen returned to the room to find Hulaina already awake. "Little Chen, you are truly remarkable. You cultivated the entire night," she exclaimed with envy. Meditation and cultivation require considerable mental energy, and those with a stronger mental capacity can endure longer sessions, while those with lesser strength must rest to recover after a period. Hulaina had yet to encounter someone as young as Jiang Chen, who could cultivate through the night at merely 6 years old. "My martial spirit thrives under the moonlight, so I do not feel fatigued while cultivating," Jiang Chen explained. "I understand. This is called martial spirit mimicry cultivation, which significantly enhances the effects of your practice," Hulaina said, her admiration evident. "Little junior brother, you will surely become a remarkable figure in the future," she affirmed. "Well, it's not too bad. My goal is to reach level 100. Hulaina shot him a glance. 100 levels, you say? The teacher has mentioned that level 100 is merely a legend. It hasn't been seen for over a millennium. Jiang Chen touched his nose, pondering the formidable challenge of reaching level 100. Even for prodigies, inheriting the legacy of the deities is a perilous endeavor, often fraught with near-fatal risks. Without such divine inheritance, the difficulty escalates exponentially. Even the prodigious Tang San, who remarkably ascended to level 99 without any form of inheritance, ultimately found himself ensnared at that threshold, unable to progress further. Despite the daunting nature of this journey, Jiang Chen understood that his unique advantage lay in possessing a system, which might just enable him to weave a miracle of his own. As he contemplated these thoughts, Hulaina suddenly leaned in, her alluring visage nearly brushing against Jiang Chen's face. "Junior brother," she inquired, "do you find your senior sister beautiful?" Jiang Chen stepped back several paces, awkwardly nodding. "You are indeed beautiful, senior sister. But why do you seem unaffected by my allure?" "Well, my willpower is rather strong," he replied. "Is that so?" Hulaina's eyes sparkled with mischief as she inquired, "Would you be willing to assist me in my cultivation?" "Of course," Jiang Chen responded readily. "How shall I aid you in your practice?" "It's quite simple," she laughed playfully. "I will use you as a gauge to test whether my charm has intensified each day." With that, she transformed her martial spirit and struck a seductive pose. Jiang Chen's face turned pale, and he dashed out of the room. But Hulaina swiftly pulled him back. "You cannot, senior sister." His cries echoed. At lunchtime, Jiang Chen appeared wan and fatigued, resembling someone recovering from a severe illness. Hulaina was truly relentless, employing him as a subject for her experiments to discover how to maximize her allure. Although Jiang Chen's physical form is merely 6 years old, his soul has endured immense torment. If this continues, he begins to question whether it will adversely affect his future physical and mental development. Fortunately, Hulaina is set to depart for the Wuhuan Academy in a few days, and the mere thought of this brings a subtle improvement to his demeanor. "Little junior brother, you are truly remarkable. Many have found themselves ensnared by my sister's allure, completely at my mercy, yet you consistently manage to extricate yourself with remarkable swiftness. I even wonder if you might be a girl." As she spoke, Hulaina's gaze descended, fixating on Jiang Chen below, her demeanor brimming with eager anticipation. In fact, Jiang Chen could discern a certain desire for conquest gleaming in her eyes. A tremor coursed through Jiang Chen's heart as he hastily discarded his bowl and chopsticks, rushing outside in trepidation, fearing that a dreadful event might unfold if he delayed any longer. What if Hulaina decided to verify his identity? "I shall seek out that sister for training," he called back. Hulaina scoffed, curling her lips in disbelief. "I refuse to believe anyone can withstand my allure." This time, Jiang Chen navigated his way without losing direction, successfully arriving once more at the martial arts arena. The venue was deserted. Qian Renxue was absent. Perhaps she had gone to eat, Jiang Chen mused, noting that it was still the noon hour. With Qian Renxue not present, he settled down in a small gazebo at the edge of the arena. Upon reflecting on the subtle intentions behind Qian Renxue's earlier actions, his anger dissipated. In truth, Qian Renxue warranted sympathy. Longing for her mother's affection, she had endured a cold and indifferent upbringing at the hands of Bibi Dong, which had understandably bred resentment within her. An idea suddenly sparked in Jiang Chen's mind. Perhaps he could leverage his identity to bridge the chasm between mother and daughter, thereby preventing the tragic scenario of mutual forgiveness only after death. In his previous life, he had nearly shed tears over this regret while reading. Now, an opportunity to rectify it lay before him, and he was eager to seize the chance. However, careful planning was essential, with the greatest challenge being Bibi Dong. If she were willing to take the initiative, the situation would simplify considerably. Untangling the knots in Bibi Dong's heart would not be an easy endeavor. After pondering without a clear resolution, Jiang Chen temporarily abandoned the thought and reclined instead. Having just eaten, it was unwise to engage in strenuous activity. Thus, he opted for a brief rest to recuperate from Hulaina's earlier torment. Not long after he lay down, he drifted into a hazy slumber. Half an hour later, Qian Renxue entered, her brows furrowing as she surveyed the empty arena. She had waited there all morning, yet Bibi Dong had not arrived, further fueling her dissatisfaction. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she spotted Jiang Chen reclining in the gazebo. With graceful agility, she moved swiftly to stand before him. At that moment, Jiang Chen's facial injuries had healed. He lay there with his mouth agape, a glistening thread of saliva trickling from the corner of his lips, trailing down his cheek to form a small puddle on the ground. Chapter 56. Qian Rinxue. Overwhelmed with tears, content may seem somewhat tedious. Jiang Chen's body gently rose and fell, occasionally smacking his lips, a sight that was undeniably endearing. Upon witnessing this, Qian Rinxue felt a pang of guilt. Such a charming child, yet she had unleashed her frustrations upon him the day prior. As she hesitated, contemplating whether to offer Jiang Chen an apology, he suddenly opened his eyes. Startled to find Qian Rinxue standing before him, he quickly sat up, apprehensive of whether she might strike without warning. To his relief, as he retreated a few steps, Qian Rinxue remained stationary, showing no inclination to act. Her demeanor was far from the icy disposition of the previous day, instead exhibiting a serene calmness. Is your teacher not here to stand up for you? Jiang Chen shook his head. The teacher declared her to be a titled Douluo, assuring that she would not bully you. Not bully me, chuckled Qian Rinxue as she took a seat, her expression tinged with sarcasm. How could she even utter such words? She would rather show kindness to her own disciples than spare me a glance. As she spoke, Qian Rinxue's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Are you all right? Jiang Chen inquired as he approached her. I am fine, Qian Rinxue replied, her turbulent emotions dissipating, returning to a state of tranquility. I apologize for striking you yesterday when I was in a foul mood. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Qian Rinxue would apologize to him. He shook his head and, with a grin, replied, I'm perfectly fine. I'm in great shape, see? I don't look like a pig-ass head anymore. Do I? As he spoke, he playfully flared his nostrils and made a silly face. A soft chuckle escaped Qian Rinxue's usually serene countenance, and in that moment, the distance between them seemed to close a little. Little one, what is your name? Qian Rinxue inquired. I am Jiang Chen. And you, elder sister? I am Qian Rinxue. Elder sister, what is your relationship with my teacher? Jiang Chen asked. Her? I call her sister. Upon mentioning Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue's expression darkened once more. It seems she is quite concerned about you, Jiang Chen remarked abruptly. Qian Rinxue paused for a moment before responding with a cold laugh. Concerned about me? Jiang Chen fully harnessed the advantage of his youthful innocence, nodding earnestly as he spoke. Indeed, she had been calling out for Xiao Shui even in her slumber. I suspect that must be you. Qian Rinxue was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Chen's earnest expression, which bore no trace of deceit. An inexplicable thrill surged within her, and she grasped Jiang Chen's shoulders, shaking him as she exclaimed, Is what you say truly the case? Jiang Chen affirmed with certainty, Indeed. She came to Nottingham to fetch me, and on our journey back, every time she dozed off, she would call your name. In truth, Jiang Chen was not lying. It was indeed true that Bai Dong had uttered Qian Rinxue's name in her slumber, though not as frequently as implied. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's unequivocal response, Qian Rinxue felt as if something within her heart had shattered. A torrent of long-suppressed emotions surged forth, filling every corner of her being. And tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. I must go find her, she exclaimed urgently, rising to her feet, ready to depart. Jiang Chen swiftly grasped her hand, knowing that if Qian Rinxue were to confront her teacher now, it would likely culminate in a fierce argument, followed by an enduring cold war. Qian Rinxue, puzzled, lowered her gaze to Jiang Chen. Sister, I believe it would be best if you refrained from seeking out my teacher, Jiang Chen advised. Why? Qian Rinxue retorted, her desire to confront Bibi Dong for clarity overwhelming her. Let us sit down and discuss this, Jiang Chen urged, gently guiding Qian Rinxue to a seat. At that moment, Qian Rinxue felt less urgency. Sister, from your previous words, I surmise that my teacher is rather indifferent towards you in her usual demeanor? Qian Rinxue was taken aback, unable to fathom that Jiang Chen could discern such insights from her frustrated remarks. She nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is my mother, yet throughout my life, she has never once shown me care or smiled at me. Each time we meet, her demeanor is frigid, and at times, I can even perceive a hint of disdain in her eyes. I am her daughter. Why does she treat me so? Is her heart made of iron? As she continued, tears began to flow uncontrollably, revealing her vulnerability in that moment. The strength she once held crumbled entirely. Her delicate frame trembled, and by the end of her lament, she was unable to speak through her sobs. In the presence of such a young child as Jiang Chen, she felt no need to conceal her emotions, allowing herself to express her anguish fully. With a face full of compassion, Jiang Chen handed over several tissues, gently patting Qian Rinxue's hand in a bid to comfort her. Sister, please do not be saddened. As Qian Rinxue poured out the grievances that had long been pent up within her, she felt a remarkable sense of relief wash over her, gradually ceasing her tears. Thank you. She accepted the tissues, dabbing at her eyes. Sister, There is a reason I have not urged you to seek out my teacher immediately. What reason? Qian Renxue inquired, her expression one of astonishment as she pressed for more information. The teacher calls your name even in her dreams, which signifies that deep within her heart, she harbors a profound love for you. At this juncture, Jiang Chen glanced at Qian Renxue and noticed her growing agitation. However, her usual demeanor towards you is quite cold, indicating a reluctance to express her affection, which she has repressed deep within. Is there any mother in this world who does not love her daughter? Perhaps she is burdened by unavoidable circumstances. What circumstances? Qian Renxue pressed again, unconsciously tightening her grip on Jiang Chen's hand, entirely captivated by his words. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I am not yet aware of your troubles, but I have heard a story that bears a striking resemblance to your situation. Would you care to listen? Qian Renxue quickly nodded in agreement. Once, there was a single mother with 2 sons who shared a deep bond and lived a life filled with happiness. However, one fateful day, the younger son tragically drowned. The mother was devastated and sought the counsel of a fortune teller who deceitfully informed her that her destiny was too formidable, having caused the death of her own child. To prevent the loss of her other son, she was advised to suppress her love. Consequently, the mother grew distant towards her surviving son, neglecting him completely thereafter. Yet in her solitude, she wept silently, offering daily prayers to God for forgiveness and for her son's safety. Although the son could not comprehend the sudden coldness of his mother, he maintained an optimistic disposition and remained dutifully devoted to her. Eventually, he managed to unravel the emotional barriers that had formed in her heart, and the family was reunited, living happily together once more. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he noticed that Qian Renxue was once again in tears, and with a sense of helplessness, he handed her several tissues. Although I am unaware of the reasons behind the teacher's indifference towards you, it is certain that she has her own struggles. If you confront her directly, her demeanor may worsen, concealing her affection for you even more, much like the mother in the story. What should I do then? Qian Renxue asked, her voice trembling with sorrow. Jiang Chen revealed a smile and reassured, rest assured, leave it to me. I will surely uncover the teacher's inner turmoil and find a way to resolve it, allowing you and your mother to open your hearts. Chapter 57. How wonderful is Shui Jiang Chen. Thank you, Qian Renxue said, deeply moved, as she embraced Jiang Chen tightly. Jiang Chen's face withdrew from that tender spot, turning a deep shade of crimson. Sister, you may simply call me Xiaochen, he said, observing the rosy hue of Jiang Chen's cheeks. Qian Renxue could not help but smile. You should call me Sister Shui as well. Certainly, Sister Shui. Well then, Xiaochen, I entrust this matter to you. Rest assured, Sister Shui, I shall assist you without fail. Although he spoke with assurance, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of uncertainty. The emotional barriers surrounding Bai Dong were exceedingly resolute and not easily dismantled. However, once these walls were breached and mother and daughter reconciled, even if Qian Renxue later discovered that her father had been slain by Bai Dong, Jiang Chen believed that with his guidance, she would find it easier to accept, especially upon learning of Bai Dong's tragic past. Qian Renxue gently caressed Jiang Chen's face and inquired, did it still ache from the way I struck you yesterday? Jiang Chen shook his head, declaring, it no longer hurts, sister. Today I still wish to be struck by you. Qian Renxue was taken aback and swiftly touched Jiang Chen's forehead. I hope I haven't knocked you senseless, she remarked. The teacher mentioned that in a few days, I would be sent to a death camp to learn from you how to endure pain. Did you not notice yesterday? Under your relentless pressure, I ultimately unleashed my potential. My speed has notably increased. Recalling the scene from yesterday when Jiang Chen had banged his head against the wall, Qian Renxue suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter. Having just shared her innermost thoughts with Jiang Chen, and with him having promised to help her unravel her emotional turmoil concerning Bibi Dong, she had unconsciously come to regard Jiang Chen as her closest confidant. Sister, in a few days, I too shall depart from the Spirit Hall, embarking on a distant mission. Since you wish to experience pain, I shall indulge you for a few days, but do not cry out in agony, Qian Renxue teased. Men never cry out in pain. Come, sister, and torment me fiercely. Jiang Chen laughed as he dashed onto the training field. With her emotional barriers lifted, Qian Renxue resembled any other joyous young woman, her face aglow with delight. She entered the training arena, summoning her angelic martial spirit. Little Chen, how would you like your sister to torment you? Qian Renxue inquired playfully. Just like yesterday, apply the utmost pressure, as long as you refrain from striking my face, Jiang Chen responded. That is quite simple, but considering your swift movements, I suspect your martial spirit must be a speed-focused beast spirit, correct? Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, no. He then unleashed his martial spirit, which manifested as a zombie-like form, encircled by a violet soul ring. Qian Renxue gasped in astonishment, her alluring lips parting in disbelief as she rubbed her eyes. Little Chen, where did you acquire this Millennium Soul Ring? She could not help but inquire. Observing her astonished expression, Jiang Chen felt a subtle sense of accomplishment and promptly recounted the explanation he had given to Bibi Dong that day. After a moment of silence, Qian Renxue exclaimed, you are even more formidable than my sister. When she awakened, she already possessed a soul power of level 20 to absorb a more powerful soul ring. I refrained from hastening my breakthrough and spent 2 years refining my body, yet my first 2 soul rings still fall far short of the millennium mark. Jiang Chen was equally astonished. To think that Qian Renxue began absorbing soul rings at the tender age of 8, and, after 3 years, had ascended to the 38th level. What a remarkable prodigy. Your martial soul is quite extraordinary. Its manifestation is strikingly formidable, and I have no doubt that, as you mature, you will captivate many young admirers. Qian Renxue approached Jiang Chen for a closer inspection. Very well, let us commence. The death concentration camp is a perilous place, and thus, my training for you will be rigorous and unyielding. Jiang Chen nodded, relinquishing his martial soul state, as his primary focus was to cultivate the 3000 Thunder Movement technique, rendering the release of his martial soul unnecessary. It felt as if yesterday had repeated itself, as the two engaged in another exhilarating chase. However, their relationship had transformed. Qian Renxue no longer directed her fists towards Jiang Chen's face, possessing the formidable strength of a soul master at level 38. With her martial soul being that of an angel, she excelled in speed. During the previous day's pursuit of Jiang Chen, she had only unleashed a fraction of her potential. She did not hold back, and her punches made Jiang Chen wince in pain. Indeed, Jiang Chen's intuition proved correct. Under the relentless pressure of Qian Renxue, the 3000 thunderclaps manifested several times, gradually awakening a profound resonance within him. It was only after Jiang Chen was utterly exhausted that Qian Renxue would relent. The two would then take a brief respite before resuming their rigorous training. Though it was ostensibly to aid Jiang Chen in his cultivation, Qian Renxue exhibited an enthusiasm that surpassed his own, rendering his experience a delightful torment. As the evening approached, the two found solace in a pavilion, resting together. Like Cinderella hastily departing from the prince before her magic faded, inadvertently leaving behind a single crystal shoe, Qian Renxue propped her chin on her hand. Attentively listening to Jiang Chen's tale, her spirit captivated by the narrative, Jiang Chen glanced at the sky, which was rapidly darkening. Sister Xue, I must take my leave. We shall continue the tale tomorrow. Enveloped in the narrative, Qian Renxue's brows furrowed in protest. No, you shall not depart without finishing the story. Did the prince find Cinderella? Did the wicked stepmother and her sisters receive their just deserts? Pray, complete the tale for me. Perhaps tomorrow, my senior sister awaits my return for dinner. Jiang Chen replied with a wry smile. That will not do. If you do not finish today, do not expect me to train with you tomorrow, Qian Renxue threatened, nearly twisting Jiang Chen's ear. Having grown up by Qian Daoliu's side, devoid of the joys of childhood, she found it intolerable to resist such a captivating story. With a sense of resignation, Jiang Chen patiently recounted tales for another half hour, ultimately eliciting a satisfied smile from Qian Renxue. Then, with eager anticipation, she gazed at him. Little Chen, do you have any other stories? Indeed, I have more. Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, The Little Match Girl, and the tale of Su Xian and the snake. I shall regale you with them tomorrow. Qian Renxue glanced at the sky and replied, Very well, but you must come early. I will, Jiang Chen affirmed. Yet before he could finish his sentence, she had already dashed out. He marveled at how this young girl's mind could harbor such an abundance of enchanting stories. Qian Renxue lingered on the narratives Jiang Chen had just shared, still savoring their charm. As Jiang Chen traversed halfway, he beheld Hu Laina, who was anxiously pacing about. Senior sister, Jiang Chen called out, hastening towards her. I am hungry, he lamented pitifully upon reaching her. Unfazed by his woeful demeanor, Hu Laina promptly seized his ear. You've only just returned. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? If you hadn't shown up, I would have been compelled to seek out the teacher, Hu Laina admonished fiercely. Feeling the sharp sting in his ear, Jiang Chen could only muster a bitter smile, reflecting that Xue air was far kinder. Chapter 58, The Trial of Willpower, Part 4. Though Hu-Lai's demeanor was somewhat fierce, Jiang Chen could still perceive the deep concern emanating from her. Hu-Lai soon released her grip and inquired, "Are you all right? Did I hurt you?" Jiang Chen shook his head, indicating he felt no pain. "Let us dine. The food is nearly cold," he suggested. Hu-Lai treated him with a tenderness akin to that of a beloved younger brother, evoking a sense of cherished care within him. This sentiment was one he had never experienced in either his past or present life, and the thought of Hu-Lai's tragic fate in the future stirred a pang of sympathy in his heart. Tang San, that insensitive fellow, might warrant his intervention to prevent Hu-Lai from falling for him. After their evening meal, Hu-Lai led him to meet Bibi Dong. Upon observing Jiang Chen's unblemished countenance, Bibi Dong was taken aback. In her mind, she had anticipated that Qianren, upon discovering her absence, would unleash her ire upon Jiang Chen once more. Yet, Jiang Chen appeared perfectly well, with no significant injuries elsewhere on his body. "Did that sister not strike you today?" Bibi Dong inquired. "She did. But later she tended to my wounds," Jiang Chen replied. Bibi Dong's astonishment deepened. "She did not lose her temper or utter any harsh words." Jiang Chen shook his head, stating that there was no need for concern. She had apologized, acknowledging that her actions the previous day had been excessively forceful. Upon understanding his intentions, she readily agreed to accompany him in training for the entire afternoon. Bibi Dong ceased her inquiries, and Jiang Chen was left pondering her thoughts. "Nana, you will be departing for the Spirit Hall Academy in 3 days. Spend these days cherishing your time with Chen." "Certainly, teacher," Hu-Lai replied, a sudden pang of reluctance swelling within her heart, both for Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen. Previously, aside from her brother, she had known no other close companions. Now, she had gained 2 more, her teacher and her junior. "Very well, you may return now, but remember to cultivate your soul power this evening." Upon returning to his quarters, Jiang Chen took a shower before venturing out to practice, feeling an overwhelming urge to distance himself from Hu-Lai. Yet, his actions did not go unnoticed by her. They only intensified her desire to conquer him, not in a romantic sense, but rather to ensnare him within the allure of her charm. In the early morning, Jiang Chen returned rather early and fortuitously witnessed the moment Hu-Lai retracted her foxtail. He was profoundly intrigued by the transformation of beast martial spirits, which not only allowed for beastification but also often resulted in the physical manifestation of additional features, such as elongated ears or the emergence of tails. Jiang Chen was perplexed as to why Hu-Lai would unleash her martial spirit in her slumber. Perhaps it was a consequence of comfort, or perhaps it stemmed from the harsh environment in which she had once lived, fostering such a habit. Hu-Lai possessed a physique of exquisite proportions, with a delicate waist that could be encircled by a single hand and an astonishing curvature between her back and hips. In the fleeting moment that her foxtail retracted, Jiang Chen inadvertently glimpsed something that he ought not to have seen. Oblivious to his presence, Hu-Lai donned her outer garments. Viewing the 6-year-old Jiang Chen as nothing more than a Navi child, far from being a man. After breakfast, the ever-cautious Hu-Lai seized Jiang Chen, who was attempting to sneak away, and resumed her relentless experiments. Meanwhile, Qianren had arrived at the training grounds after her meal. Having urged Jiang Chen to come early the previous day, assisting Jiang Chen with his training had now become a secondary objective. Primarily, she yearned to hear more of the heartfelt love stories that had moved her so deeply yesterday. However, as the minutes turned into an hour and Jiang Chen still failed to appear, Qianren furrowed her brows and decided to venture out. Since Jiang Chen was absent, she resolved to seek him out personally, suspecting he might still be indulging in slumber. If that were indeed the case, she would not hesitate to deliver a few sound spanks to his posterior. After all, he was soon to be in a training camp, and such laziness warranted a reprimand. She was aware of the location of the Pope's chambers and knew that Bibi Dong was currently preoccupied with affairs of the Spirit Hall, leaving the chambers unguarded. Without a second thought, she entered, and after wandering within for some time, she suddenly heard Jiang Chen's pleas for mercy echoing intermittently. Not sleeping in. It seemed he was being bullied instead. With such thoughts racing through her mind, she quickened her pace. In her heart, Jiang Chen held a position akin to that of a younger brother, and she would not permit anyone to bully him. Should such a situation arise, she vowed she would not show mercy. She swiftly approached the direction from which the sound emanated, and upon nearing the small building where Jiang Chen resided, she finally discerned his voice clearly. Yet, she soon broke free from the enchantment. As a woman, the allure weakened in her presence, compounded by the disparity in their strengths. Hu-Lai's charm posed no threat to her. She was aware that Bibi Dong had a disciple with a fox martial soul, yet she had never encountered her until now. Under these circumstances, witnessing Hu Laina's captivating abilities, anger surged within her, as she felt indignant that this vixen would employ her seductive powers to torment a young boy like Jiang Chen. How could a mere 6-year-old withstand such allure? It was possible he had already fallen victim to her malicious intentions. Fueled by rage, her soul power surged, and with a powerful leap, she ascended to the second floor, forcefully kicking open the door. The scene within the room instantly unfolded before her eyes. At that moment, Jiang Chen was compelled to sit on the sofa by Hu Laina, who stood before him, her large tail swaying incessantly, her 2 soul rings flickering intermittently as she engaged in actions brimming with seduction. Jiang Chen occasionally found himself lost in a daze, only to swiftly regain his composure, caught in a cycle of confusion. Witnessing this scene, Qian Rinxue could no longer contain her fury. Her chest nearly burst with rage. "You vixen, I shall end your life." In a fit of wrath, Qian Rinxue summoned her martial soul, unleashing her first soul skill, Angel Assault, as her golden fist hurtled towards Hu Laina. As the door was kicked open, Hu Laina had already realized that an unfamiliar girl had broken into her room. However, before she could express her anger, the girl had already made her move. The 3 soul rings surrounding her filled Hu Laina with trepidation, and she immediately deduced that this was the girl who had been training with Jiang Chen. Hu Laina activated 2 skills in succession. Her fluffy tail radiated a crimson glow, amplifying her charm ability to its zenith. Even Qian Rinxue faltered momentarily under this allure. And the nearly ensnared Hu Laina vanished from the path of her punch. Hu Laina evaded to the side, realizing that her charm had little effect on Qian Rinxue. A sense of dread filled her heart as she brandished a gleaming dagger. "Cease this at once." Jiang Chen rose, his voice booming with authority. The 2 women, upon witnessing his furious countenance, exchanged a fierce glance before retracting their martial souls. Qian Rinxue hurried to Jiang Chen's side and inquired with concern, "Little Chen, are you all right?" She then turned her ire towards Hu Laina, exclaiming, "Is this how you treat your junior? He is but a child." Jiang Chen disapproved of the escalating conflict between the 2 women. "Sister Shui, I am fine. I am merely preparing for the concentration camp. Sister is only honing my willpower." "You misunderstood." "Really?" Qian Rinxue paused, her skepticism evident in her voice. Jiang Chen nodded. "Indeed. Then why did you shout so loudly just now?" Jiang Chen's face flushed as he said, "I have reached my limits. Only by transcending them can I grow stronger. My senior sister once told me that those with formidable willpower cannot be swayed by others and will face challenges with greater courage." Qian Rinxue's cheeks reddened, believing Jiang Chen's words, realizing that she had misunderstood Hu Laina. "I apologize. I was unaware that you were training Xiao Chun," she said with a look of remorse. Hu Laina, feeling awkward, replied, "It's all right. Your concern for him is understandable. Sister Shui, you should head back now. I will come to find you this afternoon." Jiang Chen urged, gently nudging Qian Rinxue. She stood up, conceding, "All right, but you must come early this afternoon." She then turned to Hu Laina and added, "I entrust Xiao Chen's willpower training to you. Please don't hold back. Be a bit stricter with him." With that, she hurried away, feeling embarrassed for having misunderstood and for the altercation. Chapter 59. Farewell. The intertwined pain and joy of Jiang Chen's training unfolded before him. In the morning, he was captivated by the enchanting charms of Hu Laina, and in the afternoon, he engaged in practical combat training with Qian Rinxue. Time swiftly passed, and after 3 days, Hu Laina quietly packed her personal belongings and exited the Hall of the Pope alongside Jiang Chen. At the foot of the mountain, she reluctantly bid farewell to him, while Bai Dong did not come to see him off. "Little Chen, each training session in the camp varies in content. The advice I can offer you remains the same. Never trust anyone too readily and always maintain a vigilant heart," Hu Laina reiterated. "I know, senior sister. You've repeated that phrase 800 times, Jiang Chen replied helplessly. "You must return alive. I will be waiting for you at the Wuhuan Academy." Jiang Chen hastily urged Hu Laina to board the carriage. "Hurry, I must return to my cultivation. Rest assured, I shall take good care of myself." As the carriage set in motion, Hu Laina departed. The Martial Soul Academy is also located within this Martial Soul City, yet once admitted to the academy, students are scarcely permitted to leave until the holidays. Observing the carriage's retreat, Jiang Chen discovered a lingering sense of reluctance towards this exceptional senior sister. It had taken Hu Laina 3 years to emerge from the concentration camp. Perhaps by the time he exits, several years will have elapsed as well. Upon returning to his desolate room, the girl who had tormented his thoughts for days was no longer present, leaving his heart unexpectedly hollow. Shaking his head, he forced himself to dismiss thoughts of Hu Liena's departure and exited the room, making his way towards Qian Rinxue. Over the past 3 days, their interactions had evolved from a mere chase to an intense confrontation. He had mastered the profound intricacies of the 3,000 thunder movements, rendering his speed incomparable to before. With the enhancement of his first soul skill, Qian Rinxue candidly remarked that even among soul masters of the 20th rank, Jiang Chen's current velocity was remarkable. During their skirmishes, Qian Rinxue initially suppressed her strength to the level of a soul master, only to find herself decisively overwhelmed by Jiang Chen. Since that encounter, she no longer underestimated him, adjusting her prowess to that of a great soul master. With her vast soul power and 2 soul skills, she finally managed to restrain Jiang Chen. Nonetheless, she remained astounded. Her own innate talent was exceedingly extraordinary, not only reflected in her cultivation speed, but also in her combat prowess, ranking among the finest of her peers. Yet, even with the strength of a great soul master, she could merely contain Jiang Chen, discovering that no matter how she attacked, inflicting substantial damage upon him proved exceedingly challenging. However, her intention was not to harm Jiang Chen, but rather to provide him with practical combat experience. Being able to keep Jiang Chen at bay was sufficient. Prior to this, his combat experience was minimal, having fought Tang San only twice, although he had cultivated the lightning fist. The true power of the technique could only be unleashed through first-hand experience in battle. Various theories must be transformed into tangible strength. Amidst Qian Rinxue's astonished gaze, he grew increasingly formidable, with enhancements in speed, strength, reflexes, and combat awareness. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Rinxue augmented her soul power output, nearing the strength of a soul sovereign. It was only when Jiang Chen's soul power was exhausted that they finally ceased their sparring. "Xiao Chen, you are truly remarkable," Qian Rinxue exclaimed in the pavilion, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, her expression one of wonder. At that moment, her attire, drenched in perspiration, clung tightly to her form, rendering the contours of her blossoming physique unmistakably apparent to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's cheeks flushed, and his gaze wavered slightly. He expressed his gratitude to Sister Schwerer for her companionship during the recent training sessions, feeling that his strength had multiplied several times since their initial encounters. Qian Rinxue approached him and playfully pinched his cheek. "You little rascal are truly extraordinary. When I was at the Soul Master level, my combat prowess was not even a match for yours. By the time you approach level 20, you might even contend with the Soul Sovereign." As he stood close to Qian Rinxue, inhaling the fragrance emanating from her body in the heat, Jiang Chen felt a bit dizzy. "Sister, you're leaving tomorrow," Qian Rinxue suddenly said, her voice tinged with sadness. Jiang Chen did not inquire about where Qian Rinxue was headed. He surmised that she was likely on a covert mission to seize power in the Heaven-Do Empire. "When will you return?" He could not help but ask. Despite being aware of the narrative, Qian Rinxue shook her head, indicating the uncertainty of her return, perhaps in a few years, or even a decade or more. "And what if I miss you?" Jiang Chen blurted out impulsively. Qian Rinxue fell silent, feeling a twinge of reluctance for this charming younger brother. Yet the mission she was bound to undertake was imperative. After a prolonged pause, she finally replied, "When you have grown strong enough, consult your teacher. If she permits you to seek me out, then we shall meet again." Jiang Chen nodded vigorously, assuring himself that he would soon become powerful. Qian Rinxue smiled as she embraced Jiang Chen, affirming that no matter what, he would always be her brother. Jiang Chen lay enveloped in the soft embrace of the 1,000-foot snow, and in this final moment, he did not shy away. "Did you not mention yesterday that there was a tale akin to that of Liang Shanbo and Romeo? Please share that story with your sister." Jiang Chen nodded and began to recount the poignant love story that has moved countless hearts to tears. In the end, the graves of Liang Shanbo and Romeo split apart, releasing 2 colorful butterflies. Their profound love touched the heavens, transforming them into these enchanting creatures, destined to be united forever, never to part again. Qian Rinxue's exquisite visage was adorned with a smile, yet tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. Jiang Chen felt helpless. He had exhausted all his tissues for Qian Rinxue. Yet as the story unfolded, her tears continued to flow unabated. The profound poignancy of this love tale wielded immense emotional power over the young girls. For women are inherently sensitive beings. Even the typically resilient Qian Rinxue exhibited a tender fragility. The tale of Jiang Chen undoubtedly instilled in her a sense of hope for the future. She envisioned herself, one day, akin to the protagonists of those stories, destined to be forever united with her beloved. Xiao Chen, she inquired, do you think my sister will also encounter someone she adores in the days to come? Jiang Chen nodded vigorously, affirming, Sister, you will undoubtedly live a happy life with the one you love. Qian Rinxue gently stroked Jiang Chen's hair, saying, Thank you, Xiao Chen, for the joyful moments you've given me. I will never forget you or your stories. Yes, swear, I will not forget you either. When are you leaving tomorrow? Let me see you off. Qian Rinxue shook her head, replying, There's no need for you to send me off. This journey is a confidential mission, and it must remain undisclosed. All right. Jiang Chen released himself from Qian Rinxue's embrace, meticulously scanning every inch of her being, as if striving to etch her image into his memory forever. Qian Rinxue gazed upon Jiang Chen with affectionate eyes, wishing to retain the memory of his countenance. As twilight descended, Jiang Chen ultimately parted ways with Qian Rinxue. He realized that whether in his past life or the present, he had developed a fondness for Qian Rinxue, a girl who appeared strong yet harbored a fragile heart. He understood that after several years of external training, she would grow increasingly resilient, both in strength and spirit. If he wished to bring happiness to Qian Rinxue, he must cultivate his own strength. The departure of his two sisters left him somewhat sorrowful. However, the thought of soon entering the death camp compelled him to focus on his training. A man may possess emotions, yet he must always remain aware of his immediate needs. That night, Bibi Dong did not summon him. Meanwhile, in Bibi Dong's study, Qian Rinxue stood before her, her expression a mixture of emotions. I will be leaving tomorrow. Bibi Dong did not meet her gaze, merely nodding slightly. I understand. Bishop Salas will be assigned to the Holy Hall in Tiando City. You may contact him for any needs, and I will ensure he conveys any plans to you. After this, she dismissed Qian Rinxue, engrossed in the documents at hand. You may leave now, Bibi Dong said without looking up. Qian Rinxue bit her lip, summoning her courage to say, Then I shall take my leave, mother. Take care. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong's body visibly trembled. It had been many years since she thought she would hear that title again. She looked up abruptly and was met with Qian Rinxue's expectant face. Yet, her expression turned cold, and an uncontainable aura of menace began to emanate. Remember, do not utter those two words in my presence again. I have work to do. If there is nothing else, you may go. Bibi Dong's expression was one of cold indifference, her gaze towards Qian Rinxue devoid of any emotion. Qian Rinxue's face was etched with disappointment, recalling Jiang Chen's words. She suppressed the urge to delve deeper into the matter and turned to leave. As she reached the door, she suddenly looked back, only to notice a peculiar change in Bibi Dong. At that moment, Bibi Dong's face was a complex tapestry of emotions. Her mouth agape as if she wished to voice something yet found herself silenced. A flicker of hope ignited within Qian Rinxue, prompting her to flee outside. Jiang Chen had indeed not deceived her. Her mother must surely harbor unspeakable sorrows. Jiang Chen, I am counting on you. Bibi Dong appeared to have instantaneously lost all her strength, collapsing into her chair as tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Who could have imagined that this iron-willed empress could possess such a vulnerable side? Excerpt from the original text after the failure of the Tiando plan. Following a dispute between mother and daughter, moments before Qian Rinxue's departure, an unexpected wave of reluctance surged within Bibi Dong. She had believed herself capable of a heart of stone, yet at the utterance of mother from Qian Rinxue, she felt a pang of heartache. She had always told herself that Qian Rinxue was merely the offspring of that beast, and she was not bound to her. Indeed, she had never extended any affection towards Qian Rinxue. However, after enduring unimaginable suffering for 10 months to bring forth a child, which mother could truly be devoid of maternal love? However, the resentment that dwelled within her heart suppressed this maternal love deep within, only occasionally surfacing in the stillness of the night, when humanity's fragility revealed itself, causing her to shed heart-wrenching tears. As she passed by Jiang Chen's residence, Qian Rinxue could not help but glance over, immediately spotting Jiang Chen meditating on the rooftop. Observing his petite yet upright figure, she felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. Though their time together had been brief, Jiang Chen had already left an indelible mark upon her soul. In the afternoon, she had bid him farewell, wishing to avoid further sadness for both parties. After casting a lingering gaze at his silhouette, she quietly departed. A bittersweet smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips as he practiced. Since Qian Rinxue had chosen not to meet again, there was no need for another poignant farewell. In all likelihood, He would soon be sent to that grim concentration camp by his teacher, Bibi Dong, within the next 2 or 3 days. The following day, he refrained from seeking out Qianrenxue. Perhaps she had already left discreetly. Throughout the day, aside from meals and brief rests, he devoted himself to honing his martial arts and agility within the training grounds of the Pope's palace. According to Qianrenxue, with his current cultivation at level 14, his true combat prowess was already remarkable even among great soul masters. Unbeknownst to Qianrenxue, Jiang Chen possessed a formidable trump card, his poison. Before he had absorbed the soul rings to advance, his corpse poison had rendered the level 19 Jing Wuming utterly powerless, his body decimated in an instant, showcasing the terror of his toxicity. He speculated that, in the face of his corpse poison, no one at the great soul master level would be able to withstand it, unless they possessed a martial soul resistant to toxins or were auxiliary soul masters with detoxifying abilities. Yet, the true extent of this remained to be tested. Devoid of Hulaina and Qianrenxue's sparring companionship, Jiang Chen suddenly found his training rather uninteresting. Nonetheless, he pressed on with his practice. That evening, shortly after finishing dinner, he was summoned by Bibi Dong. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Was the teacher about to disclose the harrowing truths of the death camps? Following the maid, he soon realized that they were not heading toward the study, which only deepened his perplexity. "Sister, where are you taking me?" he inquired. "The esteemed Pope is in her chamber," the maid replied with utmost respect. Moments later, Jiang Chen arrived at Bibidong's bedroom. The maid courteously closed the door behind her and exited. Bibidong's chamber was vast, several times larger than Hulaina's, and unlike the youthful ambience of Hulaina's room, Bibidong's space exuded an air of mature elegance. This is Jiang Chen's first visit to this place, and he cannot help but feel a sense of curiosity. At this moment, Bibi Dong is seated on the edge of her soft bed, holding something in her hand. Upon catching sight of the other party, Jiang Chen sensed an undeniable peculiarity. There appeared to be something amiss with Bibi Dong. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen was suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable wave of anxiety, an overwhelming urge to flee from this place. Suddenly, Bibi Dong raised her gaze towards Jiang Chen, and he noticed that her eyes were slightly reddened, as if she had recently shed tears. Jiang Chen was astonished. Even the iron-blooded Pope could shed tears. What could evoke such sorrow? For whom did he weep? Was it for Qianrenxue? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the gentle and melodious voice of Bibi Dong reached his ears. "You have arrived, come over here." A soft smile adorned her face, instantly bringing a sense of calm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen approached Bibi Dong, and it was only at that moment that he noticed she held a delicate white floral dress in her hand. The garment appeared quite diminutive, seemingly meant for a girl of about 5 or 6 years of age. A thought flickered through his mind once more. Something was amiss with Bibi Dong today. With a gentle tug, Bibi Dong drew Jiang Chen closer, her voice soft and tender as she said, "Little Snow, this is a dress that Mother bought for you. Do you like it?" Jiang Chen's heart raced violently, the panic within him magnifying infinitely. Chapter 61, The Holy Sun. Bibi Dong surprisingly mistook him for Qianrenxue, holding a dress that was strikingly well-fitted. With satisfaction, Bibi Dong measured the dress against Jiang Chen's form. "Teacher, it is I, Xiao Chen, your disciple," Jiang Chen hastily reminded her. However, Bibi Dong appeared oblivious to his words. "Come, let Mother dress you and see how beautiful you look." Bibi Dong extended her hand to unfasten Jiang Chen's clothing, and he was utterly alarmed. Bibi Dong had lost her mind. This singular thought consumed him. In the brief moment of his astonishment, Bibi Dong had already undone one of his buttons. Jiang Chen awoke, and without a moment's hesitation, he darted toward the door. However, the expanse of Bibi Dong's chamber was vast, leaving him more than 20 meters from the exit. Before he could traverse even half the distance, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, rendering him immobile, unable to even twitch a finger. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Bibi Dong's mere aura was sufficient to thwart his escape. With graceful poise, Bibi Dong approached him, her finger playfully brushing against the tip of Jiang Chen's nose. "How mischievous," she remarked. As she spoke, her palm radiated soul power, delivering swift strikes upon Jiang Chen. In an instant, the immense pressure dissipated, yet, to his dismay, he found himself unable to move, incapable of summoning either his body or the soul power within. Bibi Dong then guided him back to the bedside, swiftly removing his garments. At this moment, Jiang Chen found himself in a state of profound despair, akin to a child of merely 6 years. However, the crux of the matter was that he was far from such innocence. He was utterly incapable of even moving a finger to conceal his predicament. Bibi Dong, oblivious to the pleading gaze he cast her way, proceeded to lift the skirt, intent on dressing him. Abruptly, she paused, her brow furrowing slightly, and remarked, "You are so dirty. Let mother take you for a bath." At this moment, Jiang Chen found himself rendered speechless. Otherwise, he would have truly wished to serenade himself with a melancholic tune. Bibi Dong, devoid of compassion, led him into the bathroom, meticulously assisting him in cleansing himself within the confines of the bath. In the afternoon, as Jiang Chen engaged in his cultivation, he became drenched in sweat, rendering his body somewhat unclean. A surge of anxiety gripped Jiang Chen's heart, fearing that certain components might be ruthlessly yanked away at any moment. Fortunately, Bibi Dong had not yet descended into such madness. It was evident that she had bathed recently, exuding a fragrant aura that spoke of maturity. Beneath her loose nightgown lay an unobstructed view of her form. This was unbearable. As Bibi Dong took Jiang Chen by the hand, his face bore no expression, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had been stripped away. He was adorned in a white floral dress that fit him snugly. Was this the peculiar privilege of childhood? Yet, he would much rather forego it. Jiang Chen silently lamented within. Bibi Dong was undeterred, leading him to the vanity, where she meticulously began to adorn him. After a while, Jiang Chen's hair, which was not particularly short, was styled into two horned braids, his lips coated with a soft pink lipstick, and his cheeks brushed with a light blush. His already exquisite face, enhanced by Bibi Dong's delicate touches, outshone many genuine girls. The hour was growing late. It was time to sleep with mother, Bibi Dong said gently. Regrettably, Jiang Chen could not respond, for he had been entirely reduced to a mere substitute for Qian Renxue in Bibi Dong's eyes. All the affection that was meant for Qian Renxue had now been redirected towards him. Perhaps it was precisely due to his fabricated identity that Bibi Dong found the audacity to engage in such behavior. He speculated that she must have been suddenly stirred by some impulse, emotions overwhelming her, prompting her to pull him close. Of course, these were merely Jiang Chen's conjectures. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. How could he ever ascertain the truth? That night, Bibi Dong embraced him as they drifted into slumber, but how could Jiang Chen possibly find rest? He gazed at Bibi Dong beside him, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she slept, her long eyelashes glistening with a hint of dew. At that moment, a wave of emotion surged within Jiang Chen. It became evident that Bibi Dong indeed harbored feelings for Qian Renxue, yet the weight of her hatred overshadowed her love, causing her to suppress these emotions. Now, with the release of those feelings, the smile upon her face radiated happiness. Jiang Chen understood that perhaps, after this incident, Bibi Dong would revert to her former self, continuing to treat Qian Renxue with cold indifference. He had never been forcibly claimed by another, and thus could not fathom the anguish that Bibi Dong endured. However, from an outsider's perspective, Qian Renxue was innocent and should not be subjected to such cruel treatment throughout her life. This realization intensified his desire to resolve the issues surrounding Qian Renxue and her mother. Regardless of the likelihood of success, he felt compelled to make an attempt. Throughout the night, Jiang Chen kept his eyes wide open, utterly unable to find slumber. It was not until the early hours of dawn that exhaustion finally overtook him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, he discovered it was nearly noon, and Bibi Dong was no longer in the room. Jiang Chen swiftly rose to his feet, meticulously inspecting his body to ensure that no parts were missing, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He promptly removed his skirt and donned his own attire, loosening the small braid atop his head, and then hurried into the bathroom to wash away the vibrant makeup from his face. After completing these tasks, a wave of relaxation washed over him. Casting one last glance at the room that had tormented him throughout the night, Jiang Chen departed in haste. He returned directly to his residence, noticing that Bibi Dong had not dispatched anyone to seek him. After a day of distracted cultivation, in the evening, a maid was once again sent by Bibi Dong to visit him. With a heart full of trepidation, Jiang Chen followed the maid away, pondering whether Bibi Dong would repeat the events of the previous night. Fortunately, this time, the maid led him directly to the study. Within, Bibi Dong was diligently reviewing documents. Upon his entrance, she slightly raised her head and said, "You have arrived." "Yes, master. Did you summon me for something?" It appeared that Bibi Dong had forgotten the occurrences of last night, as she stood and approached Jiang Chen. The registration for the death camp is nearing its conclusion. You shall depart tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to escort you there. Understood, Jiang Chen replied. Bibi Dong knelt down, adjusting Jiang Chen's attire with a gentle touch, and softly remarked, You are the disciple I hold in the highest regard. Your talent surpasses that of Nana. I hope you can emerge from there alive and become the most radiant new star of our Spirit Hall. Jiang Chen nodded and said, Rest assured, teacher, I shall return. He refrained from lengthy farewells, adding, I will not accompany you tomorrow. Someone else will see you off. The teacher then made a promise, stating, If you demonstrate commendable behavior in the future, I will do my utmost to advocate for you to become the holy son of the Spirit Hall. You must also strive diligently and not disappoint me. A tremor coursed through Jiang Chen's heart. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong harbored such immense expectations for him. The position of the Holy Son is one that stands equal to that of the Holy Maiden, after all. And the successor to the Pope has traditionally been selected from among the Holy Son or Holy Maiden. Chapter 62. The Death Camp. Thank you, teacher. I shall strive diligently. Jiang Chen expressed with heartfelt gratitude. He was not one to disregard fame and fortune. Rather, he yearned for formidable strength, and possessing power would facilitate his ascent to greater heights. Furthermore, the teacher had already conferred with the chief instructor of the camp during the training period. You may seek his assistance once, but only once. The extent of the teacher's aid would be limited to this. Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotion. Bibi Dong's arrangement undoubtedly provided him with an additional safeguard, granting him an advantage over others. As Bibi Dong gazed at Jiang Chen, her exquisite visage suddenly took on a complex expression. Xiao Chen, what transpired last night must remain a secret, understood? Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly, understanding that this was a secret between him and his teacher, one that no third party would ever uncover. He felt a sense of trepidation. Should he dare to utter a word of dissent at this moment, it was likely that Bai Dong would swiftly resort to lethal measures to silence him. Well then, return now. Your teacher eagerly anticipates your performance. Jiang Chen returned to his residence and far from feeling fear, he found himself somewhat anticipating the impending life in the concentration camp. Initially, when he first pledged himself to Bibi Dong as his master, he was awed by her formidable power. Now, however, he was willingly devoted. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, a stern-faced middle-aged man was already waiting downstairs for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had little to pack, merely a few personal belongings. The pink room still lingered with the fragrance of Hulaina, and Jiang Chen's gaze faintly recalled the arduous training they had endured together just days prior. After a lingering glance, he closed the door and approached the stern middle-aged man. The man remained silent, striding directly outside, prompting Jiang Chen to hasten his steps in pursuit. Once they exited the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong was nowhere to be seen. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, just before getting into the vehicle, Jiang Chen turned to gaze upwards. At the entrance of the Pope's Hall, halfway up the mountain, stood a woman clad in a golden papal robe, adorned with a crown. Jiang Chen waved his hand vigorously before swiftly boarding the carriage. As he watched the vehicle depart, a smile graced Bibi Dong's face, causing the guards flanking the steps to lower their heads in deference, unwilling to offend. The carriage sped away with remarkable swiftness, drawn by a soul beast akin to a horse, known for its superior speed and endurance. Before long, Jiang Chen realized that the carriage had exited the Spirit City, hurtling towards an unknown destination. Feeling a sudden wave of boredom, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the stern middle-aged man driving the vehicle. Sir, could you kindly inform me of the location of the concentration camp? What is your level of cultivation? How much longer until we arrive? To Jiang Chen's dismay, the middle-aged man remained as silent as a voiceless puppet, his expression unchanged throughout the journey. Since he had picked Jiang Chen up, not a single word had escaped his lips. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to seal his lips and immerse himself in his cultivation. Although the efficacy of training during the day paled in comparison to that of the night, it was still better than nothing. Even the smallest of mosquitoes can be considered a meal. As the carriage journeyed onward, Jiang Chen did not encounter a single town, nor even the slightest hint of a village. The path was desolate and devoid of life. However, the concentration camp was likely not far from Seoul City, for after just a day's travel, the pace of the carriage began to slow. Jiang Chen parted the curtain of the carriage, and before him emerged a black fortress, which perhaps could not be deemed a fortress, as it was considerably smaller than any city he had ever encountered. Even the outer walls stood at a modest height of approximately 20 meters, yet as the carriage drew closer, The oppressive aura emanating from the dark walls began to weigh heavily upon him. Upon nearing the entrance, he noted the absence of any name inscribed above the gates. However, the walls and the gate were heavily guarded by formidable soldiers clad in black armor. These warriors exuded a palpable aura of lethality, and the hundreds of cold, piercing gazes directed at Jiang Chen instilled within him a profound sense of pressure. He surmised that these soldiers were undoubtedly powerful soul masters. The middle-aged coachman presented a token, facilitating their seamless entry into the city. Inside, a variety of shops flourished, alongside establishments for dining and leisure. Yet, the overall atmosphere of the city felt desolate, as it was undeniably sparsely populated. Jiang Chen observed that, whether on the streets or within the shops, apart from the proprietors, the majority were children or adolescents, each emanating varying degrees of soul power fluctuations. Upon noticing the approaching carriage and Jiang Chen within, they displayed expressions of keen interest. These individuals, much like yourself, are participants in the training camp and will eventually become your adversaries. The middle-aged driver finally spoke. Where do these individuals hail from? Jiang Chen eagerly inquired, seizing the opportunity to extract more information now that the middle-aged man had finally begun to speak. The man continued, some come from affiliated families of the Spirit Hall, some from the Spirit Hall Academy, and others are orphans taken in by the Spirit Hall. As he spoke, the carriage had already arrived at the heart of the city, which boasted a vast square. The middle-aged man brought the vehicle to a halt and instructed Jiang Chen, alight. Jiang Chen alighted from the carriage, curiously surveying his surroundings. A middle-aged man extracted a bag from his person and tossed it to Jiang Chen. My task is complete. I hope we meet again someday. With that, he departed, driving the horse-drawn carriage away amidst Jiang Chen's astonished gaze. Is that all? Jiang Chen found himself momentarily stunned, as he was entirely oblivious to the circumstances surrounding him. To his astonishment, the middle-aged man had fled just like that. He opened the bag that had been given to him, only to discover it brimming with gleaming golden soul coins. Jiang Chen weighed the amount, estimating it to be at least several hundred. Only then did he nod in satisfaction, storing it within his ring space. Such a substantial sum should suffice for him for quite some time. Just as he was lost in thought, a tall, slender youth hurried towards him. Young one, are you here to participate in the training as well? Jiang Chen nodded, as he was entirely oblivious to the circumstances of this place. Perhaps he could glean some insights from this young man. The youth produced a small booklet from his pocket and said, since you are new here and unaware of many of the regulations, you can acquire a camp manual from me. It will facilitate your swift adaptation to life here. How much? Jiang Chen inquired. The young man extended 5 fingers with a mischievous grin and replied, not much, just 5 gold soul coins. Jiang Chen turned away, glancing at the small booklet that appeared to consist of only a few pages, likely containing minimal content. Yet, this young man audaciously demanded 5 gold soul coins. An outrageous request indeed. 4, 3, 1. Jiang Chen did not even glance back. The young man clearly perceived his youth as an opportunity to exploit, seeking to swindle him. The young man's expression shifted, and ultimately he left in frustration, truly a cunning little rascal. Within the city, there are numerous shops, and Jiang Chen intended to find a place to dine while inquiring further. Along the way, he noticed that the children he encountered ranged from 8 to 12 years old. Yet he did not find a single one of his own age. In the morning, I received notification from the editor that this book will be launched tomorrow at noon. I had initially thought the release would be at the end of the month, yet it arrived sooner than anticipated. Firstly, I am deeply moved by the many supporters who have consistently encouraged me. My typing skills are lacking, and my reactions somewhat sluggish. It takes me approximately 2 hours to write a chapter. Nevertheless, I strive to maintain a schedule of 3 updates, as the support from so many inspires me to persevere. The early launch has its advantages. Improved subscription rates will further motivate me, and sacrificing a bit of sleep or losing a few strands of hair is inconsequential. What truly matters is writing more. I've heard that bald individuals tend to be quite formidable. After all, as a struggling author without a girlfriend or other diversions, I devote all my time to writing, filling my days to the brim. I am grateful to all my readers for your support, for the recommendations, and for the generous contributions that have shown me that my efforts yield rewards. Your unwavering encouragement has been invaluable on this journey. Working in a service industry with a meager salary barely suffices to rent a place and eat in a bustling city like Shenzhen. Writing has given me hope, as I yearn to traverse further down this path and transform my meager existence, ideally finding a partner before losing all my hair. I often hear fellow authors lamenting that writing leads to a dead end, yet I remain resolute, determined to forge my own path. After the launch, reading requires a purchase of book coins to count as a subscription. Vouchers provided by the bookstore do not qualify. Thus, for those who have yet to download QQ Reading, I encourage you to do so. A mere 10 cents can grant the author an initial subscription. Foregoing a pack of spicy snacks can enable you to subscribe to several chapters. I was once a student myself, having experienced financial hardship in the days of reading pirated novels. Therefore, I do not expect every reader of this book to subscribe legitimately. But for those who can, your continued support would mean the world to me. I find myself utterly powerless. I sincerely hope you can provide a first subscription tomorrow. I implore you, I truly do. Allow me to outline the update rules post-launch. For a first subscription exceeding 500, there shall be 3 updates daily, for one exceeding 1,000. For updates daily, higher subscriptions are beyond my imagination, and I doubt we can reach such heights. Moreover, during favorable circumstances, I may add additional updates on top of the existing ones. Beyond that, there will be no more. The author will be elusive regarding future happiness, alas. Currently, there are no stored manuscripts, but the author will summon the spirit of my student days when I would spend sleepless nights in internet cafes playing games. I shall stay up a bit later today, writing more to ensure a strong launch tomorrow. It seems I have been somewhat verbose. I have spent considerable time crafting these sentiments. Let this suffice for now. We shall meet again tomorrow at noon. Chapter 63. The burglary. The children exchanged glances, each imbued with a hint of hostility. However, upon noticing Jiang Chen, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment, which soon morphed into pity. In a place like this, a child as young as Jiang Chen coming here was tantamount to courting death. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Jiang Chen entered a noodle shop. The proprietor appeared to be a simple-hearted middle-aged man. After the noodles were served, Jiang Chen inquired, "Sir, I am new here and unfamiliar with the customs. Could you kindly enlighten me?" The owner paused for a moment, then responded with a smile, "The rules here are quite straightforward. Fighting is permitted, but killing is strictly forbidden. Furthermore, you may occupy any uninhabited dwelling. When training commences, a bell will ring to summon everyone." Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback, with just a few brief sentences. The young man had audaciously demanded 5 golden soul coins, which was truly outrageous. "Thank you," Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude. The shopkeeper advised, "Young lad, the training in this concentration camp is no trivial matter. One misstep could lead to death. I strongly recommend that you return home. If you truly wish to come, wait a few years until your cultivation is more robust." "All right, I understand," Jiang Chen replied, beginning to slurp his noodles. Observing Jiang Chen's nonchalant demeanor, it was evident that he had disregarded the shopkeeper's warning, prompting the proprietor to shake his head and depart. Over the years, he had witnessed countless youthful faces here, yet many had perished in the brutal training. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Jiang Chen stepped outside and began to wander around the city. He noticed that many houses displayed a sign indicating they were occupied, while those without such signs remained vacant. Ultimately, he chose a small building approximately 500 meters from the square, hanging a sign outside. Since the training had yet to commence, he intended to reside there for the time being. However, before he could even settle in, visitors arrived at his door. 3 boys, all around 10 years of age, burst into Jiang Chen's room unannounced. Jiang Chen held a faint recollection of the trio. They had been squatting not far from the square when he alighted from his vehicle. The 3 of them exuded an air of arrogance, with the plump lad at the forefront fixating on Jiang Chen, his gaze flickering with malice. "You little brat, this is no place for you. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, I suggest you scurry back home. And before you leave, do be so kind as to part with that pouch of money you're carrying." It was evident they intended to rob him. A cold smile crept across Jiang Chen's face as he assessed their abilities. None seemed to have reached the realm of a grand soul master. They were indeed in for a rude awakening. Noticing the sudden emergence of a smirk on Jiang Chen's countenance, the plump youth paused momentarily before retorting, "We are all soul masters here, kid. You likely haven't even attained the level of a soul master yourself. Do you dare to resist?" Jiang Chen approached, his smile suddenly radiant. "Indeed, I contemplated resistance." The moment he finished speaking, his fist, crackling with arcs of electricity, struck the slightly plump boy in the abdomen. A muffled thud echoed, and the boy was propelled 10 meters away, rendered unconscious. "Big brother." The expressions of the other 2 boys shifted dramatically, revealing their astonishment. "You seek death." In unison, they transformed in fury, both manifesting beast martial souls, one a tiger, the other a leopard, each adorned with a yellow century-old soul ring. Powerful assault-type soul masters. Truly, the Spirit Hall was formidable. Within this stronghold, encountering individuals with century-old soul rings was commonplace. The two boys did not hesitate. Their faces contorted with ferocity as they charged at Jiang Chen. As the fists loomed larger, Jiang Chen did not even release his martial soul. He met the attack head-on with a single punch. Being of the same soul master rank, he had never feared anyone. Not even Qian Renshua had managed to best him. So how could he be outmatched by these two brats? Crack! The boy with the tiger martial soul was sent flying, his grin frozen in shock, suddenly releasing a harrowing scream. The other fared little better, as Jiang Chen's fist connected with his face, nearly caving it in. My hand, it's broken. The tiger boy howled in madness, while the leopard boy, his jaw dislocated and several teeth lost, could only retreat in terror, his martial soul retracting in fear. Unable to utter a word. Get lost. Jiang Chen bellowed coldly, his visage twisted in rage as he unleashed a primal roar. Faced with Jiang Chen, resembling an evil deity, the two boys were struck by sheer terror, dragging their unconscious leader away in a frantic escape. Jiang Chen restored his human form, curling his lips in disdain. Those two had even resorted to using soul techniques, yet they were utterly powerless against a single blow from him. They were truly feeble. A team of enforcers passed by, noticing the three individuals who had fled in a disheveled state, yet they showed no reaction. Here, combat was not prohibited, as long as no lives were lost. They would remain passive. During dinner in the evening, Jiang Chen strolled through the city, covering nearly every area except for those guarded. He estimated that there were about 100 youths in the city, all of whom had attained the rank of soul masters. However, he had yet to encounter a single grand soul master. The youths he encountered regarded him with expressions of pity, ridicule, and disdain. After all, could a mere 6-year-old child pose any threat to them? His presence here was nothing short of a death wish. As he passed a milky white building, he once again encountered the three boys who had intruded into his room earlier. Upon seeing Jiang Chen standing at the entrance, their faces changed simultaneously, and they fled as if the very ground beneath their feet had ignited, desperately escaping. Jiang Chen did not pursue them. Rather, he was intrigued by the fact that the injuries of the three individuals had remarkably healed. Upon entering the milky white structure, he discovered a considerable number of young boys and girls within, most of whom bore various wounds. After they paid their fees, healing spirit masters would attend to their ailments. Jiang Chen cast a glance around and noted the presence of several healing soul masters. Among them were 2-ring healing grand soul masters and 3-ring healing soul venerables, as well as a few others whose levels of cultivation remained indiscernible. Shaking his head, he exited the premises. Upon returning to his lodgings, he discovered that his ring had accumulated a plethora of items. There were ample rations, potable water, and various tools essential for wilderness survival, including ropes, hooks, tents, fire starters, daggers, and short swords. Previously, Hulaina had briefly mentioned that her training encompassed wilderness survival, and these tools were indispensable. Jiang Chen also observed numerous shops dedicated to the sale of these tools, prompting him to make several purchases. Given the presence of such establishments within the city, their existence surely serves a purpose, and it is quite likely these items will prove useful. Many of the young men and women in the city have begun to form alliances, deliberating on how to navigate their future together, united in both prosperity and adversity. Jiang Chen gleaned some information from the discussions of a few youths, learning that tomorrow marks the commencement of formal training. His heart began to brim with anticipation. Chapter 64. Team Formation at Dawn. As the first light gently crept into the sky, Jiang Chen awoke from his meditative state. After seeking out a humble eatery for a warm breakfast, he made his way to the central square of the city, where he patiently awaited the gathering. His arrival was not particularly early, as numerous young men and women were already congregating in the square. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the city, a resounding chime reverberated through the air, echoing in every corner of the town. In an instant, a multitude of youthful figures surged forth from the various streets, converging upon the square. Within a mere 5 minutes, all participants had assembled in the central plaza. It was only then that Jiang Chen realized the number of individuals attending the special training exceeded his previous estimation from the day before. After a quick count, he discerned that there were at least 130 people present, and he could sense several powerful presences among them, their auras unabashedly more formidable than the rest. Great soul masters, Indeed, there were great soul masters among them, Jiang Chen mused. After all, this gathering was comprised of exceptionally gifted individuals, making the presence of a few great soul masters entirely plausible. By the heavens, how can there be one so small? I nearly stumbled and fell flat on my face. Someone muttered, casting a scornful glance at Jiang Chen. However, before he could deliver a reprimand, Jiang Chen had already been jostled out of reach. Jiang Chen wore an expression of innocence, yearning to say, "Brother, it is you who fails to lower your gaze while walking." Indeed, nearly everyone around him was looking ahead, pressing forward with determination. Amidst the throng, Jiang Chen found himself ensnared, compelled to move along with the tide of youthful figures towering above him. The crowd comprised boys and girls who loomed over him, nearly trampling him on multiple occasions. At the forefront of the square, a composed middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age, stood upon a raised platform. Behind him, a line of individuals, some middle-aged, others youthful, stood in respectful silence. As Jiang Chen was swept along, he suddenly sensed a peculiar aura that enveloped him, instilling a curious allure that he could not quite comprehend. His expression turned peculiar, for this sensation was oddly familiar, reminiscent of the allure of blood. Yet he was certain it was not blood, but rather something of a unique nature. Before he could fully discern the source of this enigmatic presence, the middle-aged man on the platform spoke, prompting Jiang Chen to stifle his curiosity. With a commanding gesture, the man exerted a formidable presence that cascaded down upon the gathering below. The overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain, rendering the youth breathless, and the entire assembly fell into an instant hush. His gaze swept across the crowd, and those who met his eyes could not withstand the intensity, bowing their heads in submission. "I grant you half a minute to arrange yourselves into 2 lines." The moment his voice echoed, the crowd sprang into action. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, a gentle push from behind nudged him forward into the front row, positioning him directly beneath the middle-aged man at the center. Jiang Chen gazed curiously at the middle-aged man before him, whose appearance was rather unremarkable, and like the uncle who had brought him here, wore a mask of cold indifference. Half a minute passed, and the line had formed. "I am your chief instructor, Long Shan." His voice was deep, yet brimming with intensity, as if each word had the power to make every heart in the crowd tremble. The previously silent assembly erupted into hushed murmurs of astonishment, mingled with fear and disbelief. Good heavens, he is the most ruthless of the 3 chief instructors. I can't believe it's him again this year. Last year's cohort had also been under his command, resulting in the near decimation of more than 100 participants, leaving only 3 survivors. The other instructors were far more lenient, managing to pass a small fraction of their students each time. "Mama, I want to go home," they lamented, having heard that last year's calamity was merely an unfortunate accident. Jiang Chen's ears twitched slightly as he listened to the evaluations of the instructor by the crowd. Long Shan seemed indifferent to the discussions of the trainees and spoke after a 2-minute pause. "Now, those who wish to leave may do so. This is your final opportunity. If you choose to stay, your fate is sealed. Either you will succeed or perish." Many faces turned pale at his words, and some individuals indeed left the group, departing quietly. Once those individuals had exited, Long Shan continued, "Excellent. Only 10 have chosen to leave. Your bravery exceeds my expectations. Now, we shall commence the roll call." As his words concluded, a young woman stepped forward behind him. She possessed a striking figure, her waist supple and delicate, moving with an astonishing grace. Dressed in a form-fitting azure outfit that accentuated her curves, she caught the attention of many young men, their faces flushing with admiration. "I am one of your deputy instructors. You may call me Qing. When your name is called, please respond." Her voice was melodious, and her smile carried a hint of seduction, evoking in Jiang Chen the feeling of encountering a venomous serpent. "Miao Renfeng, present." Her pace of calling names was swift, and soon it was Jiang Chen's turn. "Jiang Chen, present." A youthful voice rang out, immediately drawing the gaze of many, including the previously focused Qing, who raised her head in curiosity. Upon seeing such a small child, a look of intrigue crossed her face, but her attention did not linger as she continued with the roll call. At the moment he responded, Jiang Chen noticed the chief instructor, Long Shan, casting a glance in his direction, his gaze lingering for a moment. "It seems this is the instructor my teacher spoke of, the one I can seek help from," Jiang Chen mused inwardly. A total of 138 individuals had registered, with 10 choosing to leave, leaving 128 remaining. The youngest was 6 years old, and the oldest 11, all accounted for. Qing closed the roster and swayed back to join the group of deputy instructors. Observing her form-fitting attire, many young men stared in awe, some even unable to contain themselves, resulting in a rather embarrassing display. Longshan stepped forward again, stating, "This training is expected to last a maximum of 3 years. Including myself, there are 7 instructors in total. I must remind you, regardless of the animosities you may harbor, once you return to the city, killing is strictly prohibited. The first training session will commence in 30 minutes. And I can assure you that relying solely on your own strength to pass this stage will result in a 99% failure rate, with the potential for death. Therefore, I permit you to form teams. You are now free to move about. We shall depart in 30 minutes. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. As the brutal training commenced on the very first day, despite their prior awareness of Longshan's notorious reputation, they were unprepared for such mercilessness. Many quickly realized the gravity of the situation and began to band together, seeking allies of considerable strength. In that moment, the square resonated with the sound of self-introductions. As individuals showcased their prowess in search of formidable companions, Jiang Chen weaved through the throngs of people in search of that elusive sensation that captivated him. At last, as he emerged from the crowd, he beheld a small assembly not far ahead. This group comprised 7 individuals, with a strikingly beautiful young girl at its center. Surrounded by admirers like planets orbiting a radiant sun, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for it was this young maiden who evoked a peculiar sensation within him. And she was a grand soul master. Chapter 65. Rejected. The girl possessed an elegant stature, standing at an impressive height of over 1.60 meters. Even when Jiang Chen stood tall, he found himself shorter than her bosom. To his astonishment, among the several grand soul masters he had sensed earlier, 2 were present here. One was the captivating maiden who had piqued his interest, while the other was one of the 6 individuals surrounding her. This was a tall youth with flowing gray hair and a handsome visage, gazing at the girl with an expression brimming with admiration. The 2 were engaged in conversation, and the girl occasionally covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, her youthful charm captivating the attention of many youths nearby. Behind Jiang Chen, voices of discourse emerged. "Brother, stop staring. That beauty is one of the 5 great kings of this training camp, an elite from the Wuhuan Palace Academy, the cherished jewel of the Zhao family, Zhao Yue. She has already attained the rank of Grand Soul Master. Do you think she would deign to notice you?" Someone voiced their astonishment. "We're all around the same age. How could she have cultivated so swiftly? What are the 5 great kings? She is a prodigy, unlike the rest of us. You might have arrived late and are unaware of the notable figures of our generation. Among the students in our cohort, there are 5 Grand Soul Masters, collectively referred to as the 5 Great Kings, and Zhao Yue is one of them. The individual conversing with her is also one of the 5, named Lin Feng. And what of the other 3? The remaining 3 are all male, each more formidable than the last, and they are not present here. You shall encounter them in due course." A smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. To be referred to as one of the 5 Great Kings? How amusing. He stepped forward towards Zhao Yue. Since the chief instructor had suggested forming teams, it was evident that overcoming the challenges ahead would be quite arduous. He felt it was best not to stand apart from the others, and he was also intrigued to uncover what it was about this young lady that captivated him so. Jiang Chen approached the group, his height necessitating that he tilt his head back. "Are you in need of additional members? May I join you?" Upon hearing his youthful voice, the 7 individuals looked down in astonishment, realizing it was the small figure of Jiang Chen gazing up at them. Their faces mirrored disbelief. They had not anticipated encountering such a diminutive recruit. "Damn it," one muttered, recalling the instructor Qing's earlier claim of having a 6-year-old among the trainees. "I thought she must have misspoken, but lo and behold, it's true. What a surprise. Is he truly here for training and not merely courting disaster?" The harshness of their words caused Jiang Chen to furrow his brow. He inquired once more, "Do you still need more people?" One of the 5 Great Kings, Lin Feng, scoffed derisively and barked, "Get lost." The others joined in with their mockery. "Kid, go home and drink some more milk for a few years. Why would we want a liability like you? Are we out of our minds? We lack the energy to protect you. Seek another team instead. Now, scram and stop getting in the way." Jiang Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the young girl's face. He believed that girls generally possessed softer hearts, and perhaps she would be inclined to leave an impression on him. Zhao Yue had a delicate, oval face and an air of cool elegance. At that moment, her countenance bore no trace of the laughter she had shared with Lin Feng earlier, Her eyes, indifferent, regarded Jiang Chen without uttering a word. Leave, leave, leave. A youth urged dismissively. It was truly a case of warm affection met with cold indifference, and Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat displeased, took his leave. Glancing back, he observed Zhao Yue once again engaging in lively conversation with Lin Feng. Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of frustration. These individuals, with their narrow-mindedness, looked down upon him due to his youth. Were it not for the fear of attracting everyone's attention, he would have unleashed his martial spirit long ago. Hulaina had cautioned him to refrain from revealing his soul rings in public, as it might incite the envy of others, making him a target to be eliminated. While he held no fear of these people, the reality of being constantly wary of over 100 individuals scheming against him was quite bothersome. Time passed, and after inquiring with several seemingly competent teams, he faced rejection each time. Reluctantly, he found a solitary spot at the edge, appearing rather pitiful in his isolation. What dampened his spirits further was the realization that despite his youth and charm, not a single team was willing to extend a modicum of kindness towards him. A lone wolf he would be, and when the time came, he would single-handedly triumph over them all, curious to see their expressions then. On the platform, Instructor Qingqing observed Jiang Chen's solitary figure with a twinge of sympathy. Approaching Longshan, she inquired, "Boss Long, look at that child. He is merely 6 years old, and likely has yet to reach the realm of soul masters. I wonder how he ended up here. Shouldn't we arrange a team to take him in?" Longshan shook his head, responding, "No need. That boy's identity is not simple. Being sent here at such a young age likely indicates he possesses innate full soul power." Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe her ears. In all these years of our camp's establishment, it has been quite some time since we have seen someone with innate full soul power. If that is the case, should we not? Longshan interrupted her, stating, "This is not your concern. Even if he were to perish here, we would bear no responsibility." Reluctantly, Qingqing withdrew her words, feeling increasingly sympathetic towards Jiang Chen, especially since the next youngest child was already 8 years old. What did it matter if he possessed innate full soul power? Age determines temperament. At 6, he likely could not even differentiate many things yet. Half an hour later, Longshan spoke again. "Now, follow me and proceed at a run. No use of martial spirits allowed. Anyone who secretly employs their martial spirit or falls behind will be met with the whip." As he finished speaking, another vice instructor emerged. She appeared to be a woman in her 30s, her physique strikingly robust. With a flick of her right hand, a long black whip materialized, a wicked smile adorning her face. She cracked the whip, and with a resounding snap, it struck the hard ground of the square, creating numerous fissures. "Do not worry. Dear sister will be very gentle in administering your punishment." The plump young woman laughed, her laughter causing the flowers to tremble. The young men all gasped in astonishment, instantly turning on their heels and rushing after the already departing Longshan. Longshan stood upon a swiftly moving flatbed cart, arms crossed, facing the young men behind him. In the rear of the procession, the sound of sharp slaps echoed intermittently, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. Those struck felt a burning sting upon their backsides and shot forward in a sudden burst, observing others hastily covering their rears as they overtook him. Jiang Chen's expression shifted subtly, prompting him to quicken his pace. Everyone was eager to outpace one another, fearful that they might be the next to receive a strike. Instructor Qingqing ran alongside the middle of the group, her eyes widening in surprise as she glanced at Jiang Chen, who she had assumed would lag behind. After all, despite his remarkable talent for cultivation, he was merely a 6-year-old child. How could his physical abilities possibly compare to those of the older youths? Jiang Chen felt a twinge of frustration as he noticed that the alluring female instructor to his right had been covertly observing him, her interest unmistakable. Chapter 66. Arrival at the destination. He couldn't help but touch his own face, pondering whether his charm had captivated her at first glance. Unable to resist, he glanced at the instructor once more, only to find her smiling at him and giving a slight nod. Suddenly, she leaned closer and discreetly slipped something into his hand. Jiang Chen held in his hand a dagger that emanated a mesmerizing azure glow. This was a venomous blade, designed for self-defense. As a sultry voice from the alluring female instructor beside him whispered. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Chen stowed the item within his ring, feeling reluctant to refuse the gift from his instructor. "Thank you," he uttered. Qingqing fell silent, yet she continued to trail closely behind Jiang Chen. Her previous actions had been so discreet that only a few instructors had noticed, leaving the other students oblivious. This was all she could manage. She merely hoped that this young lad would not succumb so easily to defeat. Under the relentless push to advance, the pace of the group began to wane in less than half an hour. Many individuals felt the sting of lashes on their backsides, as if their skin might bleed from the impact. Strangely, the whips left no mark upon their clothing, yet the sensation was akin to being scorched. A searing pain that coursed through them. Regardless of whether the group's speed quickened or slackened, Jiang Chen maintained his position in the middle, seemingly unfazed even as others gasped for breath. This spectacle did not escape the notice of only Qingqing and Longshan in the vehicle, both of whom found their opinions of Jiang Chen elevating significantly. Qingqing remained unaware of Jiang Chen's true prowess, while Longshan, though not privy to his strength, recognized that Jiang Chen had been sent by the Pope, undoubtedly tying him to the ecclesiastical authority. The Pope had tasked Longshan not only with overseeing Jiang Chen, but also with submitting a report on him after each training session to the papal residence. Initially, Longshan had presumed Jiang Chen to be merely a beneficiary of connections seeking to gild his reputation. However, witnessing Jiang Chen's performance altered his perspective, igniting a flicker of intrigue within him. Leading the charge were the 5 renowned soul masters, known as the 5 heavenly kings. In contrast to the others, these 5 appeared relatively unburdened, with only a few beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. They closely trailed Longshan, having created a significant gap from the main contingent, seemingly in a silent contest of strength and resolve. Among them, Lin Feng and Zhao Yue had formed an alliance, sharing light-hearted banter as they advanced, projecting an aura of ease. Yet, when their gazes drifted backward, only disdain flickered in their eyes. Jiang Chen possessed exceptional eyesight, keenly observing the postures of the 5 individuals ahead. Despite their evident fatigue, they feigned a facade of ease. He curled his lip in disdain. After merely an hour of running, they were already nearing their limit, truly pathetic. In contrast, he recalled the days when he could carry an 800-pound millstone for an entire morning without even tapping into his soul power. While these individuals were not only on the brink of exhaustion, but their internal reserves of soul energy were nearly depleted as well. What had once been a tightly knit group had now stretched considerably, with Jiang Chen comfortably positioned in the middle, feeling as though he was merely strolling. Just as he was lost in thought, a delicate voice broke the silence. "Are you not tired?" Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, saying, "I used to run frequently. At this pace, I could sustain it for an entire day." "You truly are remarkable," Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim, for from Jiang Chen's steady breath and calm cadence, she discerned that he was not speaking falsely. "By the way, if you are not fatigued, why not sprint ahead?" Jiang Chen's tone was tinged with disdain. The 5 individuals ahead were utterly exhausted, yet they stubbornly clung to their pride, unwilling to slow down and run together for a more leisurely experience. Such hypocrisy. If I were to approach them, I might very well be slain by their envious glances. "Hee hee, you little rascal, your words are truly amusing. I quite enjoy them." Jiang Chen felt a sense of perplexity, unable to comprehend why he spent his previous life as a solitary figure until his demise. Yet in this new realm, he was surrounded by an abundance of admirers, with various enchanting women treating him as if he were a treasure. Remarkably, even a seductive female instructor whom he had known for less than 2 hours, exchanging only a handful of words, boldly proclaimed her affection for him. Thud! Jiang Chen's ears twitched as he turned his gaze, witnessing yet another individual succumb to unconsciousness, unceremoniously tossed onto the cart trailing behind by the other instructors, much like a discarded corpse. By this point, over a dozen had fainted, the majority of whom were young women, whose physical stamina had always been inferior. The relentless lash of the whip had compelled them to tap into their latent potential several times, yet they could endure no longer. Ultimately, the female instructor ceased her strikes. Those at the rear were teetering on the brink of collapse, on the verge of losing consciousness at any moment, rendering her whip ineffective. After approximately 2 hours of relentless running, a forest came into view before all. "We've arrived," Qingqing remarked with a smile. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Longshan finally halted. The 5 young individuals ahead nearly crumpled to the ground, though they managed to maintain their composure, their faces pale as death. Longshan surveyed the surroundings and slowly announced, "We shall rest for 2 hours. After this interval, I will brief you on the particulars of this training." Before he could finish his statement, many could no longer hold on. Disregarding the dust beneath them, they simply collapsed onto the ground. Jiang Chen gazed at Qingqing and inquired, "Sister Qingqing, what shall we train on next?" Qing playfully tapped Jiang Chen's head and laughed. Little brother, your words are quite charming, but I cannot reveal it to you in advance. With that, she swayed her body and headed towards Longshan. Jiang Chen cast a glance at the perfectly rounded figure before him, his face flushing slightly as he turned away, comprehending why the young men around him appeared so flustered. The garment, aside from its azure hue, left little to the imagination. Had he been a few years older, he might have found himself unable to suppress a nosebleed. Upon glancing back, he noticed several youths behind him awkwardly attending to their noses. With a sigh of exasperation, he sought refuge in a shaded spot and settled down, retrieving sustenance and fresh water from his ring. Approaching noon, and having engaged in 2 hours of vigorous activity, he recognized the necessity of maintaining his peak condition for the unpredictable training that lay ahead. The soul energy within him flowed steadily, swiftly replenishing his depleted stamina. Meanwhile, the other students had gathered with their partners, beginning their own recuperation. Those who had succumbed to unconsciousness had been revived by the instructors and were now receiving care from a healing specialist, aiding in their recovery of strength. Jiang Chen cast his gaze towards the nearby forest, which was entirely encircled by towering iron fences, with a multitude of soul masters patrolling outside. His immediate thought was that there were soul beasts within. The iron barricade and the presence of the soul masters were evidently intended to prevent the escape of these beasts. Could it be that our training entails entering this realm? He speculated internally. Although he was already a level 14 soul master, he had yet to encounter a soul beast. And this realization filled him with a subtle exhilaration. Chapter 67. Traversing the jungle, 2 hours swiftly passed, and many had yet to fully restore their soul power. Though most had regained a significant portion. Everyone rise, Longshan commanded with a booming voice. All stood quickly, forming an orderly line. Was the previous run exhausting? Does anyone wish to withdraw? Longshan's formidable gaze swept across the assembly, and not a single young person uttered a word. Even the previously unconscious youths remained silent, none expressing a desire to leave. Excellent. It appears you are all prepared to confront death. You possess the heart to grow stronger, yet this is merely the beginning. Only by facing death and enduring hardships can one earn the right to become powerful. Now, I shall present you with the opportunity to become strong. Traverse the forest behind me. The crowd remained largely still, with most anticipating that the forthcoming training would be linked to the forest. This forest is characterized by its intricate terrain, specifically designed for your training, and it harbors numerous century-old soul beasts. Your task is to enter through the grand gate behind me and emerge from the opposite gate within 3 days to be deemed successful. The first 5 to complete this challenge will have their next soul ring breakthrough aided by the instructor in hunting. Others seeking to break through must form teams with fellow students to hunt soul beasts. The rankings of this assessment will contribute to your overall points, which will determine the degree of importance you will hold in the eyes of the Spirit Hall upon graduation. Those who do not emerge within 3 days will receive 0 points for this assessment. You may now commence. I shall await you on the other side. Anticipating a performance that will truly impress me, Longshan stepped aside, and the students exchanged glances, unsure who initiated the movement. But soon they surged towards the gate of the forest en masse. Jiang Chen found himself trailing at the rear of the group, unperturbed by his position. The instructor had allotted 3 days for the task, suggesting that traversing this forest would not be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, observing the pace at which his companions had been running, Jiang Chen felt no trepidation even if they were to extend their exertions for an additional day. The instructor had mentioned that numerous century-old soul beasts inhabited this area. These creatures could be a century old or, in some cases, even up to 999 years old. It was no wonder the instructor advised teamwork. Otherwise, should each individual venture forth alone, the potential for devastating losses would be considerable. Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment and thought it would be more prudent to allow those individuals to forge ahead, bravely battling through the fray, while he lingered behind to relish the fruits of their victory. Once everyone had surged into the forest, he leisurely approached the entrance. "Wait a moment, little brother," Qing suddenly called out, jogging over with her elegantly long legs. Jiang Chen looked at her with a perplexed expression. "If you encounter an insurmountable danger inside, you may find a place to hide. We will search for you 3 days later and rescue you." "Thank you, sister, I understand," Jiang Chen replied, lifting his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, as his height barely reached her thighs. "All right, go on. Once you emerge, I shall treat you to a meal," Qing said with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and swiftly entered the dense thicket, vanishing from sight. "Sister Qing, Why do you treat that boy so kindly? Could it be that he is your illegitimate child? Teased a voluptuous woman with a whip. Sister, I am not yet married. I merely find him somewhat endearing and cannot bear the thought of his demise, Qingqing explained. Yet, within her heart lingered another thought, possessing innate full soul power. If he survives, he is destined to become a significant figure in the Spirit Hall, potentially even an elder. By the time you recognize his talent and seek to befriend him, it may be too late. That boy is indeed quite charming, around the same age as my son. I wonder whose child he is, to be sent here at such a tender age, the whip-wielding woman lamented. All right, let us move to the other side and wait. Longshan suggested. Hey, Long boss, these little brats won't be out for a while. You promised us a feast last time. A male instructor chuckled. No problem. I will cover all expenses tonight. As Jiang Chen stepped in, he was immediately enveloped by a profound atmosphere of the forest. Surrounded by towering trees that soared several dozen meters high, the ground was adorned with numerous shrubs, and the distant roars of soul beasts echoed through the air. A look of curiosity illuminated his face as he surveyed his surroundings. The others had ventured far ahead, leaving only faint shouts drifting back from the front. Jiang Chen followed in the footsteps of the group, moving with remarkable agility, effortlessly weaving through the gaps in the underbrush without encountering any hindrance. After advancing for several hundred meters, he stumbled upon a colossal creature lying on the ground ahead. It was a magnificent tiger. Its fur a striking blend of yellow and white, now lifeless, having fallen victim to hunters. Above its carcass floated a yellow soul ring, revealing its identity as a soul beast. Intrigued, Jiang Chen circled the great tiger a few times, noting that it resembled the ones he had seen in his previous life, albeit significantly larger in size. As he summoned his soul power, a faint black mist emerged, and with a gesture towards the yellow soul ring, it was drawn towards him, encircling his form yet failing to penetrate. This was the process of absorbing soul rings from slain soul beasts. Realizing this, Jiang Chen lost interest and continued his pursuit. Along the way, he encountered several more carcasses of soul beasts, which appeared to be relatively young, as they had been easily dispatched by the youths. However, remnants of torn clothing littered the ground, indicating that someone had sustained injuries. The 128 participants in the training were all battle soul masters, advancing swiftly. Jiang Chen hastened to keep up, finally catching up to them as they emerged from the forest and arrived at the banks of a great river. The river surged violently, spanning 3 to 4 dozen meters in width, effectively blocking their path. Jiang Chen glanced around, but found no place to cross the river. At that moment, 3 small boats were advancing upon the great river. Each boat was occupied by 4 individuals, vigorously paddling with their oars, nearing the center of the river. Jiang Chen speculated that these 12 individuals must have reached the riverbank the fastest, seizing the opportunity to board the small boat and depart. The people left on the shore were cursing, with many expressing their frustration, lamenting that they hadn't run faster and allowed others to take the boat. The 12 on the vessel occasionally glanced back, exuberantly shouting in celebration to vent their exhilaration. The more than 100 individuals behind them, devoid of boats, were destined to lag far behind, as the 12 had secured an undeniable advantage. However, Jiang Chen was somewhat astonished to notice that the 5 great kings were not on the boat. Instead, they were quietly observing from the shore. Something felt amiss. Jiang Chen suddenly became alert. Just then, the small boat, now in the middle of the river, began to sway violently, causing the dozen people aboard to scream in terror. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, countless palm-sized gray monstrous fish leapt into the air, viciously attacking the 12. Soul rings continuously illuminated as various soul abilities were unleashed, annihilating swathes of the monstrous fish. However, there were simply too many of them, overwhelming the scene and obscuring the view of the onlookers on the shore. When the monstrous fish finally disappeared, both the boat and its occupants had vanished, leaving only a tumult of crimson waves in their wake. The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. Had 12 people truly just perished? What kind of monstrous fish were those? Many were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground, nearly losing control of themselves. It was utterly horrifying. Although they had mentally prepared to confront death, the reality of facing it brought forth an unavoidable fear. Initially, they had marched forward confidently, easily dispatching soul beasts, convinced that this training would be manageable. Yet reality swiftly dealt them a staggering blow, leaving their hearts utterly chilled. Familiar faces, which had just been running alongside them, were now devoured, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally comprehended the meaning behind Hu Liena's words about the necessity of maintaining vigilance at all times. Previously, this group of over 100 had cleared a path effortlessly, slaying soul beasts with ease. However, they had relaxed their guard in the river, and the cost was their lives. Perhaps this was the instructor's aim in training them, to instill a constant sense of alertness, albeit at the expense of lives, which was an exceedingly heavy burden for these youths, barely around 10 years old. The fish are not particularly powerful, they are merely 10-year soul beasts. But their sheer numbers are overwhelming, Zhao Yue suddenly remarked from within the crowd. As she spoke, the others seemed to find a source of reassurance. Miss Yue, do you have any way to cross the river? Zhao Yue, exuding a cool and ethereal demeanor akin to a celestial being, was revered as one of the 5 great kings, and in this critical moment, the crowd felt she ought to contribute. However, her expression remained entirely indifferent, and her gaze held a hint of pity as she regarded them. How to cross the river is something you should contemplate. It has nothing to do with me. A sense of indignation surged among the crowd. Do you not intend to use the past? Zhao Yue, disregarding the others, turned to a young man beside her and said, "Let us proceed." The young man chuckled and replied, "Miss Yue, I must beg your pardon." As he spoke, 2 black wings suddenly unfurled from his back, each spanning an impressive 2 meters. Grasping Zhao Yue's hand, he flapped his wings a few times and soared swiftly into the sky, heading towards the opposite bank of the river. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. A flying soul master was indeed among Zhao Yue's ranks, which seemed utterly unfair for the competition. Lin Feng, do you think you could allow us to? Lin Feng's cold gaze swept across the crowd, silencing them instantly. We shall take our leave first. The top 5 positions shall be ours without hesitation. A few individuals within the throng chuckled, revealing variously shaped wings sprouting from their backs, indicating they too possessed flying martial souls. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the situation, these few individuals shot upwards into the sky, racing towards the opposite side. "Hey, I'm your teammate. Are you just leaving without me?" Someone shouted angrily. Voices of protest arose within the crowd. These flying soul masters had previously teamed up with others, yet now they abandoned their companions to fly off alone. The competition appeared profoundly unjust. In perilous areas, they could simply soar over obstacles. Who could possibly compete with those endowed with flying martial souls? Just as many were consumed by frustration and resentment. Beams of light suddenly surged forth, racing towards the airborne soul masters, followed by several anguished cries. Those who had not yet reached the heights lost control and plummeted into the river. The monstrous fish reappeared, encircling them and causing blood-red waves to erupt, leaving the spectators in a state of shock and horror. Gong Yin, the crowd turned their gaze to a boy with a chilling demeanor, some wishing to stand up for the abandoned teammates, but were met with Gong Yin's piercing glare, silencing them into submission. Jiang Chen, intrigued, turned his gaze toward the youth who was one of the 5 great kings. He wielded a massive black bow, adorned with 2 golden soul rings that had existed for a century. The arrows that had just flown were loosed by him, revealing a merciless and ruthless nature. Jiang Chen felt a surge of caution within, having slain several individuals without a flicker of emotion. One could only wonder how many lives he must have taken to attain such composure. Currently, apart from the flying soul master within Zhao Yue's team, there were no other aerial combatants. It seemed that Gong Yin refrained from attacking the flying soul master, wary of Zhao Yue and Lin Feng's formidable strength. This, in a way, ensured a semblance of fairness in the competition, as Gong Yin's actions had resulted in the demise of a few, much to the satisfaction of some onlookers. Before long, the flying soul master who had accompanied Zhao Yue returned, bringing another teammate with him. "Everyone, we must devise a strategy," someone voiced. "What strategies are left? Unless we venture upstream or downstream to find a suitable crossing." As the crowd deliberated, a thunderous sound erupted from the rear of the forest, where a towering tree came crashing down. Soon after, several youths emerged, waving their hands. "Come quickly and help us position this tree across the river to form a bridge." Many eyes sparkled with excitement as they hurried to assist. The tree, though not particularly thick, spanned an astonishing length of over 50 meters and was remarkably sturdy. With collective effort, the great tree was successfully placed over the water, much to their relief, as it did not provoke an attack from the monstrous fish. However, the trunk hovered less than a meter above the water's surface, causing hesitation among many. They had witnessed the fish leap from the water, and no one wished to be the first to traverse the precarious bridge. "I shall go," declared a youth stepping forward, wielding a gleaming large blade. He had orchestrated the tree felling. Known as Tianqi, one of the 5 great kings with a martial soul of a swift blade, he possessed formidable strength. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he set foot on the makeshift bridge, unleashing his full speed as he dashed toward the opposite shore. The monstrous fish soared once more, yet the youth's swiftness allowed him to evade its grasp, leaving the fish to miss its target. In mere moments, Tianqi reached the far bank, awaiting his companions. It is feasible, the crowd's spirits lifted, realizing that with sufficient speed, one could indeed dodge the lurking fish. In an instant, a throng surged forward, eager to be the first to cross. In a short time, several others had traversed, though some unfortunate souls, lacking the speed, met their demise at the jaws of the fish. The tree, now strained under the repeated assaults from the fish, was on the brink of breaking. "We need to fell more trees," came the determined suggestion. Some called out, noting that felling the tree would not take long. As for the slower soul masters, they could only shake their heads in resignation and make their way upstream or downstream in search of a place to cross the river. Zhao Yuyue's team and Tianqi's team had already traversed the river, vanishing on the opposite bank as they pressed onward. The tree sprawled across the water, its sections gnawed by fish, reduced to the thickness of an arm, threatening to snap at any moment. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with determination, while others hesitated. He felt an undeniable confidence. With his speed and weight, he was certain he could traverse the narrow bridge without a hitch. Chapter 69, Betrayed. At this moment, the majority had rushed off to chop wood, but Jiang Chen, undeterred, made his way swiftly towards the solitary wooden bridge. Several individuals had already crossed the river, and he knew he must follow closely behind. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Jiang Chen stepped onto the bridge and dashed towards the opposite bank. When did this little brat catch up? Has he lost his mind? Charging ahead like that? No, look at his speed. Good heavens. He is even faster than one of the 5 great kings, Tianqi. Am I seeing things? Indeed, the sheer velocity of this young child was astonishing. Many still lingering on the shore gasped in disbelief. A mere 6-year-old, outpacing one of the 5 great kings, and yet to unleash his martial spirit. As their astonishment grew, a swift arrow shot forth with a whoosh, as Gong Yin made his move once more. His gaze was as cold and lethal as a serpent. Perceiving Jiang Chen's speed as a threat, eradicating threats in their infancy was his favored pastime. His target was not Jiang Chen himself, but the most vulnerable section of a tree, gnawed down to its core. The arrow flew with greater speed than Jiang Chen, striking the frail point with unerring precision. Crack! The tree snapped under the force of the shot, and the rushing river swept it away. My heavens, he is doomed! Someone on the shore exclaimed in shock, drawing the attention of those who had been chopping wood. As Jiang Chen's expression shifted, a surge of fury welled within him. He recognized the arrow, indeed. It was a technique employed by one of the so-called 5 great kings. Such a venomous intent. How could he have provoked such a merciless attack merely by increasing his speed? I shall eliminate you. Jiang Chen roared internally. His pace did not waver. Rather, it intensified. The trees beneath him vanished, yet he continued his rapid advance. With a delicate tap of his toes upon the water's surface, he propelled himself forward over a considerable distance. The 3,000 thunderous transformations were boundless. Skimming across grass and gliding over water was but a trifling feat. His countenance darkened, mirroring the depths of the water, as he experienced an unprecedented surge of murderous intent towards another. My heavens, he can run on water. His speed is escalating. Countless onlookers along the shore gaped in astonishment, their expressions akin to those witnessing a specter. The expression of Gong Yin grew even more somber, his cold gaze radiating lethal intent as the 2 spirit rings upon him finally illuminated. Without hesitation, 2 formidable arrows were unleashed. This peculiar child must not be allowed to escape. In that instant, a sense of impending danger surged through Jiang Chen's heart. He realized he might be struck by those arrows. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit, and the dazzling purple spirit ring shimmered brilliantly, enveloping him in a menacing black armor. The arrows seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, locking onto him even as he shifted his position. At that moment, the 2 arrows struck simultaneously at his back. The first arrow, possessing remarkable penetrative power, pierced through his armor, yet was halted by his skin. The second arrow entered through the hole created by the first, lacking the same penetrative strength and failing to breach Jiang Chen's skin. However, its tip suddenly detonated. With a resounding boom, akin to a small explosive erupting behind him. Jiang Chen's speed surged even further, propelling him up onto the riverbank. Jiang Chen abruptly turned, his ebony eyes radiating a sinister aura, his mouth adorned with two sharp fangs, agape as he emitted a terrifying roar. Even from across the river, the crowd felt the overwhelming malevolence that seeped from him, an involuntary dread creeping into their hearts as they stumbled backward. Gong Yin remained rooted to the spot, a fleeting flicker of fear crossing his typically cold gaze, only to be replaced by an even deeper chill. What manner of monster is he? What could account for such wickedness? After all, a millennium-old soul ring could not possibly manifest in a mere 6-year-old child. This presence is undoubtedly akin to the 5 great kings, or perhaps even more horrifying. We must not provoke him. Listening to the panicked cries behind him, Gong Yin's expression grew increasingly malevolent as he suppressed the flicker of fear within, locking eyes with Jiang Chen's terrifying gaze. After a few furious roars, Jiang Chen temporarily vented some of his rage, yet an even greater fury simmered beneath the surface. He retracted his martial soul, coldly observing the opposite bank. Before long, several trees were maneuvered across the river, carefully avoiding Jiang Chen's vicinity, for the students were frightened, who would not tremble before such malevolence. Soon, with the exception of Gong Yin, everyone had crossed the river, hastily plunging into the forest to pursue those ahead. Gong Yin, however, remained on the opposite bank. Showing no intent to cross, Jiang Chen ceased his waiting and turned to depart, yet within his heart, he resolutely vowed that Gong Yin must perish. This very forest would serve as his final resting place. Furthermore, he intended to execute his vengeance in full view of all. After a prolonged interval, Gong Yin pivoted and leapt into the depths of the forest, stealthily making his way upstream along the great river. Those who had ventured upstream to investigate had not returned. Perhaps there existed a crossing point beyond the river. Jiang Chen did not conceal himself within the thicket, biding his time like a hunter awaiting prey. A man marked for death was not worthy of his patience. With his martial soul already revealed, he felt no trepidation. Any who dared to confront him would inevitably face his wrath. He moved swiftly, and before long, he encountered the remains of several soul beasts. Alongside the lifeless forms of young maidens, their vitality extinguished. In Jiang Chen's heart, there was no tumult. Having chosen to come here, he had to be prepared for death. To grow stronger, one must pay a price. Soon, he caught up with the group that had just crossed the river. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's arrival, this group felt a twinge of fear and hastily made way for him. A few individuals exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, yet ultimately, they refrained from taking action. Watching as Jiang Chen strode past, I am already at level 19, yet I inexplicably feel a sense of dread in the presence of this individual. His strength undoubtedly rivals that of the 5 great kings. Perhaps the 5 great kings will soon become the 6 great kings. No, have you forgotten? Gong Yin has already provoked this fellow. One of them must perish. I have long harbored disdain for that despicable Gong Yin. It would be best if he met his end at the hands of this youth. I doubt it. Jiang Chen pressed onward, pursuing the footsteps of the 2 foremost teams. Above him, a small black bird trailed closely in the sky. Alas, the forest was too dense. Otherwise, he could have relied on the little black sparrow to find a swifter route. He could sense the life force of soul beasts, and whenever one drew near, he deftly evaded it. After all, the objective this time was not to engage in battle with soul beasts, but to hasten his exit from this forest. After 2 hours of progress, a marshland emerged before him. Chapter 70, The Black Marsh. Across the marsh lay another dense expanse of forest. Yet the distance between them exceeded 100 meters. Jiang Chen approached the swamp with keen attention, sensing beneath the black, putrid mud a myriad of life fluctuations. Motionless and poised, awaiting their prey. The intensity of these life signals was comparable to those he encountered in the dense forest behind him, suggesting they possessed a cultivation level of around 1 to 200 years. His discerning eyes caught sight of a tattered corner of clothing resting atop the dark mire, indicating that it was highly probable someone had met their demise here. Beyond the sludge, other areas of the swamp exhibited tranquil surfaces, though the water appeared murky, leaving its depth a mystery. Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened as he beheld a creature of considerable girth swiftly darting beneath the water's surface. It appeared to be a colossal black serpent, its length exceeding 10 meters. This seemingly tranquil swamp concealed countless perils within its depths. He cast his eyes to either side, realizing that the marshland stretched endlessly, obscured from sight. With a thought, the small black sparrow took flight, eventually revealing a distant passageway that could be traversed. Jiang Chen felt somewhat speechless. The straightforward path was fraught with various obstacles, yet taking a safer route would require exponentially more time. Had the instructors not considered the presence of flying soul masters? If there were flying soul masters, traversing such terrain would pose no difficulty, allowing them to far surpass their peers. Should he take the risk? Jiang Chen pondered. Zhao Yue's team must have already soared past, while Wan Tianqi's group likely took the longer route on the sides. If he chose to veer to the side as well, he would undoubtedly lag significantly behind Zhao Yue. Moreover, he contemplated a crucial question. Were the 3 days mentioned by the instructor based on the capabilities of the majority of the students? Or were they calculated according to the prowess of the 5 great soul masters? If it were the former, Zhao Yue's speed in completing the task could very well be far less than 3 days. This thought instilled a sense of urgency within Jiang Chen. However, beneath the marsh lay many soul beasts. Within just a few meters of his vicinity, he had already detected several hundred-year-old soul beasts. The multitude of hidden soul beasts over a distance of hundreds of meters was unfathomable. Even a soul venerable, aware of the numerous hundred-year-old soul beasts lurking here, would likely retreat in haste. The bizarre fish he encountered in the river had not yet reached a century of cultivation, thus he felt no need for concern. But this marsh was teeming with hundred-year-old soul beasts. Should he confront them or avoid the danger? Gradually, shouts and footsteps approached from the forest behind him, indicating that the group of students had caught up. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen understood that crossing this marsh was key to surpassing Zhao Yue. Otherwise, if there were many more areas like this marsh ahead, would he have to consistently take longer detours? Suddenly, the bushes parted, and dozens of boys and girls emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled. Upon spotting Jiang Chen, they clearly paused in surprise, hesitating for a moment before cautiously approaching him. Jiang Chen could sense that with the emergence of this group of trainees, the creatures within the swamp gradually increased in number, stealthily slinking towards the periphery, their cold, eerie gazes piercing through the depths of the mire. A spark ignited within Jiang Chen's heart. Perhaps it would be wise to bide his time, luring more soul beasts from the depths of the marsh with this group of individuals. When he made his surge, the pressure he faced might be significantly alleviated. The students displayed expressions of curiosity, with several young ladies inclined to venture closer to examine the marshland. If you wish to avoid peril, do not approach, Jiang Chen cautioned, his tone tinged with a hint of chill. Upon hearing his words, the young ladies swiftly retreated. Is there a monster lurking beneath? One of the girls inquired cautiously. Jiang Chen nodded, indicating that within lay numerous century-old soul beasts, awaiting your demise. A few young ladies, their faces pallid, retreated several steps, gazing in terror at the dark marsh. The terrifying group of decade-old monstrous fish from the river had already instilled fear. Now, the presence of century-old soul beasts in the marsh was utterly daunting. How could one possibly venture forth? The young lady continued to inquire. Jiang Chen gestured to both sides. Either path is passable, albeit significantly longer. I refuse to believe it. A youth emerged from the crowd, casting a skeptical glance at Jiang Chen. He was among the few closest to becoming a Grand Soul Master and felt a pang of irritation upon witnessing the most beautiful girl seeking Jiang Chen's counsel. Since you claim there is a group of century-old soul beasts here, and that both paths are viable, why are you still lingering instead of departing? Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, the youth grew increasingly confident and approached the edge of the marsh. In my opinion, there are no soul beasts within. This lad must be attempting to deceive us into choosing one of the paths while he devises a way to traverse the mire himself. The youth's assertions bore a semblance of reason, prompting several others to nod in agreement, their gazes toward Jiang Chen now laced with skepticism. More youths advanced toward the marsh's edge. The earlier youth bent down, peering into the murky depths, and jested, "Look, if there were soul beasts, wouldn't they devour me?" No sooner had he spoken than several massive shadows erupted from the water, revealing terrifying crocodiles with a mouthful of jagged teeth. In a swift motion, one of them severed the youth's head, blood gushing forth. These colossal reptiles swiftly descended upon the youth's remains, tearing him apart with ease, leaving a grotesque scene in their wake. The nearby youths stumbled back in horror, collapsing to the ground, shrieking in terror as they scrambled away in a panic. A chorus of girls emitted piercing screams, their faces now marred by fear, losing their former beauty. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Jiang Chen felt a wave of nausea, yet he managed to maintain his composure. The crocodiles did not pursue onto the shore. After feasting upon the youth's carcass, They retreated back into the depths of the marsh. Now is the time. Jiang Chen's eyes erupted with a terrifying brilliance as his martial spirit manifested, the soul rings illuminated, and his divine armor equipped. In the blink of an eye, he accomplished all this, accelerating to his utmost speed and dashing towards the swamp. Had he lost his sanity? This was the thought of many onlookers. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring high into the air, and upon descending, he had plunged more than 10 meters into the swamp. With a delicate touch of his toes upon a lily pad, he propelled himself forward. Although slightly slower than on solid ground, he remained remarkably swift. The black mud at the edge of the swamp churned violently as numerous colossal crocodiles surged after Jiang Chen. Suddenly, Jiang Chen made a sharp turn, and 5 meters ahead of him, a serpent as thick as a barrel surged from the water's surface, its gaping maw lunging towards him with alarming speed. The colossal creature, nearly 20 meters in length, emanated a terrifying aura that caused the youths on the bank to retreat in sheer terror. Jiang Chen could sense the hidden life force beneath him, enabling him to evade danger in advance. As he ventured into the heart of the swamp, 5 formidable serpents pursued him relentlessly. Fortunately, Jiang Chen maintained a slight advantage in speed. Despite the increasing number of soul beasts trailing behind, they posed no real threat to him. In just over 10 seconds, he traversed the 100-meter expanse of the swamp, bursting into the forest with a multitude of vividly colored serpents in his wake. Was this truly human? Observing the direction in which Jiang Chen had departed, the onlookers stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 71, Kill. Fourth update. Upon solid ground, Jiang Chen's speed surged, swiftly putting distance between himself and the ferocious serpents. When he finally halted, he indeed discovered traces of a path forged by human hands. It was evident that these marks belonged to Zhao Yuyue's team. At this juncture, dusk was approaching, and Jiang Chen proceeded along the trail, arriving at a mountainous region. Here, the trees grew sparse, and he soon caught sight of Zhao Yuyue and her companions. This was an unbroken range of mountains, and to advance further, one must traverse the peaks. From a distance, flickering flames could be seen emanating from a cave halfway up the slope, where several figures were discernible at the entrance. Jiang Chen glanced back at the forest behind him and resolved that it would be wiser to spend the night in the mountainous region ahead. The summit of that mountain appeared to be an excellent choice. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chen stepped forward and began his ascent. Who goes there? A sharp voice echoed through the air. Jiang Chen paid no heed to these individuals and gradually ascended the mountain. Eagle, go take a look. A figure rushed out from the cave's entrance, obstructing Jiang Chen's path. Haha, so it's that little rascal from 6 years ago. I didn't expect him to have made it here. The boy before Jiang Chen laughed heartily. He was the sole master endowed with a flying martial spirit. Is that true? Wait for me. I wish to see as well. Boss, it's nothing. You may continue to enjoy yourself, he chuckled. Before long, more individuals appeared before Jiang Chen. Aside from Zhao Yuyue and Lin Feng, the entire quintet of this team stood in front of him. Youngster, tell us how you arrived here. One of the boys inquired with keen interest. Jiang Chen disregarded them, attempting to pass through the group, only to be obstructed once more. If you remain silent, don't expect to get by, one of them warned. The boss is indulging in a feast inside, and we might not even get a taste of the broth. Why not have a little fun with this kid instead? A splendid idea. A bit of amusement wouldn't he hurt. Just look at him, so tender and delicate. As he spoke, the man reached out, intending to pinch Jiang Chen's face. Seeking death. A flicker of malevolence flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, having been ambushed during the day. He was already seething with fury. Now, provoked by these individuals, the wrath within him could no longer be contained. His blackened nails elongated silently, and 2 sharp fangs emerged as he swiftly darted past the group. Damn it, something just bit me. One of them exclaimed. Me too, ugh. The skin of the 5 was swiftly lacerated by Jiang Chen's talons, and a potent venom coursed through their veins, wreaking havoc upon their bodies at an astonishing speed. Their faces gradually became enshrouded in a dark mist as they collapsed to the ground, convulsing incessantly, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed upon Jiang Chen. At that moment, they could no longer deny the sheer terror embodied by this seemingly innocent child. One among them, with great effort, raised a trembling hand, beseeching Jiang Chen for mercy. Jiang Chen stood there with an expression of indifference, observing as the 5 individuals gradually succumbed to the torment of the potent toxin. During his inaugural act of taking a life, he discovered an unexpected absence of fear. Instead, an eerie apathy enveloped him. The venom he had administered was merely lethal. ensuring their demise without the transformation into the undead. A panicked cry echoed from a nearby cave, and Jiang Chen recognized it as the voice of Zhao Yue. Contemplating the implications, he realized that once Zhao Yue and Lin Feng discovered the fate of these five, they would undoubtedly identify him as the perpetrator. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Chen proceeded towards the cave. The entrance was illuminated only by a faint flicker of firelight, but as he ventured deeper, the interior gradually brightened. As Jiang Chen stepped into the cavern, he was momentarily taken aback. He had inadvertently stumbled upon a compromising situation. Not far in front of him, Zhao Yue lay slumped upon the ground, her garments in disarray, while Lin Feng's robust figure loomed menacingly closer. The traces of a recent struggle were evident within the cave, indicating that these two had engaged in a fierce battle moments prior. It was abundantly clear that Zhao Yue had been vanquished and had succumbed to some form of poison, rendering her defenseless. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. It was quite commonplace for soul masters in Douluo Continent to mature early due to their martial souls. Many had even established families by the tender ages of 13 or 14. Yet, he was taken aback by the fact that Lin Feng, at merely 11 years old, had developed such inclinations. The sudden appearance of Jiang Chen startled both individuals. Zhao Yue's expression briefly flickered with joy before swiftly transforming into disappointment. "You brat! Who permitted you to enter?" Lin Feng's face contorted with rage. "Eagle, Firewolf, come in here." Despite his furious calls, no one responded from outside. "Cease your shouting. They have already perished," Jiang Chen remarked with a teasing tone. Lin Feng's countenance darkened, and he was now convinced to a large extent. "Who is responsible for their demise?" he asked, coldly fixing his gaze upon Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen refrained from unnecessary banter, directly invoking his martial spirit. A purple soul ring illuminated his presence, enveloping him in a menacing suit of armor. The dark, ominous armor shrouded even his visage, adorned with razor-sharp black spikes in various places. "How is this possible?" Lin Feng and Zhao Yue exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Lin Feng could not help but retreat several steps, while Zhao Yue's frail countenance betrayed her shock. "Earlier, you ordered me to leave. How does it feel now?" Surprised, Jiang Chen advanced steadily. Lin Feng hastily released his martial spirit, summoning 2 yellow soul rings. Tu rushed to don his attire, his gaze fixated on Jiang Chen. His martial spirit manifested as a shadow leopard, its patterns enveloping his form, transforming his hands into claws with nails that jutted forth like daggers. His physique elongated, becoming more powerful and agile. "Did you kill them?" A tempest of dread surged within Lin Feng as he recalled his 5 subordinates, 1 at level 19, 1 at 18, and 3 at 16, who had inexplicably perished at Jiang Chen's hands. The terror of this child was now undeniable. "I admit my demeanor towards you earlier was inappropriate. I apologize." Lin Feng's attitude shifted dramatically, offering a contrite apology to Jiang Chen. "I can help her," he began, but faltered, awkwardly realizing Jiang Chen was merely 6 years old. "Let us battle. Your fate is but death." Jiang Chen glared coldly at Lin Feng. Anger surged within him, yearning for a target to unleash his pent-up fury. The smile on Lin Feng's face abruptly froze, fading away into silence. His first soul ring flared to life, and he lunged at Jiang Chen like a phantom. Possessing an innate prowess for speed, his first skill, an acceleration technique, amplified his swiftness to astonishing levels. He boldly asserted that no other student in this camp could surpass his velocity. In an instant, he conjured multiple afterimages around Jiang Chen, his chilling voice resonating. "You underestimate me. The price of arrogance is your life." With a resounding crash, a figure was sent hurtling, colliding violently against the cave wall. A gasp escaping as blood was expelled. Jiang Chen retracted his fist and approached Lin Feng with deliberate steps, his gaze laced with mockery. "Your self-important speed is utterly futile before me," he declared. With a fierce roar, Lin Feng propelled himself upward, his second soul ring glowing momentarily. His claw-like hands, gleaming with a dagger-like brilliance, lunged toward Jiang Chen with intent. The intense radiance compelled Zhao Yue, who was ensconced in a corner, to close her eyes. Yet the turmoil within her heart remained unassuaged. Could it be that he was merely a 6-year-old child? Chapter 72. "Thank you for saving me," with a similar roar, Jiang Chen unleashed his own voice, a chilling dark aura emanating from his being, swirling around him ominously. This presence sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. Jiang Chen's somewhat modest hand clenched into a fist, the surface of which was adorned with armor, gathering an overwhelming force directed towards Lin Feng's claws. With a resounding clang, reminiscent of metal striking metal, sparks erupted at the point of their collision. 3 of Lin Feng's 5 sharp claws shattered instantly, while 2 managed to pierce through Jiang Chen's armored defense, yet failed to breach his skin. Under the impact of such a forceful blow, Lin Feng felt as though the very bones of his arm were on the verge of splintering. Jiang Chen did not afford Lin Feng a moment to process his shock. Before the pain could subside, another punch was unleashed. Terror glimmered in Lin Feng's eyes as Jiang Chen's fist approached, not particularly swift yet undeniably forceful, compelling him to raise his own fists in defense. The ear-splitting sound of impact echoed continuously, leaving Lin Feng with no means of evasion. One of his arms had already fractured, exposing ghastly shards of bone in a scene of utter brutality. Crack, crack. Jiang Chen came to a halt, a semblance of the pent-up frustration within him finally finding release. Lin Feng, with his arms shattered, lay on the ground, blood oozing from his wounds, trembling and howling in agony. At merely 11 years of age, despite possessing a maturity beyond that of his peers, he could not withstand such torment. You are a devil, not a human. He quivered, gazing at the approaching Jiang Chen with palpable fear. Jiang Chen approached Lin Feng, shedding his armor to reveal his visage. If blame were to be assigned, let it rest upon your subordinates who dared to provoke me. His fingernails grazed the opponent's throat, and resisting the temptation of blood, Jiang Chen rose and walked towards Zhao Yue. Zhao Yue collapsed onto the ground. Though her form did not quite rival that of Hu Laina, she was undeniably enchanting. Her alabaster skin, illuminated by the flickering flames, appeared ethereal, akin to exquisite white jade, stirring an instinctive tenderness within Jiang Chen. At this moment, he could finally take in her beauty, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze upon her, Zhao Yue felt a rush of shyness, her cheeks flushed with crimson, a picture of alluring timidity. Could that little brother assist me in retrieving my garments? I find myself utterly drained, she implored. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. Zhao Yue appeared to be an entirely different person compared to her demeanor during the day. The haughtiness, aloofness, and disdain had vanished completely, replaced by a gentle voice, a coaxing tone, and a bashful posture that led him to doubt if he had mistaken her identity. Did you not respond with indifference when I expressed my desire to join your ranks earlier? Why should I extend my assistance to you? Jiang Chen retorted with a cold laugh. Zhao Yue's blushing face momentarily faltered as she hastily replied, You misunderstand, little brother. I have my own hardships. As a frail woman, if I do not feign a semblance of strength, how can I survive in this brutal concentration camp? Please, help me. You saved my sister, and she will heed your every word from now on. Zhao Yue attempted to sit up, only to weakly collapse once more, writhing in pain. Jiang Chen picked up the clothes from the ground and tossed them onto Zhao Yue, yet there remained subtle and exquisite features that proudly revealed themselves. Could you help me cover up a bit? Zhao Yue whispered, her ears flushed with crimson. Jiang Chen approached, crouching down to cover Zhao Yue with her clothing. He intended to first unravel the mystery of what captivated him about her before contemplating how to deal with this woman. Suddenly, a sharp dagger emerged from Zhao Yue's hand, piercing through Jiang Chen's garment and embedding itself deeply. This was no longer the feeble girl she once appeared to be. She sat up abruptly, gripping Jiang Chen's shoulder, her lips brushing against his ear. Sister, thank you for saving me. As she spoke, she exerted pressure once more, only to discover that the dagger could no longer penetrate. Her expression shifted as she withdrew the dagger and thrust it again with renewed force. Clang. This time, it felt as though she had struck metal without a hint of penetration. To her horror, she realized that Jiang Chen's eyes had inexplicably transformed into an inky black, and 2 sharp fangs sent an inexplicable chill down her spine. Sister, I was just joking with you. She managed to force a smile, attempting to rise and retreat. Her heart raced, perplexed by her inability to pierce Jiang Chen's flesh. The thought of his formidable strength, capable of vanquishing Lin Feng, filled her with trepidation. With a low growl, Jiang Chen lunged at Zhao Yue before she could rise, pinning her to the ground. His grotesque mouth gaped wide, instilling terror within her. No, she screamed in panic. Almost immediately, she felt a sharp pain in her neck as Jiang Chen pressed against it, her blood surging towards him, consumed in voracious gulps. Zhao Yue was engulfed by an overwhelming dread. This child was drinking her blood. Was this still human? Her courage shattered, She struggled to muster her spiritual energy to resist, only to find herself seemingly poisoned, immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as her lifeblood flowed into the mouth of this demonic child. As her blood rapidly drained, she felt her body grow cold, yet her mind sharpened, amplifying her terror. What had she done wrong? She had merely intended to kill a 6-year-old child. This was a lesson her father had taught her since childhood. Could it truly be erroneous? Tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving her in utter confusion. Finally, Jiang Chen halted, releasing Zhao Yue. The slick texture of her skin and the exquisite taste of her blood, sweeter than even Jing Wuming's, left him yearning for more. Had it not been for the potential usefulness of this woman, he might have succumbed to the temptation of draining her completely. Observing Zhao Yue lying there with a bewildered expression, Jiang Chen discerned that she was weaker than he. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would likely become his second subordinate. In this concentration camp, having a subordinate was indeed advantageous, provided she held some value. If not, he would prefer to forego such a follower. He lifted his garment to inspect his abdomen. Zhao Yue's initial strike had pierced his skin but could not delve deeper. Once he revealed his zombie form, the dagger had become ineffective against him. At present, the wound had healed completely, leaving no trace. His mind had assimilated Zhao Yue's memories, and he began to form a hypothesis regarding what had drawn him to her. Her family's inherited martial spirit was the moon. Perhaps this was the reason for his attraction. Whether this was true would require further exploration. After a brief moment, Jiang Chen smiled. Success. He sensed a burgeoning spiritual connection with Zhao Yue, growing increasingly profound. Before long, Zhao Yue rose to her knees before him. Please forgive Yue's transgressions, Master, she implored, her demeanor imbued with utmost reverence, yet tinged with fear. Jiang Chen turned around, picked up her clothes, and tossed them over, urging her to put them on first. Zhao Yue's delicate face flushed crimson as she hurriedly turned away. Jiang Chen, feigning a serious expression, felt a subtle flush of warmth on his face, a sudden sense of relief washing over him for still being a child. Otherwise, in such circumstances, he feared he would find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Chapter 73, A Unique Sensation Before Long. Zhao Yue had donned her attire and turned to gaze at Jiang Chen with a hint of curiosity. Master, she called softly. Jiang Chen turned around and calmly said, From now on, you shall accompany me. Zhao Yue replied respectfully, Yue will forever follow my master. Being addressed as master by a beautiful young girl stirred something unusual within Jiang Chen. In front of others, you may call me Xiao Chun. Understood, master. Jiang Chen cast a glance at Lin Feng and realized that he had met his demise. He then turned and made his way outside, with Zhao Yue hastily following suit. Upon reaching the exterior, Zhao Yue was confronted with the lifeless forms of 5 individuals, each sharing the same gruesome fate. Their skin was a deep, ominous black, a sight both chilling and horrific. Such corpses, it seemed, would surely deter any soul beast from partaking in them. Jiang Chen remained silent, quietly making his way towards the mountain summit. Master, it has grown dark. Shall we continue our journey? Zhao Yue inquired, summoning her courage. At this moment, her understanding of Jiang Chen was limited. Apart from the fear and obedience she felt towards him on a spiritual level, her knowledge stemmed solely from his formidable display of strength within the cave. In her heart, she recognized that her master far surpassed her, both in power and innate talent. Jiang Chen said, No, we shall spend the night at the mountain summit. Zhao Yue, increasingly intrigued, wondered why they would choose to stay at the peak instead of in a cave. Jiang Chen paid no heed to Zhao Yue's curiosity, continuing to walk while reflecting on the information regarding her. The Zhao family, to which Zhao Yue belonged, was a prominent clan affiliated with the Spirit Hall, possessing considerable strength. Zhao Yue was the cherished jewel of the family, being the most gifted of her generation. At the tender age of merely 11, she had already attained the rank of a 24th-level Great Soul Master, which inevitably rendered her somewhat arrogant, looking down upon those with lesser talents. However, despite her fierce disposition, Zhao Yue lacked experience and was unaware that the 5 individuals she encountered were already under Lin Feng's command, narrowly escaping humiliation. It was not until Jiang Chen reached the summit of the mountain that he came to a halt. Master, thank you for saving me. Zhao Yue expressed her gratitude. Jiang Chen gazed at her, a smile playing upon his lips as he remarked, You previously expressed your gratitude with a dagger. Zhao Yue's face blanched with trepidation, and she hurriedly knelt, beseeching her master for punishment. Rise, for had I intended to punish you, I would have done so long ago, Jiang Chen replied. Yes, thank you. Master, please, release your martial soul for me to behold, Jiang Chen requested. Zhao Yue nodded, summoning her martial soul with her thoughts. A radiant moon materialized above her head, casting a gentle, ethereal glow that rendered her appearance even more serene and noble, imbued with an air of otherworldly grace. 2 yellow soul rings encircled her form. As Zhao Yue's martial soul manifested, Jiang Chen felt an increasingly intense sensation within his heart. Master, my first soul skill is called Moonlight as Water, a control ability that reduces the speed of all under the influence of my martial soul by 20%. My second skill is Moonlight Slash, a powerful offensive technique. Jiang Chen nodded and said, show me your first soul skill. All right, Zhao Yue replied, as the first yellow soul ring on her body illuminated. The surrounding lunar glow seemed to alter, imbued with an almost viscous quality. However, Jiang Chen's perception diverged under Zhao Yue's skill. He did not experience the purported reduction in speed. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that, in fact, his speed had increased by 20% while under the influence of her ability. When he relayed this observation to Zhao Yue, she too was perplexed. Having never encountered such a phenomenon before, at least it has some effect, Jiang Chen mused inwardly. Initially, he had considered that if Zhao Yue proved ineffective by his side, it would be better to dispose of her. Yet, what baffled him was that the peculiar sensation he experienced was not a result of her skill. Perhaps he began to entertain a possibility. As he focused his thoughts, his zombie martial soul manifested, and the strange feeling intensified remarkably. He sensed a profound allure emanating from Zhao Yue's martial spirit. Zhao Yue's expression momentarily froze. Then she exclaimed in surprise, Master, I suddenly feel an odd sensation. I just want to be close to you. As she spoke, her fair cheeks flushed slightly, though her master was still but a child. He was, after all, male, and her master at that. The peculiar sensation that Zhao Yue described mirrored Jiang Chen's own, as their martial spirits were simultaneously unleashed. An unexpected desire to draw closer to her blossomed within him. Very well, come here, he beckoned. Zhao Yue nodded and approached him, and suddenly, both felt an enigmatic connection, as if they had grasped an ineffable truth. Zhao Yue's form became increasingly ethereal, approaching a state of near transparency. Jiang Chen spread his arms wide, an endless wave of dark energy emanating from his being, enveloping a radius of several meters around him. Zhao Yue suddenly accelerated, crashing into Jiang Chen's embrace, merging with him completely. How? Suddenly, Jiang Chen let out a fierce roar towards the heavens, his body rapidly ascending in height, causing his garments to tear apart. The swirling dark energy surrounding him surged outward, expanding to envelop a 10-meter radius. This black mist, akin to thick ink, churned incessantly, rendering the interior scene invisible from the outside. At that moment, at the heart of the darkness, Jiang Chen had ceased his transformation, reaching a height of 1.70 meters. Through the torn seams of his clothing, a robust physique emerged, and his nails extended longer than before. His handsome visage bore a slightly otherworldly quality. Yet hints of his former appearance remained discernible. In Jiang Chen's perception, Zhao Yue seemed to transform into a surge of energy residing within him. They could sense each other's thoughts, yet Jiang Chen retained complete dominion over his body. This was, in essence, the martial soul fusion technique. Both Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue comprehended the distinctive attributes of this fusion technique simultaneously. Within such a dense black fog, where visibility was reduced to mere shadows, their enemies were rendered blind, while Jiang Chen's vision remained unimpeded, and his various abilities were notably enhanced. Moreover, this black mist harbored intense malevolence, capable of disorienting minds and amplifying the desire for slaughter to an infinite degree, leading even allies to turn against one another in the throes of madness. Enemies ensnared within the black mist would experience a 50% reduction in their resistance to toxins, their blood boiling. Weaker opponents might even find their blood leaving their bodies, transforming into energy for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen withdrew from the state of the martial soul fusion technique, nodding slightly. This fusion skill was quite commendable, yet its true efficacy required further experimentation. At this moment, Zhao Yue detached herself from Jiang Chen's presence, her cheeks flushed. During their recent union, she had felt the immense power he possessed. Martial soul fusion techniques were exceedingly rare, and she had never anticipated encountering someone with whom she could merge. It was only at this juncture that Jiang Chen began to feel a sense of satisfaction towards Zhao Yue. Chapter 74. The Final Challenge Master. What is your current cultivation level? Zhao Yue inquired with curiosity. Level 14, Jiang Chen replied. I ascended to level 14 during my last tribulation, and it has been less than a month since then. However, after absorbing a significant portion of your blood just now, I sense that my cultivation has increased further, bringing me closer to a breakthrough. Zhao Yue was taken aback, her alluring red lips parting in astonishment. Master, you are truly remarkable. Not too shabby, Jiang Chen remarked. Finding a clean spot to sit down. Let us cultivate. The night is the most opportune time for training. Zhao Yue settled beside Jiang Chen in a meditative position. Yet she dared not draw too close, as she still harbored a modicum of trepidation towards her master. Jiang Chen paid no further attention to Zhao Yue. After commanding the little black sparrow to remain vigilant of their surroundings, he began to cultivate his powers. Zhao Yue gazed at Jiang Chen's face for quite some time before ultimately closing her eyes to enter a meditative state. It was not until dawn, when the light of day broke, that they both awoke. Zhao Yue expressed her surprise, exclaiming, Master, I have cultivated for a significantly longer duration than before. Previously, I would feel fatigued after 3 to 4 hours of continuous practice, yet this time I managed to cultivate throughout the entire night. Her excitement was palpable, and her delicate features flushed with a hint of crimson. This is the ability I have bestowed upon you. Under the moonlight, you shall not feel weary, Jiang Chen replied. Thank you, Master, Zhao Yue said as she knelt down, her long-held desire for strength and admiration for the powerful evident in her demeanor. Jiang Chen bestowed upon her the opportunity to grow stronger. How could she not be grateful? Rise, we must be on our way. This first place shall be mine. Jiang Chen glanced back, sensing that their pursuers were drawing near. Indeed, everything is at the behest of my master. Zhao Yue stood up, trailing closely behind Jiang Chen. The two began their arduous journey across the mountains, and to Zhao Yue's astonishment, Jiang Chen's peculiar agility made traversing the rugged terrain seem as effortless as walking on flat ground, without encountering the slightest hindrance. As Jiang Chen unveiled increasingly bizarre techniques, Zhao Yue's reverence for him deepened. Master, why do you frequently change direction? After several hours of travel, curiosity overwhelmed her, prompting her to inquire. Because of the soul beasts, Jiang Chen replied. Soul beasts? But we have yet to encounter any, she retorted, her confusion only intensifying. Jiang Chen did not respond to her. This time, upon sensing the soul beast, he did not retreat, but rather continued to approach. After closing in to a certain distance, Zhao Yue was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. Master, I perceive a powerful life force. Is that the soul beast? Jiang Chen nodded, saying, after being bitten by me, you have been afflicted by my corpse poison, thus acquiring this ability. The capacity to sense the life force around you is one of the powers of a zombie, along with several others that you will come to understand in due time. He patiently elucidated. Thank you, Master, Zhao Yue expressed her gratitude, overwhelmed by the multitude of surprises Jiang Chen had bestowed upon her. Yes, let us circumvent it and proceed forward. The rugged mountain range stretched endlessly, and it was not until midday that the two emerged from its depths. After traversing for 4 to 5 continuous hours, Zhao Yue found herself nearly unable to continue, as Jiang Chen's pace was exceedingly swift. He navigated perilous terrains with ease, while she had to tread with utmost caution. Seeing her exhaustion, Jiang Chen paused and sought out a shaded spot to sit beside her. Zhao Yue's body was nearly drenched in sweat, and she hastily retrieved her water pouch, gulping down the contents with fervor. Once she had quenched her thirst, a sense of unease washed over her, and she exclaimed, Master, I apologize. I was far too parched and should have offered it to you first. With that, she extended the water pouch towards Jiang Chen. There's no need, I am not thirsty, Jiang Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. Zhao Yue retracted it and then produced her provisions. After Jiang Chen shook his head in refusal, she commenced to eat. However, after just a few bites, she felt a wave of nausea and promptly expelled the food, her complexion reflecting her discomfort. This is dreadful. Has it gone bad? She grimaced, staring at the rations in her hand. It is not the food that has spoiled, but rather you have become a zombie and can no longer consume normal sustenance, Jiang Chen elucidated. Zhao Yue was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a pitiful expression, she asked, What should I do? Master, I am so hungry. Come, I shall take you to find something to eat. Jiang Chen stood up, having nearly drained Zhao Yue's blood the previous night, and still feeling satiated himself. It was imperative that she quickly acclimated to her new identity as a zombie. Zhao Yue followed eagerly, unaware of what her master would provide, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Moments later, as Zhao Yue awaited, Jiang Chen returned, clutching a small tiger, and tossed it before her. "Master, I cannot roast meat," she lamented. "I did not instruct you to roast it. Simply drink its blood," Jiang Chen stated matter-of-factly. Zhao Yue was taken aback. Jiang Chen's notion of finding food for her meant she was to drink blood? Reflecting on the scene from the previous night when Jiang Chen had consumed her blood, she finally grasped the reality. The sustenance of a zombie is indeed blood. Jiang Chen paid no heed to her astonishment as a dagger materialized in his hand, swiftly slicing through the throat of the small tiger. Zhao Yue watched the blood gushing forth, swallowing hard several times. She found herself irresistibly drawn to the crimson liquid. In an instant, she involuntarily transformed, her exquisite features now adorned with two pristine fangs protruding from her lips, lending her previously frosty visage a touch of innocent charm. "Retract your fangs and come here, drain it dry," Jiang Chen commanded. Although Zhao Yue's mind resisted, her body responded instinctively, moving to seal the source of the blood flow and gulping it down voraciously. She continued to suckle for several minutes until the small tiger was rendered desiccated, discarded carelessly by Jiang Chen. Ugh! Zhao Yue could not suppress a contented belch, her face splattered with blood, creating a somewhat dazed yet endearing appearance. "Are you satisfied?" Jiang Chen inquired. She nodded in affirmation. "Once satiated, let us proceed." With that, Jiang Chen strode ahead. The little black sparrow, which had ventured forth to scout, returned, signaling to Jiang Chen that they were nearing their destination. "From now on, without my explicit permission, do not bite humans or soul beasts, understood?" Jiang Chen commanded, glancing back. He possessed the ability to control the zombies he had bitten, but Zhao Yue did not share this power. Should a horde of zombies emerge, it would pose a significant threat not only to other factions, but also to the Spirit Hall. His intention was clear. If there were to be zombies, they must be created solely by him, kept firmly under his control. As the pair continued forward, they finally reached the final challenge. Before them lay a vast canyon, its towering cliffs rising over 1,000 meters high on either side. Through the little black sparrow's perspective, Jiang Chen knew that beyond this canyon lay the exit. However, something peculiar lingered in the center of the chasm. A pink mist enveloped an area spanning hundreds of meters. Chapter 75. The pink mist. Let us proceed. We should be the first to arrive here. Jiang Chen advanced ahead, with Zhao Yue closely trailing him. As they entered the vast gorge, Jiang Chen remained vigilant, not allowing himself a moment's respite. The gorge was expansive, and should any soul beast appear, evasion would be futile. They would have to confront it head-on. Zhao Yue followed behind, her moon martial spirit hovering ethereally behind her, transforming her into a state reminiscent of a zombie. This new identity fascinated her. Upon transforming, her speed, strength, defense, and vitality experienced a significant enhancement. Jiang Chen had also informed her that within her coursed a formidable corpse poison. Never had she anticipated acquiring such formidable abilities overnight. Although it required relinquishing certain human habits, she deemed the trade-off worthwhile, basking in the considerable gains. Consequently, her gratitude towards Jiang Chen, her master, deepened profoundly. Fortunately, the duo traversed to the heart of the gorge without encountering a single soul beast. Yet, before them materialized an eerie, pinkish mist. "Stay close behind me," Jiang Chen commanded gravely. He could perceive his surroundings in the darkness. Yet the mysteries concealed within the pink mist eluded him. Nevertheless, within his sensory range, he detected no presence of soul beasts. Zhao Yue nodded obediently. Her curiosity piqued as she watched Jiang Chen retrieve a rope, securing it around their waists, maintaining a distance of 3 meters between them. "Let us proceed. Should anything arise, be sure to inform me, understood?" Jiang Chen instructed. Zhao Yue nodded once more, and together, they cautiously stepped into the pink mist. Upon entering, Jiang Chen was greeted by a faint, enchanting fragrance that invigorated his senses, compelling him to inhale deeply several times, a reaction mirrored by Zhao Yue behind him. "Master, it smells delightful in here," she remarked. "Yes, stay close to me," he replied. Jiang Chen discovered that within the crimson mist, he could scarcely perceive Zhao Yue behind him. Only when they drew near could they discern each other's presence. After advancing 20 meters, he sensed an unsettling shift, as an insatiable desire began to burgeon within him, swiftly escalating in intensity. Perhaps due to inhaling an excess of fog, this yearning surged forth with unparalleled ferocity, invading his consciousness. In that fleeting moment of lost reason, he sensed that Zhao Yue behind him was similarly affected, emitting a soft sigh, as if ensnared in a peculiar state. In a haze of consciousness, Jiang Chen found himself within the Hall of Spirits, seated majestically upon the elevated throne of the Pope, appearing just as he had in the state of spirit fusion the previous night. Little brother Chen, two dulcet voices chimed, and as he turned his head, he beheld two enchanting maidens flanking his throne. To his astonishment, they were Qian Rinxue and Hu Laina, both adorned in audacious attire, their exquisite faces slightly raised as they began to approach him with graceful movements. Their pristine wings fluttered gently, and their fluffy tails swayed languidly. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when Jiang Chen suddenly jolted awake, the previous scene too vivid, nearly ensnaring him in its grasp. Fortunately, his will had been tempered through Hu Laina's trials, allowing him to extricate himself at the critical moment. But what of Zhao Yue? Jiang Chen tugged at the rope around his waist, relieved to find Zhao Yue still behind him. However, his expression soon morphed into one of perplexity as he heard her emitting peculiar sounds while calling out his name. He swiftly pulled the rope and moved backward, discovering Zhao Yue lying on the ground. "Wake up!" Jiang Chen shook her gently, but to no avail. She seemed ensnared in the same illusion he had experienced earlier, unable to extricate herself. With no other option, he blushed, adjusted Zhao Yue's clothing, and lifted her into his arms. Perhaps the only way to liberate her from this phantasm was to escape this cursed place. Zhao Yue was surprisingly light. To Jiang Chen, her weight felt negligible. With her in his embrace, he began to sprint with fervor. To his bemusement, Zhao Yue's hands flailed wildly, and her body twisted incessantly. "Master, master, I want." He could not fathom why Zhao Yue would conjure such fantasies about him, considering they had only known each other for a single night and half a day. The crimson mist enveloped an area of over 100 meters. Upon breaking free, Jiang Chen wasted no time and unceremoniously tossed Zhao Yue out. "Ouch!" she cried as her rear hit the ground, the impact jolting her into clarity. "Master, how did I end up on the ground?" Zhao Yue initially questioned in confusion, but quickly recalled the vivid scenes from her illusion. In that moment, she comprehended that she had indeed been trapped in a fantasy. Her cheeks flushed with astonishing rapidity, burning like fire, and she dared not meet Jiang Chen's gaze. I actually fantasized about my master." The more she pondered, the more embarrassment enveloped her, especially knowing that Jiang Chen must have witnessed her indiscretion, making her wish she could instantly vanish into the earth. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment and, wishing to avoid the subject, promptly remarked, "The exit should be just ahead. Let us proceed to complete our task." Zhao Yue softly nodded, her voice scarcely audible, akin to a whisper. However, after taking a few steps, she sensed something amiss and stopped, gazing quizzically at her trousers. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen asked, turning back in confusion, only to discover that Zhao Yue's pants were inexplicably damp, a sizable patch of moisture marring the fabric. He was at a loss, as the canyon was relatively arid, and there seemed to be no standing water on the ground. Observing Zhao Yue's discomfort, he reluctantly retrieved a simple tent and tossed it toward her. "Change your clothes quickly, otherwise, others will catch up." Zhao Yue, her neck flushed crimson, remained silent and swiftly darted into the tent. Her speed suggested a genuine fear of being overtaken, and soon she emerged, clad in fresh attire. "Let us go." This time, Jiang Chen spoke only once, choosing not to engage further as he strode confidently toward the imposing gate several hundred meters away. Zhao Yue hurried after him, managing to keep pace, her eyes occasionally glancing at Jiang Chen, her gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. The pink mist ahead represented the final challenge. Once they traversed it, no further obstacles would stand in their way. Moments later, they arrived at the grand entrance. The towering iron gate was firmly locked, and several patrolling spirit masters were stationed outside. Leaning against the gate on a recliner was an elderly man with white hair, his small eyes half closed. "Old man, could you please open the gate?" Jiang Chen called out. The old man opened his eyes in confusion, scanning the surroundings until he finally noticed Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue within. How is it possible for anyone to have cleared the challenge so swiftly? This is unbelievable," he murmured in astonishment before rising to unlock the gate. "You two just passed through that mist?" Jiang Chen gazed at the elderly man before him, whose small eyes and long, drooping mustache rendered his face reminiscent of a rodent, exuding an unmistakable air of lewdness. "Indeed," Jiang Chen replied. Chapter 76, A Sudden Ambush. The old man's gaze shifted to Zhao Yue, and upon observing her flushed cheeks, a sly grin spread across his face. Little girl, that sensation must be delightful. He suddenly chuckled, his entire being radiating an unsettling aura. Zhao Yue comprehended the old man's insinuations and immediately shot him a glare filled with fury. The old man, unfazed by her murderous intent, turned his attention back to Jiang Chen, clicking his tongue and remarking, "Ah, so that's how you've progressed so swiftly. It all hinges on this naive little brat. It makes sense. How could one despair without understanding?" Observing the old man lost in his own world, Jiang Chen felt somewhat exasperated and inquired, "Old man, do we rank as the first?" "Ah, that is not my concern. I merely serve as a gatekeeper." The old man chuckled, abruptly turning and bellowing, "Dragon lad, your student has emerged." His booming voice resonated like rolling thunder, reaching hundreds of meters away, causing several figures to burst forth from the massive tinted structures nearby. Jiang Chen focused his gaze and recognized it was the chief instructor Longshan along with several other deputy instructors. "Alas, I must return to my duties." The old man sighed and made his way inside. The instructors moved with agility, reaching Jiang Chen and his companion in mere moments. "Little brother, it's truly you," exclaimed instructor Qingqing with delight. Jiang Chen nodded gently, revealing a benevolent smile. Longshan remained as serious as ever, scrutinizing Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue, his brow furrowed. "Is it you who brought him out?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhao Yue. She shook her head, replying, "No, it was he who led me out. He was first, and I was second." Longshan's expression clearly conveyed skepticism. Qingqing interjected from the side, "There is indeed a possibility. That old fellow's pink memories are not easily navigated." Her words resonated with the others, who understood that Zhao Yue had relied on Jiang Chen to successfully pass through this final trial of desire. Longshan nodded in acknowledgement. The rules allowed for teamwork. And even if Zhao Yue had guided Jiang Chen throughout, he could not contest it. However, due to Jiang Chen's identity, his earlier inquiry had been warranted. After all, he still had to prepare a report for the Pope. "Jiang Chen, first, Zhao Yue, second," he declared, turning away. Immediately, an assistant instructor produced a notebook to record the results. "Instructor Long, may I enter again?" Jiang Chen suddenly asked. "Enter again? What do you intend to do?" Longshan questioned, perplexed, while the others regarded him with curiosity. Having already secured first place, what purpose could there be in returning? Jiang Chen did not conceal his intentions. His voice turned cold as he declared, "I wish to take a life." "Murder?" The gazes of the crowd grew peculiar. Had someone within provoked this young lad to utter such words? The students were accustomed to their mutual skirmishes and found nothing strange in that. Yet, to think that someone would dare to provoke a 6-year-old was baffling. Who could be so eccentric? Was this child truly gifted, inciting jealousy among others? A sudden thought flickered through their minds. Considering that Jiang Chen was the first to emerge, their suspicions solidified. Perhaps he was not merely talented, but possessed extraordinary strength as well. "Whom do you wish to kill?" Longshan inquired. "Gong Yin," Jiang Chen replied candidly. "Little brother, have you lost your mind?" Qing was the first to exclaim, for she had envisioned her future advancement and prosperity hinging upon Jiang Chen, and would never allow him to engage in such perilous endeavors. Zhao Yue, who listened nearby, felt a twinge of alarm, yet remained untroubled. After all, Jiang Chen had effortlessly slain Lin Feng. What was a mere Gong Yin in comparison? Jiang Chen remained silent, quietly gazing at Longshan. To the astonishment of all the instructors, he unexpectedly agreed. "Long, are you not sending him to his death?" Qingqing exclaimed anxiously. "Do not worry, Sister Qingqing. With Sister Yue by my side, I shall be fine." He reassured her before leading Zhao Yue inside. Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, yet continued to watch Longshan, awaiting an explanation. The others, sharing her curiosity, also sought to understand the rationale behind Longshan's decision. Longshan's response was straightforward. "I wish to observe his talent, and he will not perish." With that, he followed them in, convinced that Jiang Chen would surely call upon him in a moment of crisis. Finally at ease, Qingqing ventured inside as well. The white-haired elder moved a recliner into position, settling himself before the pink mist, anticipating the emergence of the students. Jiang Chen approached silently, finding a ledge by the cliff to sit alongside Zhao Yue. "Yue, what is the strength of that Gong Yin?" Zhao Yue replied, "Master, Gong Yin is also 11 years old this year, possessing slightly inferior qualifications compared to me, being merely a level 22 Great Soul Master. His martial spirit is a black longbow, His first soul skill enhances penetration, while his second soul skill is the explosive arrow. He is an orphan without a significant background, having been raised by the Spirit Hall since childhood. Master, why do you wish to eliminate Gong Yin? Because he has schemed against me. Jiang Chen recounted the circumstances at that time. Zhao Yue's beautiful eyes glimmered with a fierce light. How dare he offend you, master? He truly deserves to be punished. Allow me to handle him. Jiang Chen shook his head, saying, No, let us both act together and test our fusion technique. Zhao Yue was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation and nodded with excitement. Hey, kid, not bad at all. At such a young age. You have such a beautiful maid. The voice of the lecherous old man suddenly echoed from a distance. Jiang Chen paid no heed to the old man. Yet the latter reveled in his own excitement. Do you see these pink mists? I conjured them, and I call it pink memories. You, young lad, may not yet grasp the delight contained within. You are unaware of how many young souls from each generation of the camp would secretly come to me, yearning to enter that realm of endless reminiscence. If you ever find yourself enamored with someone unattainable, you may seek me out. My fees are rather modest. Perverse old man, silence yourself. Do you not have any decency, preying on such young children? Upon hearing the old man attempting to entice Jiang Chen, Qingqing could not help but raise her voice in reproach. The lecherous old man chuckled a few times, but fell silent, seemingly wary of Qingqing. Little brother, do you have confidence? Qingqing approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remarked, Sister, you may call me Xiao Chen. I am utterly confident that Gong Yin must perish. Very well. Then I shall observe your performance, she replied, gracefully settling onto the platform. The individuals from Longshan did not approach, instead leaning against the nearby cliffside. Oh, another little fellow has arrived, the old man with a predatory gaze mused, as if he could see through the pink mist. Jiang Chen also sensed the situation, but due to the distance, he could not perceive the presence of that individual. 10 minutes later, a youth with a flushed face burst forth. Instantly, all the instructors, including the lecherous old man, directed their gazes towards the youth's lower region. Indeed, the lad exhibited commendable willpower, the old man remarked. The instructors also revealed expressions of satisfaction and beckoned to the young man. Chapter 77. The terrifying martial soul fusion technique. The one who emerged was none other than the swift-blade Wan Tianqi, who had followed Zhao Yue across the river. It seemed he had ultimately abandoned his teammates and embarked on the journey alone. As Wan Tianqi dashed out, he was momentarily taken aback to find a throng of people staring at him. Upon spotting Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue not far away, a profound disappointment washed over his face. He had lagged behind Zhao Yue once again, and who was that child? When he crossed the river, Jiang Chen had still been concealed within the crowd, and later, during the marsh ordeal, he had taken a different path, thus never witnessing Jiang Chen's prowess. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly appear before him filled Wan Tianqi with astonishment. He hastened to the instructor's side, securing third place in this assessment. Ah, yet another has arrived, the lecherous old man remarked, glancing once more into the mist. Within less than 10 minutes, another individual charged out, moving even faster than Wan Tianqi had earlier. Not bad at all, the old man commented, eyeing the youth's trousers. The one who emerged was precisely the person Jiang Chen most wished to eliminate, the archer Gong Yin, who had shot several arrows at him from behind. Upon his arrival, Gong Yin was momentarily taken aback by the multitude before him. And then he noticed a figure darting towards him from the side, obstructing his path of retreat. He quickly turned around, and upon recognizing the person behind him, his expression shifted dramatically, retreating cautiously towards the instructor. The swiftness of Jiang Chen instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him, while Jiang Chen's formidable defensive prowess left him utterly astounded. Despite unleashing 2 soul techniques in rapid succession, he had failed to inflict any harm upon Jiang Chen. Uncertain of the extent of Jiang Chen's capabilities, his cautious nature dissuaded him from engaging in a direct confrontation. Jiang Chen, unrestrained, summoned his martial soul, revealing a purple soul ring, and bellowed, Yu. Zhao Yue, having already pursued Jiang Chen as he leapt forward, sensed his intent upon hearing his roar. Despite her slightly slower pace, as she ran, her martial soul manifested, though it was still daylight. Her figure became shrouded in a hazy glow beneath the moonlight of her martial soul, colliding into Jiang Chen's embrace. Just as Gong Yin began to retreat in trepidation, Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue executed their martial soul fusion technique, enveloping an area of several meters around them in a swirling, inky mist that engulfed Gong Yin. A martial soul fusion technique, Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. The other instructors, observing the billowing black fog, were equally taken aback. As educators of countless prodigious youths, they were acutely aware of the rarity of such techniques. In the many years of their training camp, only one martial soul fusion technique had been witnessed in the previous cohort, that of Hu-Laina and Xie Yu's demonic charm. Yet here, in this current batch, another had emerged, one that bore similarity to Hu-Laina's, both being area effect fusion techniques. What further astonished them was the purple soul ring on Jiang Chen. Although they had encountered martial soul fusion techniques before, they had never witnessed a first soul ring of a millennium. In that moment, all instructors stood frozen, including the recently arrived Wan Tianqi, while Qingqing gasped in disbelief. He must not die? She suddenly grasped Longshan, shaking him vigorously, forgetting that he was her revered superior. He won't die, Longshan instinctively replied. Despite their formidable prowess, their vision could not penetrate the dense black fog. The mist roiled like a ravenous demon, howling ominously. Within the obscurity, Gong Yin's expression shifted dramatically. His heart raced as he recognized the gravity of the situation. A martial soul fusion technique. Fear gripped him to the core. The mere presence of Zhao Yue had already instilled caution in him, and now, with Jiang Chen joining forces and unleashing a fusion technique, the stakes had escalated. Such a technique represented a synergy far exceeding the sum of its parts. Brat, all the instructors are watching. How dare you commit violence in public? Gong Yin shouted, his voice trembling with suppressed terror. Inside the black mist, countless vengeful thoughts assailed his mind, plunging him into utter chaos, robbing him of his sense of direction. The suffocating darkness enveloped him in dread. Even with his hand before his eyes, he could see nothing, a testament to the density of the fog. While the mist did not entirely muffle sound, it diminished the volume significantly as it reached outside, allowing all to hear Gong Yin's panicked cries. The voice of Jiang Chen resonated from all directions. Instructor Long previously stated that killing is forbidden within the city, yet he did not mention that it is prohibited outside its walls. Moreover, I have just sought his counsel, and he has consented to my intention to eliminate you. The pallor of Gong Yin's face began to intensify, his martial spirit longbow clutched tightly in his grasp. Yet, Jiang Chen's voice echoed relentlessly, leaving him at a loss for action. He ran frantically, but it felt as though he were merely treading water, unable to escape the oppressive black mist surrounding him. What instilled terror in him was the overwhelming resentment that relentlessly battered his mind, gradually fostering a murderous impulse that blurred the edges of his own consciousness. Additionally, the blood coursing through his veins seemed to boil, as if drawn by some unseen force, compelling him to surge forth. His skin flushed crimson, and droplets of blood began to seep from his pores. Even the whites of his eyes were laced with thick crimson veins, oozing from their sockets. In mere minutes, before Jiang Chen had even launched an attack, Gong Yin was on the verge of collapse. With a desperate cry, he could no longer endure the torment of fear. His soul rings flickered incessantly, and a flurry of arrows shot forth wildly in all directions. Jiang Chen deftly evaded Gong Yin's aimless barrage, continuing to provoke him. It is futile. As long as you remain within the range of my abilities, you shall never land a blow upon me. Gong Yin howled in madness, his nerves fraying at the edges of collapse. I understand my errors. Spare me. I implore you, grant me mercy. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. He clutched his head, painfully kneeling, with the last vestiges of his consciousness clinging on. Jiang Chen approached Gong Yin, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. His mental fortitude was waning, and at that moment, Gong Yin was devoid of any power to resist. Grant me a swift end, he uttered in a fragmented voice. Jiang Chen remained silent, his sharp nails piercing through Gong Yin's skin, allowing the boiling blood within to finally find an outlet, violently gushing forth from the wound. The blood did not touch the ground. Instead, it hung suspended in the air, swiftly converging towards Jiang Chen and seeping into his skin. As the blood permeated him, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, an insatiable thirst for blood welling up within him, compelling him to let out a long, resonant howl towards the heavens. The surrounding instructors wore solemn expressions, astonished by the martial soul fusion technique displayed by Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue. Such malevolence, such intense resentment, Dragon Mountain murmured to himself. Chapter 78. 3 years later, although they could not see what transpired within, they were acutely aware that Gong Yin was likely meeting his demise. This martial soul fusion technique appeared to be even more sinister and domineering than that of Hu-Laina and Xiaoyu. Qing was utterly dazed, unable to fathom the terrifying prowess and talent Jiang Chen possessed. At that moment, a thick black mist dissipated, revealing the figures of Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue. Despite having just executed a martial soul fusion technique, they appeared far from weakened. Rather, they radiated vitality. Not far from them lay a stiff corpse, its emaciated face grotesquely contorted, with both eyeballs having burst open. Zhao Yue hesitated to gaze upon the horrifying state of the body, astonished that their martial soul fusion technique had so effortlessly slain a grand soul master. Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue stood quietly to the side. Tianqi, with a terrified expression, quickly stepped aside. Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue were truly formidable, and he vowed never to provoke these two during his 3 years in the concentration camp. Longshan no longer held any disdain for Jiang Chen. He finally comprehended that Jiang Chen was indeed a prodigious genius, not merely someone gilded by the Pope's connections within the death camp. It was no wonder the Pope would request assistance from Jiang Chen. Who would not cherish such talent? He would willingly welcome not just one, but multiple opportunities for collaboration. However, the more exceptional the student, the more stringent the training would be. Besides secretly ensuring Jiang Chen's survival, he must enable Jiang Chen to achieve the utmost progress within the death camp. Before long, another youth emerged. But the old man and the instructors shook their heads in disappointment. This boy's willpower evidently fell short of their expectations. A map was conspicuously drawn on the boy's trousers, indicating that he had succumbed entirely to the illusion, unable to resist temptation. Nevertheless, he managed to break free from the crimson mist, though he fell short. It was still commendable. This was the last of the 5 great kings. Upon his arrival, he bellowed, "Gongyin, prepare to meet your end." Ultimately, when he learned from Tianqi that the cadaver was indeed Gongyin, his reaction was even more exaggerated than Tianqi's. As he gazed at Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue in fear. As evening approached, a large wave of young men and women entered the mist. Yet none succeeded in breaking free. The old man dispelled the mist, revealing a multitude of youths sprawled on the ground, writhing in a trance, ensnared by the illusion. A group of instructors approached, each one rousing these individuals from their stupor. Jiang Chen keenly observed that every girl resembled Zhao Yue from that time, and he finally comprehended the essence of it all. Zhao Yue's face flushed crimson once more as she noticed Jiang Chen regarding her with an unusual gaze. She wished fervently to conceal herself within the crevice of the mountain behind her. At this moment, 2 days had elapsed out of the 3. With a significant number of students still ensnared within the forest, those who had emerged were escorted outside. As another day passed, ultimately, only one 8-year-old boy managed to break free from the illusion, securing the 5th position, while those who had not escaped were relegated to 6th. Those who failed to reach the final challenge within the stipulated 3 days were designated as failures, receiving a score of 0. In the end, all instructors mobilized and, within half a day, had thoroughly searched the forest, rescuing all students trapped inside. By the time all instructors and students returned to the city, night had fallen. No additional tasks were assigned, allowing the students to rest at their leisure. As Jiang Chen's subordinate, Zhao Yue relocated to reside in Jiang Chen's small building. Her unusual behavior drew the attention of many. However, once they learned that Zhao Yue and Jiang Chen had employed a martial soul fusion technique to vanquish Gongyin, fear gripped them. They had all witnessed the gruesome sight of the corpse, which was shockingly revealed to be Gongyin's remains. Yu, please enlighten me about the forthcoming training sessions, Jiang Chen inquired. Zhao Yue, seated respectfully before him, replied, "Master, I recently inquired about our upcoming training, which is likely to take place in the killing field. The killing field is a venue dedicated to slaughter, located within the city, where our adversaries are notorious murderers. Historically, the majority of previous students met their demise within that arena. Each student is required to engage in a kill once a month. Although the opponents are of the same realm of soul masters, these criminals are seasoned warriors, employing ruthless tactics, causing many students to falter before the battle even begins. Additionally, starting tomorrow, many training facilities within the city will open one by one, and our combat practice will be supervised by instructors, enabling us to rapidly enhance our strength." Jiang Chen nodded, realizing why the Spirit Hall would host such a deadly concentration camp, and why so many individuals would enroll each year. Under the pressure of mortality, the pace of cultivation could hardly be slow. Most importantly, it was about nurturing the formidable resolve of these students from a young age. Those who emerge from this place are not mere delicate flowers from a greenhouse. They will undoubtedly receive the Spirit Hall's focused attention, with their futures brimming with limitless potential. I observe that your combat experience is rather lacking. Henceforth, you must intensify your training in this regard. Do you understand? I understand, Zhao Yu replied, nodding obediently like a little bird. Master, may I ask you a question? During their time together, she had discovered that Jiang Chen was actually quite amiable. His temperament not as volatile as she had initially feared, which eased her trepidation somewhat. Go ahead. Which family do you hail from? I do not belong to any family. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Zhao Yu exclaimed in surprise, having assumed that, given Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent, he must originate from a prominent family. It appeared that her master was also one of the orphans taken in by the Spirit Hall. She mused inwardly. Jiang Chen was oblivious to Zhao Yu's thoughts. He waved his hand and said, "It is getting late. You should return to your room and continue your cultivation." After sending Zhao Yu away, Jiang Chen settled onto the balcony, preparing to enter a meditative state. He would be cultivating here for 3 years, and by the end of that period, he anticipated that his cultivation level would approach that of a soul master. Moreover, after breaking through level 20, he would likely face another heavenly tribulation. The tribulation posed a significant risk for him, yet the rewards bestowed by the system upon its successful passage were exceedingly generous. 3 years later, outside the Black City, a group of young boys and girls stood with expressions of exhilaration. On this day, they had finally graduated from the death camp. Each individual felt a sense of rebirth within, as 3 years of grueling training had brought about a tremendous transformation, both in strength and character. This cohort boasted the highest number of survivors, with over 50 successfully passing through. These individuals, if they survived, would undoubtedly become elite figures within the Spirit Hall. Little Chun, remember to come visit your sister often, Qingqing said, playfully ruffling the hair of one young boy. Got it. You should head back now. There's no need to see me off, Jiang Chen replied, somewhat exasperated. He had grown significantly taller, yet still felt dwarfed in comparison to the statuesque Qingqing, leaving him unable to resist her playful gesture. Chapter 79. Return then I shall take my leave, Qingqing replied with a smile, planting a quick kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek, which instantly elicited envious glances from the surrounding youths. Qingqing, the instructor, was the dream goddess of all male students, with her fiery figure and exquisite features. Countless boys had squandered their money on lecherous old men, merely to indulge in fleeting fantasies of bliss with Qingqing in a dreamscape. Yet, illusions are ultimately just that, illusions. Like dreams, they leave one with a sense of longing upon awakening. Jiang Chen gazed at Qingqing's retreating figure with a bittersweet smile, a sense of inexplicable restlessness stirring within him. The allure of Qingqing was undeniably potent, rendering him somewhat overwhelmed. As he beheld her captivating silhouette, accentuated by her fitted attire, Jiang Chen forcefully averted his gaze. How could I feel this way at merely 9 years of age? He mused, a wry smile gracing his lips. It appeared he had prematurely matured, his body infused with unfamiliar hormones that occasionally elicited reactions inappropriate for his tender age. At this moment, standing at approximately 1.60 meters, he found himself only half a head shorter than Zhao Yue, who was beside him. Observing the lingering gaze Jiang Chen cast toward Qingqing, Zhao Yue felt a twinge of jealousy. She puffed out her chest in a futile attempt to compete, only to sorrowfully realize the stark disparity between herself and the enchanting instructor. Her eyes flashed with a fleeting admiration as she regarded Jiang Chen, whose handsomeness had multiplied significantly since 3 years prior. At that juncture, numerous families of fellow students had begun to arrive, eager to escort their prodigies home. Some youths, laden with their belongings, set forth in groups. These were orphans nurtured by the Spirit Hall, bonded by a sense of camaraderie, all residing within the confines of Spirit City. Master, please accompany me in my family's carriage on the way back, Zhao Yue proposed. No, thank you. Someone is likely to come for me, Jiang Chen replied, uncertain if the stoic uncle would indeed arrive. Should he fail to show, he would have no choice but to walk home. Suddenly, Zhao Yue's face lit up with excitement as she rose onto her toes, waving her hand and calling out, "Third uncle, I'm over here." Jiang Chen raised his gaze and beheld a striking young man in his 30s, skillfully maneuvering a horse-drawn carriage as he approached with great speed. The young man halted before Zhao Yue, leaped down from the vehicle, and affectionately tousled her hair. "Little Yeye, you've grown so much in these past few years. You're almost taller than your third uncle." he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. A look of poignant affection, one Jiang Chen had never witnessed on her face before, blossomed in Zhao Yueyue's expression. She suddenly turned to Jiang Chen and said, Master Xiao Chun, this is my third uncle. Since you both reside in Spirit Soul City, why not join me in my uncle's carriage for the journey home? No, thank you. I shall wait a bit longer, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. He reasoned that if he were to ride with Zhao Yueyue, it would be in vain if that uncle arrived afterward. Only then did the young man notice Jiang Chen standing beside Zhao Yueyue, his gaze reflecting an unusual curiosity. Although Jiang Chen is somewhat shorter than Zhao Yueyue, his rather handsome visage always compels one to cast a lingering glance. Yeah, this is him. He has been my companion in the concentration camp for the past 3 years. Zhao Yueyue elucidated. The young man smiled and said, Little brother, I trust my Yaya hasn't he caused you any trouble? Jiang Chen shook his head gently and replied with a kind smile. Not at all. It is she who usually takes care of me. May I inquire which family you belong to, young brother? I have no family. In that case, allow me to escort you a bit further. It is on my way. The young man said, his smile dimming and his tone taking on a more formal note. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Someone is likely to come and fetch me. Jiang Chen politely declined. Very well, Yaya, let us return home, the young man said, turning to Zhao Yueyue. Reluctantly, Zhao Yueyue followed her uncle onto the carriage, glancing back to call out, Jiang Chen, we shall meet again at the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Jiang Chen waved his hand with a smile and said, Go ahead, we shall meet again soon. As the carriage departed, the young man turned back and inquired, Yeah, do you fancy that lad? Third uncle, what are you talking about? Zhao Yueyue retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The young man sighed, fully aware of Zhao Yueyue's feelings. Whom you choose to like is beyond my control. That lad is quite handsome, yet he lacks a distinguished lineage. Our family's elders are not easily swayed. Third uncle, his talent surpasses mine, Zhao Yueyue hastily replied. Ah, then that simplifies matters. I shall support you, the young man chuckled. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. What is it, third uncle? Zhao Yueyue asked, peering out. The young man disregarded her question, instead gazing with a beaming smile at an approaching carriage. Commander Ji, greetings, he called out as the carriage drew near. The occupant of the opposing carriage remained silent, his expression unchanging, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Third uncle, who is that imposing figure? Zhao Yueyue asked in astonishment. Hush, that is a significant individual, the Grand Commander of the Papal Guard. I had the fortune of glimpsing him from afar once. Zhao Yueyue's face displayed shock. What could such a person be doing here? She swiftly parted the rear curtain of the carriage to look back. The Grand Commander abruptly halted his carriage, bringing it to a stop before Jiang Chen. Both Zhao Yueyue and her uncle wore expressions of disbelief, staring in awe. The carriage swung around, halting before Jiang Chen, revealing the previously encountered stern middle-aged man. Bored, his words remained succinct. Uncle, you have finally arrived. I thought I would have to walk back, Jiang Chen quipped as he climbed into the carriage. Drive. The carriage accelerated, and Jiang Chen finally began his journey homeward. Jiang Chen did not notice Zhao Yueyue, who was parked nearby, and departed directly, watching the carriage fade into the distance. The young man patted Zhao Yueyue's shoulder and remarked, Yeah, it appears your companion possesses a remarkable identity. You should maintain a good relationship with him in the future. Indeed. I shall, uncle, she replied. Thank you, sir, for coming such a long way to fetch me, Jiang Chen said. My surname is Ji. I am the captain of the Holy Sea's Imperial Guards. You may address me as Captain Ji from now on, the middle-aged man stated. Uncle, that sounds rather formal. How about I call you Old Ji instead? We are familiar enough by now, Jiang Chen suggested. Captain Ji's lips twitched, and he was tempted to give Jiang Chen a thorough reprimanding. However, he reconsidered and suppressed that wild thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, You are quite commendable. Yet, he promptly fell silent once more. Jiang Chen, feeling resigned, had no choice but to close his eyes and rest. Memories of the past 3 years in the concentration camp flooded his mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia. In these 3 years, under the relentless pressure of mortality and the ceaseless rigors of cultivation, his prowess had surged to the 29th level, merely one step away from breaking through to soul respect. This remarkable advancement was attributed to Longshan's stringent demands, which were several times more rigorous than those imposed on other students. In the first year of his time in the concentration camp, he had already ascended to the 20th level. utilizing a soul ring upgrade voucher awarded by the system to elevate his first soul ring to a 5,000-year limit. The upgrade voucher could only enhance the soul ring to the threshold his body could endure. Subsequently, he sought Long Shan's assistance to hunt down a 5,000-year soul beast, successfully breaking through to the 21st level. In due course, he ventured outside the city to a secluded area, where he endured the second heavenly tribulation. To his disappointment, the reward from this tribulation consisted solely of a drop of thunder tribulation liquid, of which he consumed half, leaving him with but a mere half drop. At this juncture, his attributes within the system had significantly improved. Host, Jiang Chen Douluo level, 29 zombie level, 212 soul rings. First ring 5,000 years. Second ring 5,000 years soul skills. First soul skill, zombie god armor. Second soul skill, corpse poison array items. Half a drop of thunder tribulation liquid. The second skill. The corpse poison array has a maximum radius of 10 meters, generating a poisonous array filled with corpse toxins. While the poison within the array is not as potent as the toxins within Jiang Chen's body, it does not cause immediate death. However, prolonged exposure leads to increasing toxicity, drastically diminishing combat effectiveness, ultimately leaving one at Jiang Chen's mercy. Moreover, Jiang Chen possesses the ability to manipulate the dimensions of the corpse poison array, conjuring it at any location within the reach of his mental prowess. Naturally, a smaller array concentrates the toxins, rendering it even more formidable. Throughout these 3 years of cultivation in the concentration camp, he had not returned to Holy Soul Village. Even if time permitted a return, fear held him back. At this moment, Tang Hao might be in Nodding City, covertly shadowing Tang San. Should he return, Tang Hao would likely discover him and eliminate him without hesitation. Despite standing in opposition to the Tang family, Jiang Chen harbored no desire to extinguish Tang San through the Spirit Hall. Rather, he aspired to achieve this through his own efforts, ultimately rendering Tang San and his father despairing beneath the weight of his formidable strength, deterring any thoughts of vengeance. He was confident in his ability to accomplish this, equipped with the system, his innate talent, and the fact that he had reached the 29th level by the age of 9, whereas Tang San had only attained that level at 12. He had already forged 3 years ahead of Tang San in terms of cultivation, and he was resolute in maintaining that lead. Over the years, he had penned numerous letters to Old Jack. Although he refrained from disclosing his cultivation level, Old Jack's elation upon learning of Jiang Chen's training in Spirit City was palpable. The carriage sped swiftly, and by the afternoon of the following day, they arrived at Spirit City. Although Spirit City was not as vast as Heaven-Do City, it was by no means small, with the vicinity near the Pope's Palace being relatively quiet, while other areas thrived with activity. The Spirit Hall Academy, along with many prominent families affiliated with the Spirit Hall, resided within Spirit City. Additionally, various sects associated with the Spirit Hall had established branches in the city. Upon returning to the foot of the Pope's Mountain, Commander Ji escorted Jiang Chen upward. The guards, though unfamiliar with Jiang Chen's visage, dared not impede his passage. They silently committed his appearance to memory, lest any future altercations arise. After all, being personally escorted by the Supreme Commander conferred a status beyond their reckoning. After bringing Jiang Chen to the entrance of the Pope's Palace, Commander Ji departed without uttering a word. Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. This old Ji was as unyielding as a wooden statue. Despite being a disciple of the Pope, the old Ji bestowed upon him little warmth. To Jiang Chen's surprise, his teacher, Bai Dong, was absent from the entrance of the Pope's palace to welcome him. Could it be that his teacher was still unaware of his return? He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and proceeded directly to his quarters. After indulging in a refreshing bath, he would pay a visit to Bai Dong. The Pope's palace was enveloped in silence, and after a brief moment, he returned to his former abode. 3 years had passed, yet it was still the same room, imbued with the familiar fragrance that lingered from Hulaina. Reflecting on the time spent there 3 years prior, he found it to be a cherished memory. However, upon his return, he was determined to change rooms. He sensed that with his maturation, the resistance he had previously cultivated against temptation, thanks to Hulaina's training, was waning. The thought of residing again with the fervent Hulaina filled him with trepidation about the potential horrors that might unfold. The room felt desolate. Save for the pink bed, which now bore a few intimate garments that had been left behind, likely remnants of Hulaina's visits over the years. Previously, he had felt little about it, but now, gazing at the scattered delicate items, his gaze became ensnared. Hu-Laiina's impression upon him was so profound that these objects inevitably evoked memories of her alluring attempts to captivate him. No, he vigorously shook his head, striving to dispel those unwelcome thoughts, and dashed into the bathroom, yearning for a cold shower to awaken his senses. The sound of rushing water mingled with Jiang Chen's melodious voice. "May I dance for you once more? I am the white fox you released a millennium ago. See how my garments flutter gracefully. Can I dance for you again? Only to reminisce that singular farewell glance? Observe how my clothes sway gently, as eternity dissolves into nothingness." At the threshold of the room, Hu-Laiina, just returned from her meeting with Bai Dong, stood frozen in place upon entering. Listening to Jiang Chen's poignant song, she envisioned a tragically beautiful love story unfolding before her eyes. As Jiang Chen's voice faded, Hu-Laiina found herself unable to contain her tears. In the bathroom, Jiang Chen felt a stirring within him. He had been so engrossed in singing a beloved song from his past that he had not sensed anyone approaching. Now, having halted his melody, he finally recognized that someone had entered the room. Could it be his senior sister had returned? He speculated within himself that, apart from him and Hu-Laiina, there should be no one else present in this room. Just as he pondered this, the bathroom door was suddenly flung open, and Hu-Laiina's excited voice echoed through the air. "Xiao Chen, you're back." Yet before she could finish her sentence, she was left momentarily stunned, her mind swirling. The handsome youth before her was no longer the adorable little junior brother she remembered. They gazed at each other for several seconds, the atmosphere seemingly frozen in time. With a soft thud, the soap pod slipped from Jiang Chen's grasp and fell to the ground, shattering the awkward tension. With a loud bang, the bathroom door was slammed shut, and Hu-Laiina, without uttering a word, rushed out of the room, her face flushed like a ripe apple. How utterly embarrassing. Her mind was still anchored in the memory of Jiang Chen at 6 years old. What reservations could she possibly have regarding a mere child? In her excitement, she had barged in, intending to surprise him. Little did she expect that inside was a boy who had already matured into a young man. He remained her junior brother, yet he had undeniably grown up. Jiang Chen picked up the locust bean with a bitter smile, quickly rinsing it clean before stepping outside. He was taken aback to find Hu-Laiina had returned, unexpectedly barging in without a word, startling him. Hu-Laiina's appearance had changed little since their last encounter, yet her figure was undeniably more striking. Jiang Chen could not help but compare her to the alluring and mature Qingqing. At this moment, Hu-Laiina was not far behind. Chapter 81. Sparring with Hu-Laiina. The room was empty, clearly indicating that Hu-Laiina had already rushed out. Jiang Chen absently played with his damp hair, feeling a hint of exasperation. He had not anticipated that upon his return, he would be scrutinized so thoroughly by Hu-Laiina. After approximately 10 minutes, she finally reappeared. By then, her complexion had returned to its usual hue, and upon noticing Jiang Chen seated on the sofa, she displayed no signs of excitement. "You're back," she remarked in a nonchalant tone, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet he astutely discerned the flicker of unease in Hu-Laiina's eyes. It was evident that her heart was not as tranquil as she appeared. "Ah, senior sister. It has been quite some time." Jiang Chen rose to his feet. His handsome visage and tall, athletic stature instantly captivated Hu-Laiina's attention. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "I never imagined that after several years you would have grown so much. You are far more handsome now than that little brat I once knew." As Hu-Laiina's smile gradually blossomed, Jiang Chen reciprocated with a grin. "Senior sister, you have become even more beautiful and enchanting." With that shared smile, the remnants of their earlier awkwardness dissipated, and the familiar warmth between them returned. "Look at you. After 3 years apart, you are nearly taller than me." Hu-Laiina playfully pinched Jiang Chen's cheek and stepped closer, measuring his height by placing her hand atop his head. Jiang Chen now stood merely half a head shorter than her. Inhaling the fragrant aroma that lingered around Hu-Laiina, he found himself nearly overwhelmed by her presence, prompting him to hastily retreat, inadvertently collapsing onto the sofa. Hu-Laiina let out a soft chuckle, casting a playful glance at Jiang Chen. "Little junior, I never imagined that after all these years, you remained just as you were back then. You make me want to test my charms on you once more." "No, please don't," Jiang Chen quickly interjected, as a sense of trepidation washed over him regarding Hu-Laiina. He feared the possibility of an awkward encounter. Eager to escape her, he sprang to his feet and made his way towards the door. "Having returned for some time now, I should pay a visit to the teacher. This lad has grown increasingly timid. He once allowed me to torment him mercilessly. Now, he doesn't even dare approach me. Surely, he harbors some hidden guilt, Hulaina mused, amusement dancing in her eyes as she followed closely behind. Their teacher was currently occupied in her study. Hulaina approached, offering a gentle reminder. Before long, the two had arrived at Bibi Dong's study, knocking softly before entering. Bibi Dong lifted her gaze, her eyes momentarily sparkling with recognition as she rose to her feet. "You're back," she said, a warm smile gracing her lips as she stepped forward. "Teacher, I have returned," Jiang Chen said. Gazing at the enchanting figure of the Pope before him, his heart filled with a sense of nostalgia. The significant progress he had made over the past 3 years was inextricably linked to Bibi Dong's decision to send him to a harsh training camp. There, he learned the value of perseverance, as the grueling training he endured under the watchful eye of his instructor forged his resilient spirit. Bibi Dong remained as stunning as ever. 3 years had passed, yet she showed no signs of aging, still appearing to be in her 30s. At that moment, dressed in casual attire, she exuded a sense of elegance and nobility, devoid of the Pope's imposing aura. "It's wonderful to have you back," she remarked, gently ruffling Jiang Chen's hair, her expression radiating satisfaction. She had always been aware of Jiang Chen's training progress, and his performance over the years had truly impressed her. She could hardly believe that such a young child could achieve this level of excellence, far surpassing Hulaina's earlier accomplishments. "Please have a seat and wait for the teacher to finish some matters," she remarked before returning to her desk to resume her official duties. Jiang Chen and Hulaina took a seat nearby, quietly awaiting the proceedings. After a brief interval, Bibi Dong rose to her feet, donning the regal attire of the Pope, restoring her majestic demeanor. "Come, little Chen," she beckoned, "allow your teacher to witness the progress you have made over the years. Soon, you shall engage in a duel with your senior sister." Jiang Chen forced a smile as he caught up with Hulaina, noticing the expression on his face. Hulaina couldn't help but nudge him lightly, whispering, "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" "Sister, please show some mercy later," Jiang Chen replied. Hulaina gently patted him and reassured, "Rest assured, senior sister will take good care of you." Jiang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. He was still unaware of the exact level Hulaina had attained. Moreover, as a soul master specializing in charm and control, could he withstand her abilities? Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a spacious training ground, where a towering arena stood at its center. "Step up," Bibi Dong instructed. Jiang Chen and Hulaina ascended to the arena, standing 10 meters apart. "Xiao Chen, unleash your full strength and show your teacher," Bibi Dong remarked, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "Understood, teacher. Now, release your martial spirits." As Hulaina manifested her martial spirit, it melded seamlessly with her form, revealing fox ears and a bushy tail, which dramatically intensified her inherent allure. Hulaina, martial spirit. Fox, level 39 control system spirit master, at your service. With that, she and Bibi Dong eagerly turned their gazes toward Jiang Chen. The zombie martial spirit enveloped Jiang Chen, his black eyes gleaming, elongated fangs bared, and sharp claws protruding, transforming his once handsome demeanor into something otherworldly, exuding an aura of malevolence. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she nodded approvingly. She was thoroughly impressed by his aura and the 2 purple soul rings encircling him. From the reports received from Longshan, she was aware that Jiang Chen's second soul ring had reached an astonishing 5,000 years in age, an unbelievable feat. She speculated that he might possess the potential to challenge for a 10,000-year soul ring at his third ring. Jiang Chen, martial spirit, zombie. Level 29 assault system, great soul master, at your service. Although she was already aware of Jiang Chen's exceptional talent, Hulaina was still taken aback to realize that in merely 3 years, he had ascended to level 29, just 1 level shy of becoming a soul master like herself. Suppressing her astonishment, she spoke, "Sister, I shall not hold back. Do as you see fit." As she said this, her first soul ring illuminated, the pressure from Jiang Chen's prowess weighing heavily upon her. If she could not subdue him despite being 10 levels higher, she feared her teacher would be deeply disappointed in her. Jiang Chen's expression subtly shifted. He was intimately familiar with the first 2 skills of Hulaina. Enduring her torment day and night in the past, he still felt a lingering dread. As Hulaina's large tail began to emanate a crimson glow, Jiang Chen sensed his resistance to her allure plummeting. For a brief moment, he found himself entranced, perceiving Hulaina as increasingly enchanting. Realizing he could not afford to hesitate, he activated his second spirit ring just as Hulaina's skill took effect. A violet poison formation emerged beneath her feet, enveloping a 10-meter radius around her. Wisps of purple mist ascended from the formation, causing Hu-Lai's complexion to change dramatically. In Chapter 82, Soul Bones, as the poison formation was just forming, Hu-La sprang into action, yet it was too late. The toxin had already infiltrated her body through her skin and respiratory passages. This poison rapidly eroded her soul power and strength. While fleeing, her second and third spirit rings illuminated in succession. Hu-Lai's third spirit ring, a violet 1,000-year ring, was approximately 2,000 years old, slightly inferior to Jiang Chen's 2 rings. However, as a control-type ring, its contained skills should not be underestimated. Seeing that Hu-La had succumbed, Jiang Chen chuckled softly and swiftly approached her, intent on retaliating against the sister who had so often tormented him. His speed was remarkable. But before he could take more than a few steps, the skills from her 2 spirit rings were already affecting him. Momentarily dazed, Jiang Chen found himself ensnared in an illusion. Within this mirage, Hu-La approached him, her attire partially disarrayed, moving with a captivating grace that was perilously enticing. Her sultry voice whispering sweet nothings in his ear. Gazing at the enchanting figure advancing towards him, Jiang Chen was overwhelmed by the desire to surrender, longing to reach the shores of ecstasy alongside her. As the poison formation slipped from his control, Hu-La finally broke free, but her condition had deteriorated severely. Though the toxins within Jiang Chen's poisonous formation were not exceedingly potent, they possessed an eerily tenacious quality, relentlessly dismantling her soul power and body. Gritting her teeth, she drew a dagger, but after a moment's contemplation, she switched it for a hammer and charged at Jiang Chen. Having succumbed to the poison, she could no longer maintain a strategy of distant control. If she delayed, Jiang Chen would surely awaken, and she would inevitably succumb to the debilitating effects of the toxin. If she could merely render Jiang Chen unconscious, victory in this contest would be hers. The strength within Hu-La rapidly waned, her complexion taking on a purplish hue. As she hastily darted before Jiang Chen, raising the hammer to strike at his head. "Sister, how ruthless you are! Are you not afraid of striking your junior brother into oblivion?" Jiang Chen's dazed eyes swiftly regained clarity, and with a wicked grin directed at Hu-La, he raised his hand to seize the one holding the hammer. Hu-La was taken aback. "You did not fall into my illusion?" Jiang Chen chuckled. "Sister, you are so breathtakingly beautiful that I truly find it difficult to leave this illusion. However, I am acutely aware that I am ensnared within a mirage. How could a mere imitation of you ever rival your genuine allure? Thus, I chose to emerge." Hu-La, feeling a surge of frustration, was taken aback by Jiang Chen's cunning. He had feigned enchantment, waiting for her to approach him. With all her strength, she attempted to free herself from his grip, which felt as unyielding as iron, but to no avail. "Cease this, Nana. You have been defeated," Bibi Dong interjected. Jiang Chen released Hu-La, who appeared somewhat despondent. A control-type soul master, captured by a powerful attack-type soul master, had little hope of turning the tide. "Sister, allow me to assist you in dispelling the poison," Jiang Chen offered. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when Hu-La collapsed, and with swift reflexes, he caught her in his arms. The softness of her figure against him elicited no impure thoughts in Jiang Chen. Instead, he grasped her hand and commenced the extraction of the toxins from her body. Although Hu-La had not lingered long within the toxic array, the poison was still formidable enough to render her body defenseless over time. If not addressed promptly, it could threaten her very life. As the toxins were purged from her system, Hu-La's complexion improved significantly, and her soul power began to circulate rapidly, facilitating her recovery. Jiang Chen felt a sense of distress. He was not a healing soul master. Otherwise, he could have offered some treatment to Hu-La. "Sister, are you all right now?" he inquired. "Forgive me," he began, but Hu-La interrupted him, saying, "Do not blame yourself. It is I who am inept, unable to control you despite being 10 levels higher." Jiang Chen hurriedly comforted her, saying, "In truth, I was ensnared within your illusion just moments ago. It was only upon your arrival before me that I regained my senses. Your illusionary prowess, senior sister, is indeed formidable." "Is that so?" Hu-La's previously dim expression brightened. "What you say is true. Your control over illusions is quite impressive. However, Jiang Chen possesses an exceptionally strong will, which allowed him to swiftly extricate himself from your grasp. Remember this lesson for the future. An adversary may well turn the tables and ensnare you." Bibi Dong approached, acknowledging I regret disappointing you, my dear. Hulaina lowered her gaze in response. Do not fret. You have already demonstrated remarkable skill. Here, take this pill. Bibi Dong produced a medicinal tablet for Hulaina to consume. Crafted from rare herbs, though the method of preparation was somewhat rudimentary, its efficacy is commendable, particularly in replenishing vitality. After ingesting the pill, Hulaina's complexion improved significantly, and she rose from Jiang Chen's embrace. Bibi Dong surveyed the two young disciples standing together, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Both possessed talents in cultivation that rivaled her own in her youth, particularly Jiang Chen, who, aside from lacking one martial soul, surpassed her in nearly every other aspect. Perhaps, in a few years, it would be prudent to consider appointing Jiang Chen as the saint's son. As for Hulaina, should she continue to excel, she too might be considered for the role of the new saintess. With such exceptional disciples, it would be a tale of triumph for their sect when both eventually attained the rank of title Douluo, solidifying their legacy. Well then, Jiang Chen, you have matured. It is time for you to reside separately from your senior sister. Laina, please arrange a room for him. Of course, Master, Hulaina replied with a nod. Let us cherish this rare occasion of our reunion and dine together, Bibi Dong suggested with a smile. This was Jiang Chen's first dinner with Bibi Dong, and the three of them felt a certain warmth in their hearts. After so many years away from home, he once again experienced the sensation of belonging. Xiaochun, your efforts over the years have not gone unnoticed by your teacher. Once you achieve the rank of Soul Master, I shall reward you with a piece of soul bone, Bibi Dong remarked. Jiang Chen was taken aback and hastily set down his chopsticks. Teacher, this is far too precious. Bai Dong shook her head, saying, do not refuse. This is what you rightfully deserve. I have also rewarded your senior sister with a piece. Focus solely on your cultivation. The teacher will handle the rest for you. Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotion and promptly nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. This was a soul bone. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong would reward him with one so swiftly. It was only the immense wealth and power of the Spirit Hall that could facilitate such generosity. Once he absorbed the soul bone, he would acquire an additional soul skill, which would undoubtedly enhance his strength further. After dinner, Jiang Chen and Hulaina returned to their quarters. Hulaina opened the door to an empty room adjacent to hers. From now on, you shall reside next to me, little Chen, allowing us to engage in more exchanges, she declared. Exchanges of what? Jiang Chen's heart raced with unease, prompting him to inquire hastily. With a disdainful huff, Hulaina retorted, of course, we will exchange insights on cultivation. You leave me no face at all, making me suffer a humiliating defeat before our teacher. If I do not properly torment you afterward, I shall not be called Hulaina. It was over. Jiang Chen felt his heartbeat quicken, sensing that the days of being Hulaina's experimental subject were about to return. Chapter 83, The Mysterious Elder. A surge of panic coursed through Jiang Chen as he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Yet, before he could even exhale a sigh of relief, Hulaina had already entered through his balcony. Their rooms were adjacent, and the distance between their balconies was minimal, allowing Hulaina to effortlessly leap over. What is the matter? Are you frightened of your senior sister? She teased, pushing Jiang Chen onto the sofa, her hands pressing down on the cushions, delivering a playful yet forceful embrace. Just a moment ago, you were quite formidable on the arena, unafraid even of my illusions. Why the sudden change now? Jiang Chen turned his head slightly, avoiding the proximity of Hulaina, whose alluring aura had intensified remarkably over the years. A mere gesture, a few words, could unleash her charm to its fullest potential. You can't possibly be a man, can you? Hulaina extended her delicate, alabaster finger to hook under Jiang Chen's chin, turning his face towards her. I can't withstand this, Jiang Chen exclaimed in anguish. In an instant, Hulaina clumsily fled from Jiang Chen's balcony, leaping back to her own room and burrowing under the covers. Her cheeks flushed, her heart raced, for she had indeed noticed Jiang Chen's reaction. Moments later, she sat up, murmuring to herself, this isn't right. I have enchanted countless men before, and none have reacted quite like him. It's not as if this is our first meeting. Why should I feel apprehensive? Is it merely because he is my junior? Nevertheless, it at least confirmed that my allure holds sway over him. That little rascal, should you dare offend me again, I shall make you rue the day, humph. Jiang Chen took quite a while to suppress his anger, bitterly smiling at the thought of how unreserved Hulaina was towards him. He genuinely feared that one day she might bring calamity upon herself. That evening, he ascended to the rooftop to cultivate, and Hulaina did not disturb him again. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen left his room and made his way to the place where he had first met Qian Ruxue. It had been 3 long years since he last saw her, and he felt an overwhelming sense of longing. Upon arriving at the vast training ground, he found it desolate, devoid of any presence. It seemed to be a private sanctuary for Qian Rushue's cultivation, with not even a servant in sight. Reflecting on the days he spent with Qian Ruxue in this very place, a smile unconsciously graced Jiang Chen's lips. Those moments were indeed cherished memories. Although Qian Ruxue had regarded him as a younger brother, he had never viewed her as an older sister. He pondered how she would react when he eventually stood before her, transformed and handsome, after years of growth and acquiring formidable strength. Lost in thought, he entered the training ground and began to practice his martial arts. His lightning fist had become significantly more powerful than before, each strike infused with tremendous force. The arcs of electricity surging with enhanced potency, capable of incapacitating opponents with ease. He discovered that these electric arcs were derived from the corpse Dan within him. The lightning that had descended during his tribulation had ultimately been absorbed into the Dan, and now, when released through his lightning fist, posed no threat to him. While zombies typically feared heavenly lightning, the peculiar circumstance of his corpse Dan harboring such power eluded explanation. Ultimately attributing it to the enigmatic system, perhaps it was intertwined with the concept of superevolution. As he practiced his fist techniques, his thoughts drifted back 3 years to those days of playful pursuit and cultivation with Qian Ruxue. His speed gradually quickened, as if she were still chasing after him. What Jiang Chen was unaware of was that atop the towering wall, an elderly man with flowing white hair sat, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. The old man's eyes were transfixed by Jiang Chen's relentless display of martial prowess, which appeared formidable, complemented by his uncanny agility, an astonishing sight to behold. This is a self-created soul technique. The elder was astounded, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. A self-created soul technique is one that does not rely on soul rings or soul bones, but is instead born from one's own comprehension and creativity, wielding tremendous power solely through the soul force within. He observed the young man practicing in the training grounds, waves of excitement surging within him. The soul technique this child had crafted was imbued with a plethora of extraordinary powers, unlike anything he had ever encountered. With his exceptionally high cultivation level, he was among the few in the world capable of rivaling him, yet he found Jiang Chen's martial arts and agility utterly incomprehensible. Even the chaotic wind hammer technique of the Hao-Yin sect, of which he had a general understanding, eluded his grasp when it came to the boy's methods, igniting a yearning within him to delve deeper. He had once faced defeat at the hands of a formidable opponent from the Hao-Yin sect, the chaotic wind hammer technique leaving a lasting impression on him. Who exactly is this prodigious youth? How did he come to be in the vicinity where his granddaughter trains? Even at his own 99th level of cultivation, he struggled to devise a decent soul technique. How had this boy achieved such a feat? Unbeknownst to him, the elder had developed a profound curiosity for Jiang Chen. At last, after completing his sequence of punches, Jiang Chen paused. A round of applause erupted, and he immediately lifted his gaze, discovering the old man seated upon the wall. His pupils constricted sharply, akin to the size of a pinprick, his expression grave, and a sense of caution enveloped him. The fact that this elder was applauding indicated he had been watching for some time, and Jiang Chen had been entirely oblivious. Who could this man be? Could he possibly be one of the peculiar elders mentioned by Hulaina? As Jiang Chen pondered these questions, the elder rose to his feet, and without any visible effort, his body seemed to defy the force of gravity, gracefully drifting towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was taken aback, his body involuntarily retreating in response to the astonishing abilities of the elder before him. To soar through the air, what level of cultivation must one possess to achieve such a feat? If this venerable man did not possess a flying soul bone, then his cultivation must be extraordinarily formidable. It was evident that he was a revered figure from the elder hall. Jiang Chen's heart raced at the unexpected appearance of such an elder, yet upon reflecting on his own status, he managed to regain a semblance of composure. The elder was tall and imposing, with a cascade of silvery white hair. Though his features bore the marks of age, the wrinkles upon his face were surprisingly few. Upon landing, he revealed a gentle smile and slowly approached Jiang Chen. "Young brother, who might you be? What brings you to this place?" he inquired amiably. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen revealed his identity, stating, "I am a disciple of the Pope. I once met a friend here, and having not seen her for quite some time, I felt a longing to visit. He acknowledged the impropriety of intruding upon another's domain and thus chose to disclose his relationship with Qianren. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen was a disciple of the Pope, the elder's expression darkened. However, Jiang Chen's subsequent remarks stirred something within him, prompting him to inquire, "Do you know Shui?" Chapter 84. My affection for Sister Shui. Jiang Chen nodded and replied, "I know her. We are still good friends." A subtle sense of relief washed over him. With Bibi Dong and Qianren as his protective talismans, surely this elder would not pose any threat to him. The elder's smile grew even more amiable, and he remarked, "I did not expect you to be a friend of Shui. I am her grandfather, and if you do not mind, you may call me grandfather as well." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback before calling out, "Grandfather? Qianren grandfather? Was that not his own grandfather as well?" Moreover, this distinguished figure was a grand elder of the Spirit Hall, the limit Ding, Douluo, who possessed a staggering rank of 99. He had often imagined what Douluo might look like, but never anticipated encountering him under such circumstances today. Douluo regarded Jiang Chen with admiration and nodded, saying, "Very well, let us sit over there and converse." "Certainly," Jiang Chen replied, following Douluo into a pavilion where they took their seats. "I have heard that the Pope accepted a disciple 3 years ago, who was later sent to a training camp. You must have returned recently," Douluo inquired. "Indeed, grandfather." Jiang Chen answered obediently. How could he not be obedient? He intended to pursue the affections of the old man's granddaughter, and if he could first win over the grandfather, the path would become considerably easier. "You must have only been 6 years old when you first arrived at the Spirit Hall. How did you come to know Shui?" "My relationship with Sister Shui began with a misunderstanding. On that day, I had lost my way." "Haha, I didn't expect you to be quite the mischievous one. Shui didn't hurt you too badly, did she?" Douluo chuckled. "Oh, it hurt quite a bit. My face was swollen significantly. However, after Sister Shui suppressed her cultivation to the Great Soul Master realm, I managed to retaliate," Jiang Chen replied, a hint of pride in his tone, entirely embodying the demeanor of a youth his age before Douluo. "Oh, you were able to injure Shui at the same cultivation level? What is your martial soul?" Douluo could not help but ask. Though he found Jiang Chen's talent remarkable, he understood that martial soul aptitude did not necessarily correlate with strength. Their angel martial souls were undoubtedly among the most formidable. It was surprising that Qianren, even when suppressing her realm, had been bested by this young man. At last, Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and took a few steps back to unleash his martial soul. The zombie martial soul manifested, accompanied by 2 purple soul rings that appeared around him. Jiang Chen was determined to showcase his exceptional abilities, aiming to leave the old man in utter astonishment. He harbored no fear that Douluo would take his life. Regardless of what he said, he represented the future of the Spirit Hall, and Douluo's animosity was directed towards Bibi Dong, not him. How could that be possible? Suddenly, Douluo rose to his feet, exclaiming in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. To be a great soul master and possess 2,000-year soul rings. How was this achievement even conceivable? "Grandfather, I painstakingly absorbed both of these soul rings," Jiang Chen remarked. At that moment, his appearance, though somewhat terrifying in his zombie-like state and exuding a sinister aura, was disregarded by Douluo. He pondered the extraordinary talent required to have absorbed these 2 purple soul rings, reflecting on their angel clan. Even their ancestral figure who ascended to divinity had not accomplished such a feat without the benefit of inheritance. Solely relying on his innate talent to absorb 2,000-year soul rings, was this not a prodigious display of skill? Douluo, possessing immense mental fortitude, swiftly regained control over his emotions and motioned for Jiang Chen to take a seat. "Young brother, how old are you this year?" "Grandfather, please call me Xiao Chen. I am now 9 years old. During my awakening, I possessed innate full soul power, and I am currently a level 29 Great Soul Master. Soon to break through to Soul Ancestor," Jiang Chen replied. Douluo felt a renewed shock. Jiang Chen's cultivation speed was nearly on par with that of Qianren. "Excellent. Splendid. The future of our Spirit Hall rests in your hands," Douluo exclaimed with hearty laughter. "Grandfather, where has Sister Shui gone?" "I miss her dearly," Jiang Chen inquired. Douluo gently patted Jiang Chen's head and replied warmly, "She has gone far away to undergo training. It may be a long time before you see her again." Jiang Chen wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "Sister Shui is so beautiful. I am quite fond of her, yet it seems I shall not see her for a long time." He intended to craft an illusion of innocent candor, with the speaker unwitting and the listener perceptive, subtly guiding Qian Daolia's thoughts in that direction. When Jiang Chen first met Qian Wanchua, he was merely 6 years old. Qian Daolu assumed that Jiang Chen was referring to the innocent affections typical among children. Nevertheless, he could not help but entertain the thought. With Jiang Chen's extraordinary talents, he might indeed be worthy of his granddaughter. Jiang Chen broke into a brilliant smile. All that mattered was planting this seed in Qian Daoliu's heart. As he continued to excel in his endeavors, this seed would gradually take root and flourish. Little did Qian Daolu realize that the cunning of this 9-year-old child had outwitted him, a man seasoned by age. By the way, my dear Chen, I noticed the set of martial arts you practiced earlier, as well as your footwork. Did you create them yourself? Qian Daolu finally voiced his initial curiosity. Indeed, Grandpa, Jiang Chen replied without a trace of embarrassment. Although he had already suspected this, Qian Daolu could not help but feel a renewed sense of astonishment. With such exceptional talent and comprehension, this child might one day surpass him. If fate allowed, he would undoubtedly become a cornerstone of the Spirit Hall in the future. Grandpa wishes to learn from you. Would you be willing to teach me? Qian Daolu chuckled, shamelessly making his request. He understood better than anyone the rarity of self-created soul techniques. Yet the profound intricacies of Jiang Chen's martial arts had left him yearning for more. I'm afraid that's not possible, Grandpa. Jiang Chen hesitated. A look of disappointment washed over Qian Daolia's face, as he realized today marked the most tumultuous emotional day he had experienced in years. Indeed, such a precious self-created soul technique could not be easily imparted. Perhaps it was a directive from Jiang Chen's teacher. However, Jiang Chen's next words nearly caused Qian Daolu to explode with indignation, almost prompting him to leap from his seat. Grandpa, it's not that I refuse to teach you. I'm merely concerned that your comprehension may not suffice. At that moment, Qian Daolu felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand the audacious boy. To suggest that he lacked understanding was tantamount to calling him foolish. Here he was, a 99th level limit Douluo, belittled by a mere 9-year-old child. Jiang Chen found himself in a state of bemusement, utterly surprised that Qian Daolu had taken a fancy to the lightning fist and the 3,000 thunder movements. Such techniques are not merely acquired through observation. The essence lies in profound comprehension. Regrettably, he could not impart this understanding to Qian Daolu. Observing the old man's expression, reminiscent of someone who had just inhaled a foul odor, Jiang Chen felt he had inadvertently bruised the elder's pride. Therefore, he suggested, Grandfather, if you have doubts, perhaps I could demonstrate a few more times for you. Maybe through observation, you might grasp it. The gloom on Qian Daoliu's face dissipated, and he erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, Good lad, go practice. I shall watch earnestly. He brimmed with confidence, believing that as one of the pinnacle soul masters of Douluo Continent, he could not possibly fail to comprehend a soul technique crafted by a mere child. However, moments later, his countenance was met with a series of slaps to his pride, as he found himself utterly incapable of mastering the astonishing martial arts and movements. Despite his efforts to mimic Jiang Chen's every move closely, he remained unable to grasp their profound essence. Jiang Chen had lost count of how many times he had practiced. As noon approached, he was compelled to stop. Grandfather, I must return for lunch, he stated. At that moment, Qian Daolu appeared almost entranced, immediately rejecting Jiang Chen's request. No, you must remain here. I need to grasp your martial techniques first. Jiang Chen tapped his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless. If Qian Daolu were to grasp the essence of the martial arts techniques, it seemed he would never be able to leave this place in his lifetime. Grandfather, my senior sister has invited me to go shopping this afternoon. You've memorized all the moves of the martial arts. My presence here serves little purpose. It would be better for you to ponder them at your own pace. Shall I return tomorrow morning? Qian Daolu, already lost in thought, waved his hand dismissively, urging, Go, go, go. Hurry along and do not disturb me. Jiang Chen found himself in a state of bemusement, concerned that the elder might reconsider, and swiftly dashed out. Chapter 85. Yen on the brink of bloodshed. The current strongest of the Soul Palace, Qian Daolu, met Jiang Chen for the first time, and their relationship was rather amicable. Jiang Chen's aspirations extended beyond Qian Renxue. He also sought the Son of the Holy Spirit, with the support of Qian Daolu, in addition to Bibi Dong, who would dare oppose him when he was bestowed the title of son. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found Hulina waiting to share a meal with him. Despite the awkward incident that transpired the previous day, it seemed that Hulina had already forgotten about it. However, Jiang Chen discerned a peculiar glimmer in her gaze. one that resembled the way one might regard a peer. Perhaps, following the events of yesterday, Hulina no longer perceived him as a mere child, at least. In certain respects, this was true. Yet, recalling her flustered retreat after witnessing his reaction, a thought sparked within Jiang Chen. If, in future encounters, he mirrored his reaction from yesterday, or intensified it, perhaps Hulina would be dissuaded from teasing him. During dinner the previous evening, Bibi Dong had suggested that Hulina take Jiang Chen out to refresh his spirits and adjust his mindset before the commencement of classes at the Spirit Hall.Academy. Thus, after lunch, Hulina took Jiang Chen by the hand and led him outside. "Sister, you aren't truly expecting me to accompany you on a shopping spree, are you?" Jiang Chen protested somewhat reluctantly. His mindset was quite stable. Having returned from the death camp, he felt no residual effects that warranted adjustment. Although he had been single in his past life, he had played the role of a backup for many, and the thought of accompanying a girl on a shopping expedition filled him with trepidation. Nevertheless, Hulina firmly pulled him along, casting him a playful glare as she retorted, "What are you saying? This is not about shopping. I am taking you out to unwind." Jiang Chen silently pondered that assertion but refrained from further protest, resigning himself to the remaining half-day under Hulina's guidance. After some time, he sensed something amiss. Hulina showed no interest in the bustling array of shops, her focus unwavering as she led him purposefully onward. "Sister, where exactly are you taking me?" he inquired. Hulina turned back with a smile, saying, "I am introducing you to two older brothers. With their protection at the Spirit Hall Academy, no one will dare to trouble you again." Jiang Chen's heart stirred as he discerned the identity of the person Hulina was referring to. After a brief moment, the two arrived at a tranquil residential area. Halting in front of a modest building, without uttering a word or knocking, Hulina entered directly, exuding an air of familiarity. Jiang Chen closely followed Hulina into the grand hall on the first floor, where he encountered two remarkably distinguished young men. Both appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Hulina, standing tall at approximately 1.80 meters. His neatly cropped black hair standing erect like steel needles. His demeanor was remarkably serene, and merely by sitting there, an intangible aura of conviction emanated from him. The other young man, equally tall, possessed a more ordinary appearance, with cascading fiery red hair and dark red irises that matched his vibrant locks. Like the first, he too exuded an enigmatic charisma. As soon as Hulina entered, she joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, Yen, you are all here. How wonderful." The black-haired youth was none other than Hulina's elder brother, Xiaoyu. His previously calm expression transformed into a radiant smile upon seeing Hulina, his gaze imbued with a hint of fondness. He promptly rose to his feet and embraced Hulina gently. The young man with the fiery red hair was Yen, who, upon catching sight of Hulina, hurriedly stood up, his gaze toward her filled with fervor. However, Hulina did not embrace him. Instead, she greeted him with a cheerful smile. As Jiang Chen entered, he immediately drew the attention of the two young men. "Nana, who is this?" Xiaoyu inquired. Hulina promptly pulled Jiang Chen closer, saying, "Brother, this is my little junior disciple. He was only 6 when he went to the concentration camp, and I can't believe how much he has grown since returning. Xiao Chen, this is my elder brother Xiaoyu, and this is Yen," Hulina introduced. "Greetings. Elder brother Xiaoyu, elder brother Yen," Jiang Chen acknowledged politely. "To have gone to a concentration camp at 6 and returned alive is quite an achievement," Xiaoyu praised. "Elder brother Xiaoyu, you flatter me. I owe my survival to the care of all the instructors there," Jiang Chen humbly replied. Yen, standing nearby, remarked, "Indeed. As a disciple of the Pope, it's not surprising that he was well looked after." There was a hint of bitterness in his tone, and Jiang Chen noticed a glimmer of wariness in Yan's eyes. Jiang Chen was exceedingly perceptive, and Yan's reactions were not lost on him. He understood that Yan harbored a profound affection for Hulina, yet his temperament left much to be desired. However, Hulina regarded him merely as an elder brother. "Yan, what are you saying? Xiao Chun has achieved his position through his own merit. He is, after all, the top student of this cohort," Hulina retorted, her dissatisfaction palpable. Xiaoyu regarded Jiang Chen with astonishment. After all, Jiang Chen was but 9 years old, while his peers were typically around 13 or 14. How could he possibly surpass them despite such a significant age gap? Yan, however, held a different perspective, believing that Jiang Chen's lineage as the Pope's son afforded him undue advantages. Even if the instructors were strict, Who would dare to disregard the Pope's authority? Perhaps Jiang Chen's first-place ranking was merely a concession from the instructors. Noticing Hu-Lai's displeasure, he quickly donned a smile and apologized to Jiang Chen. "My apologies, Xiao Chen. My previous words were misguided." "It's nothing," Jiang Chen replied. "Let us not linger idly. We should sit and converse," Xiaoyu suggested with a smile. "Oh, what are we waiting for? Xiao Chen and I came out today for a shopping spree, and now we just need you too. Let us go," Hu-Lai urged eagerly. "I think I'll pass," Xiaoyu lamented, for he dreaded the thought of accompanying his sister on a shopping expedition. "Come on, Xiaoyu. It's a rare occasion for Laina to venture out, especially with a guest. We cannot leave her neglected, can we?" Yin encouraged. "Very well," Xiaoyu conceded. Initially, Hu-Laina had claimed she was merely accompanying Jiang Chen to unwind, yet now it appeared that the three young men were solely there to indulge her shopping whims. Nevertheless, Hu-Laina did not neglect Jiang Chen, dragging him along to purchase numerous outfits and even styling his hair. In her words, Jiang Chen's attire was far too plain, and standing beside him would diminish her own elegance. Observing the exuberant Hu-Laina bounding ahead, Jiang Chen felt a sense of weariness and helplessly trailed behind. Suddenly, Yin lagged a few steps, approaching Jiang Chen. "Xiao Chen, I heard from Laina that you two live together?" Yin inquired casually, though the wariness in his eyes was unmistakable. Jiang Chen's strikingly handsome appearance incited a hint of jealousy, compounded by the fact that he is a disciple of the Pope, potentially positioning him as a rival in love. Jiang Chen effortlessly discerned the thoughts of this individual. Yin feigned nonchalance, yet inwardly, he was consumed by anxiety. "Indeed, when I first entered the Spirit Hall, I shared a room with my senior sister and even slept on the same bed. Upon returning yesterday, she was exceedingly warm and we spent the entire night together." Remarking that it was quite comfortable to share a bed with me, the fabricated smile on Yan's face vanished in an instant, his expression contorting as though he had bitten into something foul, nearly causing him to spew blood. Chapter 86. Rampage. "Yan, what troubles you? Your complexion is rather poor. Are you unwell?" Jiang Chen inquired with concern. Yin took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure, and forced a smile. "I am fine." "So, did you engage in any activities last night?" Jiang Chen feigned contemplation for a moment, his face suddenly flushing with a deep hue, and then, bashfully, he remarked, "Senior sister played a game with me last night. She sat on me, yet I felt no discomfort. Instead, it was rather pleasant." "Brother Yin, could you enlighten me as to why I experienced such comfort? Moreover, senior sister mentioned she would often engage in this playful manner with me in the future." As his words echoed in the air, Jiang Chen observed Yan's visage rapidly reddening, the muscles in his face quivering with agitation. His dark crimson eyes appeared on the verge of bursting, while his fiery red hair stood on end, rendering him exceedingly fearsome. An unmistakable aura of malevolence surged forth from within him, bearing down upon Jiang Chen with palpable intensity. Jiang Chen let out an exclamation and hurriedly rushed to the forefront, clasping Hu-Laina's arm. Both Hu-Laina and Xiaoyu turned in astonishment, only to discover the murderous intent emanating from Yin. "Yin, what troubles you?" Hu-Laina and Xiaoyu inquired with surprise. Yin remained silent, his gaze fixated intently on Jiang Chen, who was tightly embracing Hu-Laina. After all these years, he had never even touched Hu-Laina's delicate hand. Jiang Chen, feeling aggrieved, said, "Senior sister, just now, Brother Yin inquired about what we typically do together. I mentioned that we play games, and then he became furious with me." Hu-Laina, perplexed, asked, "What games have we been playing?" Jiang Chen leaned closer to Hu-Laina and softly murmured, "I told him that you often use me for experiments and frequently tease me." Instantly, Hu-Laina's face flushed crimson, her eyes glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen as she twisted her hand around his waist several times. Jiang Chen's revelation of these matters could only serve to embarrass her. Could it not? Not far away, Yin observed the intimate exchange between the two, his gaze fixated on the bashful expression adorning Hu-Laina's face, as if his eyes were about to ignite with fury. What Jiang Chen had just said was likely to be true. He had harbored feelings for Hu-Laina for many years, and she must have been aware of his affections. Yet, she silently surrendered herself to a mere child, who had yet to fully mature. Had she ever considered his feelings? In this world, only he was worthy of Hu-Laina. She must belong to him. However, the truth was cruelly different. Yin let out a thunderous roar, his entire being resonating with intense energy, causing passers-by to flee in terror. "Yin, calm down. Let us discuss this rationally," Xiaoyu urged hastily. Yin disregarded Xiaoyu's plea, casting a venomous glance at Jiang Chen before turning and sprinting away. You all head back. I will go after Yan, Xiaoyu announced before pursuing him. Observing Yan's explosive reaction, Hulaina finally began to harbor doubts, asking, could it be that Yan has misunderstood something? Jiang Chen did not respond to her inquiry, but instead posed a question. It seems that brother Yan has a fondness for you. Are you aware of this? Hulaina nodded, acknowledging, I am aware. He has harbored feelings for me for several years now. However, I have always regarded him as an older brother, and he has never even touched my hand. I wish to decline his affections, yet I remain uncertain on how to articulate my feelings. You need not worry about voicing your thoughts, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Why is that? Because he just inquired whether I reside with you, to which I affirmed. And I also mentioned that we have already consummated our relationship. Hulaina stared at Jiang Chen in astonishment, utterly taken aback. After a brief moment, her delicate features flushed crimson, but her expression was laced with a fierce intensity as she reached out to pinch the soft flesh at Jiang Chen's waist with considerable force. Jiang Chen's muscles tensed, his skin instantly becoming as hard as gold and iron, rendering Hulaina's efforts futile. You have tarnished my senior sister's reputation. Hulaina glared at Jiang Chen, her face aflame with anger. Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly and said, Senior sister, I am merely looking out for your best interests. Your allure is so profound that even if you were to directly reject him, he may not easily relent. If you and I were to consummate our relationship, he would undoubtedly be disheartened. Moreover, how could such a matter possibly be disclosed? Unless he is utterly unconcerned about the mockery of others. Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, finding Jiang Chen's reasoning quite compelling. However, she quickly regained her composure, her beautiful eyes flashing with ire as she retorted fiercely, repeat that once more. Who is it that you claim to consummate a relationship with? That would be you, Jiang Chen bravely replied, immediately turning on his heels to flee. A peculiar sensation surged within Hulaina, only to be swiftly eclipsed by indignation. This audacious child dared to tease her now. This was unacceptable. She had always been the one to tease Jiang Chen. Was he now attempting to overturn their roles? Without a moment's hesitation, she set off in pursuit. Yet her speed was no match for Jiang Chen's, and by the time she returned to the dormitory, panting, Jiang Chen was already standing with arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, waiting for her. You little rascal. The teacher sent you to the training camp to diligently cultivate your skills, and yet you have chosen to indulge in such frivolities? Hulaina's anger remained unabated. Jiang Chen hastily reassured, Senior sister, please do not let anger consume you. Since the events have already transpired, we ought to contemplate the situation from a more favorable perspective. Brother Yan will surely come to terms with his feelings for you in due time. Is that not a positive outcome? Hulaina's expression softened, yet she lamented. I fear that we may not even remain friends in the future. How could that be? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. As long as he possesses a broad mind, he will undoubtedly forgive you. However, he silently added, if he forgives you, it would be quite surprising. That fellow is hardly like Su Yuntao. Hulaina found herself in a moment of turmoil. While she did not harbor feelings for Yin, she was reluctant to forfeit this friendship. After all, they were both orphans raised by the Spirit Hall, having grown up together and endured 3 years of shared trials in the concentration camp. Such a bond of friendship is not easily cast aside. Stop overthinking it. Let us have our meal, Jiang Chen urged gently. Hulaina appeared to accept Jiang Chen's words and fell silent, yet her countenance still bore the weight of unspoken concerns. Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to Hulaina, confident that she would eventually come to her senses. Early the next morning, before the sun had risen, Jiang Chen arrived at the training ground. To his astonishment, he found Douluo already there, seated at the center of the arena, his body somewhat damp. Observing Douluo's bewildered expression, Jiang Chen was taken aback, wondering if the old man had spent the entire night exposed to the mist. Such dedication was truly remarkable. Grandfather, how is your practice of the boxing technique progressing? Douluo, noticing Jiang Chen standing before him, felt a flush of embarrassment spread across his aged face. Chen, please demonstrate it a few more times. I still cannot comprehend it. With a sigh in his heart, Jiang Chen began to practice aside. He understood that Douluo likely lacked the aptitude for this particular aspect. Grasping the essence of the lightning fist seemed an impossibility. One could only hope that the old man would recognize the futility of his efforts and withdraw after a few days. Indeed, as the days passed, Douluo grew increasingly despondent, shedding the ambitious spirit he once possessed. Under Jiang Chen's gentle persuasion, he ultimately conceded defeat. Before departing, he shared his residence with Jiang Chen, inviting him to seek assistance should he encounter any issues in the future. Chapter 87. Yan's frantic revenge time settled into tranquility once more. It had been 5 days since that day of shopping. During these 5 days, aside from practicing his fist techniques and body movements by day, Jiang Chen spent most of his time sleeping in his room, reserving his training for the nights. Perhaps having become accustomed to the pressing life in the concentration camp, he felt a sense of restlessness creeping into his heart. Hulaina seemed to have forgotten the incident when Jiang Chen took it upon himself to act as her shield. She would occasionally jest with him, yet refrained from ensnaring him in her allure again. Perhaps she felt that Jiang Chen had matured, and as her junior, such behavior would be inappropriate. Jiang Chen remained indifferent. With Hulaina absent to torment him, he found himself free from the tension that had previously gripped him. On this particular day, as noon approached, Hulaina returned from outside, her demeanor radiating joy. "Sister, what delightful news do you bring?" Jiang Chen inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon witnessing her cheerful expression. "Xiao Chen, I visited my brother again today. For the past few days, Brother Yin has been ignoring me, but I finally mustered the courage to clarify things with him," Hulaina replied, her happiness evident. "What was his reaction?" Jiang Chen asked, intrigued. "Having grown up together, how could he possibly be angry with me over this matter? After I explained everything, he assured me that I will always be his beloved little sister." Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat peculiar. How could Yin be so accommodating? The girl he cherished was taken by another, and he could forgive that? He recalled that in the original narrative, Yin, consumed by jealousy over Hulaina's affection for Tang San, had resorted to underhanded means against him. Such a temperament. Could it truly allow for easy forgiveness of Hulaina? Initially, Jiang Chen merely intended for Yin to relinquish his feelings for Hulaina. Yet now Yin not only had done so, but also reconciled with her, a development that struck Jiang Chen as rather strange. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Did you expose the words I deceived him with that day?" Hulaina shook her head, replying, "No, I feared that if he discovered the truth, he might still harbor feelings for me. Thus, I allowed him to maintain his misunderstanding. After all, he will regard me as a sister from now on, which alleviates a heavy burden I've carried for many years. Xiao Chen, I truly thank you for assisting me so greatly. I am your junior, one of your closest companions. If I do not help you, who will?" Jiang Chen smiled in response. "By the way, there is another matter. My brother and Yin were both accepted as disciples by the Elders' Hall yesterday. They will soon relocate there, making them our neighbors. To celebrate this joyous occasion, they have invited you and me to dinner tonight. Will you attend?" "Yes, of course. When someone treats you to a meal, one must not refuse," Jiang Chen promptly replied. His true concern, however, lay with Yin. When he deceived Yin that day, he understood that Yin might genuinely abandon Hulaina, or conversely, harbor resentment towards him for the incident. Yet, either scenario seemed beneficial to him. Should Yin indeed develop ill intentions, he would have no qualms in defending himself. Thus, this dinner invitation presented Jiang Chen with an opportunity to gauge Yin's true feelings towards him. That evening, Jiang Chen and Hulaina arrived as planned, sharing a sumptuous dinner with Xieyu and Yin. Just as Hulaina had suggested, throughout the evening, Yin appeared jovial and carefree, showing no signs of the fury he had directed at Jiang Chen just days prior, seemingly having moved past the unpleasantness. By the end of the evening, Yin sincerely apologized to Jiang Chen, who accepted the apology with an amiable smile. Seeing Jiang Chen and Yin reconcile brought great joy to Xieyu and Hulaina. However, despite Jiang Chen's outward cheerfulness, his inner self had grown cold. His perspective on matters was distinct. He was acutely sensitive to resentment and malevolence, especially when directed towards him. Although Yan's apology was earnest, Jiang Chen could perceive the tremendous resentment simmering within him, restrained yet palpable. This was a character in Jiang Chen's heart. He mused that to suppress such immense resentment within oneself while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor is an extraordinary feat, one that most individuals could scarcely achieve. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Chen's status that Yin chose to stifle this animosity, refraining from seeking vengeance against him. Indeed, even though Yin had now ascended to the rank of an elder's disciple, should it come to light that he had slain a disciple of the Pope, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Recognizing Yin as an adversary, Jiang Chen resolved not to hold back. Individuals like him are akin to ticking time bombs when left unchecked. However, The question of how to deal with Yan required careful deliberation, for if Hulaina were to discover that he had taken Yan's life, it would spell trouble given their long-standing sibling bond. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts surged through Jiang Chen's mind, only to be systematically dismissed. To eliminate Yan, it was imperative that Hulaina remain unaware of his involvement, particularly since he had yet to establish a formidable following within the Spirit Hall. This posed a significant challenge. You haven't spoken a word throughout this journey. What occupies your thoughts so profoundly? Hulaina gently inquired, giving Jiang Chen's shoulder a reassuring pat. Jiang Chen raised his head and discovered that the two had already returned to the dormitory. He shook his head, deciding to put aside his thoughts for the moment. He dared not confront Yin within the confines of Soul Master City, and Yin felt the same trepidation. With so many skilled individuals present, any hint of their intentions could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Jiang Chen understood that as long as he remained in Soul Master City, he was safe, and Yin would not dare to act against him. For now, he resolved to set this matter aside, intending to eliminate Yin when the opportunity arose. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days elapsed. One afternoon, as Jiang Chen indulged in a midday nap, Hulaina seemed preoccupied and departed the Pope's chamber, heading towards the Elder Hall. Moments later, she arrived at a courtyard where Yin awaited her. "You've arrived," Yin remarked with a gentle smile. "Yes, Brother Yin, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Hulaina inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Let us converse inside," Yin suggested, opening the door and stepping in. This was his residence within the Elder Hall. Although he had studied under a different master than Xiaoyu, the two still resided in the same courtyard. Hulaina walked directly into the main hall and took a seat. "Where's my brother?" she asked, puzzled. "Your brother has stepped out for an errand, but will return shortly. Here, have some tea," Yin said warmly, pouring her a cup. "Thank you." The tea was warm and fragrant, and Hulaina took a sip eagerly. Observing her as she tilted her head back to drink, Yin felt a stirring within him. Her every movement was captivating, particularly her alluring figure, igniting a fervor within his heart. Hulaina was soon to be his. Xiaoyu had been sent away and would not return until late evening, leaving Hulaina to succumb to sleep, unaware of anything upon waking. "Since you have already given yourself to another, why should I refrain? My love for you is boundless," Yin mused, his heart racing with anticipation. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the teacup slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Hulaina, taken aback by the commotion, fainted before she could comprehend what had transpired. Yan's complexion flushed, his heart pounding as he trembled with excitement, swiftly lifting Hulaina and carrying her towards the bedroom. Chapter 88. Bibi Dong's fury in committing such an act against Hulaina. Yin felt no remorse, only an exhilarating thrill. He had cherished her in silence for years, steadfastly standing by her side to protect and nurture her. But why, despite knowing of his affections, did Hulaina choose to indulge with another, opting for someone who was perhaps still in their youth instead of him? Why was this so? In recent days, he was on the verge of madness. Were it not for the vengeful thoughts sustaining him, he might have already succumbed to despair. He buried his hatred deep within, convinced that Jiang Chen must perish, and Hulaina must be his. Today's actions toward Hulaina were merely the first. There would be a second and a third. Once Jiang Chen was eliminated, he could pursue Hulaina openly, cradling her delicate form, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that emanated from her. Yin was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Hulaina, the goddess of his heart, the object of his constant yearning, remained flawless in his eyes, even though she had bestowed her most cherished moments upon another. Today, he was on the cusp of claiming his goddess. Finally, he entered the bedroom and gently laid Hulaina upon the bed. Standing before her, he beheld the entrancing allure she exuded even in slumber. He could no longer restrain himself and violently tore away his garments. The malevolent claws of temptation were poised to reach for Hulaina. At that moment, the air seemed to still, an immense and terrifying pressure descended, enveloping Yin. "Impudent fool! You seek death." A voice of furious wrath echoed, instantly reverberating throughout the entire Pope's hall, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the space, stirring countless powerful beings from their meditative states. It was the voice of the Pope. Why was she so enraged? In all these years, he had never witnessed such fury from her. Who possessed the audacity to provoke her? She had grown immensely powerful. Douluo lifted his gaze in that direction, secretly alarmed. In an instant, numerous formidable figures within the Spirit Hall surged toward Bibi Dong's direction. The Pope's fury foretold impending misfortune for someone. They needed to discern who had dared to be so bold. Coincidentally, over a dozen elders present in the Spirit Hall, all of whom were titled Douluo, arrived swiftly. From the moment Dong unleashed her pressure and her furious roar, only a few seconds had passed before they reached the courtyard. Upon their arrival outside the small courtyard, they beheld the Pope, Dong, holding the hand of a handsome young boy, her icy gaze sweeping over the elders with a palpable killing intent as she entered. Under the chilling scrutiny of Dong's gaze, the elders felt a wave of terror wash over them. Her eyes were so fearsome that they instilled a sense of utter helplessness. The Pope's strength had become increasingly unfathomable. Exchanging glances, the elders hastily followed her inside. Never before had they witnessed the Pope so wrathful in all these years. Who could the individuals within the courtyard be? Two elders wore expressions of fluctuating emotions. Their disciples resided within this very courtyard. Had their own disciples inadvertently provoked the Pope? As Dong and Jiang Chen ascended the stairs, they entered the room to behold the sight of Yin, who was reaching out his hand towards Hulaina. At that moment, Hulaina lay peacefully asleep on the bed. Yan's expression was one of profound terror. His heart was devoid of any wicked thoughts, as an overwhelming pressure loomed over him, threatening to crush him entirely. The group of elders followed closely behind, and, upon witnessing this scene, instantaneously comprehended the gravity of the situation. They had encountered the slumbering disciple of the Pope on several occasions, and it was no wonder that the Pope was filled with such fury. Jiang Chen hurriedly approached, shaking Hulaina. "Senior sister, please wake up." Yet no matter how fervently he shook her, even pinching her with urgency, Hulaina remained unresponsive, as if ensnared in a deep slumber. The potency of the drug was astonishing, Jiang Chen mused in dismay. Ever since he had grown wary of Yin that day, his little black sparrow had remained at this location. When Yin had attacked Hulaina, it had genuinely startled him. He felt utterly powerless against Yin. Yet he had not anticipated the audacity of attacking Hulaina within the Holy Hall. Without hesitation, he sought out Dong. Given that Hulaina was Dong's cherished disciple, Yin could hardly escape a grim fate, especially considering the profound trauma Dong had endured in the past. Reminiscent of the current situation, how could she refrain from fury? It was likely that Yan's end would be exceedingly tragic. "Allow me," Dong said as she approached the bedside, her hand gently resting on Hulaina's smooth forehead. Moments later, Hulaina opened her eyes. "Teacher, Xiao Chen, how did you end up here?" she inquired, her mind still clouded, recalling her previous conversation with Yin. "Senior sister, you were drugged by someone and nearly suffered a heinous violation," Jiang Chen urgently explained. Startled, Hulaina swiftly sat up, just as she intended to examine her own body. She caught sight of Yin reaching towards the bed, utterly exposed, his face a mask of terror. How could this be? In an instant, Hulaina comprehended the gravity of her situation, her spirit nearly shattering as tears streamed down her cheeks, and she wept, clutching her knees. The brother she had trusted, Yin, had committed such a despicable act against her. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of sympathy as he sat beside Hulaina, wrapping his arm around her shoulders in a gesture of comfort. Unable to contain her anguish any longer, Hulaina collapsed against Jiang Chen, weeping profusely. Dong paid no further attention to Hulaina. Her gaze remained icy as it fixed upon the young man before her, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from her. Yin suddenly found himself able to move, yet the terrifying killing intent enveloping him nearly shattered his resolve. Under the weight of such fear, he envisioned a hellish battlefield, and his knees buckled as he fell to the ground. "Pardon me, Your Holiness," he cried, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly until blood began to seep forth. "Hulaina, you must kill him," Dong suddenly commanded, turning to Hulaina, her tone still laced with coldness. Taken aback, Hulaina gazed at Yin, who was prostrating himself before her, pounding his head against the ground. "Nana, you've always regarded me as an older brother. For the sake of our years together, please spare me this once. I swear I will never offend you again." Yin pleaded desperately, clutching at Hulaina's feet, his bloodied face raised in a pitiful supplication. Sensing Hulaina's hesitation, Jiang Chen's heart raced, and he leaned close to her ear to whisper, "Senior sister, after what he has done to you, do you truly intend to forgive him? If you do not slay him, our master will take his life. She is testing you. Do you wish to disappoint her?" With Jiang Chen's words, Hulaina's clarity returned. This wretch was no longer the brother she once knew. Had it not been for Jiang Chen and their master's timely arrival, her honor would have been sullied by this beast. A dagger materialized in Hulaina's hand, and she thrust it towards Yan's heart. Nana, no. Under Bibi Dong's overwhelming aura of menace, Yan stood no chance. The dagger pierced his heart. Hu staggered back, supported by Jiang Chen. Yan collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes filled with a complex blend of emotions as he gazed at Hu. I am truly sorry. I have loved you deeply. I wish you both happiness. Chapter 89. A great loss. Tears streamed down Hu face once more, her body nearly collapsing. Were it not for Jiang Chen's steady embrace. Whose disciple is this? Bibi Dong inquired, her eyes still ablaze with fury as she turned to the assembled elders. One elder, visibly anxious, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your Holiness, I recently took him as my disciple. I had no prior knowledge of his disgraceful actions, nor did I suspect his character to be so flawed. Bibi Dong cast him a cold glance, her sleeve sweeping as she turned to leave, her voice echoing back. Your salary will be deducted for 3 years. Do you have any objections? The elder's countenance darkened, and just as he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, several surrounding elders nudged him. The Holy Pope is wise. I have no objections, he hastily declared, wiping the sweat from his brow. How fortunate he was to have regained his composure. In the face of such wrath, any refusal could have led to unspeakable consequences. Senior sister, let us return, Jiang Chen suggested. Jiang Chen supported Hu as they descended the stairs. Even upon returning to his dormitory, Hu continued to weep uncontrollably. The impact of this event had been profoundly devastating for her, nearly pushing her to the brink of despair. Jiang Chen sat at the edge of the bed, gently patting Hu shoulder. Senior sister, the ordeal has passed. Rest assured, both the teacher and I will always protect you. Hu gradually ceased her sobs and, after a moment's pause, replied, Xiao Chun, thank you, and also to the teacher. What need is there for thanks? After all, I am your junior, Jiang Chen chuckled. Now, close your eyes and drift into slumber. Upon awakening, your spirits will surely be lifted. Hu nodded softly. Xiao Chen, could you stay a while longer? Indeed. I shall remain here with you, Jiang Chen assured her. Hu gently nodded, and before long, she embraced her blanket and fell into a deep sleep. Following the turmoil she had endured, her spirit was utterly exhausted, and at last, she was able to relax. Jiang Chen sat quietly at the edge of the bed, gazing tenderly at Hu, his heart aching for this elder sister figure. It was unbearable for anyone to endure the thought of being nearly insulted by someone they had regarded as a brother throughout their lives. Hu had already succumbed to slumber, yet her long eyelashes were adorned with glistening tears. Jiang Chen gently reached out to wipe them away. She appeared to be dreaming sweetly, as a faint smile graced her lips. When Hu awoke once more, 5 hours had elapsed, and the sun was nearing its descent. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Jiang Chen, who had fallen asleep by her bedside. A wave of emotion surged within her, prompting her to reach out and tenderly caress the face of this younger disciple. Indeed, her little junior brother was remarkably handsome. Jiang Chen felt a tingling sensation on his face and instinctively frowned, startling Hu, who recoiled like a frightened rabbit. Her heart raced uncontrollably, an unfamiliar feeling enveloping her, leaving her in a state of confusion and unease. Jiang Chen awoke, rubbing his eyes, and inquired with confusion, Senior sister, were you just touching me? Hu delicate face flushed slightly as she retorted, Who touched you? Perhaps you were merely dreaming, envisioning some beautiful woman caressing you. Is that so? I can't seem to recall, Jiang Chen replied, his bewilderment deepening. Hu swiftly shifted the topic, stating, It's almost dark. Let's prepare for dinner. All right, Jiang Chen consented, relinquishing his thoughts on the matter. Noticing that Hu appeared to be in better spirits, he felt a sense of joy as well. He dared not mention the events of the afternoon again, stepping out briefly to fetch some food, and they began to dine together. Hu demeanor remained as cheerful as ever, seemingly having truly forgotten the earlier incident. Just after they finished their meal, a maid from Bibi Dong arrived to summon them. Hu immediately became somewhat anxious, thinking that given the day's occurrences, her teacher must be utterly disappointed in her. Jiang Chen reassured gently, Sister, do not fret. I believe the teacher will merely scold you. Her reprimand signifies her concern for your well-being. You need only nod in acknowledgement. Hu nodded softly, comforted by Jiang Chen's presence, feeling her fear dissipate. The pair arrived at Bibi Dong's study, where she sat contemplatively, not attending to any affairs. Teacher, we have arrived, Jiang Chen announced. Bibi Dong lifted her gaze to her two disciples, her focus ultimately resting on Hu. Nana, are you aware of the mistake you made today? Her authoritative voice resonated, devoid of its usual gentleness. Hulaina, suddenly anxious, knelt promptly. Teacher, I acknowledge my fault. I should not have let my guard down, allowing past affections to cloud my judgment and obscure the truth. Bibi Dong nodded. It is good that you recognize this. Should such an incident occur again, you will no longer be my disciple. Yes, teacher, Hulaina responded respectfully. Rise, Bibi Dong commanded, and Hulaina stood up. The teacher's gaze shifted to Jiang Chen. Her tone stern. Xiao Chun, you have witnessed today's events. Consider this a warning. Should you ever engage in such beastly conduct toward others, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Teacher, I assure you, I would never act in such a manner, Jiang Chen quickly vowed. Bibi Dong's expression softened at last. With over a month remaining before the Academy of the Spirit Hall commenced, she presented them with a task. Nana, you have been at level 39 for 2 months. And Xiaoqin, you have reached level 29 for a month. I give you 1 month to break through. When you succeed, I will personally lead you in hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Can you achieve this? Yes, Jiang Chen and Hulaina replied in unison. Both confident in their training progress, certain that they could surpass their previous speeds within a month. Very well, return and train diligently, Bibi Dong instructed. And the two departed respectfully. On their way, Hulaina suddenly inquired, Xiao Chun, how did you and the teacher know I was in trouble at noon? Jiang Chen had long since prepared his words and promptly said, I have always believed that Yin would not so easily relinquish you. When I noticed you entering the Elder Hall at noon, my curiosity compelled me to follow. Upon discovering Yan's nefarious intentions towards you, I immediately alerted our teacher. Xiao Chun, I truly appreciate your assistance, Hulaina paused. There's no need for such formality. I am, after all, your junior. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, I would prefer something of substance, perhaps. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, Hulaina swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek and then dashed out. This is my way of repaying you, so please do not misunderstand. Her voice echoed from ahead. Jiang Chen gently touched the spot where Hulaina's lips had lightly brushed against him, feeling a significant loss. He had initially hoped that Hulaina would treat him to a lavish meal, but with that single delicate contact, his feast was lost. What a grievous sacrifice. Fortunately, he thought, at least she did not steal my first kiss. Otherwise, I would be at a loss as to how to explain it to Schwer. Jiang Chen murmured to himself as he followed behind. Chapter 90. Departure to the Stardow Forest. When Jiang Chen reached the entrance of the Pope's palace, he found Hulaina in the embrace of Xieyu, weeping uncontrollably. Brother Xieyu, Jiang Chen approached. Ah, Xiao Chun, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for you, nah. Brother Xieyu, there's no need to mention that. As her junior, it is only natural for me to protect my senior sister, is it not? Haha, well said. Nah, you truly have a commendable junior brother. Do not dwell on Yan's matters, forget his existence. Hulaina nodded. Please return quickly, nah. If you're feeling down, it would be best to refrain from training today to avoid any mishaps. Goodbye, Brother Xieyu. Farewell. This lad is quite admirable. I wonder if Na has any thoughts on him. Xieyu reflected as he watched the two retreating figures. Jiang Chen did not enter his own room. Instead, he followed Hulaina into hers. Senior sister, I believe that Brother Xieyu is right. You should refrain from your cultivation today to avoid falling into a trance. Meditation and practice are most sensitive to a restless mind. A moment of carelessness may lead to an upheaval of one's soul power, resulting in self-harm. Hulaina nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I shall take ample time to relax today. Just as Jiang Chen intended to leave, he noticed a flicker in Hulaina's gaze as she suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment, Xiao Chun. The song you sang when you returned that day was beautiful. Could you teach me to sing it? Of course, Jiang Chen replied, realizing that teaching Hulaina to sing White Fox would indeed suit her well. Wonderful. The two settled onto the sofa, with Hulaina leaning in eagerly, filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and said, before teaching you, allow me to share the story that this song portrays. A story? Hulaina's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Chen. Once upon a time, there was a soul beast, a white fox, which, after 100,000 years of cultivation, transformed into human form and fell in love with a scholar. By the time Jiang Chen finished recounting the tale, Hulaina could no longer hold back her tears. Oh, little Chen, this white fox is so pitiful, silently loving someone, yet ultimately unable to be together. Do not cry. Let me teach you to sing it. Once I have taught you, I shall return to my cultivation, Jiang Chen replied with a hint of reluctance. All right. Hulaina learned at an impressive pace, and with Jiang Chen's commendable singing skills, it soon became evident that Hulaina's voice surpassed his own in beauty. While he was able to convey a sense of sorrow in his singing, it bore an air of artifice. Whereas Hulaina's slightly husky voice rendered the song with a breathtaking authenticity. Just as he marveled at her talent, Hulaina began to dance gracefully, her martial spirit manifesting as well. In that moment, she seemed to transform into a fox spirit, dancing the final dance for her beloved. Jiang Chen gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Hulaina's graceful dance captivated him, and the poignant atmosphere enveloped him, rendering him spellbound. It was not until Hulaina came to a halt that Jiang Chen remained in a daze. Xiao Chen, was it beautiful? Hulaina's fluffy tail swayed playfully before him. Yes, it was beautiful, Jiang Chen replied, snapping back to reality and nodding fervently. Would you like your senior sister to dance for you often in the future? Hulaina inquired with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Perhaps not, senior sister. Cultivation is of utmost importance, he responded. I must return to my training now. With that, Jiang Chen leaped from the balcony and began to cultivate on the rooftop outside. An hour had already passed in this manner, and the pressure from Bai Dong to achieve a breakthrough within a month weighed heavily on him. Based on his previous training pace, it typically took him over 2 months to ascend to a new realm. Since his last breakthrough had occurred just a month ago, the prospect of achieving another within the same time frame was indeed daunting. Lacking the intense pressure of survival experienced in the training camp, it was inevitable that his cultivation speed would be somewhat slower. Observing the straight-backed figure, Hulaina clenched her fingers tightly, her gaze flickering, lost in her thoughts. The next morning, as Jiang Chen opened his door, he was greeted by the sight of a stern middle-aged man standing beneath his building. Ah, old Ji. What brings you here? Come up and have breakfast with me, Jiang Chen called out eagerly. Hurry and eat. Afterward, come down, for this month I shall serve as your sparring partner to extract your full potential. Thus, in the ensuing month, Jiang Chen embarked once more on a grueling regimen. Each morning, he found himself subjected to rigorous training at the hands of old Ji, leaving him nearly exhausted.